Year 10 of the mechanical apocalypse. Betrayed and killed by his selfish girlfriend, Zhang Wei dies with regrets only to awaken 7 days before the robotic invasion begins. This time, he's ready. Armored heavy trucks. The ultimate evolving mech. Close combat frames, long-range artillery platforms, weaponized shields, drone cannons. Every module will be perfected. No mercy, no weakness, only dominance. I am Zhang Wei, the Zhang that means unrestrained, the Wei that means I reign supreme. Chapter 1. Loans and buying heavy trucks. Han Xiao, you're dead. Zhang Wei's eyes were bloodshot, filled with anger and desperation. In his mind, a woman's voice echoed incessantly. Zhang Wei, let my brother use this advanced source crystal. With it, his mech can advance to a higher level. He is my brother after all. Zhang Wei, the girl my brother likes is really fond of the beam gun you just acquired. For my sake, give the beam gun to my brother. He's the only family I have. Zhang Wei, you absolutely have to give my brother this epic skill source crystal. With it, he can enter the top 100 in Chuan City. As the voice continued to reverberate in Zhang Wei's mind, his eyes turned even redder. He could also advance to a higher mech with that advanced source crystal. He cherished the beam gun he fought so hard to obtain even more. He needed that skill source crystal more than anyone else because he was already one of the top fighters in Chuan City. For her, Zhang Wei compromised. He gave away the advanced source crystal, the beam gun, and countless other things. She compromised on everything except for the skill source crystal. This single act of defiance brought him to the end of his life. For a skill source crystal, the woman he had cared for over 8 years killed him. Little did she know that, fueled by rage, Zhang Wei was reborn back to the age of 18 before the mechanical apocalypse. Hey, if you're gonna go crazy, do it outside. At the desk, a greasy man in a sharp suit and gold-rimmed glasses slammed his hand down. Loan. Zhang Wei regained some composure, forcefully slapping a property deed onto the table. The greasy man was momentarily taken aback by the intensity Zhang Wei displayed. In all his years, he had never seen a loan applicant so fierce. Usually, those who came to them were out of options. Given Zhang Wei's earlier outburst and his current demeanor, had he been abandoned? But that was none of his business. What the greasy man didn't realize was that he was merely intimidated by the killing intent Zhang Wei had unleashed. Fortunately, after years in this line of work, the greasy man quickly regained his composure. 9 out, 13 back, with a 1-month deadline. You understand the terms, right? He adjusted himself, pushed up his glasses, and entered the routine process. I understand. How much can I borrow? Zhang Wei pushed the property deed toward the greasy man, and then casually sat down in the chair, his expression returning to normal as the killing intent he had exuded faded away. I asked this under your name. The greasy man scrutinized the property certificate in his hands. It was a 100-square-meter villa in the city, and to be honest, it was quite valuable. But the young man sitting across from him looked no older than 18 or 19. Sure, he had a handsome face with rosy lips and white teeth, and he was tall, but this house? Did his parents give it to him? A rich kid? This fool couldn't have been conned by a woman. Could he? This is my ID. Please hurry up, I'm in a hurry, Zhang Wei said as he handed his ID to the greasy man. The greasy man glanced at Zhang Wei, who here wasn't in a hurry. After several rounds of verification, the greasy man confirmed that the house indeed belonged to Zhang Wei. Whether Zhang Wei was scammed or not was none of his business. What mattered was that there was money to be made. Zhang Wei, right? Yes, the arrogant Zhang, and Wei meaning unique. The greasy man, who was busy checking the information, couldn't help but look up at Zhang Wei again, feeling that this kid must have some serious issues. Perhaps he was just too obsessed with novels. You can borrow up to 800,000 on this house. How much do you want to take? Full amount. Zhang Wei replied confidently. Just a heads up, after deductions, you'll only get 720,000. In a month, you'll need to repay 1,040,000. If you can't repay it, this house will belong to our company. I know, stop dragging it out, just process it quickly. All right. Upon hearing this, the greasy man indeed stopped dragging his feet. He had made everything clear, and once the contract was signed, the rest was none of his concern. This was a black loan, no doubt about it, but the upside was that it was fast. Within an hour, 720,000 had already been transferred to Zhang Wei's account. After receiving the text notification, Zhang Wei let out a sigh. The complex emotions that had weighed down on him since his rebirth were finally beginning to lift a bit. 7 days left until the machine's invade time is a bit tight. After leaving the loan shark company, Zhang Wei glanced at the time on his phone before turning and hailing a cab to the nearest heavy-duty truck dealership. The mechanical invasion would bring forth a mechanical civilization, where everyone could transform their vehicles into mechas. Mechas varied in strength. Bicycles, motorcycles, tricycles, sedans, sports cars. Any vehicle could be converted into a mecha. Zhang Wei had been reborn from the 10th year of the mechanical arrival. In his previous life, he had struggled early on because he hadn't even managed to get a mecha during the initial invasion. After all, he didn't even own a bicycle. After struggling for 2 years, he finally inherited a light, close combat mecha, and through his efforts, he had managed to do fairly well in Chuan City. However, that woman Han Xiao, Zhang Wei gritted his teeth tightly in the taxi. In his subconscious, he felt as if he had died just yesterday. Han Xiao had stolen his mecha core, rendering him unable to transform into a mecha. Han Su had personally plunged a combat knife into his abdomen, then mockingly took away his energy crystal. And just as his life was nearing its end, Han Su revealed many secrets about him, and Han Xiao point two damn dogs. No need to rush. No need to rush. The debts that need to be settled will eventually be settled. Zhang Wei took a few deep breaths to calm his emotions. Since I have a chance to start over, I definitely need to use the best in the early stages, the best of the best. Well, it's not that the dump truck is bad, it's just that the heavy truck has a better cost-performance ratio. Of course, the real reason was that he was broke. Zhang Wei wasn't wealthy. The house he mortgaged wasn't an inheritance from his parents, but from his grandfather. He only had this one house. As Zhang Wei pondered, the taxi slowly came to a stop. They had arrived at the heavy truck dealership. After paying, Zhang Wei hurriedly rushed into the hall. I want to buy a truck, the latest model, a heavy truck, the biggest you have. The saleswoman hadn't even had a chance to start her pitch before Zhang Wei's words caught her off guard. Sir, I want the biggest and the best. Do you have it? We do, sir. Please follow me. The saleswoman swallowed her prepared script and led Zhang Wei without saying another word. Outside the garage, she opened the large garage door. The moment it swung open, Zhang Wei's eyes were immediately drawn to a completely black heavy truck. He was sure if this was love. Sir, this is our latest heavy truck. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. The truck was covered in a layer of dust, but that didn't diminish Zhang Wei's affection for it, as this truck was his ticket to survival in the apocalypse. This heavy truck must look impressive when it transforms into a mech, right? Sir, I'm sorry, what did you say? The saleswoman didn't catch Zhang Wei's mumbling. Never mind, he'll take this one. May I ask, sir, are you financing or paying in full? The saleswoman was a bit taken aback. She had never encountered such a straightforward customer before. Can a financing be completed today? Zhang Wei asked. The base price is $490,000 with a $40,000 discount. You can make a $50 down payment, and the loan process will only take 2 hours. All right, he'll finance it. Great, sir, please follow me. The saleswoman gestured for him to come along. Zhang Wei followed closely behind her, and only when they started the loan process did he finally feel relieved. 2 hours later, after completing all the necessary procedures, the vehicle was officially under Zhang Wei's name. Please drive the truck to this location. Is that all right? Don't worry, sir. That won't be a problem at all. Zhang Wei could drive, but he didn't know how to operate a heavy truck. If he tried to drive it out himself, he'd probably cause a lot of accidents. The apocalypse hadn't started yet, and running someone over would get him in serious trouble. Just have her people drive it over and leave the keys in the truck. With that, Zhang Wei turned and left. The saleswoman stared at the keys in her hand, dumbfounded. You're just going to trust me with it like this? Aren't you going to follow me? Zhang Wei wasn't worried about someone stealing his car. After the mechanical descent, any vehicle registered in his name would transform into a mech. Whoever owned it would have control over it, making theft pointless. Zhang Wei had other important matters to attend to and didn't want to waste time on trivial issues. As night began to fall, he arrived outside a large welding shop. The shop was quiet, with workers chatting idly. Where's your boss? He asked. In the office, over there, a young worker casually gestured in the direction. You can go inside and wait a bit. The boss is in the restroom. Okay. While waiting, Zhang Wei didn't idle. He was deep in thought. The truck's tail was 9 meters long. The cab was 3 meters, making the total length 12 meters. After transforming into a mech, it should stand around 10 meters tall. If it's 10 meters, then the battle blade should be at least 5 meters long, plus a shield. The vehicle's transformation into a mech was just its primary form. Without an evolved state, it wouldn't have any weapons and could only rely on its fists. As a reincarnated individual, Zhang Wei certainly couldn't settle for just fists. Hey, brother, is this your first time here? What do you need done? Just as Zhang Wei was lost in thought, the welding shop's owner walked in through the door. Chapter 2. Climbing the mountain, catching mice. I need a knife, 5 meters long, 30 centimeters wide, and with a blade thickness of 5 centimeters. Come on, man. This isn't a knife shop, is it? The boss, who had walked over to his desk to grab a cup of water, looked a bit bewildered, holding the cup in midair, which was somewhat comical. 5 meters. Seriously? You're not joking, are you? The boss, still reasonably polite. Didn't he explode, but seemed to think this was just someone trying to mess with him. How about 20,000? This is a 10,000 deposit. I want your best alloy. Zhang Wei pulled out a stack of cash. No amount of sweet talk could match the persuasive power of cash. Wait a minute. The boss stared at the cash, momentarily speechless. You're not just here to mess with me? Why are you pulling out money? Can you do it? Yes, we can. But we can't sharpen it. Making an alloy blade wasn't particularly difficult. It didn't require much technical skill. The main issue was that the amount offered was a bit excessive. If you can do it, that's fine. No need to sharpen it. I also need a shield, which you can think of as a steel door. That's another 20,000. And here's the deposit for the door. Zhang Wei pulled out another 10,000. Let me explain my specific requirements. The boss remained silent, still a bit dazed, while Zhang Wei laid out his demands for the weapons and shield. A few minutes later. How is it looking? Can you manage it? Sure. How long will it take? About a week, I suppose. Zhang Wei frowned. A week? By then, the mechanical civilization would have already arrived. No way, that's too slow. I can only give you 3 days, and I'll pay more. He pulled out another 20,000. All right, no problem. 3 days to make 60,000. What could be better? Great. If there are any issues, we'll contact each other by phone. Zhang Wei left his number and took the boss's business card. By the time Zhang Wei left the shop, night had fallen. After thinking for a moment, he turned back toward home. He had some matters to reflect on, as these were all events from 10 years ago, and many memories had become fuzzy. Once home, Zhang Wei quickly ate something and fell into deep thought. Right. There was a very high-grade source crystal that appeared in Chuan City when the mechanical civilization arrived. If I could get my hands on that crystal. The location was Xinfeng Mountain, at the peak. No one knew what level or type of source crystal it was. This crystal had to be obtained. Just as Zhang Wei was lost in thought, his phone rang. Seeing the caller ID, a surge of killing intent naturally erupted from him, but he still answered the call. Yitzi, where are you? At home. Zhang Wei's response was brief, as he struggled to contain his anger. What is the point of staying home? Come to Jingdian. There are girls. Not going. You have fun by yourself. Bye. Hey? I told you, my sister is coming to see me in a couple of days. And you don't want to. Beep, beep. Zhang Wei hung up the phone, his hands trembling uncontrollably. The caller was Han Su, someone he once considered a good brother, and also the younger brother of Han Xiao. More importantly, he was the one who would bring an end to Zhang Wei's life. She is coming. She is really coming. No, it's not the right time yet. I can't let her die. Stay calm. Zhang Wei repeatedly sighed and tried to convince himself in his mind, but his body continued to shake uncontrollably. Afterward, Zhang Wei blocked all of Han Su's contact information. He was afraid to see Han Su because he feared he might not be able to stop himself from attacking him. He was even more afraid to see Han Xiao because he truly might end up harming her. At Jingdian KTV, Han Su stared blankly at his phone. This jerk, does he know I asked him to settle the bill? Is he pretending to be dead? And he claims to like my sister? What a joke. Wait. Something is off. He is acting strangely. He must be hiding something from me. I need to check on him. 3 days later. Zhang Wei was eagerly awaiting the completion of his battle knife and shield. After personally inspecting them, he happily paid the remaining balance of 20,000 yuan and had the store staff load the 2 large items. Yes, just load them into the trunk. Under Zhang Wei's direction. The 2 large items were loaded into the trunk without any complaints from the workers. In their eyes, Zhang Wei was just a fool with too much money. Look at what's in the trunk. If he is not mistaken, that is a huge pile of mouse traps, right? Does he really need nearly 1,000 mouse traps for a mouse infestation at home? Zhang Wei didn't say much either. Although the battle knife and shield didn't look great, they would definitely suffice for now. After the handover of the battle knife and shield, Zhang Wei called for a designated driver. Hey, can you take me to Xinfeng Mountain? No problem at all. The driver was quick to agree, of course, because Zhang Wei had paid him handsomely. After tossing his little electric scooter into the trunk, he settled into the driver's seat. Half an hour later, the heavy truck arrived at Xinfeng Mountain. However, Zhang Wei's truck could only go partway up the mountain as there were no roads ahead. Driver, stop here. You want to stop here? The driver was a bit confused. Xinfeng Mountain isn't very high, it's not a tourist spot, and there are hardly any people around. He couldn't quite understand Zhang Wei's actions. The driver had already seen what was in the trunk, and in his mind, this young man must be here to catch mice. However, he found it hard to accept such a peculiar hobby. Yeah, just here. No trouble at all. I'll be off now. If you want to head back. Just give me a call. All right. Before leaving, the driver handed Zhang Wei a business card. Zhang Wei casually set it aside without even looking at it. It was tea necessary. Then, Zhang Wei looked up towards the mountaintop. This should be the place. The source crystal will fall at the summit. I hope nothing has changed. Zhang Wei got out of the car and started his climb up the mountain. He wanted to take a look at the situation at the summit and scout out any good spots for catching mice. However, as he ascended, his expression gradually turned to one of shock. It wasn't that there was anything extraordinary at the top. Rather, upon reaching the summit, Zhang Wei was confronted by a large mining area. How could he have forgotten about this? He slapped his forehead in realization. The mining area was filled with dust and bustling with activity. Chuancheng mining was run by the son of a powerful owner, one of the future 10 war gods of Long Nation, and he was absolutely the boss in Chuancheng. There was no comparison. Their family was well established, and the ore dump trucks were all under his name. His newly developed mechs were even superior to others. Zhang Wei felt a tinge of jealousy. If only he had enough funding, he would definitely want an ore dump truck. Even a second-hand one would suffice. Well, it was probably best to avoid any contact with them for now. In fact, Zhang Wei could also seek out a dump truck. With the arrival of mechs, a person could only pilot one at a time. Even if they owned multiple vehicles, they could only control one mech. The additional vehicles could be managed by the owner as subordinates. For example, Zhang Tao, the young master of Chuancheng mining, could pilot one mech while the rights to the other dump trucks could be given to his younger brothers. If Zhang Wei were to shamelessly approach him and become one of his subordinates, there was a chance he could get assigned a dump truck. However, that would mean he would have to listen to Zhang Tao, who could revoke his usage rights at any time. That was definitely not what Zhang Wei wanted. Could it be that the source crystal that fell at the summit was taken by Zhang Tao? What a sin. I didn't mean to steal your source crystal. You can't hold it against me later. Wait, that's not right. Just because he has a dump truck doesn't mean he can just bully anyone. Maybe he could take him on as a little brother instead? Zhang Wei's eyes sparkled slightly. If he had a future war god as his little brother, that might not be too bad after all. Chapter 3. Should I take care of those two pests? Never mind, let us get down to business first. Zhang Wei didn't pay much attention to the situation at the mine. He ran back to the truck at the top of the mountain and took down all the mouse traps. Why so many traps? Because after the mechanical apocalypse, most creatures on Earth would become mechanized, including rats. Once a creature is mechanized, it generates source crystals within its body. While ordinary source crystals aren't as valuable as high-grade ones, they can still be used to enhance the evolution of mechs, so the more, the better. If I can catch thousands of rats, I should be able to achieve the first evolution, right? Oh, wait, I still need a few more things. Zhang Wei slapped his forehead. The current rats aren't very big, but mechanized rats could grow to be 1 meter long and half a meter tall. The traps wouldn't be able to contain such big creatures. After thinking for a moment, Zhang Wei took out his phone and called the welding shop owner. After the call connected, the cheerful voice of the owner came through. Hey, brother, is something wrong with the goods? No, I just need some supplies. What do you need? Upon hearing this, the welding shop owner stood up. It seemed like another job was coming in. It's not every day you meet a brother who pays so readily. I need some iron chains about the thickness of a thumb, around 2 meters long. Zhang Wei stated his requirements. All right, how many do you need? 1,000. Zhang Wei replied. Just as expected, this was a big order. Brother, since this isn't our first collaboration, I want to rip you off. How about $40 each? Sounds good. Zhang Wei was all about not haggling. Money would be useless in a few days anyway. However, you need to deliver the goods to Xinfeng Mountain, okay? That's no problem. With our relationship, it's a small matter. I have the chains ready. Just tell me when you want them delivered. Zhang Wei thought for a moment and said, no rush, let us do it tomorrow. Oh. And each chain needs a metal ring on both ends that the chain can pass through, and the ring should be about the thickness of a pinky. For 1,000 chains, that LL at 10,000. No problem. The welding shop owner's grin widened. 2,000 rings for 10 grand? At that moment, the owner wished Zhang Wei a long life. Such a generous client is a rare breed in today's society. Then it's settled. Great. I'll have someone deliver it tomorrow morning. After hanging up, Zhang Wei began setting up the mouse traps. After a busy half-day, he opened a delivery app and ordered takeout. For the next 4 days, Zhang Wei planned to stay on Xinfeng Mountain. It was foreseeable that some delivery drivers would also make a tidy profit because of him. The delivery fee for bringing food up the mountain was quite high, but Zhang Wei didn't mind. That night, after finishing his meal, Zhang Wei settled into the truck's cab and fell into a deep sleep. The next day, just before noon, the welding shop owner personally drove up to Xinfeng Mountain with his team. When they went up the mountain, everyone was stunned. Zhang Wei was seriously fiddling with the mousetraps and had a smirk on his face. Hey guys, is my little brother. The welding shop owner raised his hand and pointed to his own head. The others nodded in agreement. This guy brought such a big truck all the way up the mountain just to catch mice. So the question arises, what does he need such thick chains for? Big bro S here? Zhang Wei turned around and greeted him warmly. Yeah, little brother, your chains are right here. Why don't you check? The welding shop owner felt a bit uneasy. These days, mental illness doesn't seem to be a crime, and this little brother. No need, I trust you. Just take it off. Zhang Wei waved his hand dismissively. All right, let us unload the truck. While the staff unloaded, Zhang Wei transferred 50,000 yuan to the owner. Afterwards, the welding shop owner deliberately distanced himself from Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei sensed it but just chuckled to himself. They laugh at me for being crazy. But I laugh at them for not seeing through it. So this is how it feels. Not too bad. Once the unloading was complete, the welding shop owner hurriedly left with his men, not even bothering to ask what Zhang Wei needed the chains for. Of course, the chains were for tying up the mice. There were quite a few mice in the mountains. Likely because no one would think to come up here just to catch them, so the mice weren't very smart. In just one night, hundreds of mice fell into the traps. This is all source crystal, Zhang Wei said with a smile as he walked towards the captured mice, holding the chains. With the iron rings, as long as they were threaded through each other, they would form a loop on either side. Zhang Wei slipped the thumb-thick chain around a mouse's neck and then secured the loop with a thin wire. With the strength of the current mice, they wouldn't be able to break free. Once these mice became mechanized, they would be able to stretch the wires. By tying one mouse to each end of the chain, two mechanized mice would become one entity, effectively trapping them together. Neither would be able to escape. Zhang Wei applauded his genius idea and got to work. Tying the mice up was quite tedious. Only those who did it knew how much of a hassle it was. While Zhang Wei was busy, Hansu found the welding shop. He had been tracking Zhang Wei for several days. Normally, Hansu wouldn't have this much perseverance. But ever since he found out that Zhang Wei had mortgaged the house under his name to a loan shark, he became unusually motivated. That was a lot of money, hundreds of thousands, and as a brother, he had to spend it with Zhang Wei. Sis, just pretend to agree with him for now. With his personality, he'll buy you whatever you want. That kid has a good chunk of change on him right now, said Hansu, standing next to a stylish and somewhat revealing beauty. Zhang Wei certainly had an eye for attractive women. Han Xiao was definitely above average in looks. Plus, with her bold outfit, she could easily catch the attention of young guys. Got it. You've said it enough times. Don't worry. Despite being only 20 years old, Han Xiao is already quite experienced in matters of the heart and knows how to handle younger boys with ease. Recently, she has taken a liking to a particular handbag. And it's time to find a wealthy target. All right, I heard the kid came here, so I'll go in and ask, she thought. With a bounce in her step, Han Xiao entered the welding shop. Hey, boss, did my buddy Zhang Wei buy something here? She asked immediately upon entering. Her tone slightly haughty. Deep down, she looked down on the people working there. Zhang Wei? Oh, that kid, the shopkeeper replied. They were brothers. But it was clear this guy wasn't exactly normal. I'll go get the boss, he said. The staff hurried to fetch the owner. No one dared to speak to Han Xiao, as a brother of a lunatic could be anyone. Han Xiao managed to get accurate information about Zhang Wei from the shop owner, learning that Zhang Wei was quite the spender. She dragged Han Xiao to buy a heavy-duty motorcycle worth over 10,000. They then headed straight to Xinfeng Mountain. When Zhang Wei heard the roar of the motorcycle, he turned around and was confronted by two faces that stirred up emotions he couldn't control. Wei Zi, I brought my sister to find you. You're really living the good life, huh? Haha, check out my new bike. Pretty cool, right? Han Xiao shouted, not even stopping the bike before bursting into excitement. Hoping Zhang Wei would help her pay off the remaining balance for the purchase. Bought a motorcycle? Did my own actions cause a butterfly effect? He thought. In this desolate mountain area, should he take out these two annoying pests? Chapter 4. The Mechanical Era. Arrival. No, it's not time yet. I can't take action. Zhang Wei continuously persuaded himself in his mind. He didn't want to risk anything that could potentially alter the trajectory of the future, even slightly. It would be a loss to stake his future on these two idiots. Just as Zhang Wei was struggling to suppress the anger boiling inside him, Hansu, oblivious to Zhang Wei's unease, jumped out of the car and threw an arm around Zhang Wei's shoulders. What Hansu didn't realize was that when he wrapped his arm around Zhang Wei's neck, Zhang Wei's body trembled slightly, and his fist clenched tightly. He almost couldn't restrain himself from throwing a punch at the face so close to him. Hey, buddy, aren't you impressed? I brought my sister along. Let us see how you perform later. Hansu whispered in Zhang Wei's ear. Zhang Wei seemed overly excited, and in Hansu's eyes, he was making a concerted effort to take several deep breaths. Then, a somewhat forced smile spread across Zhang Wei's face. Hi, Han Xiao. He managed to say through gritted teeth, his voice slightly off. Zhang Wei, why are you so nervous? Han Xiao couldn't help but chuckle lightly. They had met before, and she hadn't seen him so anxious when facing her in the past. However, she found him somewhat endearing, especially since he was a bit of a charming young man with some money. At least, that fondness wouldn't fade until she had exhausted his resources. Look at you. All flustered, Hansu playfully nudged Zhang Wei's back. The gesture wasn't forceful, but it nearly ignited the anger Zhang Wei had worked so hard to suppress. What do you want from me? I just told you. I brought my sister to see you. Hansu replied. I have things to do, look. Zhang Wei pointed behind him. Only then did Hansu notice what Zhang Wei was doing, and his expression immediately turned serious. Han Xiao gasped, her face turning pale. Wei Zi, how did you develop this hobby? Though Hansu was afraid of mice, he felt a bit uncomfortable looking at the trapped mouse in the snap trap. And what was with the heavy chain attached to the mouse? It's useful. By the way, this car was bought on loan, and I still owe some money. You see. Don't worry, I'll cover it for you, but not right now. I'll come find you in a few days after I'm back from the mountains. By the way, your sister isn't leaving, is she? Zhang Wei glanced at the visibly shaken Han Xiao. Looking at her, he felt an unexpected thrill of revenge bubbling up inside him. My sister won't be leaving anytime soon, so let us agree on this. When you come back to the city in a few days, you'll come to find me. Hansu was eager to leave, practically itching to get away. Don't worry, I'll definitely come find you. This time, a genuine smile appeared on Zhang Wei's face. All right, I'll be waiting. Hansu clapped Zhang Wei on the shoulder, said nothing more, and quickly left with Han Xiao. The roar of the motorcycle gradually faded into the distance. Zhang Wei silently watched the backs of the two as they left, letting you experience a few days in this apocalyptic world. Only to have you die so easily. What a bargain for you two scoundrels. He was well aware that in this apocalypse, humans were worse off than dogs in prosperous times. He knew all too well how many would perish and how much humanity would be revealed in this end-of-the-world scenario. Squeak. The sound of a mouse brought Zhang Wei back to reality. He shook his head with a smile. As long as they're around, there are plenty of ways to deal with them. This butterfly effect is actually a good thing. Originally, Han Xiao wasn't supposed to be in Chuan City. But now he has the chance to take revenge early, which is a huge surprise. At that moment, Zhang Wei seemed to truly relax. And he continued to play with his mice. From that point on, Zhang Wei lived on Xinfeng Mountain. The things that brought him joy, aside from the captured mice, included Han Su's daily friendly greetings. On the 7th day of Zhang Wei's rebirth, at noon, an exceptionally bright flash suddenly appeared in the sky. It was as if a powerful flashbang had been thrown across the world, blinding everyone regardless of where they were. When people's vision cleared, the sky was darkened by a layer of ominous clouds enveloping the entire world. The mechanical descent had begun. Countdown, 3, 2, 1. Everyone looked up in confusion at the sky, where countless meteors appeared. These meteors hurtled toward the earth, seemingly carrying the breath of annihilation. The mechanical era had begun. Zhang Wei knew that these meteors were a gift to humanity, as each meteor contained a source crystal. Some were high-grade, some low-grade. Who would obtain them, and what kind of source crystal they would get depended entirely on individual fortune. Soon, the meteors crashed to the ground. The anticipated explosions did not occur. As the meteors revealed their true forms, a message appeared in everyone's minds. This was a reminder from the mechanical civilization to humanity. All vehicles registered under each person's name had transformed into their own mechas, and there was only this single piece of information. Zhang Wei was excited. He had experienced such a scene before. Mecha Core, a core source crystal, resembling a black gemstone, appeared in Zhang Wei's hand. Merge, at Zhang Wei's command. The black heavy-duty truck that had been quietly standing by suddenly began to undergo a massive transformation. In less than 5 seconds, a 10-meter-tall, completely black heavy mecha stood before Zhang Wei. The mecha's exterior was somewhat fierce, yet it possessed a violent beauty. Beautiful, Zhang Wei couldn't help but exclaim. Just as he marveled at it, a black light shot out from the mecha's chest. As Zhang Wei was enveloped in the black light, his body instantly vanished from the spot. After just a moment of disorientation, Zhang Wei regained his consciousness. His body had merged into the mecha's cockpit, which was completely filled with a substance resembling flesh and blood. Zhang Wei's physical form was resting with closed eyes within this mass. He could no longer perceive his own body. At that moment, he fully controlled the mecha, and the mecha was now Zhang Wei's body. He opened the mecha's panel. Zhang Wei's eyes emitted 2 beams of light, which coalesced into a luminous screen in front of him. Mecha form. Primitive form mecha level. 1 weight. 21 tons type. To be selected standard power configuration. Super matrix engine equipment. None. Zhang Wei was a bit surprised. He hadn't expected the standard configuration to be the super matrix engine. The engine is the power source of the mecha, and its quality is incredibly important for performance. The super matrix engine is considered the pinnacle among primitive mechas. Even typical mechas, after 1 or 2 evolutions, would likely not possess such a powerful engine. The most basic engines are single-core engines, with power levels distinguished by cylinders. Above single-core engines are matrix engines, and above those are the super matrix engines. He selected a close combat mecha. Ding. Selection successful. A voice echoed in Zhang Wei's mind, and the panel changed. Mecha form, primitive form mecha level, 1 weight, 21 tons combat power, 20 type, medium close combat, standard power configuration, super matrix engine equipment. None. Zhang Wei closed the panel with satisfaction. He was quite familiar with all of this, and there was nothing surprising about it. The only metric for measuring a mecha's combat power is the combat power attribute itself. Zhang Wei was already very pleased that a level 1 mecha could have 20 points of combat power. For lighter, or even basic versions of mechas, reaching even 10 points of combat power would be questionable. A level 1 mecha requires reaching level 10 for its first evolution, and now it all depends on those rats. Zhang Wei glanced at the rats he had captured. They were lying on the ground, twitching. Their bodies were undergoing changes, but full mechanization would still take some time. He decided to head up the mountain. The rats would need more time to fully mechanize, and Zhang Wei could use this time to climb and retrieve that source crystal. The 10-meter-tall, robust black mecha picked up the battle knife and shield that had been prepared on the ground. Ordinary alloy one-handed battle knife combat power. 3 ordinary alloy one-handed battle shield combat power. 3 truly, the term ordinary is fitting. With the weapon and shield in hand, Zhang Wei immediately began his ascent. He was no stranger to operating a mecha and was very adept at it, experiencing no discomfort. For others, just getting used to a mecha would likely take a long time. The 10-meter-tall medium mecha dashed up the mountain path as if it were flat ground. In just a few minutes, Zhang Wei had reached the summit. At the top of the mountain, the source crystal he had long coveted was radiating a beautiful array of colors. Seeing the dazzling hues, Zhang Wei felt a surge of excitement. He thought this crystal would at least be a high-level source crystal, but he hadn't expected it to be of such high caliber. The rainbow colors represented a legendary level. Source crystals are ranked from low to high as ordinary, intermediate, advanced, epic, and legendary. As for whether there are levels beyond that, Zhang Wei was unsure. In his previous life, he had not encountered them. Without time for further reflection, Zhang Wei eagerly picked up the source crystal from the ground. Ding! You've acquired a legendary skill, enhanced psychic combat power. Chapter 5. Catching the Thug Legendary Skills. Zhang Wei's mech body couldn't help but tremble slightly. He knew just how difficult it was to obtain skills. In his previous life, it was merely an epic-grade energy crystal that led to his demise. While epic-grade items are precious, by the 10th year of the mechanical apocalypse, their value had significantly depreciated. Only truly powerful epic-grade skills were still worth a lot. However, even the worst epic-grade skills from the early days of the mechanical apocalypse were considered godly, let alone legendary skills that, despite being 10 years old, remained in high demand. Ding. Superpower combat enhancement learned successfully. Base combat power, 200. That's impressive. Zhang Wei exclaimed in delight. Just by learning a skill, he received a 200-point combat power boost. For someone as experienced as Zhang Wei, such an increase was unimaginable. Even an ordinary mech would struggle to achieve 200 points of combat power after 2 rounds of evolution. Zhang Wei didn't rush to feel the effects of the 200-point boost. Instead, he immediately checked the skill's details. Superpower combat enhancement doubles the mech's combat power for 100 seconds, with a cooldown of 10 minutes. That's insane. Zhang Wei couldn't help but marvel again. Is this what a legendary skill looks like? Even his iron hand gripping the battle blade trembled slightly. No wonder Zhang Tao had been so formidable in his previous life. This skill might not seem overwhelmingly powerful at first glance, but once my combat power increases, 200 could become 400, which is decent. But what if it goes from 10, 000 to 20, 000, or from 100, 000 to 200, 000? The key point is that this skill has a long duration and a short cooldown, just 10 minutes. Zhang Wei glanced back. The mice in the trap were still undergoing transformation. Their bodies were beginning to swell, but they were only about the size of a small dog now, and it would likely take another half an hour for them to fully transform. Then, Zhang Wei sat atop the mountain, gazing into the distance. His battle blade planted in the ground beside him, with his shield laid down nearby. In this life, I will be invincible. Zhang Wei reminded himself as he contemplated his future path. Just as Zhang Wei was mapping out his next objectives while waiting for the mice to mechanize, several large figures suddenly emerged from the mining area. Wow, here we go. These must be heavy mechs. Looking at the mechs that appeared in the mining area, Zhang Wei felt a twinge of envy. By his estimation, the original dump truck mech stood about 15 meters tall, towering over his own mech by a full 5 meters. It also looked much sturdier. As a heavy mech, its standard engine would undoubtedly be superior to his medium mech equipped with a super matrix engine. Should I dismantle one of their mechs and steal the engine? Zhang Wei felt a surge of excitement. The engine is the power source of the mech, providing the necessary energy for walking, running, and combat. After the first evolution, both melee and ranged mechs can perform short-distance jet boosts. For instance, at this moment, Zhang Wei can make a single jet boost from the mountaintop and land at the mid-slope position, if the engine has sufficient power for continuous jet boosts. Short-distance flight in the air is also possible. Let's go. Zhang Wei quickly made his decision. Although the Super Matrix engine was already sufficient, better engines were right in front of him. How could he claim to be invincible without seizing the opportunity? He quickly got up, grabbed his combat knife and shield, and sprinted towards the mining area. With the 10-meter-tall mech crushing everything in its path, the mountain road posed no obstacles. Small trees and stones were utterly insignificant. Upon entering the mining area, Zhang Wei found it in chaos. Confused people were running around, passionately discussing various models of mechs. The area was filled with vehicles, with mechs of all sizes lined up everywhere, each surrounded by onlookers, and some were even being operated by individuals. However, the level of control displayed was cringeworthy, resembling toddlers just learning to walk, stumbling all over the place. Among them were also several medium-sized mechs around 10 meters tall, all transformed from heavy trucks. However, their mechs were nowhere near as impressive as Zhang Wei's. After all, his mech was newly purchased and far superior to these old models. Ignoring the chaotic scene around him, Zhang Wei strode towards the nearest yellow heavy mech. Indeed, it was 5 meters taller than his mech. Wow, look at that thing move so smoothly. Who is that? Oh my god, this is so cool. I can't take it anymore. I need to go home. I have a car too, and I can operate a mech. A crowd of people stared at Zhang Wei, their envious gazes so intense that it felt like they could melt his mech away. What is he doing? Whoa. People were initially amazed by Zhang Wei's smooth actions, but when he raised his combat knife, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. Although Zhang Wei's mech appeared smaller than the heavy mech, its combat power far exceeded that of the heavy model. After learning new skills, Zhang Wei's combat power had reached 226 points, while the highest combat power of the heavy mech was only around 30 to 40 points. Combat power is the sole measure of a mech's strength. Higher combat power means greater strength, better defense, faster speed, and longer endurance. However, combat power alone doesn't equate to combat effectiveness. The skill of the human pilot, the skills they possess, their tactics, and even their mental willpower, all these factors need to come together to form true combat capability. The heavy mech in front of Zhang Wei had no one controlling it, rendering its combat power 0. With a sharp sound, sparks flew as his combat knife struck the heavy mech. As sparks scattered, Zhang Wei's knife successfully penetrated the heavy mech's body. Without the support of high combat power, this battle knife couldn't possibly damage the defenses of a heavy mech. Zhang Wei sighed. To others, his movements seemed fluid and graceful, but only he knew that this ordinary battle knife was far from sharp. Fortunately, his combat power made up for that. Where's the engine? Zhang Wei, unfamiliar with heavy mechs, managed to carve a gash into the mech's armor with the battle knife. He then discarded the knife and shield and reached into the opening of the heavy mech. Time to tear it apart. Since he didn't know where the engine was located, dismantling the mech into parts would do the trick. The process of violent dismantling was incredibly smooth. With great combat power came great strength and speed, and this reckless approach made it all the faster. In just a few minutes, a 15-meter-tall heavy mech lay in pieces around Zhang Wei. There it is. He spotted the engine of the heavy mech. Then, the mech's eyes emitted 2 beams of light, its built-in identification skill. For mechanical items, as long as they weren't too advanced, this method could be used for identification. Dual-circuit nuclear engine. It's indeed a step up from my initial engine, he thought, as he stored it in the mech's internal space. The subsonic engine he was holding vanished. The internal space of a mech increases with its size, and Zhang Wei's storage space was about 1 cubic meter. This was enough for storing items like source crystals. If he wanted a larger storage space, he would need to equip a cargo hold, which could only be obtained from source crystals. Ordinary source crystals definitely didn't contain any equipment. At least intermediate source crystals would be needed to yield gear. Equipment is divided into built-in and external types. Built-in equipment includes engines, cargo holds, and modules, while external equipment consists of weapons, defensive armor, and thrusters. There are also special equipment types, like floating cannons. Currently, Zhang Wei only had an engine and weapons. The engine was built in, while the weapons were rudimentary creations of his own. Time to go. After acquiring the engine he wanted, Zhang Wei had no intention of lingering and took off immediately. He wasn't sure if Zhang Tao was around, and if he was, what would happen when he realized Zhang Wei had taken the engine. The key issue was that there were no real benefits to killing these primitive mechs right now. There were plenty of mechs of all sizes in the area. And while Zhang Wei's combat power was significantly higher, in this low-power era, numerical advantage was a substantial benefit. As for whether Zhang Tao would hold a grudge against him later, Zhang Wei wasn't worried. Once he leveled up to 10, he could undergo his first evolution. And his body would change. Even if someone took a picture of him now, he wouldn't fear being recognized by Zhang Tao in the future. He ran away. What do we do? Quickly call the boss. We can't afford to lose this big thing. People had yet to realize that the apocalypse had already begun. If only humans possessed mechs, there wouldn't be any significant upheaval. The true apocalypse occurs after the mechanization of animals. However, these people are unaware. They fear their boss will make them pay compensation, so they must report it and capture this thug. Chapter 6. The mechanical mouse uprising. Zhang Wei didn't care what those people were up to. He sprinted back up to Xinfeng Mountain, glancing at the transforming mice. He took his seat once more at the mountain's peak. He needed to change his equipment. Zhang Wei pulled the dual-cycle nuclear engine from the mech's storage and opted to make the switch. The process required no effort on his part. The mech handled it autonomously. The armor on the mech's abdomen opened up, and the super matrix engine floated out. Then, the dual-cycle nuclear engine he had acquired was inserted into the mech's interior. The entire swap took barely 10 seconds. Ding. Dual-cycle nuclear engine installed. Combat power, 5, not bad. Zhang Wei patted the armor on his abdomen with satisfaction and returned the super matrix engine to the mech's storage. The new engine provided 5 more points of combat power than the mech's built-in engine. While the boost wasn't massive, the increase in power and endurance would certainly be significant. Zhang Wei stood up, adjusting to the mech's new power. Just as he was getting accustomed, the entire mountaintop began to tremble. He didn't find it strange. Instead, he felt calm. Turning to look, he saw that the mice seemed infused with some mysterious energy, their mechanical speed skyrocketing like lightning. While their bodies expanded at an astonishing rate, the mice under Zhang Wei's control were undergoing mechanization. And even those that had evaded capture and were hidden in their burrows were also transforming. The mountain shook as if the entire earth was quaking in response to this sudden change. The mice hiding in their holes were rapidly growing, their expanding bodies squeezing the surrounding terrain like inflating balloons, causing this shocking phenomenon. However, this was not just a localized event. The entire world was trembling, the land quaking, the seas roaring, and all living beings were undergoing immense changes in response to this unforeseen catastrophe. It had begun. Zhang Wei stood firm, waiting for the tremors at the mountain summit to subside. Then, the mechanized mice, as if awakening from a deep slumber, opened their eyes one by one. Their surfaces were completely covered by an impenetrable layer of steel armor, making them resemble massively enlarged robotic dogs, exuding a mechanical and cold aura. But unlike Zhang Wei's mech, which radiated a brilliant blue light, these mechanical mice bore crimson eyes, like flames burning fiercely. This flash of red was not merely the color of their pupils, but a manifestation of their primal instincts, bloodthirsty and devoid of intelligence. Do these bloodthirsty creatures dare to bare their teeth at me? A hint of disdain flickered in Zhang Wei's eyes as he gripped his blade tightly, its edge gleaming with a chilling light. Faced with a mechanical mouse just a hair's breadth away, Zhang Wei moved like lightning. The blade flashed, and the sound of metal clashing echoed across the silent mountaintop. As sparks flew, the mechanical mouse fell to the ground, having barely had a chance to appreciate the drastically changed world around it before it was silenced. Another mechanical mouse connected to the fallen one seemed to sense its companion's demise. Its eyes flickered with red light as it let out a sharp shriek and lunged toward Zhang Wei like lightning. Zhang Wei sneered, and with a graceful arc, he swung his shield through the night sky, striking the mechanical mouse's head with unmatched force, accompanied by a nauseating crunch of steel. The mouse's head was smashed into its own abdomen. Amidst the remnants of broken metal left behind, 2 ordinary source crystals became visible. He collected them, and the crystals entered Zhang Wei's mech space. Without pausing, he rushed to the next location, as there were many more mechanical mice waiting to be dispatched. 1, 2, 3. The blade in his hand flickered continuously, and the remains of the mechanical mice scattered everywhere. The bound mechanical mice stumbled and charged toward Zhang Wei in pairs, pressing forward relentlessly. However, they were met with merciless slaughter. Half an hour later, only a few mechanical mice remained. When Zhang Wei swung his weapon to slay the last one, he finally had the opportunity to collect the source crystals from the mechanical debris. He opened the panel and absorbed the crystals, one by one disappearing from his mech space. On the panel, his mech experience points rapidly increased. After consuming 20 source crystals, ding, mech upgrade, combat power 2. Zhang Wei nodded to himself. This was roughly what he had estimated. Continue. This time, it took 50 source crystals to upgrade from level 2 to level 3, which was also within Zhang Wei's expectations. However, When he discovered that upgrading from level 3 to level 4 required 100 source crystals, he felt a sense of surprise. This doesn't seem right. Could it be that the mechanical mice had just completed their transformation and lacked sufficient energy within their source crystals? Zhang Wei had thought that the number of source crystals consumed for level upgrades would increase by 20 or 30. Instead, the increment was 50, which was not enough. He felt somewhat distressed. He had initially thought that over 1,000 source crystals would suffice to elevate his mech to level 10 for the first evolution. But it was clearly insufficient now. Sure enough, after consuming all the source crystals, Zhang Wei's mech level was stuck at level 8. With a total combat power increase of 16 points, 2 points per level, which was significantly better than the light mechs that only gained 1 point per level. He still needed nearly 700 more. Just as Zhang Wei pondered where he could quickly acquire more source crystals, the ground rumbled, and countless red eyes surrounded him from all directions. Upon seeing these red lights, Zhang Wei was momentarily stunned. What is this? The mechanical mice hidden within the mountain. No. Wait, these creatures, are they really this intelligent right after their mechanization? Caught up in the excitement of his previous kills, Zhang Wei had temporarily forgotten about the mechanical mice lurking inside the mountain. In fact, under normal circumstances, these creatures should have rushed to their own demise alongside the mice they had captured, or they would have fled in fear from Xinfeng Mountain. However, the behavior of these mechanical mice clearly exceeded Zhang Wei's expectations. They did not blindly attack him, nor did they retreat. Instead, they organized themselves into a group and now appeared all at once. Among them, could there be a new breed? When biological entities are mechanized, the emergence of a new breed is indeed possible, and such individuals are often more powerful and capable of commanding their kin. It must be true. Bring it on. Zhang Wei was incredibly excited. Surrounded by countless mechanical mice, he not only did not flinch, but actively charged into the surging tide of rodents. His actions ignited the fury of the swarm. How dare he resist while being besieged? The horde erupted in chaos. A multitude of mice surged forward, creating a truly spectacular scene. Yet, in the face of such a spectacle, Zhang Wei remained remarkably calm. With a combat power exceeding 100. Would he be afraid of these weaklings? Unexpectedly acquiring a legendary skill had skyrocketed his power, and now, under the pressure of overwhelming strength, Zhang Wei only hoped that the mice would be slow to escape. Otherwise, he might not be able to catch them. In the next moment, the battle knife and shield in Zhang Wei's hands transformed into weapons as he abandoned defense. At this point, Zhang Wei needed to unleash his wildness and abandon all restraint. What he didn't know was that not all the mechanical mice were focused on attacking him. Some were engaged in other activities. Chapter 7. The exquisite electric war scythe confronted by Zhang Wei's mechanical mice. They crumbled with a single strike. No mouse could withstand his onslaught. Each slash cleanly severed at least one mechanical mouse in two, while the power of his war shield was even more astonishing. A single heavy blow could incapacitate 2 or 3 mechanical mice, leaving them sparking on the ground. However, the sheer number of mechanical mice was overwhelming. They swarmed around Zhang Wei, nearly 1,000 strong. He could wildly sweep away the mice in front of him, but couldn't he manage those at his back? In just 2 short minutes, Zhang Wei's mech was covered with a layer of mechanical mice. They clung to his back like ravenous wolves, gnawing at his mech's armor. Despite their sharp teeth, they couldn't breach his defenses, failing to inflict any substantial damage. This situation couldn't continue. While Zhang Wei slaughtered the mice in front of him, he also monitored the status of his mech. Though the mechanical mice couldn't penetrate his armor, their weight was something Zhang Wei's mech had to bear. 1 or 2 mice might be manageable, but as their numbers grew, they became an undeniable burden. The power was draining too quickly. In Zhang Wei's line of sight, the engine power was plummeting at a rapid pace, while the power bar didn't display numerical values. It resembled a car's fuel gauge, giving a rough percentage of remaining energy. In truth, power loss wasn't a major concern for Zhang Wei. Source crystals not only allowed for mech upgrades, but also replenished engine energy. He simply didn't want to waste them. Every single source crystal in the early stages was valuable. Get off me. Zhang Wei maneuvered his mech into a rolling motion, a simple roll on the spot. Although the posture was less than graceful, the effect was remarkable. Zhang Wei could no longer bear the weight of the mechanical mice, and similarly, the mice couldn't withstand his weight. Under his heavy body, the mechanical mice crumbled like fragile wheat stalks, their metallic shells deforming under the pressure, some even completely flattened, resembling iron discs. Haha. Zhang Wei laughed heartily, feeling invigorated. Compared to his previous method of hacking them apart, this rolling technique was overwhelmingly effective. With just one roll, he dispatched 40 or 50 mechanical mice. What if I just lay here and rolled? This efficient method of dispatching mechanical mice made Zhang Wei reluctant to get back up. With this thought in mind, he decided to abandon the idea of standing. He shielded his face with his shield and let the mechanical mice trample over him. Once he felt enough of them had piled on, he would immediately roll again, resulting in another wave of mechanical mice meeting their end. Just as Zhang Wei was enjoying his rolling technique, a mechanical mouse with piercing blue eyes was directing its minions to do their work. It's hard to imagine that the mice, which are usually so annoying, could engage in crafting. They were busy fiddling with the iron chains that were meant to restrain them. Meanwhile, Zhang Wei was completely oblivious to this. He was too preoccupied with the mice clinging to him to notice what was happening in the distance. These mechanical mice were part of the group that had joined the assault on him. By the time Zhang Wei realized this, the unique mechanical mouse had already directed its minions to skillfully wrap the cleverly linked chains around his limbs. And as Zhang Wei tried to roll his body to break free from the restraints, more chains slithered around him like tenacious parasites. Caught off guard, Zhang Wei froze for a moment. He had forgotten about that unique one. He had let his guard down. After being reborn and riding the waves of fortune, he had become reckless and lost his vigilance against the mechanical mice's relentless attacks. This sudden turn of events felt like a bucket of cold water poured over his head, extinguishing his arrogance and complacency. However, could these tiny creatures really think they could control him? Zhang Wei scoffed, his voice dripping with confidence and pride. He knew well that in this world filled with machinery and the unknown, one must never let their guard down. Yet, he also understood his own strength. These scheming mechanical mice were merely minor obstacles in his path. Though restrained, Zhang Wei remained unfazed. His combat power was still intact. Being bound by chains didn't mean he was powerless. Each chain was being tugged by at least 20 mice, but even that could only limit some of his movements, not completely incapacitate him. With a powerful yank of his arm, the mice desperately pulling on the other end of the chain were launched into the air, crashing into his embrace like arrows released from a bow. However, before Zhang Wei could deal with these mice, the chains he had just grasped were swiftly snatched back by even more mice. When at least 50 mice were pulling on each chain, Zhang Wei felt a surge of helplessness. The combined strength of 50 mechanical mice was enough to match the power of one of his arms. Devour the source crystal. Replenish the engine's power, Zhang Wei silently urged himself. Although he wouldn't suffer any harm from a stalemate with these mice, he didn't want to waste any more time here, as the power of the source crystal continued to be consumed by the engine. The intelligent, unique mechanical mouse made its appearance. The moment it showed up, it lunged at Zhang Wei. Rather than feeling fear in the face of his massive mech, it was filled with excitement, as devouring Zhang Wei would make it even stronger. As a unique species, it not only possessed intelligence but also had combat capabilities far superior to its counterparts. When it leaped onto Zhang Wei's mech chest, it opened its mouth, revealing sharp teeth, and began to gnaw fiercely at the chest plate. To Zhang Wei's astonishment, the armor that ordinary mechanical mice couldn't damage began to show fine cracks under the assault of this unique mouse's bite. What strong teeth! Zhang Wei marveled inwardly at the sharpness of the unique creature's fangs. However, even if this alien creature's attack could inflict damage on Zhang Wei, it would still take some time to wear through his armor. At this moment, Zhang Wei's mech power had been replenished to 80%. He activated his skill, Super Energy Force Enhancement. Although the engine's power consumption surged by 50% at Zhang Wei's command, it resulted in a doubling of his strength. Get lost! Zhang Wei shouted angrily as he forcefully pulled on the iron chains around him. The mechanical mice dragging the chains immediately stumbled and fell into disarray. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Wei leaped up and grabbed the alien creature gnawing at his chest armor. Why? The alien mechanical mouse stammered in fear. Its voice was a sharp, synthetic sound, generated through its brainwaves, a unique ability of alien mechanical creatures that ordinary mechanical beings did not possess. Die! Zhang Wei's voice was cold and merciless. He had no time to explain anything to this mouse. He just wanted to finish it off. With a powerful grip, Zhang Wei twisted the steel armor of the alien mechanical mouse, and in less than 2 seconds, he crushed it into a steel ball. After the alien mechanical mouse's death, fear spread among the ordinary mechanical mice. The alien mechanical mouse was their king. With the king gone, what could they do? Escape. However, before these mice could flee, Zhang Wei had already picked up his battle knife and shield and lunged at them. At that moment, Zhang Wei seemed like a different person. Moving faster and hitting harder. This was the change brought about by the Super Energy Force Enhancement. Not only was the knife and shield in his hands weapons, but his feet also became lethal as he ruthlessly stomped on the mice, taking one out with each step. The mechanical mice scattered in panic under Zhang Wei's relentless assault. Though these mechanical mice were quick to escape, Zhang Wei was even faster. Unfortunately, these mechanical mice excelled at burrowing, and within just a few minutes, Zhang Wei could no longer see any traces of them. You guys sure can run, he remarked, sighing at the legendary skill. Although he had consumed a significant amount of power at once, He could replenish it with energy crystals, so it wasn't a big deal. The key was that after the skill's effect wore off, Zhang Wei felt no discomfort in his body. Right, that alien creature. Zhang Wei quickly ran back to where he had killed the alien mechanical mouse. A red energy crystal floated quietly above its corpse. Activate the energy crystal. Ding. Acquired. Excellent electric energy scythe. What the heck? Chapter 8 Quick. Call Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei couldn't help but exclaim. The red glow indicated that this source crystal was a high-level one. Ordinary source crystals are white. Intermediate ones are yellow. High-level ones are red. Epic ones are purple. And legendary ones are multicolored. Zhang Wei thought that this source crystal should yield something good, but he never expected it to be this impressive. The mechanical mouse was merely one of the lowest-tier mechanical creatures. Even if it produced a high-level source crystal, the chances of it yielding something valuable were quite low. Was it related to the initial exploration? Who cares? Zhang Wei eagerly picked up the battle scythe. Excellent electric battle scythe, two-handed, combat power, 50 attack, includes electric damage. What a great find. Zhang Wei instantly discarded his custom-made broken battle knife and shield. Compared to the scythe, the knife and shield were nothing but trash. The electric battle scythe was an impressive 10 meters long, matching Zhang Wei's height, and when held, it felt as if a war god was wielding a weapon of boundless power, exuding an aura of dominance. Electric currents danced along the side like silver snakes, radiating a heart-pounding energy. Zhang Wei was very satisfied with this battle scythe and felt a flicker of gratitude towards the mechanical mouse. After all, such a tiny creature had managed to produce such a massive weapon, which was quite impressive. Although the scythe was only of excellent quality, and compared to the higher tiers of outstanding, epic, and legendary, it seemed a bit disappointing. Zhang Wei was a person who found contentment in what he had. He understood that in the early days of the apocalypse, possessing a piece of excellent gear was already an incredibly fortunate event. The quality of equipment ranges from ordinary to excellent, then to outstanding, epic, and legendary, with each level representing different levels of power. While the scythe in Zhang Wei's hands was only of excellent quality, it significantly boosted his combat abilities. Having never used a battle scythe in his previous life, he needed some time to adapt. Standing atop the mountain, Zhang Wei gripped the scythe and swung it, the wind whistling around him. Memories of using various melee weapons from his past life surged in his mind. He was well aware of the commonalities among melee weapons. And with each swing of the scythe, a familiar sensation began to awaken within him. As time passed, Zhang Wei's control over the scythe became increasingly adept. The once unfamiliar weapon gradually became agile and powerful in his hands. Each swing cut through the air, leaving sharp trails behind. Once Zhang Wei reached a certain level of proficiency with the scythe, he finally turned his gaze towards the source crystals scattered on the ground. In total, he had acquired more than 800 source crystals. It was easy to imagine that the mechanical mice that had besieged him earlier numbered well over 1,000, as there were already 500 or 600 that had just fled. Devour source crystals. Ding. Machine level upgraded to level 9, combat power 2. Ding. Machine level upgraded to level 10, combat power 2, machine can evolve. Having consumed 750 ordinary source crystals, Zhang Wei's machine level had risen to 10. He didn't immediately choose to evolve his machine. Instead, he ran to the mountaintop to survey the surroundings of New Wind Mountain. Upon realizing there was no danger, Zhang Wei chose to evolve. The evolution process required some time, during which the body would be immobile, making it vulnerable to attacks from any nearby dangerous creatures. Fortunately, there were no wild animals on Xinfeng Mountain, just a few mice, which he had already driven away, eliminating any potential threats. As Zhang Wei opted for the evolution, a mysterious energy seemed to surge forth from the void, quietly descending like ancient magic. The towering 10-meter mech, under the influence of this energy, gradually lifted off the ground, slowly floating. As the mech spun gracefully in the air, its form began to transform bit by bit. Every inch of steel seemed to be reshaped by this mysterious energy, and each joint appeared to be infused with new life. After about 10 minutes, when the last wisp of energy dissipated into the air, the mech's transformation was finally complete. At this moment, Zhang Wei's mech had been completely revitalized. The most striking change was its increased height. The original 10-meter frame had now grown to 12 meters, appearing even more imposing and powerful. Its limbs had also become thicker and stronger, as if harboring boundless strength. With the evolution complete, the combat power was now at 30. The internal space of the mech had increased, and the external equipment slots were activated, granting it standard external defensive armor and ordinary external thrusters. As the evolution concluded, the mech gently descended to the ground. He opened the panel. Mech form. Level 1 Evolution Mech level. 10 weight. 31 tons combat power. 320 type. Medium close combat. Standard power configuration. Dual cycle nuclear engine equipment. Excellent grade energy war scythe. Ordinary external defensive armor, ordinary external thrusters. Skill, super energy combat enhancement, legendary. After reviewing the mech's attributes, Zhang Wei satisfiedly closed the panel. Descending the mountain. Zhang Wei activated the thrusters he had just acquired through evolution. With the thrusters, using jet propulsion would conserve energy, allowing him to utilize more strategies in situations like the recent ambush. For now, he simply wanted to familiarize himself with the sensation of using the thrusters. Despite having mastered them in his previous life, there were still some differences between light and medium mechs, requiring him to adjust accordingly. After a brief period of adaptation, Zhang Wei regained a familiar feeling. Standing at the mountain peak, he took a gentle leap, and the mech shot forth like an arrow, its feet hovering a few centimeters above the ground. Whenever the thrust from the thrusters waned, they would erupt with flames to replenish power. In just a few minutes, Zhang Wei reached the foot of the mountain. Upon landing, Zhang Wei did not turn off the thrusters. He continued to use them to assist his movement. Heading straight toward Chuan City, a wealth of resources awaited him there. Along the way, he encountered no mechanical creatures obstructing his path. Before long, Zhang Wei successfully entered the city. However, the situation inside the city is far worse than outside. Explosions, the clanging of metal, screams, and smoke fill the air, creating a scene reminiscent of the apocalypse. Standing still amidst the chaos, Zhang Wei pauses for a moment. The highest quality mechanical creatures should be found at the zoo. He decides to check it out. The higher the quality of the mechanical creatures, the more advanced the source crystals they drop, and the better the rewards. Having tasted the benefits of possessing good equipment, Zhang Wei naturally looks down on ordinary source crystals. He still lacks a lot of gear, and to obtain it, he must fight those powerful mechanical creatures. In his previous life, the mechanical beings in the zoo posed a significant threat to Chuan City, and taking them down would surely yield many valuable items. He considers it a good deed. With this thought in mind, Zhang Wei rushes toward the zoo. At this moment in Chuan City, the true culprits behind the chaos are not the rats and other creatures hiding in the shadows. Instead, it is the pets that people once cherished that are causing even greater harm. The mechanized pets possess a far more lethal force than mechanical rats. However, there are still some positive developments. Not all pets lose their rationality after being mechanized. In the city, some dogs have retained their intelligence after undergoing mechanization, continuing to protect their owners. It turns out that the saying dogs are man's best friend holds some truth. As Zhang Wei makes his way to the zoo, in a chaotic corner of an ordinary neighborhood in Chuan City, a mechanical dog is confronting a light mech. I told you not to keep that stupid dog, but you wouldn't listen. Now what are we going to do? Han Su's voice roars from inside the mech. The person he is yelling at is Han Xiao. What are you waiting for? Just kill it. Han Xiao cries, tears streaming down her face, smudging her makeup and making her look ghostly. However, she is too distressed to care about Han Su's yelling. All she hopes for is that he quickly eliminates the mechanical dog, which has lost all rationality and has made her its primary target. Han Su feels frustrated. If he could kill it, would they even be in this standoff? Would he be shouting at her? The real reason for their deadlock is that he can't take on the dog. Just look at how many holes this damn dog has bitten into his brand new mech. It's not him who is risking his life here, right? If I could kill it, I would have done it already. You need to call Zhang Wei and ask him to come save us. He bought a heavy truck before. His mech must be powerful. Right? I'll call him now. After Han Su's reminder, Han Xiao remembers Zhang Wei as if she is clinging to a lifeline, fumbling to take out her phone. But will Zhang Wei really come to their rescue? Chapter 9. Stirring up a hornet's nest. The mechanical apocalypse had just begun, and communication had not yet been severed. Even if the usual communication methods on Blue Star were interrupted, those controlling the mechs could still connect with each other through their machines, a connection far superior to anything on Blue Star. When Zhang Wei received a communication request, he was almost at the Chuan City Zoo. Seeing an unfamiliar caller ID, he paused for a moment. Who would be looking for me at this time? Contemplating this, Zhang Wei chose to answer. As soon as he picked up, Han Zhao's voice echoed in his mind, as the mech had taken over his phone's communication functions. Zhang Wei, where are you? Please come and save me. Her voice was laced with tears, hoarse and trembling, revealing deep despair and helplessness. Upon hearing her voice, a strange thrill surged within Zhang Wei. If it were the old me, hearing her like this would have driven me to rush to her side without a second thought. He scoffed at himself inwardly, looking down on the man who would go to such lengths for her. Then, his tone turned calm and cold, as if he were an observer scrutinizing the situation. Who are you? Why should I save you? It's me, Han Xiao. Zhang Wei, your mech is powerful. Please hurry and help me. My dog has turned into a monster, and it's trying to eat me. The urgency in her voice was palpable. What about Han Su? Zhang Wei countered. If Han Xiao and T left Chuan City, she should be with Han Su. He's holding off my dog. But his mech isn't strong enough, and is about to give in. Where are you? When can you get here? Han Xiao urged desperately, as if she wanted Zhang Wei to appear right before her. Let him handle it for now. I can't get away, Zhang Wei replied, his tone still indifferent. Before ending the call, go save her? What a joke. Zhang Wei actually hoped Han Xiao would fully experience the brutality of this apocalypse, to live each day in fear. He didn't want her to die too easily. That would be too merciful. As for whether Han Xiao and Han Su would meet their end, he was worried. Though a pet dog turned mechanical beast was far stronger than a rat, the heavy motorcycle that Han Su had transformed into a mech wouldn't be weak either. It would be enough to deal with the mechanical dog. Meanwhile, Han Xiao stood frozen, staring blankly at her phone, her face a mask of shock and confusion. What did you just say? Han Su was burning with anxiety. Seeing her in a daze made him want to shake her out of it. What are you doing? Spacing out at a time like this? He said to hold on. Han Xiao's voice had taken on a mechanical tone as she struggled to comprehend the situation. Didn't he say he liked me? Is this what that means? At her words, Han Su erupted in anger, cursing, bullshit. If I could hold on. Why would I call him? In that moment, Han Su's hatred for Zhang Wei instantly escalated several notches. To Han Su, Zhang Wei's actions were nothing short of standing by and watching someone die. Is this how a brother behaves? And he still wants to pursue my sister? Watch out. Han Zhao's voice suddenly turned sharp as she nervously reminded Han Su, it's coming. Han Su cursed under his breath, damn that mutt. Realizing that he couldn't rely on Zhang Wei, Han Su abandoned any false hopes. As for Han Xiao, there was no way she could be of any help. In this situation, if they wanted to survive, they had no choice but to fight that beast with everything they had. In the blink of an eye, the cold body of the mechanical dog lunged at them, and the two iron entities collided with a deafening crash. In this close-quarters combat, Han Su was clearly at a disadvantage. The mechanical dog's movements were swift and precise, and the damage on Han Su's mech was steadily increasing. Fortunately, despite being a motorcycle transformation, Han Su's mech was a heavy-duty model and brand new, giving it a slight edge and initial combat power over the mechanical dog. With each swing of his iron fist, he also inflicted wounds on the mechanical beast. Watching all of this, Han Zhao's heart was in her throat. For in this current scenario, it was still uncertain who would emerge alive. At the Chuan City Zoo, Zhang Wei had already entered the zoo. Ignoring Han Zhao's cries for help, the zoo, once a peaceful place, had transformed into a paradise of mechanical creatures running wild. There were hardly any human mechs left in the zoo. Even if there were, they had mostly become fodder for the mechanical beasts. Humans could obtain source crystals from the mechanical creatures to enhance themselves, but the mechanical beings could do the same, and they were not picky eaters. They could absorb the power of source crystals and devour steel. Human mechs were a true delicacy for mechanical creatures. They could consume mechs to boost their own combat power. And devouring humans would even enhance their intelligence. Mechanical beings could evolve, just like human mechs could. What a lively scene. Where to start? Zhang Wei took a deep breath, feeling the ebb and flow of battle around him in the zoo, and was quite invigorated. For other humans, this place was hell, but for Zhang Wei, it was paradise. There was no denying it. Zhang Wei's combat power was enough to crush all mechanical creatures at this stage. Even the mechanical tiger, transformed from a real tiger, was far from being his match. Before Zhang Wei could decide where to strike first, a reckless mechanical creature charged toward him. Mechs were a coveted prize, and nearly all the mechs in the park had been devoured by mechanical beasts. Now that such a large figure had appeared, it naturally attracted the attention of the mechanical creatures. A monkey? Zhang Wei was momentarily taken aback by the sight of the mechanical monkey, which stood less than 3 meters tall. Seriously, did his 12-meter-tall mech not have any intimidating presence? Were these mechanical monkeys out of their minds? As the mechanical monkey approached within his attack range, Zhang Wei effortlessly swung his battle scythe. The battle scythe sliced through the air, leaving a trail of purple electricity in its wake. As the current coursed through the mechanical monkey's body, the red light in its eyes vanished in an instant. How sharp! Zhang Wei glanced at the scythe in his hand, his eyes gleaming with satisfaction. This scythe was on an entirely different level of sharpness compared to the combat knife he had customized. If he had used that knife to attack just now, the mechanical monkey would have been sent flying by the tremendous force, but it would undoubtedly have sustained numerous wounds, as if it had been struck by a heavy hammer. However, the scythe he wielded now demonstrated astonishing power. The lower half of the mechanical monkey remained in a charging stance, rushing forward, while its upper body had already separated and lay abandoned on the ground. The strike felt as effortless as cutting through tofu. Retracting his gaze, Zhang Wei's eyes sparkled with even greater satisfaction. A mid-level source crystal, excellent. He happily collected the mid-level source crystal from the remains of the mechanical monkey. Just as Zhang Wei finished gathering the source crystal, a group of monkeys suddenly appeared around him. At a rough glance, there were definitely dozens of them. Seeing this, Zhang Wei murmured, "Did I just poke a monkey's nest?" but it seemed they had arrived just in time. Chapter 10. Be careful when you go in. Faced with the iron beast before them that dared to slaughter their kin, the monkey horde descended into a frenzy. Dozens of mechanical monkeys roared and charged at Zhang Wei, intent on tearing their enemy to shreds. Behind them, the Monkey King bellowed in rage. Zhang Wei couldn't understand their language, but he could sense the fury and madness radiating from that roar. He merely responded with a cold smile. With his battle scythe in hand, he knew that this rage and fury would ultimately translate into the helplessness of the weak. As the monkeys closed in, Zhang Wei swung his battle scythe, which seemed to transform into a whirlwind in his hands, sweeping through the surrounding air. Purple currents of electricity leaped with each swing, forming several glowing rings that spun around him. At the edge of these rings, any mechanical monkey that dared to step inside would instantly be reduced to a lifeless pile of scrap, scattered across the ground, with only the floating source crystals to testify to their existence. By the time Zhang Wei had decimated half of the monkey horde, the Monkey King finally sensed something was amiss. Its mechanical eyes flickered with a wary light, and it let out a low, urgent call. Upon hearing their leader's summons, the mechanical monkeys attacking Zhang Wei immediately halted their assault and began to flee. Only 30 had fallen, and they thought they could escape? How naive. Zhang Wei scoffed, a glimmer of mockery flashing in his eyes. He did not slow his attack. Instead, he quickened his pace, pursuing the fleeing mechanical monkeys. The monkeys fled with the speed of lightning, yet Zhang Wei moved like a tempest, even faster. Despite his imposing physique, it did not hinder his speed. The mechanical monkeys zigzagged through the park, trying to use the surrounding buildings and trees to evade him, but it was all in vain. Any obstacle in Zhang Wei's path was as flimsy as paper. The structures in the park, towering for an average person, were trivial toys before him, unable to impede his advance. With the help of his thrusters, Zhang Wei navigated between buildings with a fluidity that surpassed even the mechanical monkeys. Realizing the speed of Zhang Wei's pursuit, the Monkey King felt a surge of panic. It had led its horde to take down many mechs in the park before, and based on its experience, these human mechs were clumsy and easily dispatched. But what was happening now? Then the Monkey King led the remaining mechanical monkeys toward the crocodile section, the closest refuge. When a steel crocodile, 7 to 8 meters long, came into view, Zhang Wei finally grasped the situation. Using another to do his dirty work? This monkey had learned to employ strategy so quickly? Zhang Wei marveled at the Monkey King's intentions. After crossing the crocodile pool, the Monkey King turned to Zhang Wei and bared its teeth. In its eyes, the massive, tough-skinned crocodiles were more than capable of dealing with Zhang Wei. Moreover, there were over 20 crocodiles in that section, gathered together that could easily rip Zhang Wei apart. Don't worry, I'll come for you soon. Zhang Wei stared at the Monkey King, his voice as cold as iron. He was determined not to let the aberrant creatures among the monkeys escape. After all, the aberrants in the rat swarm had yielded high-quality energy scythes for him. What kind of surprises would the aberrants in the monkey swarm bring? Furthermore, this group of crocodiles before him. Surprisingly, there were no aberrants among them? Zhang Wei paused slightly, noticing that every steel crocodile blocking his path exuded a fierce aura, yet their eyes lacked the unique azure hue characteristic of aberrants. If there were none, then so be it. Zhang Wei sighed lightly, then moved, charging toward the crocodile group like an arrow released from a bow. The steel crocodiles were indeed large, but correspondingly, their movement speed was slow. For Zhang Wei, these cumbersome steel crocodiles were merely live targets. As he swung his scythe, each motion cut through the air with a sharp whoosh. However, to his surprise, the external armor of the steel crocodiles was resilient enough to withstand the blade's edge. The scythe grazed the steel crocodiles, leaving behind long, deep wounds but failing to deliver a fatal blow. After all, they were armored, and it was understandable that they had strong defenses. Nonetheless, being able to withstand a blow was of little use. While the steel crocodiles could endure the scythe strike without dying, the accompanying electric attack had already begun to erode part of their bodies, causing a short circuit that rendered that portion immobile. This was no different from being paralyzed. Just then, several steel tails lashed out at Zhang Wei like iron spears. Zhang Wei was startled. He had no desire to experience the feeling of being struck by a steel crocodile's tail. With the thrusters igniting, he swiftly dodged while continuously swinging his scythe, producing a piercing sound as it cut through the air. Each swing left a shocking scar on the steel crocodiles. In just a few minutes, a significant portion of the ferocious steel crocodiles had been incapacitated. The smile on the Monkey King's face vanished, replaced by deep fear and anxiety. It had never anticipated that these brutal steel crocodiles could not withstand Zhang Wei's onslaught. In the next moment, the Monkey King turned and fled in a panic. Zhang Wei glanced at the direction the Monkey King had escaped, but did not pursue immediately. He would not let the steel crocodiles go, as they were yielding high-grade energy crystals, which were quite valuable. A few minutes later, Zhang Wei successfully cleared the entire crocodile enclosure, collecting 23 high-grade energy crystals. He used ordinary energy crystals to replenish his power. Within the mech storage, the ordinary energy crystals continuously disappeared, their power gradually infusing into the engine. Zhang Wei had almost flown back to Chuan City from Xinfeng Mountain using his thrusters, and after experiencing 2 battles in the zoo, his engine power was starting to wane. Using ordinary energy crystals to replenish his power now felt completely justified, especially since there were still numerous energy crystals waiting for him to harvest in the zoo. Moreover, there were hardly any ordinary energy crystals here. The lowest grade was at least medium grade. A medium grade source crystal contains enough energy to match that of hundreds of ordinary source crystals. And the energy in a high-grade source crystal is similarly superior to that of a medium-grade one. However, using a medium-grade source crystal for energy recovery is more than sufficient. Utilizing a high-grade source crystal for this purpose would be a bit extravagant. This is because high-grade source crystals have the potential to yield valuable items, such as equipment, skills, and even the chance to obtain modules. Modules are crucial components for mechs and play a significant role in differentiating combat capabilities among them. They are not only difficult to acquire, but also provide various enhancements. Unfortunately, Zhang Wei doesn't have the time to activate the high-grade source crystals he has obtained. If he doesn't pursue the Monkey King soon, it might disappear without a trace. If the Monkey King senses danger and escapes the zoo, it will be challenging to locate it in such a vast city like Chuan City. With this thought in mind, Zhang Wei immediately chased after the direction the Monkey King had fled. Just as Zhang Wei was in pursuit of the Monkey King, a group of mechs appeared at the entrance of the zoo. Leading them were a uniform set of earth-toned mechs. If Zhang Wei were to see them, he would undoubtedly recognize them, as they were identical to the 15-meter-tall heavy mech he had dismantled. Boss, the mechanical creatures in this zoo must be quite advanced. We're bound to gather a lot of high-grade source crystals. Just be careful when we go in. If anyone damages a mech, you'll see how I deal with you, Zhang Tao's voice rang out. He was piloting an ultra-heavy mech that stood at 17 meters tall. This mech represents the pinnacle of initial mechs, having been customized from a mining dump truck. Chapter 11. What the hell? Are you crazy? Don't worry, boss. We got this. We won't damage the mech at all. Besides, look at how powerful our mech is. Who could possibly damage it? The pilot of the 15-meter-tall heavy mech spoke up with confidence. Hearing this, Zhang Tao felt a swell of pride. Before the apocalypse, he was a big shot in Chuan City, and now that the end of the world has come, he is determined to expand his influence and cover an even greater sky. Let us go, Zhang Tao said with enthusiasm, waving his hand as he led the way into the zoo. However, once they entered, they were taken aback, as the scene before them exceeded their expectations. What is going on here? Zhang Tao turned to his group of underlings. If the metal debris scattered across the ground belonged to the mechs, he wouldn't be surprised at all, as they had already experienced the power of mechanical beasts. There were quite a few mechanical beasts in the mining area, and it took them considerable effort to eliminate those. Yet, the sight before him was hard for Zhang Tao to believe. The metal scraps on the ground clearly belonged to mechanical beasts. If other mechanical beasts had taken down these creatures, they should have consumed the remains instead. It was evident that someone had dismantled these mechanical beasts. Boss, someone is stealing the kills. One of the clever underlings shouted excitedly. Let us go see who it is. Zhang Tao was anxious. He had already collected a good number of source crystals and knew how important they were. His mech level had already reached 6, and he was planning to boost it to level 10 with this haul. If someone got to the source crystals of the mechanical beast in the zoo before him, how would he continue? Would he have to scour the city corner by corner to clean up the mechanical beasts? That would be far too inefficient. Without hesitation, Zhang Tao led his group of underlings charging into the depths of the zoo. The sight of a swarm of mechs running together was quite impressive, the ground shaking significantly beneath their weight. Zhang Wei, who was chasing the Monkey King, felt the tremors and raised an eyebrow in surprise. What kind of massive creature is coming this way? He glanced back for a moment but thought, whatever. He continued his pursuit, ignoring the vibrations behind him, focused solely on the fleeing Monkey King ahead. The Monkey King was faster than the average mechanical monkey, but it was up against Zhang Wei, whose combat power was nearly 10 times greater. Therefore, the Monkey King had no chance of escaping. As Zhang Wei closed in, the Monkey King had no choice but to turn around and face him, its blue eyes flashing with fear. However, it didn't give up without a fight. It bared its teeth and tried to intimidate Zhang Wei. You weren't laughing like that a moment ago, Zhang Wei coldly mocked, dismissing the Monkey King's attempts at intimidation. Human, spare me. The Monkey King's voice was synthesized electronically, tinged with a hint of desperation. You're thinking too much. Zhang Wei didn't want to waste a single word on the Monkey King. There were plenty of mechanical creatures in the zoo waiting for him. Moreover, the vibrations behind him were getting closer, and Zhang Wei didn't want to let the Monkey King escape again when facing those other mechanical beings. The Monkey King wanted to say something, But what met it instead was Zhang Wei's battle scythe, crackling with electric energy. The scythe, striking down with the force of thunder, left the Monkey King with no chance to defend itself. The initial mech had no offensive capabilities, and similarly, the initial mechanical creatures only had their instincts, hardly different from their original forms. The battle scythe struck the Monkey King fiercely, and the blue glow in its eyes vanished in an instant. In its place was a high-grade source crystal, radiating a dazzling red light. Let go of that source crystal. Before Zhang Wei could put the crystal away, a roar echoed from behind him. Collect. Without turning around, Zhang Wei directly stored the high-grade source crystal in his mech storage space. Once he finished collecting, he slowly turned around. A mech? It's you. Just one glance, and Zhang Wei recognized the newcomer. Zhang Tao, upon seeing Zhang Wei, had a similar realization. Originally, Zhang Tao wanted the high-grade source crystal produced by the Monkey King. However, his focus had shifted. He now desired the battle scythe in Zhang Wei's hands. Just looking at it, one could tell how formidable it was. A 12-meter-tall mech? You've got some good fortune. I'm Zhang Tao from Chuan City Mining. Have you heard of me? Zhang Tao introduced himself with a hint of arrogance. He didn't take Zhang Wei too seriously. After all, the height of the mech spoke volumes. The simplest way to gauge a mech's combat power is by its size. Zhang Tao's 17-meter-tall mech had a combat power advantage of 20 points over Zhang Wei's 15-meter mech, with Zhang Wei's mech being only 12 meters tall. How much combat power could he really possess, even with a weapon? Besides, Zhang Tao commanded nearly 30 mechs of various sizes. He could surely handle a 12-meter mech. However, Zhang Tao believed in winning people over with respect. He didn't want to forcibly take Zhang Wei's scythe. He wanted Zhang Wei to join him as a subordinate. To Zhang Tao, Zhang Wei was undoubtedly a strong fighter. Zhang Tao, I know you. Zhang Wei couldn't pretend otherwise. He had taken the engine from one of Zhang Tao's mechs. Just knowing is enough. Come work with me. I guarantee you won't regret it. Zhang Tao casually extended an olive branch, even without specifying what benefits he could offer. In his view, just being recognized was sufficient. Have you forgotten to take your medication? Zhang Wei's tone was cold. He had initially considered the possibility of working with Zhang Tao, but was taken aback that this guy was trying to recruit him instead. What did you say? Zhang Tao felt a bit suspicious about whether there was something wrong with his ears. Mainly because he couldn't believe that Zhang Wei dared to speak to him like that. The Chuan City Zoo is my territory. You came in one way, and you can leave the same way. If you don't leave, you'll face the consequences. You crazy dog, have you lost your mind? Brother, stop wasting time with him. Just take him out, shouted one of the younger guys standing next to Zhang Tao in anger. Zhang Tao didn't respond immediately, but he clearly trembled with anger. After a few seconds, he burst into laughter, saying, haha, good, very good. It's been a long time since anyone spoke to me like that. Go ahead and take him out, but be careful not to damage the weapon in his hand. Chapter 12. Look behind you. Zhang Tao had no intention of taking action himself. He merely issued a casual command, and nearly 30 mechs charged towards Zhang Wei. At this moment, it was time for these underlings to show their loyalty. It's important to note that these mechs were all under Zhang Tao's ownership, granting him absolute control. Once Zhang Tao withdrew his authorization, these individuals would be unable to operate the mechs. However, Zhang Wei didn't even bother to glance at the mechs. A bunch of trash. He didn't even bother to look at them. Were these mechs? In the hands of these people, even the finest mechs became clumsy heaps of metal, wobbling and swaying as they ran, as if they would topple over with just a touch. But it wasn't entirely their fault for being so clumsy. With the apocalypse just having arrived, who in the world could match Zhang Wei in terms of proficiency in operating mechs? Those worthless dogs dared to act so arrogantly. They deserved to be destroyed. A lightweight mech was the first to pounce on Zhang Wei. For a moment, Zhang Wei was taken aback when he saw the mech charging towards him. If he wasn't mistaken, this should be a ranged combat mech, right? He noticed the weapon in the mech's hand was a gun. A proton freeze gun with considerable power. This indicated that the mech's prototype was likely an expensive sports car. If it were a standard vehicle transformed into a mech, it would only have access to ordinary weapons like machine guns, rifles, or shotguns. High-end weapons like freeze guns or high-temperature guns could only be wielded by high-tier mechs. However, what kind of nonsense was it for a ranged mech to rush in and engage in close combat rather than staying back and using its freeze gun? Zhang Wei couldn't understand it, but only those who chose the ranged mech knew the pain in their hearts, given their lack of proficiency in operating the mechs. Expecting them to hit a target from a distance was nothing short of a joke. Therefore, the current ranged mechs could only try to close the distance to their target before firing, which at least slightly increased their accuracy. At this moment, the lightweight ranged mech charging at Zhang Wei had the same thought. However, it could only be said that his thinking was overly optimistic, because as he reached what he believed was an appropriate distance, he also entered Zhang Wei's attack range. The battle scythe itself was 10 meters long. And even if Zhang Wei held it from the lower middle end, its reach exceeded 10 meters due to the arm of Zhang Wei's mech being around 5 meters long. Bang! The freeze gun fired. A burst of ice blue energy shot out from the muzzle, heading straight into the distance. That shot didn't even come close to Zhang Wei. In contrast, Zhang Wei's battle scythe sliced through the air, accompanied by a sharp sound. As the purple electric arc cut through the lightweight mech's chest, the sharpness of the scythe combined perfectly with Zhang Wei's strength. And the destructive power of that strike instantly sliced the lightweight mech in half. Moreover, not only was the lightweight mech severed, but the person controlling it inside the mech's abdomen met the same fate. Typically, when humans operated mechs, they were located in the mech's abdomen. Following this, the sounds of metal grinding and metal clashing filled the air. The mecha charging towards Zhang Wei seemed to hit an invisible pause button, with a chaotic pile of mechas collapsing into one another. However, the disarray of the mechas was nothing compared to the turmoil in the hearts of the onlookers. What had they just witnessed? A single sweep of a scythe had completely destroyed a mecha. What kind of terrifying power was that? Fortunately, their mechas were slower than the recently destroyed lightweight one. Otherwise, they might have been the one split in two right now. Zhang Tao was equally shocked. He had thought Zhang Wei would make a decent fighter, but he never expected his combat prowess to be this fierce. Naturally, he now coveted the war scythe in Zhang Wei's hands even more. You're impressive, but no matter how strong you are, you can't withstand the siege from us. Even if we can't get close to you, we can still trap you here. How about we make a deal? Although Zhang Tao was arrogant, he was also clever. If he were just a mindless braggart, he would never have become one of the top 10 war gods. Let's hear it, Zhang Wei replied. Not really interested in making a deal, but willing to listen to what Zhang Tao had to say. Hand over your weapon, and I'll give you 100 source crystals. I'll also allow you to hunt in this zoo, and you can stand on equal footing with me in the future. What do you say? Zhang Tao laid out his bargaining chips. Regardless of the details, his first goal was to trick Zhang Wei into relinquishing his weapon. Once Zhang Wei was unarmed, he would be at Zhang Tao's mercy. Hey, wake up. It's still daytime. Zhang Wei pointed at the sky, making his mockery clear. 100 source crystals? If I'm not mistaken, those must be ordinary ones, right? And you have the audacity to say you'll allow me to hunt in the zoo? Did you not hear what I just said? The zoo is already under my control. It's my territory. As for standing on equal footing, that's even more impossible. In this life, you don't have the qualification to stand on equal ground with me. In fact, your greatest opportunity has already been taken by me. Are you trying to bring us both down? Zhang Tao roared in anger. He had already made such concessions, yet this guy was still unyielding. You, of all people, have no right to drag me down with you. Zhang Wei laid out this harsh reality. By the way, I suggest you take a look behind you. Zhang Wei pointed in the direction behind Zhang Tao. Upon hearing Zhang Wei's words, Zhang Tao instinctively turned around. The moment he did, he was so shocked he nearly jumped out of his skin. At some point, a swarm of mechanical creatures had appeared behind him. And they weren't small creatures like mice or monkeys. They were a herd of mechanical deer, each standing at least 5 meters tall. There were at least 50 or 60 of them, with sharp steel antlers measuring 2 meters long. If one of these things charged at him, Zhang Tao figured even his 17-meter-tall mecha would be pierced through. How had they silently approached him? No, that was no longer important. What mattered was that they were charging at him. Get up, block them. Zhang Tao shouted urgently, urging his scattered subordinates to get back on their feet. Unfortunately, the herd of deer gave the mechs no chance at all. Under the command of a mutated creature, the herd charged at the disorganized mechs. Zhang Wei shook his head subtly. He knew that nearly all of these mechs were about to be destroyed. At the same time, he glanced at Zhang Tao. It seemed that in his previous life, he must have gained superhuman combat power, which allowed him to sail smoothly through challenges. Otherwise, with his level of intelligence, even with a 17-meter super heavy mech as a favorable start, he would have met a tragic end. As Zhang Wei analyzed the situation, he quietly observed, showing no intention of stepping in to help. In fact, not adding fuel to the fire was already a sign of kindness from him. The main reason was that Zhang Wei didn't want to waste energy. Destroying nearly 30 mechs would be quite energy-consuming. And the key was that he wouldn't gain any benefits from doing so. This way was much better. Let the herd deal with these guys. And then he could step in to handle the herd himself. Chapter 13. Mechanical Deer, Electromagnetic Pulse Brother, help me. Zhang Tao's voice was frantic as he rushed towards Zhang Wei. The clash between the herd of deer and the mechas was earth-shattering. In just the first wave of collision, 10 mechas had lost their light, their vitality extinguished. The remaining mechas were all heavily damaged, and given their condition, it was utterly unrealistic to expect them to withstand the next wave of attacks. Even the 15-meter-tall heavy mechas were no exception. Zhang Wei couldn't help but curse in his mind at the wastefulness of it all. Such impressive mechas were being squandered on these people. As for saving lives, why should he? Just because you have money? Before the apocalypse, money might have meant something, But now, brother, save me. I can give you anything, money, women, anything you want. Zhang Tao understood that he couldn't escape the mechanical deer's pursuit. His control over the mecha was about on par with that of his underlings, and he would be caught before he could get far. At this moment, the only one who could save him was Zhang Wei. It was only now that Zhang Tao truly felt how terrifying Zhang Wei was. He recalled the metal wreckage he had seen upon entering the zoo. How many of these mechanical creatures had this person slaughtered to create such a pile of scrap metal? I'm not interested in what you have to offer. And don't call me brother. My name is Zhang Wei, arrogant Zhang, the one and only Wei. At that moment, Zhang Wei was indeed exuding arrogance. Unfortunately, there were no other witnesses besides Zhang Tao. Zhang Tao had no time to worry about whether Zhang Wei was just boasting. He only wanted to survive. Big brother Zhang Wei, we share the same surname. We might even be relatives. If you save me today, I'll definitely repay you. By the way, I have source crystals. I know places where high-quality source crystals can be found, and they're all yours. The notion of being relatives wound sway Zhang Wei, but the mention of source crystals caught his interest. After all, Zhang Tao was a legendary figure from his past life, one of the 10 great war gods. The fortunes he had encountered were surely not limited to the legendary skills from New Wind Mountain. If he could acquire Zhang Tao's other opportunities as well, Zhang Wei would be one step closer to his goal of invincibility. Stand behind me, Zhang Wei ordered Zhang Tao, his tone leaving no room for argument. Zhang Tao had been waiting for this order and didn't dare utter another word. All right. However, before Zhang Tao could even move to position himself behind Zhang Wei, he saw Zhang Wei's mecha soar into the sky, effortlessly leaping over the head of Zhang Tao's mecha and landing firmly before the herd of deer. By this time, the herd had mostly taken down Zhang Tao's underlings, and they unleashed a wild, furious aura at the sight of Zhang Wei daring to stand before them. However, one of the anomalous mechanical deer in the herd let out a soft call, calming the agitated group. You've got some sense. Realizing I'm not to be trifled with? But just because you're hesitating doesn't mean I'll let you off the hook. With that, Zhang Wei swung his battle scythe and charged towards the herd of deer. Dismantling the mechanical deer yields no benefits, but by hunting them down, Zhang Wei can gain tangible rewards. The once calm herd of deer erupted into chaos upon noticing Zhang Wei's movements. The prey dared to launch a countercharge against the hunter, a bold provocation to his authority. Without needing direction from the hybrid mechanical deer, the ones at the front immediately charged at Zhang Wei. As he watched a mechanical deer lower its head and charge with its antlers aimed at him, Zhang Wei sneered. Did they take me for one of those foolish ones that have already been dismantled? Wielding his scythe, which had a hook-like blade extending over a meter long, Zhang Wei easily maneuvered it past the deer's antlers and plunged it into the mechanical deer's body. The mechanical deer's defenses were no match for the steel crocodile. With one swift strike, it was gutted. The mechanical deer charging towards Zhang Wei collapsed in its tracks. Zhang Tao stood dumbfounded nearby, panic rising in his chest. Witnessing Zhang Wei's true combat prowess left him astonished at his own survival. He had just foolishly provoked such a powerful being. As Zhang Tao watched in horror, the mechanical deer fell one after another. No matter from what angle they tried to charge at Zhang Wei, it was all in vain. Even when groups of mechanical deer charged from all directions, Zhang Wei effortlessly dodged them, claiming the lives of 2 or 3 in the process. In less than 5 minutes, the herd had dwindled to just 5 surviving mechanical deer, one of which was the hybrid. Human, you are very strong. I do not wish to be your enemy. The mechanical deer spoke. Zhang Tao's jaw dropped in disbelief at hearing the mechanical deer articulate human speech. Zhang Wei, however, was unfazed. What do you have to offer in exchange for your life? He asked, not rushing to strike the hybrid mechanical deer. Sometimes, these mechanical beings could provide valuable items hidden within them, such as certain equipment. The hybrid mechanical deer stuttered. What could I possibly offer? Perhaps the source crystals from the metal wreckage on the ground? Those source crystals seem to belong to you in the first place, Zhang Wei replied. Then, since there's nothing to exchange, your life will have to suffice. With that, Zhang Wei sprang into action, moving as swiftly as the wind. As he charged towards the hybrid mechanical deer, the 4 mechanical deer surrounding it collided with him in a desperate attempt to delay him. However, these sudden attackers could only buy a little time. But that was exactly what the hybrid mechanical deer needed. Electromagnetic pulse, it murmured in its mind. Suddenly, brilliant electrical sparks erupted from its antlers, radiating an intense light as if to engulf everything around it. 2 bolts of electricity intertwined and converged into a straight current, like lightning slicing through the night sky, racing towards Zhang Wei. Be careful, Zhang Tao shouted, his voice tinged with tension and fear. Zhang Tao wasn't genuinely worried about Zhang Wei's safety. Rather, he knew that Zhang Wei couldn't afford to die. If Zhang Wei were to perish, he would be in deep trouble as well. If Zhang Wei couldn't even take down this mechanical deer, how could someone like him, with combat skills far inferior to Zhang Wei's, possibly stand a chance against it? Zhang Wei was quite surprised. He hadn't expected the mechanical deer to master its skills so quickly. After just having defeated a mechanical deer, Zhang Wei held his battle scythe in front of him. At that moment, he wished he had a shield. Unfortunately, his battle scythe was a two-handed weapon, which meant while it granted him immense attack power, it also came at the cost of some defensive capability. Chapter 14. Don't worry, big brother. I won't run away. The electromagnetic beam shot forth like a streak of lightning, crashing directly into the war scythe. In an instant, the powerful force swept over Zhang Wei like a torrential storm, causing him to stagger and involuntarily take 2 steps back. The war scythe was unable to completely withstand the intensity of the electromagnetic beam, and part of it coiled around Zhang Wei's arms like a serpent. Once his arms were enveloped by this energy, they felt as if they were bound by an invisible force, becoming sluggish and heavy. However, that was all there was to it. Is that it? My turn now. Although his arms were affected by the electromagnetic force, causing them to move slowly, Zhang Wei was still able to wield the war scythe. With a powerful swing, the scythe sliced through the air with a sharp whoosh, aiming fiercely at the mechanical deer. At this point, the mechanical deer had lost most of its power, having exhausted all its energy to unleash the electromagnetic beam. Evading? Impossible. Zhang Wei's speed was like lightning, incredibly swift, and even a fully charged mechanical deer could not escape the fierce strike of his scythe. With a single blow, the mechanical deer was cleaved in 2, sealing its fate. Zhang Wei stepped forward and quickly approached the remains of the mechanical deer, collecting the source crystal that had exploded from within it into his mech storage space. However, to his slight disappointment, the crystal, though brilliant, was only of high quality and did not reach the epic level he had hoped for. He had expected that this skillful mechanical deer would at least yield an epic-grade source crystal, but reality proved otherwise. Big brother, you're amazing. Zhang Tao spoke up at an inopportune moment. In truth, he didn't want to disturb Zhang Wei. If possible, he would have preferred to use his earth-escaping skill to flee. Unfortunately, he didn't possess that ability. So rather than waiting for Zhang Wei to notice him, he figured it would be better to say some flattering words. Your turn. What will you offer to save your life? Zhang Wei slowly turned around. Although he didn't exude any particular aura, Zhang Tao still felt a dizzying pressure enveloping him. What can I offer? The recently slain mechanical deer had perished because it couldn't produce anything to trade for its life, and now Zhang Tao found himself in the same predicament. I have something good. Zhang Tao hurriedly replied, fearing that if he hesitated, Zhang Wei's side would fall upon him. Zhang Wei remained silent, his azure gaze fixed steadily on Zhang Tao. Zhang Tao spoke nervously. Besides knowing about that source crystal, I also have good equipment. Show me. As for whether the equipment was good or bad, Zhang Wei had his own standards for judgment. If Zhang Tao was trying to deceive him, Zhang Wei wouldn't mind making him suffer a little. Zhang Tao felt quite reluctant, but to save his life, he had no choice but to obediently open the armor of his mech's abdomen and pull out a cargo compartment emanating a purple glow. This is an epic-grade ion protection chamber. It has a large internal space, and I obtained it from an epic-grade source crystal. Actually, there was no need for Zhang Tao to introduce it. Zhang Wei already knew that this cargo hold was definitely a high-end item as soon as he saw it. Big brother, can I trade my life for this? Zhang Tao looked at Zhang Wei uncertainly. Sure. Zhang Wei didn't show his excitement, responding rather calmly. Hearing Zhang Wei's affirmative answer, Zhang Tao let out a sigh of relief. He then obediently stepped forward to personally hand over the cargo hold to Zhang Wei. The sight of a 17-meter-tall mech respectfully bowing to a 12-meter-tall mech was somewhat hard to believe. It resembled a high school student respectfully offering snacks to an elementary school student. Zhang Wei casually equipped the cargo hold into the designated compartment of his mech. Originally, his mech didn't have a cargo hold, which saved him the trouble of replacing anything. Ding. Equipped with an epic-grade ion cargo hold, combat power 20. Any equipment, regardless of its position, could increase combat power. Although 20 points was too much, it was better than having nothing, and this cargo hold was merely an internal storage device, primarily meant for storing items. You're done here. You can leave now. After equipping the cargo hold, Zhang Wei casually issued a dismissal order. You're letting me go just like that? Zhang Tao couldn't quite believe his ears. He never expected Zhang Wei would let him leave so easily. If he were in Zhang Wei's position, wouldn't killing him and taking the treasure be the most reasonable choice? What's wrong? You want to stay longer? Do you have more good stuff? No, it's just that piece of source crystal. Once I finish up here, I'll come find you. Zhang Wei's words instantly plunged Zhang Tao's mood into despair. Find me? For what? Now I can't even look at you without feeling sick. What if I find the source crystal and have someone deliver it to you? Then we'd be even, right? However, Zhang Tao didn't dare voice such a hopeful wish. He could only mumble, all right, big brother, I'll go help you get that source crystal now. Don't even think about running away. Chuan City is relatively safe right now, as long as you don't act recklessly. You won't run into any trouble with your abilities. But if you escape the city, you might not see the sunrise again. Zhang Wei reminded Zhang Tao. Since they were already enemies, it would be safer to eliminate him. However, Zhang Wei abandoned that thought. Zhang Tao clearly had strong luck. Most of the good things Zhang Wei possessed came from him. Therefore, keeping Zhang Tao alive was far better than killing him. As long as Zhang Wei visited him every few days, there should be pleasant surprises. Don't worry, big brother, I won't run. I definitely won't run. Zhang Tao repeatedly gestured to reassure Zhang Wei. Let us go. Zhang Wei pointed toward the entrance of the zoo. All right, big brother. Zhang Tao left respectfully. And as soon as he was out of Zhang Wei's sight, he immediately sprinted home at full speed. Zhang Wei watched as Zhang Tao disappeared from sight. And then he began to use ordinary source crystals to restore himself. His energy needed replenishing, and the damage his arms sustained from the electromagnetic pulse also required healing. The energy contained in the ordinary source crystals was sufficient for this. Just as his machine autonomously began to absorb the ordinary source crystals to recover, Zhang Wei pulled out a pile of loot from the internal space of the mech. There were intermediate source crystals provided by the mechanical monkey, as well as advanced source crystals from the mechanical crocodile and mechanical deer, over 100 of them in total. He started activating the source crystals one by one, beginning with the intermediate ones. As expected, none of the intermediate source crystals provided any equipment. They all converted into mech experience points. Several dozen intermediate source crystals pushed Zhang Wei's mech level up to level 13. Although the level increase wasn't substantial, the added combat power was satisfying after level 10. Each level gain contributed an additional 4 points to combat power. With the intermediate crystals yielding nothing, he felt hopeful about the numerous advanced source crystals. Especially since 2 of them were exotic drops, surely they would yield something useful. Zhang Wei began activating the advanced source crystals with anticipation. The experience points provided by advanced source crystals were significantly greater, and his mech level began to rise rapidly. Finally, when he activated the 17th source crystal, he received a reward. Ding! You have obtained a fine-grade cylindrical cargo hold. A cargo hold. Zhang Wei felt disappointed. He already had an epic-grade cargo hold. What use was a fine-grade one? He stored it away. Zhang Wei placed the cylindrical cargo hold into his cargo space. The internal space of the epic-grade cargo hold was quite large. The hold was cylindrical, measuring only half a meter in length, 30 centimeters in width, and 50 centimeters in height. Yet, this small cargo hold had over 10 cubic meters of space. Such a capacity was more than enough to hold many items. As for why he kept the useless cargo hold, it was certainly for a reason. Although Zhang Wei had no need for such a low-grade cargo hold, others might. And even if he couldn't trade it directly, it could still be exchanged for some source crystals. Chapter 15. There will always be a time to find you. After Zhang Wei stored away the cylindrical cargo hold, he continued to activate the source crystals. Perhaps it was due to the early stages of the mechanical descent, but the high-level source crystals yielded no equipment at all. Except for the last 2 exotic source crystals that popped up, everything else was just experience points. Is my luck really this bad? Zhang Wei felt a bit disgruntled. He hadn't experienced such a streak of bad luck even in his previous life. Let us see if you can deliver. Zhang Wei placed his last hopes on the remaining 2 source crystals. Activate. Ding. Acquired skill, Death Ray. Zhang Wei instantly grinned. Finally, something good. He continued to activate the next crystal. Ding. Acquired exceptional external armor, reinforced alloy armor. As expected, it had to be the exotic type. Zhang Wei was very satisfied with the loot from these 2 source crystals. Learn Death Ray. Ding. Successfully learned Death Ray. Death Ray, active skill. Attacks multiple targets in a straight line. This skill must have come from the exotic mechanical deer. Not bad at all. Zhang Wei nodded in satisfaction. The Death Ray skill can be considered a form of ranged attack, which helps to make up for Zhang Wei's shortcomings. Moreover, this Death Ray has effects similar to the electromagnetic beams of the exotic mechanical deer, capable of not only destroying targets, but also paralyzing them. Equip Reinforced Alloy Armor. Exceptional Reinforced Alloy Armor Combat Power. 30 Durability. 500 Not too shabby, Zhang Wei commented. All armor can adapt to the size of the mech. Compared to the Death Ray skill, the armor seemed a bit underwhelming. The increase in combat power was just average for Zhang Wei. However, armor provides defensive capabilities, so a smaller increase in combat power is understandable. As for how well the armor defends, it depends on the quality and materials. Reinforced alloy is considered decent at the beginning of the apocalypse, and it should be able to withstand attacks from ordinary mechanical creatures without a problem. Durability indicates the wear and tear of the external armor. If the durability is too low, its defensive capabilities will be significantly reduced. The mech's level has increased to level 19, and the leveling speed is quite fast. If things continue like this, it's likely that I can reach level 30 today. Level 30 allows the mech to undergo a second evolution. Zhang Wei had imagined that his journey would be smooth sailing, but he never expected it to go this well. Completing the first 2 mech evolutions on the very first day of the apocalypse was something he could hardly have dreamed of before his rebirth. With that thought, Zhang Wei quickly got up. He had consumed all the ordinary source crystals, and the mech's power was restored to 90. The numbness in his arms had also disappeared. No more source crystals. Zhang Wei muttered to himself as he walked deeper into the zoo. At this moment, he truly had no source crystals left, not a single intermediate or advanced one, just a few ordinary crystals. Collecting source crystals was now urgent. He hadn't walked far when he entered the fox enclosure. However, there were no signs of any foxes in the area. Strange, right? Zhang Wei felt puzzled. But as he ventured deeper into the zoo, his sense of unease only grew. Zebra zone, giraffe zone, hippo zone. To Zhang Wei's surprise, these areas were completely deserted, with not a single mechanical creature in sight. Had they all been taken out by the mechanical beast from the predator zone? A wave of confusion washed over him. But he quickly decided not to linger in the herbivore areas and headed straight for the predator zone. Mechanical beasts were inherently bloodthirsty and frenzied, and their combat capabilities were significantly stronger than those of herbivorous mechanical creatures, which was why Zhang Wei had planned to deal with them later. However, when he entered the predator zone, his confusion turned into anger. Where had all the creatures gone? To his astonishment, the predator zone was also empty, with not a single mechanical creature in sight. Zhang Wei had intended to harvest more source crystals for his second evolution, but he never expected something like this to happen. The creatures were gone. How could he evolve now? In reality, those mechanical creatures were doing just fine. They had merely escaped from the zoo. Some of them sensed Zhang Wei's presence when he slaughtered the monkey group. After he wiped out the crocodile group, a portion of the mechanical creatures chose to flee. Even those who hadn't transformed into alien species had an instinct for self-preservation. Moreover, those that had already evolved into possessed intelligence comparable to humans. They not only knew how to survive in this perilous world, but also understood how to avoid potential threats. Originally, about half of the mechanical creatures had fled. But after Zhang Wei eliminated the mechanical deer that had learned to use skills, all the mechanical creatures in the zone fled in groups. Who would wait to die in the face of a killing machine? If Zhang Wei hadn't chosen to activate the source crystal after Zhang Tao left and hadn't wasted time, he might have caught some mechanical creatures. Now it was too late. They were all gone. Let's see where you can run to. Zhang Wei knew that the mechanical creatures here were definitely not dead. There were hardly any mechanical remains in these zones. And in his previous life, countless human lives had been sacrificed to eliminate the mechanical creatures in the zoo. Now, since he hadn't attacked them, they must still be alive. They had simply left the zoo. As long as they didn't escape from Chuan City, he would eventually encounter them again. With that thought, Zhang Wei turned and walked away. What was the point of staying here without any mechanical creatures? Although he looked down on the weak mechanical creatures wandering around the city, killing them would at least yield some rewards, which was better than doing nothing at all. Suddenly, he remembered Han Xiao and Han Su. Should he go check on those two? With no monsters to slay, Zhang Wei decided to take a look. If they were doing well, he would definitely find a way to have some fun at their expense. If they were having a miserable time, he would consider whether to add to their troubles. After all, with nothing else to do, it would also be good to clear out some mechanical creatures along the way and collect source crystals. After leaving the zoo, Zhang Wei walked leisurely down the street without running. Although the street remained in a state of chaos, there were not many obstacles in his way. Gone were the days of bustling traffic. Now, only a few mechanical creatures roamed about, hunting humans. Zhang Wei witnessed someone being pursued but felt no urge to intervene. He was not a savior. In this apocalyptic world, one's survival depended on their own abilities, and if someone died, they had no one to blame but themselves. It was only when those mechanical creatures foolishly provoked him that he would reveal his ruthless methods. However, even though Zhang Wei rarely took action, his sharp and effective techniques did not go unnoticed. Chapter 16. How could I possibly be attracted to this woman? Photos capturing Zhang Wei's feats of slaying mechanical creatures spread like wildfire across various group chats and social media circles. Videos showcasing Zhang Wei's every swing of the battle scythe and flawless kills served as testament to his incredible power. Oh my god, this person is amazing. Can we be saved? Someone exclaimed, their words dripping with a desperate longing for life. Does anyone have this guy's contact information? I can pay him a lot of money. I want him to protect me. Another voice echoed the sentiment, filled with a similar fervor for survival. However, not everyone shared the admiration. Some scoffed at the notion, it's the end of the world, what good is money now? If he has that kind of ability, he should shoulder the responsibility. This statement sparked a rebuttal, nonsense. His strength is his own business. Why should he protect you? Is he your father? How can you say that? Have you lost your humanity? Disputes erupted in the group chats, fueled by a fire of various opinions. Some voices were filled with pleas and hopes, while others sought to tempt or hire him with money, and still others attempted to bind him with moral obligations. These myriad voices intertwined chaotically, like a disorganized symphony. Nonetheless, Zhang Wei's emergence felt like a refreshing breeze, instilling confidence in some. After all, if Zhang Wei could effortlessly vanquish those mechanical monsters, then surely they could too. Especially since most people possessed mechs of their own. At this moment, Zhang Tao had returned to his villa, holding his phone and wearing a disdainful smile as he scrolled through the screen. You know, the wealthy always have their privileges, no matter the situation. Despite Zhang Wei having wiped out around 30 of Zhang Tao's subordinates in one fell swoop, he still had plenty of men and mechs at his disposal. His family owned a mining company and had numerous vehicles under their name. Outside the Zhang family villa, several 10-meter-tall mechs patrolled, standing guard. What a bunch of fools. Expecting him to protect you? It's insane. He thought to himself. The fact that he hasn't killed you all already is a mercy. Hey, did we get the source crystal? Zhang Tao shouted outward while still scrolling on his phone. At this point, he had separated from his mech, wearing a dusty yellow mech core around his neck. As long as the mech core was on him, he could merge with his mech at any time. After the initial transformation, the disassembled mech would enter the core, as if there were an immense space within it. Young master, our people are on the way to find it. We should have news soon. A butler-like figure stood before Zhang Tao, his demeanor more respectful than before the apocalypse. There was no choice. Before the end times, if Zhang Tao was displeased, it might only result in a few harsh words. But now, in this new world, losing a life was a trivial matter. If Zhang Tao were truly angered, it could mean death for someone. Hurry up. I don't have much time. Zhang Tao waved his hand impatiently, feeling as if a dark cloud loomed over him in the form of Zhang Wei. He had no idea when Zhang Wei would show up. What would happen if Zhang Wei appeared before him, and he didn't have what he wanted? Zhang Tao dared not think further. All right, young master. I'll go urge him now. Just as the butler was about to leave, Zhang Tao suddenly called out, Wait, never mind, go ahead. He waved his hand in resignation. Initially, Zhang Tao wanted the butler to arrange for a few girls to come in, but thinking it over, he realized he really wasn't in the mood for that. The butler bowed and left. Should he investigate Zhang Wei's background? But with only a name to go on. How could he do that? The internet wasn't completely down yet, so he could still look up some information. However, Zhang Tao didn't even know what Zhang Wei looked like or his age. He only had a name to start from. Where could he begin? Forget it. He shouldn't provoke him. With that guy's cold personality, even if he captured his family, it probably wouldn't be enough to threaten him. If he really got angry, everyone here would be in danger. Zhang Tao abandoned his unfriendly thoughts. Someone like that could only be appeased, not provoked. As night fell, it blanketed the city like a massive black velvet cloth. Zhang Wei strolled leisurely towards the neighborhood where Han Su lived. At this moment, the entire area was shrouded in smoke, metal debris scattered everywhere, yet the surroundings were eerily quiet. The initial chaos of the apocalypse had mostly subsided. The damned had perished. Those who needed to hide had concealed themselves. Some mechanical creatures had been eliminated, while many more lurked in the shadows, waiting for the right moment to strike. In Han Su's neighborhood, Zhang Wei had already spotted several mechanical creatures hidden in the darkness. Most of them were former pet cats and dogs, now devoid of their former gentleness and cuteness, replaced by coldness and cruelty. When their gazes met Zhang Wei's, they chose to retreat, their survival instincts telling them that this mech was not to be trifled with. There weren't many medium-sized mechs in the city, most were lightweight, transformed from motorcycles and cars. The mechanical creatures that had been destroyed during the day were mostly taken out by these lightweight mechs. If lightweight mechs could take down these mechanical cats and dogs, how much more so could Zhang Wei's medium-sized mech? Today was just the beginning. Tomorrow would be even more exciting. No, perhaps tonight would already be thrilling. Zhang Wei glanced up at the sky. Animals had been transformed into mechanical creatures, including birds. During the day, there hadn't been many avian mechanical creatures around, not because they were more merciful than other animals, but because they were still adapting to their new body structures as they needed to fly. Tonight, military planes would patrol the city, and they would be attacked by the avian mechanical creatures. This was something Zhang Wei had personally experienced in his previous life. As he pondered this, he arrived at the base of Han Su's building. Han Su lived on the 3rd floor of a 6-story building. With Zhang Wei's current height, looking directly at Han Su's house was no problem at all. However, Zhang Wei didn't make his presence known. He stood quietly beside Han Su's house, listening intently. Han Su, what are you really thinking? Why is there not a single thing to eat at home? Han Zhao's voice trembled slightly with suppressed anger as she tried to keep her voice low, fearing the terrifying monsters might hear her. What are you shouting about? Even if there was food, it's not like you know how to cook. Aren't you just pretty? There's a single guy living upstairs. Go flirt with him and get some food. Han Su lay on the couch, his face pale and clearly injured. If those words had fallen on the ears of an ordinary woman, she would have been furious by now, but Han Xiao didn't react that way. She frowned slightly, a glimmer of desire flashing in her eyes. Really? It was obvious that Han Xiao was intrigued. Why would I lie to you? Han Su shot her a glare, irritation evident on his face. What do you think? That I have time to joke around right now? Fine, I'll go check it out then. With that, Han Xiao really moved to head upstairs. Zhang Wei felt a wave of disgust wash over him. How could he have ever been interested in a woman like this? He couldn't help but want to slap himself. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, it became common for women to trade their bodies for food. But that was a situation that arose years into the disaster. In the early days of the apocalypse, such behavior was still quite rare. Han Xiao's willingness to act this way clearly showed that she was never really a good person to begin with. Chapter 17. Collecting Interest TikTok. The sound of high heels echoed crisply in the silent hallway, each step striking a chord in the hearts of those who heard it. When Han Xiao reached the fourth floor, her face immediately fell into a delicate, pitiful expression, and she tugged at her clothing with feigned distress. This action revealed even more of her fair skin, already exposed by her cool attire. Bang, bang, bang. Brother, are you home? Can you open the door and give me something to eat? Han Xiao's voice was soft and plaintive, reminiscent of a helpless little girl seeking assistance. In this moment, she perfectly embodied vulnerability. Zhang Wei listened intently to it all, peering through the balcony of the fourth floor. He didn't see the plump figure that Han Su had mentioned, but he did spot a mechanical cat standing about 5 feet tall. Clearly, the mechanical cat had heard Han Xiao's knocking. It paused momentarily, and upon hearing her voice, it revealed sharp, gleaming teeth in a wide grin. Suddenly, the mechanical cat leaped, launching itself at the sturdy security door. As it soared through the air, razor-sharp claws shot out, glinting coldly as though they could slice through any obstacle. When those claws collided forcefully with the door, a piercing screech of metal echoed throughout the room, akin to a blade cutting through nerves, making one instinctively clench their teeth. Han Xiao, completely immersed in her act, turned pale at the sudden noise, her heart racing as she collapsed onto the floor. When she hurriedly looked up, she was met with the horrifying sight of 4 deep cracks appearing on the security door. Through those cracks, she could see the mechanical cat's eyes glowing ominously red. Oh my God! Han Xiao exclaimed, abandoning all pretense as fear surged within her, propelling her to scramble down the stairs in a frantic dash. However, the mechanical cat had no intention of letting her escape easily. Its claws continued to viciously tear at the door, each attack widening the cracks further. The door trembled under the mechanical cat's strength, as if it might shatter at any moment. Fortunately, despite the increasing damage, the door remained sturdy enough to withstand the relentless assault for a short while. In just a few seconds, Han Xiao burst back into Han Su's home, panting heavily, her face a mask of terror and anxiety. Han Su, curled up on the sofa, also wore a look of fear. He had heard the commotion upstairs. What is going on? He asked. Han Xiao slammed the security door shut with all her might, quickly moving away from it while signaling Han Su to be quiet. Sure. Don't say a word. There's a monster upstairs. Her voice was low, each word seeming to squeeze out from between clenched teeth. Upon hearing the word monster, Han Su immediately fell silent. Observing their distressed state, Zhang Wei felt a sense of relief, since the two were already living in such fear. He thought it was best to let things continue as they were. Just as Zhang Wei was about to leave, Han Xiao unexpectedly contacted him by phone. Does she know I'm here? Zhang Wei was somewhat taken aback. He felt he hadn't revealed any signs, and given the capabilities of these two, it should have been impossible for them to discover his presence. With that thought in mind, Zhang Wei answered Han Xiao's call. Hello. Zhang Wei's voice was cold, carrying a sense of distance. However, Han Xiao couldn't care less about his indifference at that moment. With a trembling, tearful voice, she cautiously said to Zhang Wei, where are you? Please, come save me. I'm so hungry, and there's a terrifying monster upstairs. I'm really scared. Can you come quickly to help me? Han Xiao's helplessness was genuine. She truly felt fear and desperation. Although Han Su had a mech, he was badly injured after dealing with Han Xiao's pet, leaving him unable to continue fighting. If that mechanical cat charged down from upstairs, they would really be in danger. Oh, where are you? Zhang Wei asked knowingly after a brief pause. We're at Han Su's house. Can you come save me? Han Xiao's voice was filled with hope. She had no friends in Chuan City. Aside from Han Su, she only knew Zhang Wei. After being frightened by the mechanical cat, she couldn't rely on Han Su and had no choice but to contact Zhang Wei. Right now, food was the least of her concerns. Survival was paramount. I'm nearby. Are you sure the monster is right above Han Su's house? Upon hearing this, Han Xiao was overjoyed, even though Zhang Wei wasn't in front of her. She nodded rapidly like a chick pecking at rice. Yes, it's right upstairs. I understand. With that, Zhang Wei hung up the call. He had initially planned to leave quietly. But since they seemed to crave a more thrilling experience, he decided to give them something exciting. Zhang Wei then acted swiftly, thrusting his war scythe through the fourth-floor balcony into the room. The mechanical cat, which was furiously attacking the security door, was pinned against the wall of the corridor as it crashed through the door. However, the mechanical cat was not finished yet. Its eyes still glowed coldly as it struggled to break free. Zhang Wei smirked coldly and said, "Still not dead?" Before he finished speaking, he lifted the war scythe and swung it down sharply. The tip of the scythe pierced into the mechanical cat's body, producing a sharp metallic clang. Then, with a forceful tug, Zhang Wei pulled the scythe out, leaving a gash in the ground that connected straight to the balcony. Through this gash, Han Xiao and Han Su's terrified faces could be clearly seen. Han Xiao never expected Zhang Wei to appear the moment he hung up the phone. "All right, the monster is taken care of. I'm leaving." Zhang Wei's head appeared outside the balcony of Han Su's house. After leaving this statement, he turned to leave. It wasn't that Zhang Wei didn't want to stay longer. He was just afraid he wouldn't be able to suppress his laughter, watching the terrified expressions on their faces. It was indeed a struggle for Zhang Wei to suppress the satisfaction bubbling up from within. He walked a distance away and glanced back at Han Su's ruined home, which had essentially become an open airspace due to Zhang Wei's scythe. Tonight, mechanical birds would appear, and Zhang Wei could already imagine how terrified the two of them would be at that moment. This was just collecting a bit of interest. Compared to what you did to me in your past lives, this was nothing. With that thought, Zhang Wei quickly left. Just as he was about to exit the neighborhood, Han Xiao contacted him again. It was that Han Xiao didn't call out to Zhang Wei the moment he left. Rather, she had only just begun to recover from her previous overwhelming fear. "Is there something else?" Zhang Wei's tone had grown increasingly cold as he answered the call. "Was that you just now? You're amazing. Have you not eaten anything all day? Come back quickly, and I'll make you something delicious." Han Xiao's voice was filled with excitement, even trembling slightly. There was no way around it. The dominance Zhang Wei had just displayed had captivated Han Xiao completely. Compared to Han Su, who lay on the sofa, Han Xiao knew that only with Zhang Wei by her side would she truly feel safe. "Eating? No, thanks." Zhang Wei coldly rejected Han Xiao. Chapter 18. Floating Artillery? Controlling a mech doesn't require eating. When the mech devours source crystals to replenish its power, energy naturally flows back into Zhang Wei's body. If Zhang Wei wants to eat, he would need to disassemble. In the early days of the apocalypse, the human body is incredibly fragile, and under normal circumstances, Zhang Wei would never disassemble from the mech. Unless, of course, the mech undergoes its third evolution. After 3 evolutions, a portion of the mech's combat power can be transferred to the human body through the mech's core. At that point, being active in human form would provide the most basic safety assurance. Because even if he has the mech core in hand, the merging process takes about 5 seconds. In those 5 seconds, not just firearms, but even knives can be deadly. Zhang Wei certainly doesn't want his invincible life to end before it even begins. Wasn't that how he was betrayed by Han Xiao and Han Su in his previous life? What? You don't want to? How can you not want to? Aren't you hungry? Han Xiao was taken aback by Zhang Wei's abrupt refusal, unable to believe it. Is there something else? Zhang Wei was already showing signs of impatience, and Han Xiao reminded him of that moment when he was betrayed by the siblings. If he turned back now, he feared he might not be able to resist dealing with those 2 dogs. Zhang Wei, I like you. Will you be my boyfriend?" Han Xiao, shedding any pretense, thought that with such a powerful man, she shouldn't let the opportunity slip away, lest she regret it when facing monsters. Upon hearing Han Xiao's words, Zhang Wei couldn't help but pause. Although his consciousness was focused on controlling the mech, he could still feel his heart racing. He had heard those words before, and he believed them, but what did they lead to? Death. "Han Xiao, you're playing with fire." Zhang Wei spoke through gritted teeth, his voice sharp as a blade. Han Xiao's expression froze in shock and confusion at his words. She had expected her confession to elicit a romantic response and was even prepared to offer herself. But she never anticipated Zhang Wei's response would be so cold and cutting. "What's wrong with me?" Unable to contain her grievance, Han Xiao questioned, tears streaming down her face. "Doesn't Zhang Wei like me?" Zhang Wei took a deep breath. Perhaps this time around, Han Xiao hadn't done anything to him. But human nature is difficult to change. Even if Han Xiao hadn't harmed him yet, he would never forgive her or Han Su. Humph. Zhang Wei snorted coldly and then hung up the communication. "You don't like me. You just like powerful people, those who can ensure your survival." "Huh. Since you like it so much, I'll help you find someone." Zhang Wei already had an idea in mind. Although he understood that human nature is unchangeable, this version of Han Xiao hadn't caused him any harm yet. She said she liked him, so let us see just how she shows that affection. Zhang Wei quickened his pace without hesitation, heading towards the famous wealthy district of Chuan City, where Zhang Tao's villa was located. Under the cover of the dark night, Zhang Wei maneuvered his mech, gliding silently through the quiet city like a ghost. Only occasionally did the flames from the mech's thrusters briefly pierce the darkness, revealing his swift silhouette. This wasn't due to any advanced stealth techniques. It was simply that the black mech blended seamlessly into the deep night, making it hard to detect. Come out, or I'll start shooting. A distant light mech in the suburban villa area raised its rifle, aiming at the spot where Zhang Wei had just appeared. However, there was no trace of Zhang Wei anymore. He had merely passed by using his thrusters. Rich folks, Zhang Wei sneered quietly. He held no animosity towards the wealthy. He simply looked down on them. In the early days of the apocalypse, these affluent individuals could still hire their so-called bodyguards using various resources. But as time passed, both the rich and their protectors would be ruthlessly eliminated. Mechanical creatures were evolving daily, and those who were diligently mastering their mechs to hunt these creatures were becoming increasingly powerful. The initial advantage that the wealthy had with their mechs would soon vanish. However, Zhang Wei had no intention of warning them. Why should he alert them to compete with him for resource crystals? With a cold smirk, he quickly found Zhang Tao's home. If you were talking about wealth, Zhang Tao's family was among the top in Chuan City, making it easy to locate. His villa was the largest and had the most bodyguards. As Zhang Wei stood before Zhang Tao's villa, the patrolling mech immediately spotted him. However, the patrol mechs did not show any signs of excitement or tension. Excuse me, are you Mr. Zhang Wei? A voice came from one of the mechs. Yes, Zhang Wei replied coldly. Upon hearing this, the mech immediately bowed and said, Please, Mr. Zhang, follow me. Zhang Tao had already informed his subordinates about Zhang Wei. But these bodyguards were unaware that Zhang Wei was Zhang Tao's creditor. They assumed he was a friend of Zhang Tao. So they naturally treated him with respect and didn't exhibit any fear. In front of these bodyguards, Zhang Tao still cared about his image. Inside the villa, he was already wide awake and immediately got up to greet the commotion outside. Zhang Tao didn't dare let Zhang Wei enter the villa. What would happen if a 12-meter mech barged in? His house was indeed spacious, but it was no palace and couldn't accommodate such a large mech. When Zhang Tao opened the door and stepped outside, he saw Zhang Wei and immediately said, All right, you can go down now. Take them to patrol further away. No one should approach here. Understood. The mech leading Zhang Wei into the villa had no objections. After responding, it turned and left. Zhang Wei noticed Zhang Tao's cautiousness. Wanting to maintain face was understandable. In response, Zhang Wei didn't make things difficult for Zhang Tao, as there were still tasks to assign to him. Big brother, you're here? I've been waiting for you, Zhang Tao said, forcing a somewhat awkward smile as his subordinates stepped back. Zhang Wei didn't waste any time and directly asked, Where is it? Zhang Tao felt very reluctant inside. He had indeed obtained the source crystal and knew what was inside it. However, knowing that made him even more unwilling to part with it. He had initially hoped to find something better to replace it, but unfortunately, Zhang Wei arrived too quickly. It's right here, big brother. Since it was clear he couldn't keep it, he decided to hand it over with a smile. After all, he couldn't let Zhang Wei take it and then have a problem with him, right? In this regard, Zhang Tao was quite clear-headed. Zhang Wei hadn't paid much attention at first, but when he saw what Zhang Tao took out, he couldn't help but exclaim, A floating cannon? Chapter 19. The inner struggles of Zhang Tao. Zhang Wei stared at Zhang Tao in disbelief. The floating cannon was a special piece of equipment that did not occupy any gear slots. Once activated, it would bind to the mech. It could be said that floating cannons were high-end items. Most people, even after 3 or 4 evolutions, might not be able to obtain even a basic floating cannon. But now, Zhang Wei saw a floating cannon, and not just any ordinary one. It was an exceptional grade floating cannon. Brother, you have a good eye. This is a great find. Zhang Tao was somewhat surprised that Zhang Wei recognized it as a floating cannon, but that didn't stop him from wanting to show off in front of Zhang Wei. Just as he was about to launch into an enthusiastic speech, Zhang Wei interrupted him mercilessly. Hand it over. Okay. Zhang Tao was taken aback. A hint of an awkward smile creeping onto his face, but he dared not show any displeasure. He quickly moved to Zhang Wei's feet and carefully placed the floating cannon on the ground. Zhang Wei bent down and picked it up. At this point, the floating cannon was still in an unactivated state, protected by a layer of light film, and was about the size of a regular source crystal. Only after activation would it reveal its true size. Hiss. Zhang Wei inhaled sharply upon picking up the floating cannon. Not only was it exceptional grade, but it was also a special type, a freezing floating cannon. Floating cannons were very similar to long-range mechs and could be classified into standard rifles, machine guns, and shotguns. The special types included freezing and high-temperature variants. Zhang Wei wasn't sure if there were other types. In his previous life, he never had the chance to reach that level. However, to obtain an exceptional grade freezing floating cannon on the very first day of the apocalypse was already more than he could have hoped for. Activate. Ding. You have obtained an exceptional grade freezing floating cannon. Exceptional grade freezing floating cannon combat power, 200 firing speed, 1 second maximum firing speed, 0. 1 seconds this thing. Zhang Wei murmured. So powerful. The combat power boost and firing speed were impressive. However, Zhang Tao thought Zhang Wei was dissatisfied with the floating cannon. Upon hearing Zhang Wei's mutterings, he couldn't help but tremble slightly. Brother, if you're not satisfied with this floating cannon, I can go find you other equipment. Well, that is very thoughtful of you. Zhang Wei looked down at Zhang Tao. Zhang Tao was indeed like a fortune bringer. The more Zhang Wei thought about it, the less he wanted to harm Zhang Tao. Equipment. Zhang Wei chose to equip the floating cannon. As he made the selection, the floating cannon instantly connected with Zhang Wei's mech, and soon the mech and floating cannon recognized each other. Afterwards, the floating cannon floated around Zhang Wei's head like a nimble little fish. Zhang Tao watched this scene, nearly moved to tears with envy. This was supposed to be his equipment, but now, Zhang Wei was oblivious to Zhang Tao's feelings. His mind was fully focused on the floating cannon. Connected to Zhang Wei's thoughts, the floating cannon felt as natural as using his own arm, with no sense of lag, allowing him to hit his targets precisely. Additionally, the hovering cannon can autonomously defend itself. With the hovering cannon in place, Zhang Wei no longer fears anyone taking a shot at him from the shadows. Even if Zhang Wei himself doesn't notice, once a shot comes within 100 meters, the hovering cannon will automatically switch to defense mode and fire to intercept. He wasn't sure how far the cannon's attack range extended, so he decided to test it. Zhang Wei turned his head and looked into the distance. A beam of icy blue light shot out rapidly from the cannon's muzzle, like a bolt of lightning slicing through the sky, disappearing in an instant. About a second later, a brilliant blue ice flower suddenly bloomed atop a towering 10-story building in the distance. The ice flower was crystal clear, exuding a faint chill, as if enveloping the entire building in a halo of icy blue light. As Zhang Wei gazed at the ice flower, he estimated the distance in his mind. He stood roughly 500 meters away from the 10-story building. Zhang Wei felt a surge of joy. Clearly, the cannon's attack range exceeded 500 meters. However, that 500 meters was likely the optimal attack range for this model. Due to the cannon's unique properties, the farther the freezing projectile traveled, the weaker its power became. Seeing the hovering cannon perform so impressively, Zhang Tao felt an overwhelming wave of emotion. Who could understand the struggles in his heart, the pain of feeling deeply worried, yet having to wear a smile on his face? Who could relate to that? It's really impressive. I'm very satisfied. Zhang Wei expressed his contentment once more. Big brother, how about coming inside for a bit? It's already dark, and you haven't eaten yet, right? I can have someone prepare something. Zhang Tao politely invited. Though he desperately wished Zhang Wei would leave, he couldn't say that out loud. No need. I'll just rest in the yard. I need you to come with me tomorrow for something, Zhang Wei replied. Huh. Zhang Tao was taken aback. Something? What is it? Upon hearing Zhang Tao's surprised voice, Zhang Wei shot him a cold glance. What? Are you not willing? Zhang Tao, startled, immediately waved his hands. No, of course not. If Big Brother has something, I'm more than willing to help. Hearing Zhang Tao's response, Zhang Wei chuckled to himself. He wouldn't believe a word of it. All right then, you go rest. Don't mind me, Zhang Wei said, turning to leave. He found a spot and sat down, showing no intention of leaving. Seeing Zhang Wei sitting on the ground without any intention of departing, Zhang Tao felt even more bitter. How could anyone rest peacefully with this killing machine sitting right there? Yet, no matter how much Zhang Tao grumbled internally, he could only return to the villa. Midnight. The sound of helicopters echoed over Chuan City, and it wasn't just one. They're here. Zhang Wei looked up at the sky while sitting on the ground. Soon, an announcement blared from the helicopter. Dear citizens, please remain calm and protect yourselves. The military will arrive for rescue as quickly as possible. The announcement played on repeat. Zhang Wei trusts the military's intentions, but doubts their speed, as there are too many issues that need addressing, such as the imminent emergence of mechanical bird-like creatures that will attack helicopters. He considers warning them but ultimately decides against it, realizing that some lessons can only be learned through personal experience. It's only after enduring pain that one becomes cautious and respectful in their actions. Soon enough, the bird-like flying creatures appear. Zhang Wei struggles to identify which birds these mechanical beings have transformed from, as in his past life, he only categorized them into 3 sizes: large, medium, and small. The ones currently appearing are small mechanical birds, with wingspans of about 3 meters, but they fly at incredible speeds, like bullets shot from a gun. Their beaks, wings, and claws all serve as means of attack. Chapter 21: A Run? The speed of small avian mechanoids is many times faster than that of helicopters, and the helicopters deemed as primary targets by them have no chance of evading. Suddenly, a blinding silver streak tore through the sky, racing towards its target like a meteor. The helicopter, which had been broadcasting from the air, was pierced through in an instant by this silver light, as if fragile paper had been shot through by a sharp arrow. After a brief silence, a deafening explosion erupted, as if the sky itself had been torn apart. The flames from the explosion illuminated a small patch of the surrounding sky, the dazzling light too bright to look at directly. The people who had been listening to the broadcast were left dumbfounded. Those who had been intently focused on the broadcast were stunned into silence by this sudden change, their faces etched with terror and helplessness. Some couldn't help but scream, while others covered their faces and cried, unable to accept this cruel reality. In their hearts, the military was their last line of defense, their lifeline. But now, Zhang Wei shook his head slowly while sitting on the ground. Crying out for help would not only be ineffective but could also invite disaster. The sounds of panic would attract the attention of the avian mechanoids, and with their speed, ordinary people wouldn't even have a place to hide. The wails echoed in the night sky, chilling and despairing, as if dragging the entire city back into the fear and hopelessness of daylight. Behind Zhang Wei, Zhang Tao quietly approached him, his voice trembling slightly. "Big brother, I can't sleep. Can I stay with you for a while?" In truth, Zhang Tao was unable to sleep. He was drenched in cold sweat from fear. Having witnessed the destructive power of the avian mechanoids, he felt safe only by Zhang Wei's side, as the bodyguards at home provided him with no sense of security. "Don't be afraid, just merge with the mech. Your mech isn't weak. You don't need to fear these avian mechanoids," Zhang Wei kindly reminded him. He couldn't let Zhang Tao remain so lazy. He was counting on this lucky boy to find more good stuff for him. Zhang Tao's eyes lit up instantly, and he excitedly replied, "Oh right. I have a mech that's 17 meters tall. What can these small avian mechanoids with a wingspan of only 3 to 4 meters do to me?" He then quickly took out the mech core and initiated the merge. The massive mech appeared out of thin air, and within 5 seconds, Zhang Tao's figure disappeared, replaced by his mech, which now stood behind Zhang Wei, resembling more of a bodyguard to him. Just then, the roar of helicopters grew louder, approaching from the distance. Not all helicopters had crashed in the first wave of attacks. There were still some lucky ones that had managed to escape. The helicopter nearing Zhang Wei was evidently one of those fortunate survivors. Unfortunately, this lucky one had also caught the attention of the avian mechanoids. In the sky, the helicopter roared as its onboard autocannon unleashed a furious spray of fire, the barrel glowing red-hot from continuous fire. However, this seemingly fierce firepower was merely delaying the inevitable destruction. "Big brother, look, those mechanical birds are coming." Zhang Tao, who was tall enough to see from a distance, spotted the situation near the helicopter. Upon hearing this, Zhang Wei calmly stood up. He hadn't intended to intervene. As long as those foolish birds didn't bother him, he had no desire to act. After all, those birds were indeed fast, and trying to use his combat scythe to strike them would be quite strenuous, possibly wasting the mecha's energy. However, when Zhang Wei noticed that one of the pursuing mechanical birds had pupils emitting a brilliant blue light, he instantly became intrigued. It was the perfect opportunity to test the firepower of his floating cannon. The floating cannon shared combat power with the mecha, and Zhang Wei's mecha combat power had already reached an impressive 556 points, making the power of a single freezing shot from the floating cannon quite formidable. As the flock of mechanical birds approached within 500 meters of Zhang Wei, the floating cannon fired. A beam of icy blue light streaked across the night sky, accurately hitting one of the mechanical birds. The freezing shot didn't damage the bird's exterior, but it was almost instantly encased in ice and plummeted from the sky. "Have someone collect the source crystal," Zhang Wei commanded, standing still and gazing at the sky as the floating cannon fired again after a second. Zhang Tao stood there dumbfounded, his heart bleeding. He had anticipated the floating cannon would be powerful, but he never imagined it would be this strong, and it should have been his. Unfortunately, Zhang Tao didn't dare express his grievances. Instead, he obediently replied, "Okay, big brother." With that, he immediately instructed his subordinates to retrieve the fallen mechanical bird. At that moment, Zhang Wei felt quite pleased to have a little brother. He only had to focus on dealing damage while leaving the mundane tasks to his subordinate, which was a relief. Zhang Wei's rescue quickly caught the attention of the helicopter pilot, who, feeling like a drowning person grasping a lifeline, saw the spacious area around Zhang Tao's location and immediately powered the helicopter toward Zhang Wei. The helicopter spotted Zhang Wei, but the mechanical birds were not to be underestimated, especially since one among them was a different breed. The speed of the mechanical birds far surpassed that of the helicopter. Without the hindrance of machine guns, they surged ahead, covering 300 to 400 meters in mere seconds, closing in on Zhang Wei. Unmoved, Zhang Wei's gaze shifted from a brilliant blue to a soft purple. "Death ray," he whispered. 2 beams of purple lightning erupted from his eyes, dancing through the night sky, intertwining like 2 purple dragons fiercely entangled in battle. As they twisted together, the faint lightning gradually thickened, resembling a robust purple bolt of lightning slicing through the darkness. This sudden flash of lightning instantly dispelled the surrounding darkness, as if a brilliant star had suddenly illuminated the night sky. As the thick bolt of lightning struck the diving mechanical birds with precision, the entire night sky seemed to ignite, becoming extraordinarily bright. The mechanical birds hit by the lightning transformed into fiery clusters in the air, dazzling and fleeting like fireworks. As the brilliant flash gradually faded, both the ground and the sky fell into a brief silence. That's insane. Zhang Tao couldn't help but be the first to speak. After a moment of silence, the roar of the helicopter suddenly intensified, as if someone had pressed the play button, the volume spiking dramatically. The pilot, eager to reach Zhang Wei's side, was desperate to close the distance. The unique mechanical bird hovered in the air, and in the next moment, it emitted a sharp cry. The mechanical birds that had not been struck by the deadly laser began to retreat in a panic, their movements quickening as if trying to escape an impending disaster. Thinking of running? Zhang Wei's eyes once again concentrated with lightning. The floating cannon in the air, after a brief charge, unleashed a rapid-fire barrage of freezing projectiles that rained down as if they were free. Although the freezing projectiles appeared chaotic, each one found its mark on a mechanical bird. As for the deadly laser, it had only one target, the unique mechanical bird. The other mechanical birds could flee, but this one was not going to escape Zhang Wei's grasp. Chapter 21. The impressive Lin Xianying. Before the helicopter could safely land, the battle had already concluded. The mechanical birds didn't stand a chance against Zhang Wei's death laser. The power of skills increases with one's combat strength. In fact, even without the support of the floating cannons, a death laser with 336 points of combat strength was far beyond what the mechanical birds could withstand at this stage. Is that it? Zhang Tao exclaimed in disbelief. The other bodyguards rushing toward him were also momentarily frozen in place. How long did the battle last from start to finish? They weren't focused on the sparks still flickering in the sky. Their eyes were glued to Zhang Wei, who stood under the night sky. At that moment, to them, Zhang Wei was a deity, an invincible war god. Collect the source crystals, and don't keep any for yourselves. Zhang Wei didn't care about the gazes of others, but he did care about the source crystals, so he reminded Zhang Tao. Okay, big brother. At that moment, Zhang Tao set aside any pretenses or concerns about appearances. Standing in front of the many bodyguards, he boldly called out, "Big brother." After all, having a big brother with such extraordinary power was a rare source of pride. This way, he wouldn't lose face. Instead, he would earn even more respect from the bodyguards. Didn't you hear what my big brother said? Hurry up and get moving. Anyone who dares to keep a little for themselves can expect to meet their end. Facing the bodyguards, Zhang Tao didn't hold back his temper. With his roar, the group of bodyguards scattered like birds. In truth, there was no need for Zhang Tao to remind them. Who would dare to embezzle the war goddess spoils? If he could easily take down so many mechanical birds, he could just as easily eliminate them. Unless someone was itching for trouble, no one would dare entertain any crooked thoughts. As the bodyguards set off to collect the source crystals, the roar of the helicopter finally faded away. It had landed. After the helicopter touched down, 5 people rushed out. "Comrades, thank you. The pilot of the helicopter began to shout his thanks before even reaching Zhang Wei. Initially, Zhang Wei hadn't paid much attention to the group. He hadn't been there to rescue them and hadn't expected any gratitude. In his eyes, these people were merely passers-by, irrelevant to him. However, when his gaze landed on the only woman among the 5, he paused for a moment. This woman looked somewhat familiar. She was tall and elegant. Like a straight pine tree, her military uniform crisp and well-fitted, exuding a sense of heroism. Although her uniform tried to conceal her curves, her impressive figure still shone through, revealing a unique charm. Her skin was not the delicate white of porcelain, but a healthy wheat color, seemingly kissed by the sun, showcasing her resilience and vitality. So it's her. She is even more beautiful in person than in photos. Zhang Wei suddenly remembered who she was, a formidable figure in the military from his past life. "Hello, I'm Lin Xianying. You're quite impressive." Lin Xianying displayed a commanding presence, devoid of the delicate demeanor typical of a young girl. This personality only adds to her charm, leaving Zhang Tao a bit dumbfounded. "Hello, I'm Zhang Wei," he introduced himself, while also pondering how to build a good relationship with this future Valkyrie. Unlike Zhang Tao, who grew into a nouveau riche thanks to early opportunities, Lin Xianying had developed her strength through her own abilities, making her an exceptionally formidable fighter. "You're really impressive. If you have the chance, how about we spar?" "Merge," Lin Xianying suddenly exclaimed. 5 seconds later, a sleek, silver-white, 7-meter-tall light combat mech replaced Lin Xianying's original form. Zhang Wei's gaze was drawn to the mech, a flicker of astonishment in his eyes. "Nice mech. However, if you're just going to use that rifle, I'm afraid you won't be able to spar with me. This is the standard rifle that comes with the initial mech. Don't underestimate it." While its power isn't overwhelming, it's quite accurate, Lin Xinying said, gently caressing the rifle in her hands. It seemed she wasn't just praising the rifle, but also subtly boasting about her shooting skills. That made sense. After all, it was reasonable for a soldier to have good marksmanship. Zhang Wei nodded to himself, realizing he knew how to get closer to this future Valkyrie. Building a good relationship with her would not only grant him the friendship of a strong ally, but also a connection to the military. Zhang Wei wasn't looking to control the army. He just wanted to ensure they wouldn't see him as an enemy. So, can you use a freeze gun? You have a freeze gun? Lin Xinying couldn't help but take a step closer to Zhang Wei. She understood that the basic rifle that came with the mech had limited battle power, and its effectiveness was only marginally better than having no gun at all. Here. Try it, Zhang Wei said, pulling a freeze gun from his storage space. While the quality of the freeze gun was only ordinary, it had a power boost of 30 points, making it much stronger than the rifle. The freeze gun was compact, resembling a large handgun to the mech. Zhang Tao observed the freeze gun that Zhang Wei was handing to Lin Xinying, feeling an unsettling sense of familiarity. Wait a minute. Isn't that mine? It was the initial weapon Zhang Wei had used to take down that light mech first at the zoo, giving a beautiful woman their own gear. Classic you, bro, truly impressive. Zhang Tao felt like crying. Couldn't they give their own things away? Is it for me? Lin Xinying hesitated to accept the freeze gun Zhang Wei offered. Zhang Wei nodded at her. The ordinary quality freeze gun still held some value at this stage, but it would lose its worth later on. Using it to strengthen his bond with the future Valkyrie was a huge win. Yes, it's for you. Lin Xinying slowly shook her head. I can't just take your things for free. How about I trade you some source crystals instead? That works. Just give me 100 source crystals, Zhang Wei replied without hesitation. Lin Xinying nodded and began pulling out a dozen ordinary source crystals. I only have this much for now. I'll give you the rest later, okay? Sure. Zhang Wei nodded and handed the freeze gun to Lin Xinying, while also putting away the dozen or so source crystals. Zhang Tao watched in disbelief, thinking, come on, bro, with such a beautiful woman. You must really be a straight guy, right? Just that old gun. Why are you still taking the source crystals? Why not just give it to her to win her favor? If it were up to Zhang Tao, he would have just given it to her without a second thought. Taking back the source crystals is just not generous at all. However, what Zhang Tao didn't realize was that he was just a low-level hunter, only able to attract materialistic women, not those who were truly exceptional. Of course, Zhang Wei had no intention of trying to win over Lin Xinying. He just wanted to build a good relationship. If only he could receive the same kind of loyalty from his subordinates as Zhang Tao did. Chapter 22. Come on, man. Lin Xinying exclaimed joyfully as she equipped the freezing gun, while she stored her retired rifle in the mech space. Zhang Wei pondered whether he should seize the moment and sell his unused premium cargo hold to Lin Xinying. However, after some thought, he decided against it. One step at a time. Zhang Wei, let us go save some people, Lin Xinying suggested after fiddling with the freezing gun. Save people? Zhang Wei was taken aback. Yes. We don't know how many civilians are suffering right now. Since we have the ability, we should save as many as we can. Lin Xinying's voice grew somber. This topic carried a heavy weight of responsibility and emotion for her. For all soldiers, it was a grave subject, as they were currently unable to fulfill their mission. But for Zhang Wei, he was reluctant to engage in such a seemingly futile endeavor. There would always be mechanical creatures to fight and people to save. The critical issue was that the mechanical birds flew swiftly. Often, one could only shoot down 3 or 4 among a flock, and the rest would flee at the first sign of trouble. Just as Zhang Wei was about to refuse, the bodyguards who had gone to collect source crystals returned. Boss, we're back. Their voices were filled with pride and joy from completing their task. Hearing the bodyguards' calls, Zhang Tao prepared to assert his presence. However, just as he raised his hand to grab the source crystals, his own bodyguards ignored him and instead bowed to stand before Zhang Wei. Zhang Tao was taken aback, and he felt a surge of indignation. At that moment, Zhang Wei's calm and gentle voice brought him back to reality. Thank you. Great job. Those simple words felt like a refreshing breeze, leaving the bodyguards pleasantly surprised. Zhang Tao felt tears welling up. He had sent over a floating cannon and hadn't even received a thank you. It's fine, it's fine. We're all brothers of the boss. Those guys are outsiders. The boss just doesn't want to be formal with us. Zhang Tao repeatedly comforted himself. You know what? After some self-reassurance, Zhang Tao's mood shifted dramatically. Zhang Wei, however, paid no mind to Zhang Tao's feelings. He collected the intermediate source crystals produced by the ordinary mechanical birds. Yes, intermediate source crystals. Despite the fierce attack power of these mechanical birds, they were merely transformed from small birds akin to pigeons, and currently, they only produced intermediate source crystals. As for the exotic mechanical bird, it was more impressive. Among the pile of source crystals, it was the sole contributor of a high-level source crystal. Activate. Zhang Wei opened the source crystal in front of everyone. Not a body experience, not a skill source crystal, but equipment. Superior multi-stage afterburner, combat power 30. Zhang Wei nodded slightly, thoroughly satisfied with this afterburner. The afterburner allowed for 2 or more consecutive boosts, providing the mech with enhanced kinetic energy. In addition to the afterburner, there were also high-speed boosters, parallel boosters, ejectors, and so on. There are many categories to choose from, and it ultimately depends on personal needs. Zhang Wei has just acquired a new afterburning thruster, and while he doesn't have many options, this afterburning thruster is already a remarkable piece of equipment. Its quality has reached an exceptional level, significantly enhancing his combat capabilities, so how could Zhang Wei not be satisfied? He replaced the ordinary thruster on the back of his mech with the newly acquired afterburning thruster. At that moment, even Lin Mo felt a hint of envy. There's no denying that Zhang Wei's gear is luxurious. Besides his exquisite battle scythe, all his external equipment is of exceptional quality. Not to mention the special floating cannon he possesses. If Lin Mo knew that Zhang Wei also had another legendary skill, she would likely be even more envious. Zhang Wei, are we ready to set off? Lin Mo's voice broke the brief silence. After some thought, Zhang Wei changed his previous mindset and nodded slightly at Lin Mo. Collecting some mid-grade source crystals wouldn't be a bad idea. Even if he couldn't obtain new equipment, it would help level up his mech. As for saving people, he could do that as a side task. Well, maybe we shouldn't go? Even if we did, it wouldn't be of much use. The 4 individuals who had come down from the helicopter with Lin Mo looked somewhat dejected, their voices tinged with helplessness. In terms of individual strength, they didn't fear anyone present, but when faced with those mechanical creatures, they felt utterly powerless. Going unarmed against those steel monsters was like throwing an egg against a rock. It would only make them prey. Seeing this, Zhang Tao stepped forward to offer some comfort. You 4 can rest at my place. You'll be safe here. Maintaining a good relationship with the military is very important. Although the military may seem a bit diminished right now, that's only because they haven't revealed their true weapons yet. Those mechanical creatures can't withstand artillery fire. The world may be chaotic now, but I believe that order will eventually be restored, and the military will play a key role in that restoration. Just rest here. We can't go back now. We'll have to wait until dawn. Lin Mo expressed her opinion. All right, you go save people. I'll contact the higher-ups. And if there are any new orders, I'll reach out to you, the pilot said to Lin Mo. Okay, let's set off, Lin Mo replied, turning her gaze towards Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei nodded in agreement. At that moment, Zhang Tao suddenly interjected, Brother, But before he could finish, Zhang Wei cut him off. You stay home. Fine, Zhang Tao said helplessly. He actually wanted to follow Zhang Wei to catch a break. After all, if Zhang Wei were to acquire more equipment, even if it was something he didn't need, he might still be able to snag it for himself. At the very least, he could benefit from any gear that Zhang Wei decided to discard. As he watched Zhang Wei and Lin Mo disappear from view, Zhang Tao couldn't help but grumble to himself. If you don't want me to be a third wheel, just say so. TSK men. Zhang Wei was unaware of Zhang Tao's criticisms. Even if he did know, it wouldn't affect him at all. He believed that as long as he held himself with integrity, he had nothing to fear. Throughout the journey, Zhang Wei remained quiet and refrained from using his thrusters, as he wanted to match Lin Mo's pace. On the other hand, Lin Mo was busily engaged, her pure white mech looking stunning, but under the night sky, it resembled a beacon, easily detectable by mechanical creatures from a distance. However, through observation, Zhang Wei noted that Lin Mo was not exaggerating. Her marksmanship was indeed impressive, hitting the target nearly 8 times out of 10. Just as Zhang Wei settled in to watch the show, a massive mechanical tiger, nearly 7 meters tall with striking blue eyes, locked onto him and Lin Mo. Chapter 23. The energy sort of big fish is coming. The night was as dark as ink, heavy and profound. Yet the mechanical tiger's piercing blue eyes shone like 2 bright lanterns, flickering in the shadowy darkness, exceptionally dazzling. It seemed to have no intention of hiding. Rather, it appeared to be flaunting its presence, almost provoking Zhang Wei and Lin Mo, eager to see their terrified expressions. However, the mechanical tiger was unaware of Zhang Wei's true identity. If it had known that Zhang Wei was the one who had frightened it into fleeing earlier in the zoo, it would have long since turned tail and fled in panic. But now that the mechanical tiger had appeared, and since it stood before Zhang Wei, there was no way Zhang Wei would let it escape. Yet before Zhang Wei could take any action, Lin Mo had already fired her freezing gun. The icy blue projectile sliced through the air, leaving a dazzling trail of frost flowers. With Lin Mo's marksmanship, hitting a target as large as the mechanical tiger should have been a piece of cake. However, the freezing projectile's power was somewhat lacking, and the frost flowers that formed on the tiger's body vanished almost instantaneously. My attack can't hurt it. Lin Qianying retreated 2 steps, feeling helpless. Her combat power was too weak. Even with the freezing gun, she barely reached 50 points, and that was with her level raised to 8. Otherwise, she would only have 34 points of combat power. Can you do it? If not, we should run. Lin Qianying had yet to truly grasp how powerful Zhang Wei was. In her eyes, Zhang Wei was certainly stronger than her, but not by a huge margin. If her freezing projectile couldn't harm the mechanical tiger, she doubted Zhang Wei's floating cannon could do any better. As for Zhang Wei's melee skills or the abilities he unleashed with his eyes, Lin Qianying was not optimistic. The mechanical tiger was not a mechanical bird flying in the air. Their combat powers were not even in the same league. Leave it to me. In response to Lin Qianying's concerns, Zhang Wei replied calmly. He sensed the doubt in her heart, but chose not to explain. There was no need for an explanation. Soon Lin Qianying would witness his strength for herself. In the next moment, a roar erupted, and the powerful sound wave shattered all the nearby glass that had not yet broken. Amidst the piercing sound of shattering glass, a massive mechanical tiger charged forward. Its fierce gaze fixed on Lin Qianying. It needed to completely tear apart this audacious assailant to quell its rage. However, just as the mechanical tiger was about to pounce on Lin Qianying, a figure suddenly blocked its path. The floating cannon opened fire immediately. Unlike Lin Qianying's freezing projectile, the freezing rounds fired from the floating cannon possessed not only greater freezing power but also a more significant impact, knocking the charging mechanical tiger to the ground. Lin Qianying watched in astonishment as one of the mechanical tiger's legs was completely frozen. She fell into a deep self-doubt. Am I even weaker than that floating cannon he has on his shoulder? The feeling made Lin Qianying quite uncomfortable. It was one thing to be outmatched by someone else's mech, but if she couldn't even compete with a floating cannon, then what was she worth? Before she could ponder this further, Zhang Wei had already appeared in front of the mechanical tiger, wielding his battle scythe. As the mechanical tiger saw Zhang Wei swing the scythe towards its head, it didn't have time to contemplate how Zhang Wei could be so strong. Instead, it pushed itself up forcefully, raising its massive body to a standing position. Then, flames enveloped its frozen claws. The clash between the tiger's claws and the scythe erupted into dazzling sparks, resembling falling stars that lit up the dark street. After a brief stalemate, their powers finally exploded forth, accompanied by a deafening roar that made the entire block tremble. The mechanical tiger's massive body was sent flying by the tremendous impact, like an out-of-control meteor streaking across the night sky, crashing through building after building along its path. In contrast, Zhang Wei stood still, unmovable. Didn't he even die? Zhang Wei felt a bit dissatisfied with his scythe swing. Not being able to take down the mechanical tiger in one blow, despite the overwhelming power advantage, felt like a disgrace and slightly hindered his chance to show off. However, what Zhang Wei didn't realize was that he had already made quite an impression to Lin Qianying. He was nothing short of an idol. He was so strong. Some women prefer fresh-faced boys, while others are into muscular men. But Lin Qianying admired men who were stronger than her, and now she was witnessing a man far superior to her. It was incredibly impressive, especially the way Zhang Wei had wielded the scythe. It embodied what she considered true masculinity. Zhang Wei didn't look at Lin Qianying. The mechanical tiger was still alive, and he wouldn't give it a chance to escape. He quickly followed the path where the mechanical tiger had crashed through. Although Zhang Wei had killed it with his first strike, the tiger's current state was nearly as good as dead, lying on the ground. Its front limbs were completely powerless. When it saw Zhang Wei charging toward it, it let out a faint whimper, as if pleading for a sliver of mercy. But before it could beg for its life, Zhang Wei swung his scythe once more. This time, without any front claws to defend itself. The mechanical tiger could only take the blow with its neck. A flash of purple light passed by as the scythe effortlessly pierced through the tiger's neck armor, cleanly severing its head. The remaining body of the mechanical tiger trembled on the ground a few times before falling completely silent. A high-grade source crystal slowly floated upwards, collecting it. At that moment, Lin Qianying caught up with Zhang Wei from behind. Did you kill it? You're amazing, she exclaimed, her eyes filled with admiration. However, with the mech's visor being a deep blue, Zhang Wei was oblivious to the look in her eyes. It was all right, he modestly replied. Did you get anything good? Lin Qianying wasn't after Zhang Wei's spoils. She was simply curious about what treasures such a powerful mechanical tiger could yield. Let's see, Zhang Wei said as he took out a high-grade energy crystal. Then, he activated the crystal, and with a chime, he obtained an exceptional grade energy greatsword. Energy greatsword, exceptional, combat power, 100 possesses extremely high heat, aiding in cutting through enemy armor. Wow, that's impressive, Lin Qianying exclaimed. Even though she hadn't seen many pieces of equipment, she could tell that this greatsword was something special. Higi, it's not bad, Zhang Wei replied, putting on a show. He was quite fond of this greatsword. Just the combat power boost alone was significantly higher than the battle scythe he had been using. In the next moment, he stored the battle scythe in his cargo hold and equipped the energy greatsword instead. The energy greatsword was a two-handed weapon, measuring 8 meters in length with a blade width of nearly a meter, and it weighed twice as much as the battle scythe. However, this also meant it had much greater power. I really envy you melee fighters. Your weapons look so formidable, Lin Qianying commented, a hint of jealousy in her voice. You'll get a great weapon too, Zhang Wei reassured her. He wasn't just trying to placate Lin Qianying. The ranged mech weapons were also quite powerful, though they hadn't been revealed yet. All right, I believe you. Let's go, she said. Okay, Zhang Wei nodded at Lin Qianying. The intense battle continued, with Zhang Wei striking only a few times. Most of the time, it was Lin Qianying who was running around, saving countless people and receiving numerous thanks. Zhang Wei didn't bother to count them all. However, aside from the gratitude, Zhang Wei's gains that night far outweighed Lin Qianying's. He only intervened in critical moments, and each time he did, it was because Lin Qianying was surrounded, allowing him to take out groups of mechanical creatures. Nevertheless, most of what Zhang Wei dealt with were mechanical mice, and the majority of his loot consisted of ordinary energy crystals. The mechanical birds provided only a few intermediate energy crystals, as they quickly fled at the first sign of danger, literally flying away. The only high-grade energy crystal came from the mechanical tiger. As dawn broke, the chaos of the night was coming to an end. Once it was fully light out, Lin Qianying received a call from her companions. Her superiors had issued new orders. Without taking the time to tally their gains, Zhang Wei and Lin Qianying hurried back to Zhang Tao's house. Chapter 24. Miss, be my girlfriend. What surprised Zhang Wei was that after returning to Zhang Tao's house, only the 4 men left in the helicopter, while Lin Qianying surprisingly stayed behind. Why didn't you go with them? Zhang Wei asked as he watched Lin Qianying jump down from the helicopter and come back. A warm smile blossomed on Lin Qianying's face, reminiscent of the gentle sun in spring. She lightly approached Zhang Wei and playfully tapped on the sturdy defense armor on his feet, saying, "Of course, it's because of you." She paused, seemingly worried that Zhang Wei might misunderstand, and quickly added, "But don't get the wrong idea. It's because your strength is so impressive that I want to win you over." Hearing this, Zhang Wei felt even more admiration for Lin Qianying. Her genuine and straightforward nature made him feel comfortable. "You're so amazing, and we don't have enough leverage to command you to do anything. So I can only stay and subtly influence you," Lin Qianying said. Her personality was generous, yet her thoughts were delicate. After spending one night with Zhang Wei, she had already figured out that he was the type of person who wouldn't act unless there was some benefit in it for him. Lin Qianying didn't dislike Zhang Wei's way of handling things, but deep down, she felt an impulse to try to correct his mindset. She wanted him to understand that sometimes, taking the initiative to help others and extending a hand could bring indescribable joy and satisfaction. Of course, it would be even better if Zhang Wei could join the military and follow unified command. "All right, as long as you're happy," Zhang Wei shrugged. He didn't think Lin Qianying would change anything about him. His way of dealing with situations had been shaped over 10 years in his previous life. Who was he, a passionate youth at some point? It's just that the harshness of the apocalypse has smoothed off the edges. "You just have to let me stay," Lin Qianying said, her smile growing even brighter at Zhang Wei's response. Can I interrupt for a second?" After watching the lively exchange for a while, Zhang Tao finally found an opportunity to chime in, but regardless of whether Zhang Wei would let him speak, he had to ask, "What is it?" Zhang Wei's tone became a bit colder when addressing Zhang Tao, lacking the warmth he had with Lin Qianying. Zhang Tao didn't seem to mind Zhang Wei's chilly attitude. He eagerly asked, "Bro, did you get a new weapon?" Zhang Wei nodded and replied succinctly, "Yes." Hearing this, Zhang Tao stammered as he continued to probe. "Then, what about the previous weapon?" A hint of desire flickered in his eyes. "You want it?" Zhang Wei countered. Zhang Tao immediately nodded, "Yes. Isn't that obvious? How did we become friends? It was because of that battle sickle. I can give it to you, but you have to help me perform a little act today." The electric battle sickle was no longer useful to Zhang Wei. He had originally intended to pass it on to Zhang Tao. Now that Zhang Tao has brought it up himself, Zhang Wei naturally won't refuse. And this can also serve as motivation for Zhang Tao to help him act. "All right, big brother, just tell me what we should do." Zhang Tao patted his chest enthusiastically, eager to drag Zhang Wei into a big performance right away. Zhang Wei already had a plan in mind. After considering the details for a moment, he began to explain it in detail. At that moment, not only was Zhang Tao listening carefully, but Lin Qianying was also paying close attention. After Zhang Wei finished sharing his thoughts, before Zhang Tao could say anything, Lin Qianying raised her hand first. "I want to go too." Zhang Wei and Zhang Tao both looked down at Lin Qianying. "What do you want to do?" Zhang Wei was reluctant to let Lin Qianying get involved. Lin Qianying was a girl full of justice, and Zhang Wei was planning to pull a fast one. He was worried she might cause trouble. That Han Xiao you mentioned must be a green tea, right? How about I help you get back at her? In terms of quickly building a rapport with Zhang Wei, the best way was to step into the role of a friend. Besides, after listening to Zhang Wei's earlier account, Lin Qianying was already aware that Han Xiao was not a good person. Moreover, Zhang Wei's actions were merely a test if Han Xiao truly cared for him. She wouldn't fall for his tricks and would not get hurt. But if Han Xiao really is a green tea, then she deserves to get hurt. And even Lin Qianying, with her strong sense of justice, wouldn't stand up for someone like that. How do you plan to get back at her? Zhang Wei asked instinctively. Who's prettier, me or her? Lin Qianying teased, playfully flicking her shoulder-length hair. You, Zhang Wei replied firmly. There was no doubt about it, even without bias. Lin Qianying was indeed beautiful. Then it's settled. If she really is as you say, I'll just say I'm your girlfriend. How about that? Lin Qianying's playful spirit surged. She had long wanted to participate in such antics. After all, a soldier is also human, just a young person in her early 20s. Do as you please. Zhang Wei didn't agree or refuse. But why did his heart suddenly race at that moment? Now it was Lin Qianying who was getting anxious. Then it settled. When do we set off? I think we should go now, Zhang Tao suggested, with both supporting actors so eager. The main character Zhang Wei decided not to waste any more time. Half an hour later, Zhang Wei was the first to enter the neighborhood where Han Su lived. The community was noticeably more dilapidated, clearly having experienced some chaos the night before. Zhang Wei ignored the prying eyes watching him from the shadows and ran straight towards Han Su's house. The house was still the same, with the cracks still visible. The vibrations from Zhang Wei's sprint caught the attention of Han Su and Han Xiao, who peeked out from their hiding spots to observe the situation outside. When Han Xiao saw that the visitor was Zhang Wei, tears uncontrollably streamed down her face, as no one knew how terrified she had been the night before. Zhang Wei. I'm here. Han Xiao had already forgotten about Zhang Wei's callousness from yesterday. She was energetically waving at Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei sneered to himself. Then quickly stepped up to Han Xiao. What's wrong, Zhang Wei? Are you hurt? Han Xiao looked at him with concern. As Zhang Wei had deliberately made his external armor look dirty and battered, as if he had just come from a brutal battle. Zhang Wei didn't reply. He simply shook his head slowly. At that moment, the supporting actor made his entrance. Ha ha ha, Zhang Wei, where do you think you're going? A more intense tremor followed, accompanied by an exaggerated laugh. Zhang Wei felt his heart skip a beat. It was also fake. Reminiscent of a scene from some low-budget drama where a ridiculous villain makes a grand entrance. However, Han Xiao and Han Su didn't see it that way. As Zhang Tao's mech was imposing enough. To them, Zhang Wei's 12-meter mech seemed large, but now this guy had a mech that stood 17 meters tall. Humph. Zhang Wei snorted, then turned and lunged at Zhang Tao. Soon, the two were grappling with each other, but as soon as they made contact, Zhang Wei, who was clearly outmatched in size, found himself at a disadvantage. Han Xiao and Han Su watched in shock, unable to comprehend what was happening. When Zhang Wei was completely pinned down by Zhang Tao, the latter spoke again. Hand over your weapon, and I'll spare your life. Are you serious? Zhang Wei gritted his teeth. Zhang Tao lifted his proud head. Of course. I'm Zhang Tao, the first heir of Chuan City Mining. Would I lie to you? Fine. Zhang Wei replied fiercely, then pulled out his energy scythe from the cargo hold. Haha, great. By the way, that beautiful lady, is she your girlfriend? Zhang Tao's gaze fell on Han Xiao. Before Zhang Wei could respond, Zhang Tao stood up from Zhang Wei and dashed over to Han Xiao. Miss, will you be my girlfriend? What do you say? Han Xiao was momentarily speechless, unable to believe that happiness could come so suddenly. Chapter 25 Zhang Wei. Stop being so persistent. Suddenly receiving a confession, Han Xiao felt a bit flustered, her heart racing as if a group of little deer were bouncing around inside her chest. The key point was that Han Xiao knew who Zhang Tao was, a proper rich second generation. Moreover, in this apocalyptic world, the fact that Zhang Tao dared to beat up Zhang Wei meant something significant. Should she agree or not? In truth, even if Zhang Tao was just after her looks or merely trying to annoy Zhang Wei, she wouldn't be at a loss, right? At least, before he got bored. She could manage to survive well in this apocalypse, right? Plus, Zhang Tao probably wouldn't mind her bringing her little brother along, would he? As long as she could gain enough benefits from him before he lost interest, it would all be fine, right? Just as Han Xiao was about to agree to Zhang Tao, Zhang Wei interjected firmly. Zhang Tao, stop dreaming. She said she only likes me. If Zhang Wei remembered correctly. That was what Han Xiao had said yesterday. He had merely added an extra only for emphasis. No, don't talk nonsense. Before Zhang Tao could respond, Han Xiao immediately pointed at Zhang Wei and shouted, her voice almost breaking. What was this? Was he ruining her good fortune? Zhang Wei slowly got up from the ground. Han Xiao, you weren't. I didn't say anything yesterday. Han Xiao interrupted him before he could finish. What if continuing would lead Zhang Tao This diamond bachelor, to misunderstand? Then, Han Xiao looked nervously at Zhang Tao. It's okay. Even if she said that, so what? I still like her. Zhang Tao replied with a broad smile, clearly expressing his attitude. This attitude was quite generous. Han Xiao felt touched and was genuinely delighted by Zhang Tao's stance. However, she still explained, I really didn't say that. He is just an ordinary friend of my little brother's. We only know each other. He has a one-sided crush on me, and there is nothing between us. Oh, I see. So this toad wants to eat swan meat. Then, miss, would you be my girlfriend? Zhang Tao felt a thrill inside. But why did he feel so exhilarated just from directly insulting Zhang Wei a little? Zhang Wei shot Zhang Tao a meaningful glance. Who told you to add drama to the situation? All right, I agree, Han Xiao replied, adopting a shy demeanor. Ha ha, great. Zhang Tao laughed happily. He was waiting for Zhang Wei to embarrass Han Xiao. That was the plot he had arranged. However, before Zhang Wei could say anything, Han Xiao spoke up again. By the way, I have something for you. With that, Han Xiao quickly ran back into the house. Zhang Tao looked at Zhang Wei in confusion. Wasn't he the plot his big brother designed supposed to have this part? Zhang Wei subtly shook his head at Zhang Tao. Han Su, standing nearby, frowned in thought. He felt that something was off, but he couldn't quite pinpoint what it was. Soon enough, Han Xiao returned, holding a source crystal in her hand. The crystal glowed a brilliant red, dazzling to behold. Zhang Tao, this is for you. Han Xiao handed the source crystal to Zhang Tao. Zhang Tao was a bit taken aback. Should he accept this? Zhang Wei was surprised as well, not expecting Han Xiao to produce a high-level source crystal. Just take it. I don't have a mecha, so it's useless to me anyway. Han Xiao started to play the role and acted a bit spoiled. This was typical behavior. There was no sense of awkwardness, as if the two of them had known each other for a long time. All right, don't worry. I'll make sure to protect you well in the future. Zhang Tao didn't refuse. He accepted the high-level source crystal and stored it in his mecha space. Although Zhang Tao knew that this source crystal had nothing to do with him, it could at least help Zhang Wei temporarily. I risked a lot to find this source crystal yesterday, so it should be useful to you, right? Han Xiao looked at Zhang Tao with a hint of expectation. Zhang Tao nodded confidently at Han Xiao. Of course. By the way, I see that there is no way for you to stay here anymore. How about you come back with me? Han Xiao smiled at first, but then asked shyly, can I bring my brother along? Of course. Zhang Tao gave a clear answer. This response made Han Xiao very happy. In her eyes, both Zhang Wei and Zhang Tao were just passing through, and only her brother would be her safest support in the future. No way, Han Xiao, how can you do this? Han Su, aren't you going to say anything? Zhang Wei stepped forward, glaring at Han Xiao and Han Su. This time, Han Xiao chose not to speak. She looked at Han Su. Han Su knew it was time for him to express his stance. So even though he sensed something was off, he still said, Zhang Wei, we're just acquaintances. I haven't done anything wrong to you. My sister has nothing to do with you, so just stop clinging to her. Huh, you two weren't saying that yesterday. Zhang Wei coldly laughed as he stared at Han Xiao and Han Su. As expected, you can't change a dog's nature. These two have always treated Zhang Wei like a fool, like a backup plan. Han Xiao, is this what you call liking me? Is this how you show your affection? What a BTCH. Han Xiao immediately became furious upon hearing this, but she didn't show her anger. Instead, she looked at Zhang Tao with a delicate and wronged expression. Tao Tao, this person is too annoying. I don't want to see him anymore. Look at that. Just a few words in, and she is already calling him Tao Tao. Not only was Zhang Wei disgusted, but Zhang Tao also felt a bit nauseous. Originally, Zhang Tao thought it was a bit unfair for Zhang Wei to use tactics against a young girl. Now, it seemed he had been too lenient. Zhang Tao wasn't a naive teenager. Having spent years mingling among various women, he understood their minds very well. This woman was clearly trying to provoke him to deal with Zhang Wei. She was using him as a pawn. You don't want to see him? How about I take care of him for you? Zhang Tao waved the battle sickle in his hand and proposed a very tempting suggestion. Han Xiao looked at Zhang Tao with a slightly flushed face and said, I'll go along with whatever you say. Well, that statement was almost telling Zhang Tao to act quickly. Zhang Wei, did you hear that? She wants me to kill you. After saying this, Zhang Tao quickly charged toward Zhang Wei. The two were already close, and in just a few steps, Zhang Tao was in front of Zhang Wei. Big brother. This is the source crystal she gave me. It looks like a high-grade one. Once Zhang Tao reached Zhang Wei, he showed an almost submissive demeanor and directly handed over the source crystal that Han Xiao had just given him. This sudden turn of events left Han Xiao and Han Su stunned. Their expressions were nearly identical, shock and disbelief, their eyes wide open. Really? Let me see. Zhang Wei said as he took the source crystal and decided to activate it. It's a ranged weapon. Zhang Wei was a bit surprised. This was the first time he had received a ranged weapon. Exceptional grade freeze gun, combat power 100, optimized for concentrated output. capable of delivering maximum damage for a short period. An exceptional grade freeze gun? Is that real? Lin Qianying, who had been hiding in the shadows, burst out suddenly. Chapter 26, Zhang Wei, come back. I have more to say to you originally. Lin Qianying had planned to hide a little longer before watching the show. However, when Zhang Wei mentioned that he had obtained an exceptional level freeze gun, Lin Qianying couldn't contain herself any longer. How did you come out so quickly? Zhang Wei asked. A bit surprised. It wasn't yet time for Lin Qianying to make her entrance, and there were still some lines left to say. Lin Qianying stuck out her tongue. A bit embarrassed. I just couldn't help myself, you know? Combining. Having already revealed her beauty in front of Han Xiao, Lin Qianying decided not to hide any longer and went straight for the combination. When the beautiful silver-white mech appeared, she looked at the nearly 1 meter long cluster freeze gun and found herself liking it more and more. Without hesitation, Lin Qianying reached out her hand to Zhang Wei. Her voice filled with desire. I want it. When a beautiful woman tells a man she wants something, which man could resist? Zhang Wei's self-control wasn't exactly strong. He paused slightly, and then the cluster freeze gun was unconsciously handed over to Lin Qianying. However, after giving the freeze gun to Lin Qianying, Zhang Wei couldn't help but mutter quietly near her ear, Aren't you paying for it? Upon hearing this, a glint of mischief flashed in Lin Qianying's eyes, and her lips curled into a smile. What are you talking about? I'm your girlfriend. With that, she happily equipped the cluster freeze gun and linked her arm with Zhang Wei's. Their movements were intimate and seamless, despite the noticeable size difference between their mechs. The scene looked incredibly smooth and harmonious, as if it were meant to be that way. Zhang Tao watched this scene with a bit of discomfort, feeling that the benefits he received seemed the least among them. After all, he was the one putting in the most effort in the performance. Zhang Wei was a bit dazed by Lin Qianying's sudden embrace. They hadn't discussed any physical contact beforehand, had they? Although everyone was in their mechs. The neural connection made it feel like the mech was part of their own body, and the sensations were quite sharp. All right, the mech might be a bit restrictive, but if he could still feel this way when back in his real body. Zhang Wei shook his head, thinking he couldn't let himself get lost so easily. Besides, this was just Lin Qianying playing along with him in the act. You guys. Han Xiao finally snapped out of her daze, trembling as she raised her hand, her fingertips hovering in the air, pointing sequentially at Zhang Wei and then at the other two. At that moment, Han Xiao was so angry she couldn't even find her voice. Once Han Xiao managed to compose herself, she spoke again. Zhang Tao, you're the young master of Chuanqing mining. How could you acknowledge Zhang Wei, this loser, as your brother? Your mech is clearly so much stronger than his. Han Xiao had already figured out that the three of them were just acting, so she decided to drop the pretense of being weak. Continuing to act would only make her appear more awkward and ridiculous. But she wanted to know why. Who told you my mech is stronger than my brother's? Zhang Tao retorted. Just because yours is taller and bigger? You haven't seen how powerful my brother really is. However, Han Xiao felt a bit confused. Isn't it true that the bigger the mecha, the stronger the power? But from past experiences, she knew that the bulkier and larger ones tended to be more durable and powerful. The idea of being compact and efficient sounds nice, but in reality, it falls short. Zhang Wei, what do you mean by that? Han Su took over Han Zhao's words, frowning as he stared at Zhang Wei without looking at anyone else. What do you mean? Do you really have to be so straightforward? Hand over your mecha core. Zhang Wei's tone was icy. He didn't want to say more. Han Su, like a cat whose tail had just been stepped on, took 2 steps back in shock, exclaiming, What do you want my mecha core for? The mecha was their lifeline in this apocalyptic world, and Han Su couldn't imagine what life would be like without it. Were they supposed to just play house with Han Xiao? Kids couldn't turn into mechas, and besides, Han Su was already tired of that. Zhang Wei didn't explain. He just glanced at Zhang Tao. As soon as Zhang Tao saw Zhang Wei looking at him, he understood and picked up his battle scythe, approaching Han Su. The shadow of the 17-meter-high mecha gradually enveloped Han Su, and at that moment, the pressure from the mecha nearly suffocated him. Fine, I'll hand it over. Better to die later than to die now. Han Su still had a grasp on reality. Zhang Wei felt a coldness in his heart, believing he had already been merciful enough. In their previous life, Han Xiao took Zhang Wei's mecha core, and Han Su had stabbed himself. Now, Zhang Wei was only taking Han Su's mecha core without harming either of them. Wasn't he this mercy enough? Han Su willingly handed over the mecha core to Zhang Tao. Once Zhang Tao received the core, he immediately understood what kind of mecha it belonged to. He looked at Zhang Wei in surprise and asked, Big brother, why do we even want this junk? Just throw it on the ground and crush it, Zhang Wei replied casually. To his surprise, Zhang Tao took him seriously. He tossed the mecha core onto the ground and then stepped on it without hesitation. For Zhang Tao, it truly was just scrap metal. They had plenty of medium-sized mechas at home that were 10 meters tall, and although Zhang Wei had destroyed a number of their 15-meter heavy mechas, they still had a few left. Han Su felt his heart bleed. The mecha he cherished so much was just destroyed like that. You two, take care of yourselves. Consider this matter between us settled. Zhang Wei sighed in relief. Not killing Han Xiao and Han Su had been Zhang Wei's intention all along. Rather than letting them die peacefully, it was better to let them experience the harshness of this apocalypse. It was only the second day of the apocalypse, and there were still many thrilling things they had yet to experience. If they didn't let them truly feel the weight of this world, how could Zhang Wei justify the pain they caused him in the last life? Big brother, is that it? Shun Ti, we just killed him? Zhang Tao was serious about eradicating any threats. You don't understand anything. Let us go. Zhang Wei shot back at Zhang Tao before turning to leave. Lin Qianying had been holding on to Zhang Wei's arm without letting go, just as Zhang Wei led her to turn around. The frozen gun in her hand seemed to come to life, and a deep blue light gradually gathered at the muzzle. In the silence, the light grew brighter. And about 2 seconds later, a massive ice bullet shot out with a whoosh, its size more than 3 times that of a typical ice bullet. The ice bullet struck the ground beneath Han Su's building, shattering the entire second floor. The walls that remained standing quickly froze over, causing the temperature to drop by 3 or 4 degrees in an instant. However, the chill in the air was nothing compared to the icy feelings in Han Xiao and Han Su's hearts. The upper floor had been split open by Zhang Wei, while the lower floor was encased in ice, and the entire building was now teetering on the brink of collapse. Anyone who harms my man, this is your punishment. Lin Qianying's cold words reached Han Su and Han Zhao's ears. Meanwhile, Zhang Wei was puzzled, thinking, wait a minute, we didn't even add any extra money. So why is Lin Qianying suddenly adding drama to the situation? Just then, Han Xiao suddenly screamed, Zhang Wei, come back. I have more to say to you. Chapter 27. You bitch. I'm going to fight you. Zhang Wei heard Han Zhao scream, but didn't look back, as if he were oblivious to it. Seeing that Zhang Wei had no intention of stopping, Han Zhao's eyes filled with tears as she sprinted downstairs. She couldn't let him walk away like that. After what had just happened, Han Xiao had figured out some things. When she reached the bottom of the stairs, Zhang Wei had not gone far. Zhang Wei, are you treating me like this because of her? Is it because of her? Han Xiao shouted, pointing at Lin Qianying as she ran. This time, Zhang Wei still didn't stop. However, Lin Qianying grabbed Zhang Wei, forcing him to turn around helplessly. Soon, Han Xiao, panting heavily, reached Zhang Wei and the other two. Her face was filled with anxiety and anger. Tell me, is it her? What do you want? Zhang Wei's tone was icy, as if he were a machine devoid of any emotion. She must have said something to you, right? She's south trying to drive a wedge between us. Isn't she? You used to like me. I told you I liked you too. But after just one night, you changed. It's because of her, isn't it? Han Xiao glared at Lin Qianying, as if she wanted to devour her alive. In Han Zhao's eyes, all of Zhang Wei's changes were because of Lin Qianying. Huh, you weren't saying that a moment ago. Lin Qianying coldly mocked before Zhang Wei could even speak. She had witnessed everything that had just happened. Don't say a word, you green tea bitch. If it weren't for your meddling, how could Zhang Wei treat me like this? Han Xiao harbored genuine hatred toward Lin Qianying. Why did Zhang Tao listen to Zhang Wei so obediently? Who was Zhang Tao? Why had this beautiful Lin Qianying become Zhang Wei's girlfriend in just one night? All of this pointed to one thing. Zhang Wei was incredibly strong enough that Han Xiao couldn't even imagine. It was precisely because of this strength that Lin Qianying would stir up trouble after knowing that Zhang Wei liked her, leading to today's drama. The goal was to test herself. Unfortunately, she couldn't withstand the test, but Han Xiao wouldn't look for reasons within herself. She blamed it all on Lin Qianying. You're quite the joke, aren't you? Lin Qianying seemed on the verge of exploding. Tell me, is it you? Han Zhao's eyes blazed with fury, nearly bursting with rage. It is me. What are you going to do about it? Lin Qianying admitted. Though it didn't matter, Han Xiao had already made up her mind about the situation. What now? I won't let you succeed. I admit I've done wrong. But are you really such a good person? You got with Zhang Wei after just one day of knowing him. What are you? That mecha of yours was a gift from Zhang Wei, wasn't it? What truly infuriated Han Xiao is this point. She and Zhang Wei had known each other for quite some time, and he had even admired her. If it weren't for Lin Qianying's sudden interference, that beautiful mecha would have been hers by now. In Han Zhao's eyes, Lin Qianying not only used underhanded tactics to steal Zhang Wei away, but also took away her own mech. You really are so scheming, a real femme fatale. The more Han Xiao thought about it, the angrier she became, and her words grew increasingly rude. Lin Qianying was genuinely infuriated by Han Xiao. She tightened her grip around Zhang Wei, pulling him closer. How could someone as radiant and just as Lin Qianying, who was praised wherever she went, be called a green tea or a scheming woman for the first time? Hey, why aren't you saying anything? Han Xiao shouted. Lin Qianying's silence gave Han Xiao a false sense of superiority. Suddenly, Lin Qianying looked up at Zhang Wei and said, I want to do something. Go ahead and do whatever you want, Zhang Wei replied nonchalantly. He had already guessed what Lin Qianying was planning, but in his eyes, Han Xiao had become a complete stranger, so he didn't care about what Lin Xianying wanted to do to her. Okay, Lin Xianying responded. Then, to everyone's surprise, she disassembled her mech. As she approached Han Xiao, the previously arrogant atmosphere around Han Xiao was instantly suppressed by the invisible aura Lin Xianying exuded. Your mouth is filthy. It needs to be dealt with. Lin Xianying stood in front of Han Xiao and slapped her face without hesitation. Han Xiao was stunned. She never expected Lin Xianying to dare to hit her first. Wasn't Lin Xianying the one in the wrong? Your heart is even filthier. Lin Xianying struck again. With that, both sides of Han Xiao's face were now equally marked. You filthy BTCH, I'm going to fight you. After receiving 2 slaps, Han Xiao finally reacted, lunging at Lin Xianying. However, she had no idea who she was up against. Lin Xianying was a soldier. The kind of woman that even a couple of burly men couldn't get close to. How could Han Xiao, who only knew how to throw tantrums and pull hair, be a match for Lin Xianying? When Han Xiao lunged at her, Lin Xianying simply sidestepped, and Han Xiao ended up on the ground in a rather humiliating position. Her pretty face made direct contact with the ground. A piercing scream escaped Han Xiao's lips. When she lifted her head, her face was covered in blood. Zhang Wei, are you just going to watch me get bullied by her? Han Xiao looked up at Zhang Wei with tear-filled eyes. If you want to die, I won't stop you, Zhang Wei replied coldly, his tone as icy as ever, with no hint of emotion. Compared to his own past experiences, Han Xiao's minor injuries were nothing far from enough to elicit a reaction. Zhang Tao glanced at Zhang Wei, silently noting his brother's attitude. In Zhang Tao's eyes, Han Xiao must have hurt his brother deeply. Otherwise, with Zhang Wei's strength, he wouldn't bother to specifically target this woman. From now on, someone would have to keep an eye on these two. Zhang Tao made a silent decision in his mind. You really don't care about me? Han Xiao's voice was filled with despair, resembling that of a woman cruelly abandoned by a man. Zhang Wei felt quite displeased. This scene gave him a strange sense of deja vu. Even if you don't care about me, do you really not care about Hansu? He's your best friend, and you've already destroyed his mech. Why not give him another one? After hearing Han Xiao's words, Zhang Wei finally understood why he felt this way. Haha. Zhang Wei couldn't help but burst into laughter. The requests that Han Xiao had made in the past echoed continuously in his ears. He had just said, "Don't bring trouble upon yourself. Isn't it better to stay alive?" Zhang Wei leaned down. The massive mech put immense pressure on Han Xiao, and at that moment, she surprisingly found herself unable to speak. Although the gaze of Zhang Wei's mech remained a deep blue, Han Xiao could somehow sense a murderous intent lurking within that blue. Lin Xianying frowned as she looked at Zhang Wei. She knew that this wasn't mere killing intent, it was the aura of violence emanating from him. But where did this aura come from? Although Lin Xianying had never met Zhang Wei before, it wasn't hard to guess that he was probably only around 20 years old. How could someone so young exude such a strong aura of violence? Chapter 28. If we can't kill them, let's find someone else to do it, Zhang Wei. I was wrong. My sister was wrong too. Please don't take action. Hansu stumbled out, his voice trembling with desperation. Seeing the panicked Hansu, Zhang Wei couldn't help but smirk coldly. So it's true what they say about sibling bonds. Fine, let us allow you to live a little longer. Shall we go? Zhang Wei turned to Lin Xianying. Lin Xianying nodded slightly at Zhang Wei before merging with her mech once again. As the 3 mechs departed together, Hansu felt a mix of emotions churning inside him. Han Xiao lay on the ground, hiding her face in her arms, unsure if she was too afraid or simply unwilling to look up. When the silhouettes of the 3 mechs disappeared, Hansu's accusatory voice reached Han Xiao's ears. It's all your fault. If you had just confidently said you liked Zhang Wei, would this have happened? Han Xiao shot up in disbelief. It's my fault? You blame me? If you weren't so useless, would I be in this position? Who am I doing this for? Hansu was left speechless. All right, we can't stay here. It's too dangerous, and we can't go home. Let us find a place to treat your injuries, Hansu said softly as he helped Han Xiao to her feet. Did Hansu really have such a good temperament? Of course not. His rush to protect Han Xiao was out of pure intention. He had ulterior motives. After all, Han Xiao was quite attractive and could be useful in this post-apocalyptic world. Big brother, where are we heading today? Zhang Tao's slightly excited voice broke into Zhang Wei's thoughts as they left the community. Zhang Wei ignored Zhang Tao and glanced down at his arm. Noticing his movement, Lin Xianying sensed something was off and quickly stepped back, releasing Zhang Wei's arm. I was worried they were still watching us. So let us find a place with plenty of monsters. The evolution of the mech requires a lot of source crystals. Zhang Wei skillfully shifted the topic without responding directly to Lin Xianying. Mech evolution? Zhang Tao and Lin Xianying exchanged puzzled looks. The information provided to humanity by the mechanical arrival was quite limited, and many things had to be discovered by people themselves. Mech evolution was one such mystery. Only those who had reached level 10 with their mechs were privy to this information. Once a mech reaches level 10, it can undergo its first evolution. which increases its combat capability and provides other benefits. Zhang Wei explained this to Zhang Tao and Lin Qianying. It can be done like that? Boss. Let us hurry back home then. I need to make some arrangements, Zhang Tao said, appearing somewhat anxious. If he had known this information earlier, he would have mobilized all his personnel yesterday. However, it was too late. It only sent him back a day. Zhang Wei, what is the level of your mech? Lin Qianying asked, voicing her curiosity. Level 19. I haven't had the chance to absorb the source crystals I collected last night yet. Even if all the information is absorbed, the body level won't reach level 30, which means a second evolution can't occur, so Zhang Wei isn't in a hurry. Level 19? That's pretty high. Is there going to be a second evolution? If your level goes up by one more, can you evolve? Lin Qianying stared at Zhang Wei like a curious child. Zhang Wei slowly shook his head. Of course there's a second evolution, but it requires a body level of 30. How do you know so much? This was Lin Qianying's real intention. From the moment she started interacting with Zhang Wei, she felt that he had knowledge that others did not, and he always seemed so calm in the face of danger. So she was genuinely curious. The crucial point is that the information Zhang Wei held in his mind is extremely important to the military. This is a secret. You can tell the military what I said. Zhang Wei noticed Lin Qianying's cautious mindset. Is there anything else you can share? Lin Qianying was already ready to take notes. Zhang Wei pondered for a moment, and then said, the mechanical monsters on land, and even the flying mechanical monsters aren't that terrifying. It won't take long to clear a safe zone. What you really need to watch out for are the mechanical monsters in the ocean, especially those that used to live in the deep sea. Speaking of this, even Zhang Wei felt a shiver. In his previous life, under the military's efforts, they indeed established one safe zone after another in a short time. It was precisely because of this that Zhang Wei managed to survive for 2 years without a mech. However, when the mechanical monsters from the ocean burst forth, everything changed. The steel walls of the human safe zones couldn't stop those monsters at all. As for the even more powerful entities than the oceanic mechanical monsters, Zhang Wei didn't mention them. Bringing it up now would only dampen human morale and serve no purpose. What else? Lin Qianying's tone became much heavier. After battling the mechanical monsters, she too had sensed that the mechanical creatures on land weren't that difficult to deal with. As long as the combat power met the standards and the mind remained calm, even without many tactics, they could handle ordinary mechanical beings. So, Zhang Wei was right about clearing a safe zone in a short time. But when he mentioned oceanic creatures, Lin Qianying envisioned the terrifying image of mechanical monsters surging out of the sea. How horrifying would it be to see swarms of shrimp and crabs attacking the safe zone? How would they deal with mechanical lobsters that outnumbered them 1,000-fold? What would the originally large oceanic creatures look like after being mechanized? What else? Is there more? Lin Qianying pressed. But for now, there was nothing else, and Zhang Wei cautioned her. Don't be so curious. It's dangerous. Not only was her curiosity about this information concerning, but her future curiosity about mechanical monsters could also be fatal. Oh, I understand. Perhaps it was due to her merging with the mech. But Lin Qianying's response had a somewhat girlish tone. Hiss. I want revenge. I must have revenge, and I won't let them off easy. In a residential building, Han Xiao screamed loudly. Han Su, who was tending to the wounds on Han Zhao's face, frowned but said nothing. Han Zhao's face had been severely scraped against the ground, leaving her disfigured. Her right cheek was extensively bruised, and it would take a long time to heal. Even if the wounds did heal, they would likely leave unsightly scars. How significant is this for a woman? But can revenge be achieved just by talking about it? Han Su understood very well that, let alone revenge, they were struggling just to survive. Han Su, will you help me? After screaming for a while without a response from Han Su, Han Xiao glared at him, waiting for an answer. Of course I'll help you. You're my sister. But we need to think carefully about what to do. What do? We can't kill them, so we'll find someone else to do it. Find someone? Who? Han Su looked at Han Xiao in confusion. Suddenly, Han Xiao picked up her phone and began fiddling with it. Thankfully, there was still an internet connection. Find him. Han Xiao turned the phone screen towards Han Su. Han Su's pupils widened slightly as he saw the image on the screen. Is this a snake? Han Xiao nodded in response. Yes, this is a message from a pet shop owner. This mechanical snake is his pet, and if we go to him for help, he can help me get my revenge. Han Xiao spoke fiercely, her face filled with resentment. This information was something she had painstakingly found after scrolling through her phone all night. If she could be with a young, desirable guy like Zhang Wei, Han Xiao wouldn't have to serve an older man. But now, she knew she had no choice. Chapter 29. Running into trouble. When should we go? After a brief moment of contemplation, Han Su spoke gravely to Han Xiao. At present, the siblings had nothing to their names, even hiding in this makeshift shelter. They were still at high risk of being killed by mechanical monsters. Since Han Xiao had already found a destination, the sooner they acted, the better. Help me find a scarf to cover my face. We need to go now. Han Xiao was eager for revenge and couldn't bear to wait even a second longer. Okay. About 10 minutes later, the siblings cautiously left their temporary hideout. Fortunately, the pet store that Han Xiao mentioned was not far from where they were. The dilapidated streets were teeming with lurking mechanical beasts, but as long as they were careful and luck wasn't completely against them, they should be safe for a short stroll outside. Perhaps Han Xiao had already exhausted her bad luck for the day. After about 2 hours, they finally spotted the sign for the pet store. We found it, Han Xiao exclaimed softly, her eyes lighting up at the sight of the intact sign. Unlike the other shattered storefronts on the street, the pet shop was preserved remarkably well. Even the glass remained unbroken. What did this signify? It indicated that the shop was truly resilient. Let's hurry. Han Xiao scanned the surroundings, and once she confirmed there were no mechanical creatures in sight, she quickly grabbed Han Su's hand and dashed toward the pet store. However, as they reached the entrance, Han Xiao suddenly froze in place, her legs trembling. Through the glass door, they could see the interior of the shop. A massive steel serpent loomed before them, its head so large that it completely blocked the storefront. At that moment, the serpent's two enormous azure eyes, as big as buckets, were fixated on the siblings. Han Xiao felt as if an invisible force was tightening around her heart, making it nearly impossible to breathe. If she hadn't been holding Han Su's hand, she probably would have collapsed in fear. Meeting the gaze of this steel monster was nothing like facing a mech, in Han Xiao's mind. This giant serpent was dozens of times more terrifying than Zhang Wei. Visitors so early in the day? A lazy voice broke the tension. A scruffy-looking man, with unkempt hair and stubble, appeared in front of the serpent's head. Boss William, come on in. The moment he saw Han Xiao, his eyes lit up with eagerness as he swung the door open wide. Boss, I can't believe what you said in the group chat was true. It's huge. After summoning her courage to enter the pet store, Han Xiao immediately began to praise the giant steel serpent, her tone a mix of awe and trepidation. The man seemed electrified by Han Xiao's soft and slightly flirtatious voice, instantly revitalized. Hey, not bad, huh? And you are? I'm Han Xiao. And this is my brother Han Su. We're here to seek refuge with you. Han Xiao stated her purpose directly. Upon hearing the words to seek refuge, the boss's eyes immediately lit up. With such a stunning figure and a voice so sweet, if it were in bed. My name is Wang Xing, but you can call me Brother Wang. Haven't you eaten yet? Come in and have something to eat. Wang Xing warmly welcomed Han Xiao and Han Su. To be honest, the siblings were indeed very hungry, so they didn't hold back. At the dining table, the food wasn't extravagant, but it was enough to fill their stomachs. During the meal, Han Xiao didn't remove the veil covering her face, which piqued Wang Xing's curiosity. Miss, what happened to your face? Han Xiao had been waiting for this question. The next moment, she seemed to break down, tears streaming down her face. Brother Wang, I've been bullied. Crying. Han Xiao directly grabbed Wang Xing's arm and buried her head in his chest. Wang Xing felt as if he had been struck by lightning. He had never experienced such treatment before. Although he had shared his information in some groups hoping to attract some girls, he never expected happiness to come so quickly. He didn't know where to put his hands. Wang Xing was oblivious, but Han Xiao knew exactly what she was doing. She looked up and immediately grabbed Wang Xing's hands. Brother Wang, you have to help me get revenge. While saying this, she pulled Wang Xing's hands into her embrace. When Wang Xing felt the softness, his heart soared. Miss, tell me who bullied you, and I'll help you get your revenge. My big flower is very powerful, and it can command those little creatures. Wang Xing wasn't being arrogant. Big Flower was the steel giant snake, 10 meters long and robust, capable of commanding the small pets in the shop to transform into mechanical beings. There were at least a dozen little ones like cats and dogs. Brother Wang, really? Aren't you going to ask who bullied me? Han Xiao blinked her big eyes, tears glistening on her eyelashes, capturing Wang Sheng's attention. With the beauty so close, Wang Sheng felt an urge to pull Han Xiao into a room right away. What was there to ask? Forget about those mechs. Even stronger mechanical monsters wouldn't stand a chance against Big Flower. Just tell me who it is, and I'll definitely help you take revenge. Brother Wang, you're so good to me. Han Xiao didn't immediately reveal who it was. She just tugged at Wang Sheng's hand a little deeper. Wang Sheng was already struggling to hold back his saliva. Unexpectedly, Han Xiao's grip suddenly loosened. Ah, Brother Wang. Her delicate voice trailed off. Seeing Han Xiao's coy demeanor, Wang Sheng couldn't help but pull in his stomach. He had never experienced such treatment before the apocalypse. Noticing Wang Xing's reaction, Han Xiao leaned in closer and whispered, I'll keep you company tonight, Brother Wang. You have to protect me from now on. Wang Sheng's eyes went wide. This was quite a hint. Moreover, wasn't her approach a bit too forward, almost like a collision? However, Wang Sheng welcomed this boldness from Han Xiao. All right. By the way, you still haven't told me who bullied you. Anyone who dares to mess with my woman. Wang Xing is just asking for trouble. Filled with righteous anger, Wang Xing is eager to help Han Xiao take revenge and move on to the next step. Han Xiao appears a bit hesitant. Wang Ge, maybe we should just let it go. They're really powerful, and I don't want you to get hurt. That's not an option. Just tell me who they are and where they are. Wang Xing clearly doesn't understand strategy. He doesn't even grasp the concept of feigned retreat. They have really strong mechas and advanced weapons. Although De Hua becomes more powerful after consuming those things, we still shouldn't go. It's truly dangerous. Let's just stay home and live our lives, okay? Han Xiao adds fuel to the fire, having seen this information when she was researching yesterday. Wang Xing becomes even more excited upon hearing this. Really? Then we definitely need to find them. He knows Han Xiao's information is credible because De Hua wasn't as formidable when it first got mechanized. It only gained its current combat prowess after consuming several mechas and learning a new skill. If it could consume even more mechas, its combat strength would increase, making Wang Sheng's future life much more carefree. Are we really going? Have you heard of Zhang Tao from Chuancheng Mining, Wang Ge? Who did you say? Zhang Tao. Wang Xing jumps in surprise. Chapter 30, Big Brother. Something's wrong. Wang Ge, you're hurting me. Han Xiao pulled her hand away and shook it gently, just as she finished. Her small hand inadvertently pressed against Wang Sheng's chest again, and she started drawing circles on it. The moment she pressed down, Wang Sheng immediately became docile, and a comfortable expression appeared on his face. Are you okay? I didn't mean to. I just got a bit too excited. I've definitely heard of Zhang Tao. He's just a spoiled rich kid. Yeah, he bullied me. He took away some really good equipment and destroyed my brother's mech. Han Xiao seemed to hit a sensitive spot, and tears began to fall uncontrollably. Seeing this, Wang Xing felt a pang of heartache. He gently wiped away Han Xiao's tears and comforted her softly. Don't worry, no matter who he is, Wang Ge will make sure we get an explanation today. Have you eaten? If you have, let's go find them right now. Han Xiao looked up, her eyes sparkling with gratitude. She said softly, Wang Ge, you're so good to me. Good sister, how could I treat you poorly when you're coming to me for help? Hansu watched the two of them being so affectionate in front of him, feeling a mix of emotions but remaining silent. A few minutes later, they were ready to go. The three of them stood on the back of the giant steel serpent, Da Huang, with the spirited Wang Sheng leading the way. Han Xiao nestled closely against him, her body almost entirely leaning on him. Meanwhile, Hansu stood alone behind them, feeling somewhat invisible. Let us go check out Zhang Tao's villa. Zhang Tao was indeed quite famous in Chuan City, while not everyone knew exactly where he lived. At least half of the city's population was aware of it. Finding Zhang Tao was easy. Da Huang forged a path, with the little brothers it had tamed keeping a lookout around them. On their way, all the mechanical creatures they encountered were torn apart by this group of followers. Not needing Da Huang to lift a finger, Han Xiao felt quite satisfied with this treatment. It was a far cry from the cautiousness they had when they first arrived. Oh, Wang Ge, watch out. There are mechanical birds in the sky, Han Xiao exclaimed, warning Wang Sheng. Their group had attracted quite a bit of attention, and they were now being targeted by the mechanical birds. However, Wang Sheng didn't care about the birds overhead. He gently patted Han Xiao's small hand, reassuring her. It's fine, don't worry, Da Wang can handle it. Han Xiao wanted to say more. After all, they were standing on Da Wang. And if it got into a fight with those birds, what would happen to them? Clearly, Wang Sheng's confidence was well-founded. As the mechanical birds swooped down to about 50 meters above the ground, Da Huang suddenly opened its mouth. Its snake-like tongue, over a meter long, whipped through the air like a silver steel whip. Amidst the heart-stopping hiss, every time the tongue whipped through the air, it unleashed a bolt of lightning from its tip. The lightning seemed to have a mind of its own, accurately striking each mechanical bird. In the face of such electric shocks, the mechanical birds' defenses were as flimsy as paper, causing them to malfunction on the spot and plummet from the sky. In the end, after leaving behind a dozen mechanical wrecks, the birds retreated in terror. That's amazing. Han Xiao praised sincerely, truly impressed by Da Hua's capabilities. Hey, impressive, right? Wang Sheng said, wrapping an arm around Han Xiao's shoulders, pulling her slightly closer to him. Yeah, so impressive. With Da Hua around, we have nothing to fear. Not just fear, we want to help you take revenge. If he doesn't back down, then we'll take him out. We follow Brother Wang, they chimed in. As Wang Sheng and Han Xiao flirted with each other, they drew closer to Zhang Tao's residence. In less than an hour, they entered the villa district. The area was filled with numerous mechas. But as soon as those mechas caught sight of Wang Sheng and his group, they all backed off, none daring to block their path. In today's world, it's every man for himself. As long as Wang Sheng wasn't looking for trouble, they wouldn't interfere. However, just as they were about to enter Zhang Tao's villa, they were stopped. What are you here for? Do you know where this is? The bodyguards, dedicated to their duty, showed no fear despite Da Hua's presence. They couldn't help it. Their big brother was just too strong. What were these mechanical beings compared to him? This is Zhang Tao's place, right? Where's Zhang Tao? Wang Sheng shot a fiery glance at the mechas blocking their way. He didn't have a mecha himself, only De Hua as his powerful companion. Naturally, he was very eager to get his hands on one. The mechas in front of him looked promising, especially the two towering 15 meters high. What do you want? You think you can just walk in? The bodyguards were not in a friendly mood, clearly sensing the ill intentions of this group. Wang Sheng frowned. If they couldn't have a civil conversation, then De Hua, take action. Since the three of them were on De Hua's back, she couldn't move too much. So she used her skills instead. With a flash of lightning, four mechas were struck down in an instant. The initial defense of these mechas was not much stronger than that of the mechanical birds, and they collapsed to the ground, temporarily incapacitated but without life-threatening injuries. Brothers, let us go. This guy is looking for trouble. The bodyguards immediately erupted into chaos. If this had happened yesterday, they certainly wouldn't have been so bold. But today was different. Their big brother was backing them up, and they couldn't let him down. Wang Sheng was surprised that they dared to fight back. Let us go down first. De Hua, disable them, but don't kill them yet. After saying this, Wang Sheng pulled Han Xiao down to the ground, leaving Han Su to jump on his own. As the three of them dismounted from De Hua's back, she began to move swiftly, her speed increasing significantly. Open fire. The ranged bodyguards were the first to shoot. However, their aim was quite limited, and even if they hit De Hua, it wouldn't matter. Her defenses were impenetrable. De Hua's combat power has already exceeded 100 and is even close to 200. How could these mechs, still in their initial state, possibly harm De Hua? With overwhelming force, De Hua barged in, sweeping through the mechs effortlessly. Dozens of household mechs lay toppled and scattered in the yard. Wait a second, sir. Wait. You can state your demands, and I will relay them to my young master. The butler rushed out after hearing the tremendous roar from the yard. Bring Zhang Tao out. He bullied my woman, and today I will settle the score with him, Wang Sheng said haughtily. After all, the winning side has the right to be arrogant. Sir, may I ask what your woman's name is? Han Xiao. All right, sir. I understand. I will notify my young master right away. With that, the butler immediately contacted Zhang Tao. When Zhang Tao received the news, he looked in surprise at Zhang Wei, who was busy fighting monsters. Once Zhang Wei finished off this wave of enemies, Zhang Tao exclaimed, Big brother, something's wrong. Chapter 31. How about I hand this snake over to you? Zhang Wei almost turned around and slashed Zhang Tao with his knife upon hearing his exclamation. What is going on? What happened? Zhang Wei casually asked, feigning indifference. Zhang Tao was right behind him, and Lin Xianying was engaged in a battle against a mechanical bird on a nearby 4-story building, so there was no real danger. As for Zhang Wei, who had just destroyed a rat's nest, he was certainly not in any danger. Why the alarm? There's a group of people who broke into our place, specifically looking for me, Zhang Tao said, sounding a bit agitated. A group of people? Zhang Wei was puzzled. Given Zhang Tao's family's influence, he was one of the biggest powers in Chuan City. Who would dare to cause trouble for him? Well, it's not exactly a group. It's 3 people accompanied by a bunch of mechanical creatures. The most formidable among them is a 10-meter-long snake. Big brother, what should we do? Zhang Wei replied teasingly. They're not looking for me, so what does it have to do with me? Zhang Tao's eyes widened in disbelief. What kind of outrageous words were these? Big brother, you can't treat me like this. Zhang Tao had come to understand Zhang Wei's temperament, as long as he didn't compete with Zhang Wei for source crystals. Zhang Wei was generally easy to talk to, and even capable of joking around. He could tell that Zhang Wei was just kidding. He had to be. Do you know who they are? Zhang Wei certainly wouldn't ignore Zhang Tao, even if he was joking. Both Zhang Tao and his group of underlings had their uses. The butler said he didn't recognize them. 2 men and 1 woman. Zhang Wei glanced at the entrance of the underground pipeline that he had violently demolished, then turned to shout to Lin Xianying, let us go back. The mechanical mice inside the underground pipeline had already been wiped out by Zhang Wei, yielding 300 ordinary source crystals, which was a decent haul, if he continued to clear out the underground pipeline. The day's gains should be enough to elevate his body to level 30. However, with trouble brewing at home, he certainly needed to return and help out. Plus, that 10-meter-long steel snake would likely drop some high-level source crystals, right? There weren't many high-end mechanical creatures around, since one had appeared. He needed to secure those source crystals. The ordinary mechanical creatures could be dealt with later. Okay. Lin Xianying, who was shooting at the sky from the rooftop, replied to Zhang Wei. She then jumped down from the rooftop and quickly disappeared from sight. The source crystals dropped by the mechanical birds definitely needed to be collected. Before long, Lin Xianying returned. Hey, guess how many source crystals I got? Her slightly boastful voice reached Zhang Wei's ears. 100? Lin Xianying shook her head. Not that many, but I did get a dozen or so intermediate source crystals. Here, take them. As she spoke, Lin Xianying pulled out the intermediate source crystals and handed them to Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei understood her meaning. Lin Qianying was repaying him for the cost of that freeze gun. Keep them for your body evolution. You can pay me back later when you're more well off. Lin Qianying thought for a moment, nodded to Zhang Wei, and then put the source crystals back into her body's storage space. By the way, are we going back now? Where to? Someone's robbing the house. Let's go check it out, Zhang Wei explained casually. Soon, the three of them left the battlefield. Indirectly watched by those they had saved, their eyes filled with tears of gratitude. When they returned to the villa area, they could clearly sense the tense atmosphere. The entire neighborhood was eerily silent, as if even the wind had stopped breathing. Just as they approached Zhang Tao's house, a piercing scream shattered the quiet. It's him. Zhang Wei doubted his hearing for a moment. If he wasn't mistaken, that was Han Zhao's voice. What was she doing here? In the next instant, a steel serpent appeared before Zhang Wei's eyes, a massive creature that could rival his own size. Wow, it looked much stronger than that steel tiger. Zhang Wei's eyes lit up. A more powerful mechanical creature, Minute could provide him with better source crystals. Why take unnecessary risks? Zhang Wei also noticed Han Xiao glaring at him, and he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. This really was a case of no risk, no reward. He had been thinking of letting Han Xiao experience the apocalypse properly, but on only the second day of the apocalypse, there she was, jumping around right in front of him. This was a huge test for Zhang Wei. Suppressing his murderous intent was quite a torment. Are you Zhang Tao? Is it you who bullied my woman? At that moment, Wang Sheng pointed at Zhang Tao, believing himself to be the main character and wanting to showcase his dominance. As for why he pointed at Zhang Tao, it was simply because Zhang Tao's mech was the largest and looked the most intimidating. This woman, she's really... Lin Qianying tugged at Zhang Wei's arm, unable to finish her sentence. As a woman with strong values, she had no idea how to describe someone like Han Xiao. It hadn't even been half a day, and she had already switched between three men, from liking Zhang Tao, then Zhang Wei, and now this middle-aged man. Zhang Wei chose not to comment. Upon reflection, Han Xiao from his past life had indeed been like this. He had been deceived by both Han Xiao and Han Su. Lacking solid evidence, and out of his feelings for Han Xiao, he hadn't pursued the matter further. Looking back now, he realized he had been quite foolish in his previous life. Not going to say anything? Big flower. Wang Xing, feeling ignored, was a bit embarrassed and decided to show Zhang Wei and the others what he was made of. Wait a minute, I am Zhang Tao. But I didn't bully your woman. That was my older brother. Zhang Tao pointed at Zhang Wei. Although Zhang Tao's mech looked powerful, it was just for show. Besides the war scythe he held, he had no real equipment to speak of. He wasn't ready to face this steel serpent just yet. Wang Sheng looked at Han Xiao in confusion. Sensing his gaze, Han Xiao immediately wrapped her arm around Wang Sheng's. Brother Wang, they're all involved. Hearing this, Wang Sheng didn't delve deeper. After all, he was here to stir up trouble, so what did it matter if there were one or two more? Did you hear that? You three are all involved. Hand over your gear and come over to apologize. Zhang Tao was taken aback. He knew he couldn't take on that snake. But whether that snake could handle Lin Qianying was another question entirely. How dare this guy challenge our big brother? Has he had enough of life? Big brother. Is this person here to be funny? Lin Qianying addressed Zhang Wei. You can handle that big guy, but don't try to take the smaller ones from me. None of the three took Wang Xing seriously. Zhang Wei glanced around and nodded at Lin Qianying. All right. What about me? Zhang Tao pointed to himself, feeling somewhat dissatisfied with the distribution between Zhang Wei and Lin Qianying. How about you take on that snake? Zhang Wei turned to look at Zhang Tao. Chapter 32. Her life and death. It's my call. Got it? Or maybe not. Haha. I'm just here for the show. Zhang Tao laughed heartily, indicating that he was only interested in watching the drama unfold and had no intention of fighting over the source crystals. Zhang Wei and his two companions were having a great time dividing up their spoils, but it was driving Wang Xing mad. Were these three blind? Didn't they see all the mechas lying on the ground? Wang Xing was furious at Zhang Wei and his friend's disregard. Dehua, kill all three of them. Wang Sheng made up his mind. After all, this was the apocalypse. What was a few deaths? Besides, since Zhang Tao, this rich kid, had offended him, he had to be eliminated. Otherwise, he would definitely come back to bite him. It would be better to just kill them all and turn them into nourishment for Dehua. After hearing Wang Sheng's words, Han Zhao's eyes sparkled with excitement, and a sense of revenge quickly took root in her heart. In the next moment, Dehua lunged at Zhang Wei. At the same time, Lin Qianying opened fire without hesitation, freezing bullets pouring down like a torrential rain onto the mechanical creatures around them. Seeing this, Zhang Tao quickly withdrew from the battlefield. But 2 or 3 oblivious little creatures still targeted him. Sistering, I'm not trying to steal the kills. They came at me first. Zhang Tao shouted to Lin Qianying while swinging his battle scythe. Lin Qianying didn't respond. There were still many monsters she needed to deal with, and she couldn't afford to be distracted. Zhang Wei didn't move at all, just as Dehua's massive form was about to completely overshadow him. The floating cannon opened fire. The first shot was a rapid-fire barrage, ice blue freezing bullets bursting forth one after another. Dahua, completely off the ground, was instantaneously frozen in midair, ice flowers blooming all over its body. When Dahua's body was struck by the force of the freezing bullets and fell to the ground, a few ice flowers shattered, but many more remained clinging to its form. Wang Xing was dumbfounded. Han Zhao's smile froze on her face. As for Han Su, Zhang Wei didn't see him anywhere. At that moment, Zhang Wei suddenly held his battle knife horizontally in front of him. A lightning bolt, like a silver snake, burst forth from Dahua's tongue, striking towards Zhang Wei. Learned a skill, huh? Zhang Wei exclaimed in surprise after swinging his energy giant sword. The lightning dancing on the battle knife was easily shrugged off, but another bolt of lightning quickly followed. Zhang Wei wouldn't let this go unchecked. With his thrusters igniting in a blaze, he shot forward at high speed. He raised the energy giant sword high and swung down, splitting the incoming lightning in half, but Dahua was in a far worse situation. Half of its face was sliced away. Fortunately, Dahua wasn't weak. It barely managed to move its head to dodge the incoming battle knife, but still, Zhang Wei managed to cut off half of its face. The energy giant sword, with its accompanying high temperature, was exceptionally sharp, and cutting through Dahua's half face posed no challenge. However, Dahua's life force was surprisingly strong, even with half of its face severed. It was still alive and had some fighting spirit left. Its tongue, resembling a sharp spear, lunged straight for Zhang Wei's abdomen. Zhang Wei seemed to have already seen through Dahua's tactics. He lifted his leg and kicked, landing a solid blow to Dahua's head. The snake's forked tongue struck the air, and the massive creature named Dahua was kicked, causing its body to tilt and crash to the ground. Before Dahua could rise, Zhang Wei had already stepped on it. Then, with a swift motion of the energy greatsword, Dahua's head was severed from its body, and the bright blue light in its eyes extinguished simultaneously. This entire attack flowed seamlessly, taking less than 10 seconds, so fast that Wang Xing didn't even have time to react. Once Dahua's head was relocated, Wang Xing finally snapped back to reality. "You owe me for Dahua," he shouted at the top of his lungs, his voice cracking with emotion. There was no way Wang Xing could remain calm. Dahua was his lifeline. Without its protection, he knew he was nothing, not even a basic mech to defend himself. Zhang Wei turned his gaze toward Wang Xing. In that moment, the intensity of Zhang Wei's stare felt like a bucket of cold water poured over Wang Xing, instantly waking him up. "I was wrong. I shouldn't have listened to this woman. It's all her fault for pushing me to cause trouble." At this point, any bravado Wang Xing had was gone, replaced by sheer humility. He feared that Zhang Wei might slice him into nothingness. And indeed, with the high temperature of the energy greatsword, he might not even leave behind ashes. Zhang Wei withdrew his gaze, remaining silent as he looked at the advanced source crystal floating out from Dahua's corpse. A high-grade source crystal. Zhang Wei happily collected it, knowing that this crystal likely had the potential to yield some valuable equipment, as it had dropped from an exotic steel snake. "It's all your fault, you wretched woman. It's all your fault." Wang Xing, seeing that Zhang Wei was ignoring him, redirected all his anger toward Han Xiao. In truth, Wang Xing was not entirely wrong. Without Han Xiao, he would never have come to this place to stir up trouble. As long as he stayed out of Zhang Wei's way, he could have lived a decent life with Dahua's protection. But now it was all gone. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, reaching a boiling point as he picked up a piece of metal debris from the ground. Wang Xing had no idea where this scrap came from, but he knew it would be useful in his hands. In the next moment, before Han Xiao could explain anything, Wang Xing had already plunged the metal scrap into her abdomen. Surprisingly, any piece of metal that fell from a mechanical creature was sharper than a regular knife. "You!" Han Xiao cried out in pain, collapsing to the ground as blood gushed from her stomach. "Big brother, I was really pushed by this wretched woman. I'll help you kill her. Just spare me." Wang Xing didn't even glance at the fallen Han Xiao. He looked up at Zhang Wei, hoping he would be let off the hook. At that moment, Zhang Wei felt a mix of emotions he couldn't quite identify. Was it the thrill of revenge? Watching Han Zhao's life ebb away, he didn't feel the exhilaration he expected, nor did he feel sadness or pain. Instead, Zhang Wei felt indifferent, as if witnessing a stranger's death before him. Zhang Wei remained indifferent, but in the shadows, Han Su was consumed by a mix of rage and fear. His sister, Han Xiao, was dead. Just like that, she was gone. He had feelings for Han Xiao, and they had shared some indescribable moments together. But they were siblings. What they had was forbidden and destined to lead nowhere. Yet now, she was dead. Han Su glared at Zhang Wei with intense hatred. Although Zhang Wei hadn't killed Han Xiao, he was still entangled in her death. Zhang Wei. Han Su silently roared in anger, gritting his teeth. Then, he resolutely turned to leave. He knew he couldn't take revenge now. He had to run. "Who gave you the right to kill her?" Zhang Wei didn't notice Han Su lurking in the shadows. He coldly glanced at Wang Xing. Her life and death are mine to decide, understand? Big brother, big brother. Humph. Zhang Wei snorted coldly and then unleashed a freezing projectile at Wang Xing. He didn't even have the chance to become an ice sculpture. Under the impact of the freezing blast, he shattered into countless shards of ice. Chapter 33, Red Star. Enhancing the quality of the heat energy greatsword, huh? Something's not right. After dealing with the mechanical creatures that attacked him, Zhang Tao squatted on the ground, feeling a bit confused. What's not right? Lin Qianying appeared beside him. She was clearing the smaller monsters at a pace that was not much slower than Zhang Tao's, although there were more of them to deal with. Her advantage in ranged combat, precise shooting, and sufficient combat strength made it impossible for melee fighters to match her speed in clearing out small monsters. Zhang Tao pointed at the shattered ice on the ground and said seriously, "They say that after killing someone, there are usually some unpleasant physiological reactions. Why don't I have any?" Lin Qianying kicked Zhang Tao's ankle. "You didn't kill anyone, and this is just some broken ice, not bloody at all. What kind of physiological reaction are you expecting?" "That's true." Zhang Tao suddenly realized. "Stop joking around and help the others," Zhang Wei said impatiently. There were still so many mechas lying on the ground. Were they just going to leave them? "Big brother, how do we help?" Zhang Tao spread his hands, showing a look of helplessness. These mechas had been knocked down by that snake, according to Zhang Tao's thoughts, aside from waiting for them to recover on their own. Was there any other way? "These source crystals, give each of them 2, Zhang Wei said, taking out some ordinary source crystals and handing them to Zhang Tao. Zhang Tao jumped up as if he had discovered a new world. Source crystals have this kind of use? As long as the mechas were not completely destroyed, they could use source crystals to recover. This wasn't a secret, and Zhang Wei certainly wouldn't hesitate to share this information with Zhang Tao. All right. Zhang Tao stepped forward to take the source crystals without being polite to Zhang Wei, and then distributed 2 to each of the mechas. "By the way, big brother, that Han Su is missing. There were 3 of them when they arrived, and now I don't know where he went," Zhang Tao reminded Zhang Wei, actually asking if they should go and find Han Su. After all, Han Xiao was already dead, and keeping Han Su around was still a potential risk. Zhang Wei glanced at Han Xiao, who had died from excessive blood loss, and said, "Let him go. Just have someone bury her." After saying that, Zhang Wei no longer looked back. When a person dies, their debts are settled. Zhang Wei was not the kind of person to desecrate a corpse. Then, Zhang Wei took the source crystals out of the cargo hold. A pile of source crystals, white, yellow, and red, sparkled, looking very enticing. Zhang Wei had no intention of sharing these source crystals. He kept 100 ordinary source crystals for powering the mechas and planned to absorb the rest. Seeing this, Lin Qianying did the same. "My mecha should be able to evolve now. Is there anything I need to pay attention to?" Before absorbing the source crystals, Lin Qianying asked Zhang Wei, since he was the experienced one. "There's nothing to worry about. Don't be concerned about safety. With me around, just follow the prompts." Zhang Wei replied. "Great." Lin Qianying smiled and began to absorb the energy from the source crystals. Her mecha was already close to level 10. And when it reached that level, it seemed to be enveloped by an invisible force, a sign of evolution, mysterious and awe-inspiring. Zhang Wei cast his gaze around, starting to keep watch. Although this was Zhang Tao's territory and there shouldn't be any danger, Zhang Wei remained vigilant. The fantastical scene of the mecha evolution captured everyone's attention, except for Zhang Wei. Once Lin Qianying finished evolving her mecha, everyone snapped back to reality, and the bodyguards, who had just recovered from a semi-paralyzed state, looked at Lin Qianying with envy. Lin Qianying was already impressive, and after such an extraordinary evolution, she must be even stronger, right? "How does it feel?" Zhang Wei asked after Lin Qianying completed her mecha evolution. "Very good," Lin Qianying said, looking down at her brand new mecha. Her mecha's height had increased from 7 meters to 8 meters, and her physique had become a bit sturdier, though she still appeared quite slender compared to Zhang Wei. "Get accustomed to the thrusters," Zhang Wei suggested. Everyone needed to properly adapt to using the thrusters after their first mecha evolution. Close combat mechas didn't rely on thrusters as much, but ranged combat heavily depended on them, as maintaining a safe distance from the target was crucial. If a close combat opponent got too close, even if they were weaker than a ranged fighter, the outcome would likely favor the close combatant. Mastery of the thrusters was a key factor in assessing a ranged fighter's combat capability. "Okay." Lin Qianying nodded at Zhang Wei. After that, Zhang Wei left her to bounce around the villa area on her own to absorb source crystals. Ordinary source crystals and intermediate source crystals all transformed into experience points that were injected into Zhang Wei's mecha. The level of Zhang Wei's mecha began to rise, but it stopped at level 25. 24 points of combat power. Not bad. Zhang Wei felt somewhat dismissive of the combat power gained from leveling up his mecha. After all, With his vast resources, even a single piece of equipment could easily rival dozens of levels in terms of enhancement. Next, Zhang Wei turned his attention to the remaining high-grade source crystal. This one was provided by the steel snake. Activate. Ding. You have obtained a red star. What is this? Even though Zhang Wei was prepared for a pleasant surprise, he couldn't help but gasp in astonishment when he unlocked the red star. Hearing his exclamation, Zhang Tao and Lin Xinyin quickly rushed to his side. The bodyguards around them wanted to gather closer to see, but remembering their status, they held back. Bro, what is this thing? Zhang Tao asked, sounding like a curious child. Can't you see for yourself? Oh well. Then, Zhang Tao and Lin Xinyin focused their glowing blue eyes on the red star that Zhang Wei was holding. Red star, versatile in use. Can enhance equipment, guaranteed success up to level 3. Can improve equipment quality, 100 chance to upgrade fine quality equipment, and a high probability to enhance exceptional quality equipment. Oh well, bro. Can this thing upgrade my battle scythe to exceptional quality? Zhang Tao exclaimed, stealing glances at Zhang Wei as he spoke. Zhang Wei glanced at Zhang Tao, knowing that he couldn't hide his little schemes from him. Wasn't this just a reminder that he, Zhang Tao, was still using a refined grade weapon? If money were no object, Zhang Wei wouldn't hesitate to spend a red star, but with only one red star at hand, using it to enhance a refined grade weapon would be a waste. Bro. Zhang Tao stretched out his voice, almost reaching out to grab Zhang Wei's arm. Zhang Wei felt quite disgusted. Calm down. Using a red star to upgrade a war scythe's quality is just wasteful. At this moment, Zhang Wei was contemplating how to use this red star. Oh fine. Zhang Tao felt a bit upset, but he quickly bounced back. No matter how Zhang Wei decided to use the red star, in the end, it would definitely benefit him. Zhang Tao. After all, the equipment that Zhang Wei would discard would most likely end up with him. Bro, how should we use this red star? Let us enhance the quality of the thermal greatsword. Zhang Wei had made up his mind. Weapons that could provide greater combat power were crucial, especially in the early days of the apocalypse, where combat strength was the most important factor. Chapter 34. Is something major going wrong? Why is it so quiet for a big deal? But there is a chance of failure. Zhang Tao found it hard to understand Zhang Wei's approach. Lin Xinying's eyes also reflected the same doubt. The two of them focused their gaze on Zhang Wei, hoping he could clarify things for them. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Wei calmly spoke. While using this to enhance equipment is certainly going to succeed, it's still a waste. You could use meteors to enhance equipment too. If you use them to improve the quality of the equipment, even if this attempt fails, it will increase the success rate for the next quality enhancement. Listening to Zhang Wei's explanation only strengthened Lin Xinying's conviction about him. This man clearly knew more than he was letting on. Big brother, what are meteors? Zhang Tao asked, his head filled with question marks. There are meteors, red stars, and purple stars that can enhance equipment and improve its quality. You'll understand more in the future, Zhang Wei explained briefly. So many? Zhang Tao exclaimed. Big brother, why is your knowledge so extensive? Zhang Wei shot him a glance, but chose not to respond. Next, Zhang Wei laid the thermal giant sword flat on the ground. Holding a red star roughly the size of a basketball, he pressed it into the sword. Everyone stared intently at the thermal giant sword. A wave of red light erupted from the sword, which was already hot enough to melt steel, now emanating an almost suffocating heat. Zhang Wei and the others instinctively took a few steps back. To be honest, Zhang Wei felt a bit nervous too. If the thermal giant sword could be upgraded from excellent to epic level, its combat power would at least double. Fortunately, the wait wasn't too long. After half a minute, the searing red glow suddenly receded like a tide, condensing back into the sword. Immediately afterward, a wave of intense heat surged forth, like the breath of a fire dragon, sweeping in all directions. Under the onslaught of the heat wave, the shattered ice on the ground instantly melted away, and even the flesh and blood within the ice disappeared without a trace. It worked, we got lucky, Zhang Wei exclaimed, his voice filled with excitement. Hearing his shout, Zhang Tao and Lin Xinying immediately turned their gaze to the thermal giant sword on the ground. Thermal giant sword, epic, combat power, 200 possesses extreme high temperature. Well, that is impressive. Zhang Tao felt a pang of envy upon seeing the sword's attributes. His entire mech combined didn't he even reach 100 in combat power. This weapon alone boasted a power of 200. How could he compete with that? However, thinking about how this weapon would eventually be his once Zhang Wei discarded it, his mood brightened instantly. Picking up the leftovers isn't so bad after all. An epic level weapon is that powerful? What about those above epic? Lin Xinying felt a bit envious too, as even with an excellent weapon, her total combat power couldn't match that of the giant sword. Legendary weapons? You'll find out once you get one, Zhang Wei said, leaving it at that. In his previous life, he spent 10 years without ever obtaining a legendary weapon. However, He had seen legendary weapons before and could confidently say that legendary and epic weapons were entirely different concepts. There was also a significant gap between low-end and high-end equipment. For instance, Zhang Wei's thermal giant sword was considered low-end gear. Using such low-end equipment came with no requirements, but utilizing high-end gear necessitated a certain level of combat power. In other words, if your combat power wasn't sufficient, even if you acquired good equipment, you wouldn't be able to use it because high-end gear required adequate combat power to be operated by mechs. Hey, when are you going to change your weapon? This thermal giant sword? I'll give it to you once I swap it out. Heh, you're still so good to me, big brother, Zhang Tao replied. Feeling satisfied, it didn't matter to him when Zhang Wei would change the weapon. As long as he got to use it afterward, that was all that mattered. Let's wrap things up and head out, Zhang Wei said as he picked up the giant sword, calling out to Zhang Tao and Lin Xianying. It wasn't even noon yet, and they still had mechanical creatures to clear out. Zhang Tao was eager to get started, and Lin Xianying was even more fired up. After spending time with Zhang Wei, they felt that the mechanical apocalypse wasn't as terrifying as they had initially thought. However, just as the three of them were about to set off again to clear out mechanical creatures, the butler rushed out in a panic. Young master! Young master! Hearing the butler's call, everyone turned their attention to him, who was hurrying over. Not good. Something big has happened. Another major issue? Zhang Tao exclaimed. How can there be so many major issues in such a short time? 2 in just one morning? Zhang Wei's eyes lit up. The first major issue had led to him receiving an epic weapon. What could the second one bring? It seemed that Zhang Tao was indeed a lucky star. In the north of the city, our people are saying that the mechanical rats have gone berserk, the butler said, his voice tinged with fear. Mechanical rats have gone berserk? How many? Zhang Tao asked, unfazed. Before returning, they had cleared out quite a few mechanical rats, and to him, those little creatures didn't seem scary at all. Lin Xianying also didn't have much of a concept of the mechanical rats uprising. Only Zhang Wei began to feel anxious. In his previous life, many disasters had been caused by mechanical rats going berserk, despite their individual weakness when they appeared in hordes. The destruction they could cause could even surpass that of super beasts. As for how much destruction the mechanical rats could inflict, it depended on the size of the swarm. I'm not sure, but they said there are at least tens of thousands of them, the butler replied, picturing the chaos of tens of thousands of mechanical rats gathered together. Just imagining tens of thousands of ordinary rats rampaging through the streets was unfathomable, let alone mechanical rats causing the ruckus. Tens of thousands. Zhang Tao was stunned. How many people will die? The righteous Mech Xianying immediately thought of the lives at stake. Let us have our people return as quickly as possible, Zhang Wei ordered. Tens of thousands of mechanical rats were not something ordinary mechs could withstand. It can be said that anything caught in the onslaught of these tens of thousands of mechanical mice will be crushed, humans, buildings, mechs, and other mechanical life forms alike. All right. I'll notify them right away. There are quite a few people sent out by Zhang Tao to collect source crystals, and if they can't make it back, Zhang Tao's mechs will likely suffer heavy losses. Yes, hurry and get them back. Big brother, do you think those mechanical mice will come charging at us? Zhang Tao looked at Zhang Wei in a state of panic. Experiencing something like this for the first time, anyone would feel fear and uncertainty. Zhang Wei slowly shook his head. I don't know. We're in the south of the city, but it's very likely they will come this way. Among these mechanical mice, a mouse king has probably already been born. What is a mouse king? Lin Xianying asked, pulling out her notebook to take notes. The mouse king is a special type of mutated creature, evolved from other mutated beings. I didn't expect it to appear so quickly. It must have received some kind of opportunity. Ordinary mutated beings can rule over their kin, but not over too many. With a tide of tens of thousands of mechanical mice, there is definitely a mouse king among them. After saying this, Zhang Wei felt a strange excitement. What level of source crystals will the mouse king drop? Chapter 35. What are you planning to do? Are you out of your mind? Can we even win? Lin Xianying furrowed her brows, a hint of worry glimmering in her eyes. It was that she doubted Zhang Wei's combat abilities. But the sheer number of mechanical mice, tens of thousands, was enough to send chills down anyone's spine. Just imagining it was terrifying. And if a mouse king were to join the fray, the consequences would be unimaginable. We'll find out when we try. Let's go, Zhang Wei said, surprisingly calm and composed. He waved his hand nonchalantly, signaling Lin Xianying and Zhang Tao to follow him. Upon hearing this, Zhang Tao instantly grew nervous, his legs feeling a bit weak. He knew his limitations. Facing thousands of mechanical mice would be nothing short of a death sentence. Big brother, how about I stay and guard the house? Zhang Tao suggested, trying to back out. Without a second thought, Zhang Wei shook his head. No way. It was a joke. Zhang Tao was the lucky little prince. Having him around might just bring some unexpected benefits. As for safety, hiding a bit more should be fine. Big brother, Zhang Tao was almost pleading, trying to look cute and pitiful. Unfortunately, it had no effect. Zhang Wei wasn't swayed by such antics. Seeing Zhang Wei staring at him in silence, the atmosphere grew tense, and Zhang Tao quickly changed his attitude. All right, I'm with you, big brother. Wherever you go, I'll follow. He understood that it was futile to resist. The odds were against him. With Zhang Wei leading the way, Lin Xianying followed closely behind, and Zhang Tao lagged at the back. With Zhang Wei clearing the path, their journey was remarkably safe. Zhang Tao finally realized his role in this situation. While Zhang Wei was busy with his relentless slaughter, he didn't have much time to gather source crystals, so this happy burden fell to Zhang Tao. As Zhang Wei, along with Lin Xianying and Zhang Tao, charged north toward the city, Han Su, who had disappeared from Zhang Tao's house, reappeared in the villa area. Han Su watched Zhang Wei's retreating figure, his eyes filled with hatred. At that moment, his heart was tormented with pain and regret, hating his own powerlessness. Even lacking the courage to retrieve Han Xiao's body, Zhang Wei, Han Su clenched his teeth, forcing the name through his lips as if pouring all his resentment into it. Zhang Wei. He shouted again, his voice laced with boundless fury, fueled by rage. Han Su decisively traversed several villas and finally slipped into one that appeared to have occupants inside. Who was there? The homeowner was on high alert. The moment Han Su scaled the wall into the yard, he sensed the presence of an uninvited guest. Shocked, a hint of tension and suspicion flashed in his eyes. Han Su didn't hide his identity. If anything, he seemed a bit arrogant. Standing tall, he replied loudly, I'm Zhang Tao's subordinate. His tone was both provocative and haughty. The homeowner, a middle-aged man, furrowed his brows as he scrutinized Han Su. He was well aware of who Zhang Tao was. What happened at Zhang Tao's home quickly spread throughout the owner's group and their villa community, and everyone felt a twinge of fear towards him. It was precisely this fear that kept the middle-aged man from expressing his dissatisfaction towards Han Su, despite the turmoil within him. Taking a deep breath to maintain his composure, he asked sternly, What are you doing here? This was exactly the effect Han Su wanted. He leisurely walked up to the middle-aged man, a smile on his face, and said, My big brother asked me to check on the mechs here. How many do you have? The middle-aged man shot back irritably, Why should I tell you? Not cooperating? All right, I understand. Han Su remained unfazed, a cold smile on his face as he turned to leave. Seeing Han Su walk away so easily, the middle-aged man panicked. Wait. At the sound of his voice, Han Su's eyes flashed with a cold glint. When he turned back, a provocative smile was plastered across his face. What? Do you have more to say? The middle-aged man's expression darkened. He didn't want to know what the consequences of not cooperating with Zhang Tao would be. Faced with Han Su's taunting smile, he reluctantly said, I have 2 mechs. Wouldn't it have been easier to cooperate from the start? Where are the mech cores? Show them to me. Don't hide anything. If the numbers don't add up, I can't guarantee what will happen. Initially, the middle-aged man had no intention of handing over the mech cores, but hearing Han Su's words, he chose to swallow his anger. Under pressure, he retrieved 2 mech cores and tossed them to Han Su with a sour attitude. Han Su paid no mind to the man's demeanor. Upon receiving the mech cores, his eyes lit up. As he examined them, his excitement grew. Although the mechs were not of medium size, one stood at an impressive 8 meters tall, likely a conversion from an MVP model. It was far superior to the mechs he had previously owned. In the next moment, Han Su activated the mech, and a massive figure appeared inside the villa. What are you doing? The middle-aged man shouted furiously. Summoning a mech at home? Was he that just asking for trouble? However, he underestimated Han Su. Han Su was just looking to cause chaos. He intended to eliminate the man. As the middle-aged man yelled in anger, Han Su, now merged with the mech, stepped toward him. There was no way a human body could withstand the force of a mech. Han Su hardly exerted any effort, and under the sheer weight of the mech, the middle-aged man was crushed into a pile of flesh. Fool! Han Su scoffed and quickly left the scene. This place was too close to Zhang Tao's home, and the bodyguards there might come to investigate the commotion. Han Su didn't want to confront them just yet. He needed to gather his strength and plan his revenge. Chuan City, north side. Tens of thousands of mechanical mice surged forward like a massive wave, sweeping away everything in their path. Nothing made of steel could escape their razor-sharp teeth. The cries of people, sporadic resistance from mechs, and the sounds of collapsing skyscrapers intermingled in chaos. However, the scene was dominated by mechs and other mechanical creatures frantically fleeing toward the southern part of the city. In the face of the rodent tide, even the bloodthirsty mechanical beings dared not stand in their way, opting instead to retreat. Before long, the fleeing mechs spotted 3 mechs moving in the opposite direction. What are you doing? Are you trying to get yourselves killed? Run! Shouted a well-meaning bystander, urging Zhang Wei and the others to join the escape. However, it was as if Zhang Wei hadn't heard, as he continued forging ahead, undeterred. Big brother, how about I find a place to hide? Zhang Tao suggested, wavering in his resolve. He had no choice. Ahead of them, clouds of dust filled the air, and it felt as if the engulfing yellow sand was rapidly closing in. He didn't know how long he could last if caught in that storm. You stay nearby. Absorb some source crystals, and go through your first evolution. Use your thrusters wisely. You 1T die right away, Zhang Wei instructed. Lin Xianying. Find a high point and do your thing. Just don't get yourself killed. With that, Zhang Wei pressed on, charging straight into the area engulfed in yellow sand. Be careful, Lin Xianying shouted after him. Zhang Wei didn't respond. His figure grew smaller in the distance. Without the burden of 2 companions, he could unleash his full speed. Chapter 36. I want your source crystal. The deceiver looks so cool. Lin Xianying murmured as she watched Zhang Wei's silhouette gradually fade away until it vanished completely. Sister, at this crucial moment, you still have the time to daydream? Zhang Tao shouted at Lin Xianying with an annoyed expression. Hearing this, Lin Xianying shot him a fierce glare and retorted, You don't know anything. Whoa. Did you just curse? Zhang Tao was taken aback. It was rare to hear the soldier sister lose her composure. Stop talking nonsense and take care of yourself. If you don't find a safe place to evolve your mech, you'll be waiting for death when those guys come charging at you. Lin Xianying scolded without holding back. Zhang Tao wanted to argue back, but his words were cut short. He immediately began to absorb the energy from the source crystal with all his might. At this moment, everyone else was focused solely on escaping, and no one was paying him any mind. Moreover, with Lin Xianying around, Zhang Tao believed she wouldn't abandon him. Seeing Zhang Tao start to absorb the source crystal, Lin Xianying leaped high into the air, aided by her thrusters, reaching a height of 10 meters. After a few powerful leaps, she landed on the rooftop of a 10-story building. Wow, it's so spectacular from up here. Once on the rooftop, Lin Xianying could see much clearer. The area shrouded in yellow sand seemed endless. Through the haze, she spotted mechanical mice scurrying across the ground, their countless red eyes sending chills down her spine. Boom. Lin Xianying fired her freeze gun. Although it was still about a kilometer away, beyond the effective range of her weapon, in this situation, precision wasn't necessary. One shot would surely hit a few unfortunate mechanical mice. Where did he go? Standing on the rooftop, Lin Xianying couldn't see Zhang Wei's figure. He had just dashed out not long ago, so from her vantage point, she should be able to spot him. Unfortunately, she couldn't find Zhang Wei at all. As for whether Zhang Wei had fled upon sensing danger, Lin Xianying had no doubts. If Zhang Wei didn't want to get involved, he could have just run away. Since he chose to intervene, he surely wouldn't back down midway. Meanwhile, out of Lin Xianying's sight, Zhang Wei was carving a path through the chaos. The Epic Heat Energy Greatsword was incredibly effective. Ordinary mechanical mice began to melt as they approached it, let alone when facing its sharp edge. He encountered no worthy opponents. If someone were watching from above, they would see that Zhang Wei had forged a bloody path through the horde. This straight path was yet to be filled by the following mechanical mice and headed straight for the heart of the swarm. Death Ray. The Death Ray had become thicker due to Zhang Wei's enhanced combat power. Purple lightning swept across like a dragon, slicing everything it touched to pieces as if it were cutting through tofu. Often, one skill could take the lives of 10 or even 20 mechanical mice in a single throw. However, for a rat swarm consisting of tens of thousands, this was merely a drop in the ocean. Yet, the appearance of Zhang Wei caught the attention of the Rat King, who controlled the swarm. Once the swarm had formed, it swept through its surroundings without encountering much resistance. Now that it was suddenly faced with opposition, it naturally alerted the Rat King. However, the Rat King did not take this resistance seriously, as it had too many minions. The number of ordinary mechanical rats was so vast that even the king could not keep track, as new mechanical rats continuously joined the swarm while it rampaged through the city. Nevertheless, the Rat King was well aware of the number of mutant mechanical rats. There were over 100. With over 100 mutants added to itself, who in this city could possibly be its opponent? Those once mighty beings had all fallen at its feet one by one. The Rat King still had 3 high-grade source crystals stored away, obtained from killing the powerful mechanical creatures that had escaped from the zoo. And it had yet to consume them. Go and eliminate the resistors. With a command like thunder, the Rat King issued its orders. Yes. 7 or 8 mutants took flight like arrows released from a bow, breaking away from the core area of the swarm and rushing towards Zhang Wei's location. Led by these 7 or 8 mutant mechanical rats, a small tide of rats formed behind them. This group of mechanical rats surged into the massive swarm, rapidly approaching Zhang Wei. Here they come. Zhang Wei, benefiting from his height advantage, spotted the mutant mechanical rats charging toward him. Humph! He let out a cold snort, like thunder erupting from a clear sky, and then his floating cannon opened fire. The rapid-fire freezing projectiles formed a line like a dragon emerging from its lair. And when the freezing rounds collided with the swarm, the rats were instantly sent flying. As the mechanical rats were tossed aside, the ground froze over. Those that were not flung into the air stumbled about, crashing into each other in chaos. At that moment, Zhang Wei charged forward with his giant sword. Moving like a shooting star, the icy ground before him crumbled like thin paper under his weight, shattering instantly. As the heated giant sword swept through, the shattered ice evaporated into steam, filling the air. In this swirling vapor, Zhang Wei rampaged, embodying the essence of a killing god. Neither ordinary mechanical rats nor mutants could withstand his attacks. Even a mere brush against an ordinary mechanical rat would result in its immediate demise. In just a few minutes of slaughter, a forbidden zone of mechanical rats formed around Zhang Wei. No mechanical rat dared to approach this area, and he began to collect the source crystals scattered on the ground. While ordinary source crystals could be recovered later, the crystals dropped by mutants were at least of intermediate grade and had to be collected on the spot. As Zhang Wei gathered his spoils, the Rat King, leading the remaining mutants, rushed toward him. Although Zhang Wei had wiped out 7 or 8 of its subordinates in one breath, leaving it in shock, the Rat King firmly believed that Zhang Wei could not compare to itself. Those massive creatures transformed from elephants were not its match. How could a mere human in a mech possibly be worthy of comparison? So soon, it had revealed itself? Zhang Wei was quite surprised to see the Rat King charging towards him, standing at a towering 3 meters tall. The Rat King was particularly conspicuous among the swarm of rats. Even more surprising to Zhang Wei was the fact that the Rat King, known for its cunning nature, would never reveal itself so easily. What was going on? They had only just started to engage, and yet the Rat King had decided to show up on its own? Upon closer inspection, it seemed that the Rat King had become overconfident, having not yet faced a serious defeat. Once it experienced a few hard blows, it would likely revert to the sly creature that Zhang Wei remembered. You pathetic human, how dare you harm my subjects? The Rat King bellowed at Zhang Wei from a distance. Just a bunch of oversized rats, and it dares to call itself a king? I want your source crystal. Zhang Wei charged at the Rat King, his speed far surpassing that of the monstrous creature. Chapter 37. The death of Zhang Wei. The Rat King appeared unusually agitated. When it heard Zhang Wei's words, it became furious like a rampaging bull, using its tail to whip up an exotic mechanical rat, and then hurled it at Zhang Wei like a cannonball. Zhang Wei swung his sword and sliced the exotic mechanical rat in half, as smooth as cutting through tofu, without any resistance at all. Luckily, the two opponents were already very close, which spared the mechanical rats near the Rat King from further harm. Humans die? The Rat King roared, its voice shaking the ground. From about 10 meters away, it opened its mouth wide, and in the next moment, 2 sharp teeth shot towards Zhang Wei like missiles on erratic trajectories. Zhang Wei was well aware of his armor's limitations. Taking the Rat King's attack head-on would likely result in injury. Therefore, he sidestepped to evade while simultaneously firing his floating cannons. At such a close distance, even though the teeth moved unpredictably, they couldn't escape the freezing missile's interception. When a freezing missile collided with one of the teeth, it exploded violently, sounding like several grenades going off at once. The other tooth, which Zhang Wei managed to dodge, headed straight for his back. The mechanical rat following Zhang Wei was truly unfortunate. The tooth pierced into its body and instantly caused a massive explosion. The mechanical rat that was hit ascended into the air, its remains scattering everywhere, and none of the mechanical rats within a 10-meter radius were left unscathed from the blast. That was quite impressive, Zhang Wei nodded in approval. This skill of the Rat King's was incredibly effective for clearing large groups of targets. Even more efficient than the death ray. Before Zhang Wei could finish his admiration, the Rat King lunged at him like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey. In front of Zhang Wei's 12-meter-tall mech, the Rat King's 3-meter stature resembled that of a small cat. However, it was precisely because of its small size that the Rat King moved with remarkable agility. Despite its furious rage, it chose not to confront Zhang Wei head-on. Instead, it darted around to Zhang Wei's back, planning an ambush. Just as the Rat King leapt towards Zhang Wei's back with its mouth open, intending to gnaw through his mech with its sharp teeth, Zhang Wei suddenly went berserk. The mech's thrusters roared to life, propelling him forward like a fierce cheetah. If Zhang Wei had merely charged to evade the attack, that would have been one thing, but his true intention was different. As he charged, he executed a 180-degree turn in midair, and his energy sword shot forth like a meteor, aimed right at the Rat King's face. Eek! The Rat King exclaimed. In the next instant, an exotic mechanical rat flew up like a cannonball and collided heavily with the Rat King. The Rat King was knocked back, narrowly avoiding Zhang Wei's turning strike. However, the exotic mechanical rat was not so lucky. It took the brunt of Zhang Wei's sword strike, and the outcome was predictable. Zhang Wei murmured in surprise, not expecting the Rat King to have such a trick up its sleeve. Zhang Wei was only slightly surprised. Dodging one sword was one thing. But could he dodge 2 or 3? Just as Zhang Wei was preparing to chase after the Rat King suddenly lost its nerve. When it faced the heat energy giant sword, it sensed the taste of death, and thus, it fled. Are you still the Rat King? All you can do is run away? Seeing the Rat King retreating quickly, Zhang Wei couldn't help but mock it. Kill him. The Rat King completely ignored Zhang Wei's taunts and commanded its minions to charge at him, including both mutated mechanical rats and ordinary mechanical rats. In the Rat King's view, with so many underlings, they could simply overwhelm Zhang Wei. Why engage in a head-on fight when it could just bury him under sheer numbers? As for giving up, that was out of the question. It had the same thoughts as Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei coveted the Rat King's source crystal, and the Rat King had its eyes on Zhang Wei's equipment. Countless mechanical rats surged forward under the Rat King's command, disregarding their lives. Moreover, the attack was limited to ground troops. Mechanical rats were also leaping down from high buildings towards Zhang Wei. As he faced the overwhelming tide of mechanical rats, Zhang Wei sneered, "Is this your plan to bury me?" Then, with a powerful stomp, he activated his thrusters. In the next moment, Zhang Wei leaped high into the air, and the mechanical rats jumping down from the rooftops were swiftly cut down by the heat energy giant sword he wielded. When Zhang Wei's body reached a height of 7 or 8 meters, the thrusting power faded, and he plummeted like a meteor. Boom! A cloud of dust rapidly spread outward from the point where Zhang Wei landed. The ground shook, and the mechanical rats that had been charging recklessly were thrown off balance, stumbling in all directions. Seeing this, the Rat King was furious. It opened its mouth again. "Still coming? How many teeth do you have left?" Zhang Wei kept his gaze fixed on the Rat King, recognizing its intent before it even unleashed its skill. In the next moment, 2 sharp fangs shot out from the Rat King's mouth like lightning. Zhang Wei swung his giant sword, even though the trajectory of the Rat King's teeth was erratic. The heat energy giant sword had a wide enough coverage area to intercept them as long as he could estimate their path. At the same time, the floating cannons opened fire, launching freezing projectiles that streaked towards the Rat King like meteors. After releasing its skill, the Rat King dared not stay in one place. It clumsily fled among the swarm of rats, avoiding the freezing projectiles. It was that the Rat King was particularly fast. But every time a freezing projectile was about to hit, a mechanical rat would bravely jump in to block it. Where do you think you can escape to? Zhang Wei snorted coldly and charged forward like a fierce tiger, violently kicking aside most of the mechanical rats in his path. Only when a mutated mechanical rat blocked his way did he swing his heat energy giant sword. In that moment, Zhang Wei was even more ferocious than the Rat King had been moments ago. Rats, being naturally timid creatures, had the Rat King's ferocity rooted in its ability to command its pack to tear apart prey. However, when the prey became the hunter, thoughts of retreat and escape immediately took hold of the Rat King's mind. What could the Rat King do? The little brothers couldn't get close at all. Even with Zhang Wei's mech wide open at the back, ordinary mechanical mice couldn't catch up to the rampaging Zhang Wei. Even if there were some that could attack from the side, it wouldn't make much difference. As for the slightly more threatening variant mechanical mice, they would all be targeted by the floating cannons, rendering them ineffective. The ordinary mechanical mice attempting to pounce from the side would be sent flying before they could even last a second against the shockwave generated by Zhang Wei's movement. And as for frontal attacks, don't even mention it. They couldn't stop him at all. Only when the Mouse King released its skills would Zhang Wei face a bit of trouble, but it was just a minor inconvenience. However, if it just ran away like this, how would the Mouse King survive in Chuan City in the future? Mechanical creatures have their own circles. Today, the Mouse King fled from Zhang Wei, but how would it hold its head high in front of other mechanical beings later? Squeak. The Mouse King let out a piercing scream. The frenzied horde of mice instantly halted as if someone had pressed the pause button. In the next moment, all the mechanical mice converged toward the Mouse King. It seemed the Mouse King was ready to take a stand against Zhang Wei. It didn't believe that Zhang Wei's mech could maintain its power indefinitely, nor did it believe that tens of thousands of mechanical mice couldn't overwhelm a single Zhang Wei. Chapter 38. The sudden appearance of the herd of elephants. Although Zhang Wei couldn't understand the language of the mice, he could still discern the intentions of the Mouse King from the movements of the mouse swarm. At least you have some backbone. Don't run away after school. No, wait. If you have guts, don't run. Let us see this through to the end. Zhang Wei was thrilled. If he could get his hands on these tens of thousands of source crystals, wouldn't his mech level soar to new heights? As for how to eliminate these thousands of mechanical mice, that was even simpler. As long as the mechanical mice didn't flee, they would eventually be wiped out. Zhang Wei wasn't worried about the power issue at all, fighting to sustain fighting. The source crystals floating among the wreckage of the mechanical mice would provide him with a constant supply of energy. He just needed to absorb the energy from the source crystals while battling. How hard could that be? At this moment, Zhang Tao had completed his mech evolution and was coordinating with Lin Xiniying to fight against the mechanical mice. However, They weren't as reckless as Zhang Wei and could only fight while retreating. Just then, in the heat of the battle, the mouse swarm suddenly retreated. Huh? Are they scared? Zhang Tao looked perplexedly at Lin Qianying, who was standing on a high rise 100 meters away. Lin Qianying gazed into the distance. Not as naive as Zhang Tao, although she and Zhang Tao had been pressing the mechanical mice hard during their earlier collaboration. It was only because the number of mechanical mice attacking them was limited. Now they weren't scared. They were off to do something else. What could that be? To attack my big brother? Zhang Tao was puzzled at first, but soon a flash of insight crossed his mind. Lin Qianying gave a slight nod to Zhang Tao before saying, I'm going to help him, without waiting for Zhang Tao's thoughts. She headed straight toward the gathering place of the mouse swarm. Zhang Tao watched Lin Qianying leap between the high-rise buildings. He thought, feeling speechless. With such a big situation, shouldn't we discuss this together? No, wait, what am I even saying? Shouldn't I be hoping he gets killed? Zhang Tao shook his head. If Zhang Wei died, wouldn't he automatically reclaim the title of leader? Who would he want to be the boss instead of a lackey? But then he scolded himself in frustration. Oh damn, am I being pathetic? Although he had only been following Zhang Wei for less than 2 days. Zhang Tao found that being Zhang Wei's subordinate was so bad after all. Screw it. Zhang Tao roared in his heart and dashed toward the direction where the mouse swarm had retreated, like an arrow released from a bow, between the tall buildings. Lin Qianying noticed something unusual behind her and glanced back. Seeing Zhang Tao's somewhat clumsy figure struggling to catch up, she smiled and slowed her pace. Waiting for him to catch up. Zhang Tao had just gotten the thrusters, so his movements were indeed a bit awkward. However, his mech was tall enough. And his combat power was weak, so once he got running, he picked up speed quickly, catching up to Lin Qianying in no time. How did you catch up? Lin Qianying teased with a half-smile as Zhang Tao approached. That is my boss. Knowing my boss is in danger, how could I just stand by? Zhang Tao spoke emphatically to Lin Qianying. Aren't you afraid of dying? If you're not scared, why should I be? If I can't fight them off, I can always run away. You, on the other hand. Lin Qianying stared at Zhang Tao and shook her head. Zhang Tao was momentarily taken aback by her response. It did seem quite reasonable. He was well aware of how agile Lin Qianying's mech was. If they were truly surrounded by the mechanical rats, she could indeed escape. But if he were the one surrounded, it's not too late to turn back now. He didn't ask us for help. He just wanted us to wait at that spot. So even if he comes out of this unscathed, he won't come looking for trouble with you. Lin Qianying tried to persuade him. She understood that there was no need to drag Zhang Tao into a dangerous situation when she knew how he would react in a crisis. What she said was no joke. She really had the capability to escape from the swarm, while Zhang Tao did not. No way, absolutely not. Stop trying to convince me. Let's go. If we keep stalling, my brother might be in real danger. Zhang Tao waved his hands, rejecting Lin Qianying's suggestion. They had come this far. And there was no way he would let Lin Qianying's words dampen the courage he had finally mustered. As for whether he would die, he could at least practice using the thrusters a bit more. That way, he could escape more smoothly later on. All right, let's go then. With that, the two of them shot forward like arrows, speeding towards the swarm of rats. In the center of the swarm, Zhang Wei was already heavily surrounded by layers of mechanical rats. It wasn't just a simple encirclement. There were countless layers of mechanical debris piled up beneath his feet, remnants left behind by the defeated rats. Normally, melting these mechanical remains with the heat from his massive energy sword wouldn't be too difficult. However, before he could even melt through the bottom layer of debris, a new layer would pile on top. At this point, the place where Zhang Wei stood had turned into a small mound, and he had lost count of how many mechanical rats he had taken down. They're useless. Why don't you come down here yourself? Zhang Wei taunted the Rat King while continuing to slash at the mechanical rats. The Rat King was about 600 meters away, a safe distance it had determined for itself. From here, even if Zhang Wei attacked with his floating cannons, the Rat King could easily dodge without any threat to its safety. As for going down there? No way. Why would he go to his death? Not coming? That's fine. But remember not to run away, Zhang Wei warned the Rat King, who remained unresponsive, and then he focused on taking down the mechanical rats. Being besieged was far more efficient than searching through the sewers one by one. Zhang Wei's storage space was already filled with ordinary source crystals collected from defeating the mechanical rats. Standing still and slashing wouldn't hinder his collection of source crystals at all. If the mechanical rats could pause their attacks, Zhang Wei could upgrade his mech to level 30 and complete its second evolution. Unfortunately, it seemed the mechanical rats had no intention of giving him that time. Just as Zhang Wei continued to cut down the mechanical rats, a sudden violent tremor erupted. Zhang Tao, who was rushing towards Zhang Wei's location, couldn't help but stop in his tracks. Lin Qianying, who was leaping between the tall buildings, also came to a halt. What's going on? Although Zhang Tao's mech was quite tall, it couldn't see as far as Lin Qianying, who was on the rooftop. Lin Qianying gazed into the distance, momentarily stunned. Noticing Lin Qianying's silence, Zhang Tao made his way to the edge of a building and climbed up using both hands and feet. Oh well. Zhang Tao exclaimed in disbelief as he reached the top. What is that thing? An elephant? He looked at Lin Qianying, unsure. She nodded in response. What do we do? They're heading towards the rodent swarm. Zhang Tao felt a surge of anxiety. They were already struggling to deal with the rodent swarm. And now this group of monsters had appeared. These creatures stood an average of 10 meters tall, their massive size beyond Zhang Tao's ability to describe. The worst part was that there were at least a dozen of them. By the way, are there elephants in the Chuan City Zoo? And why didn't we see these monsters yesterday? Chapter 39. Who agreed to let you kill it? No. Zhang Tao anxiously tugged at his hair. The pressing issue now was how to save Zhang Wei, not figuring out where these elephants had come from. However, when it came to rescuing Zhang Wei, Zhang Tao had no idea what to do. He looked at Lin Qianying, hoping she could offer a solution. We need to distract them. Draw their attention over here to create an opportunity for Zhang Wei to escape, Lin Qianying said decisively, quickly making up her mind. How do we attract them? Zhang Tao was a bit confused. It sounded easy, but how could they actually do it? Lin Qianying shot him a look. Just make as much noise as you can. Create a big commotion. Upon hearing this, Zhang Tao suddenly understood. He immediately grabbed his battle scythe and started attacking the nearby skyscrapers. Fortunately, this area was deserted due to the rodent tide. Otherwise, he would have had to be more cautious while causing destruction. It was true that when it came to making noise, ranged attacks couldn't compare to close combat. With the slicing of the battle scythe, one skyscraper after another collapsed. And the commotion indeed caught the attention of the herd of elephants. Lin Qianying, standing from a height, felt a surge of tension as she saw the elephants stop moving and turn their heads towards them. If the herd showed any sign of charging towards them, she would immediately take Zhang Tao and run. Suddenly, Lin Qianying exclaimed, Wait, stop cutting. What's wrong? Zhang Tao looked at her in confusion. It's useless, Lin Qianying replied. Somewhat dejected. The herd had indeed paused due to the noise they were making, but after that brief moment, they charged back towards the rodent horde. Just then, Zhang Wei contacted Lin Qianying. What is all that noise you're making? Zhang Wei? Is that you? How are you? Are you okay? What do you need us to do? Lin Qianying fired off a string of questions in one breath. Zhang Wei could sense Lin Qianying's anxiety and felt a warmth in his heart. I'm fine. You all need to leave quickly. But what about you? I'll be okay, don't worry. Just go back and wait for me. Zhang Wei's slightly relaxed tone eased Lin Qianying's worries considerably. But, just go back. If you can't fight, run, Zhang Wei interrupted her. All right, let's stay in touch. Lin Qianying said, finally figuring out how to communicate with Zhang Wei using the mecha. As long as she could stay in contact with him, she wouldn't be so worried. She had confidence in Zhang Wei's combat abilities. Moreover, she knew that if Zhang Wei needed help, he wouldn't hesitate to ask. We're leaving, heading back, she said. Zhang Tao, unaware that Lin Qianying had established contact with Zhang Wei, looked at her in confusion and a bit of anger. Going back? Aren't we going to save my brother? Your brother contacted me. He told us to go back and wait, Lin Qianying explained. Contacted? Why didn't he contact me? Zhang Tao was taken aback, his focus always seeming to land on the oddest details. What do you think? At that moment, Zhang Tao finally got it. Is this what they call prioritizing romance over friendship? I can't believe I was so worried about you, only to have my sincerity thrown to the wind. After venting my frustration, it's time to make a swift exit. Soon after, Lin Qianying and Zhang Tao quickly retreated. Meanwhile, Zhang Wei noticed the rat swarm behaving somewhat erratically. The imposing presence of the elephants was terrifying, and the ground was shaking more violently, causing the metal debris beneath Zhang Wei's feet to tremble as if it might collapse. They must be coming for you, Zhang Wei thought. Glancing at the visibly panicked Rat King, the Rat King was indeed in a state of alarm because it realized the elephants were targeting it. The reason was clear. It had commanded the rat swarm to take down an elephant before. But why was this retaliation happening so quickly? And no one had mentioned there was an entire herd of elephants. Could the rat swarm even handle a herd? Come on. While a swarm of rats could take down a single elephant, trying to do the same to a group was a whole different ballgame. Come to my side, and I'll protect you, Zhang Wei called out to the frantic Rat King. Human, don't think you can trick me, the Rat King retorted angrily. It was already feeling anxious, and here was Zhang Wei trying to play games. They had just been fighting to the death. And now he claimed he wanted to protect it? Who would believe that? I'm not lying, Zhang Wei replied simply, without further explanation. Why do you want to protect me? The Rat King asked. Because you're the Rat King, and I need source crystals. As long as we cooperate, I can have an endless supply of them. The Rat King's first reaction was anger. What did that mean? It sounded like Zhang Wei wanted to use it as a tool to summon its kin for slaughter. However, upon reconsideration, the Rat King realized there was indeed a mutual interest. As long as there was a shared interest, there was a basis for cooperation. Fine. You help me take them down, and I'll help you collect source crystals, the Rat King surprisingly agreed. Its response shocked and distressed the mechanical rats under its command. However, despite their shock and resistance, they had no choice but to obey. The Rat King was their leader, and even if they were a different breed, they couldn't rebel. You direct the rat swarm to harass them, and I'll handle the rest, Zhang Wei said enthusiastically, charging toward the herd of elephants. The Rat King didn't fully trust Zhang Wei. It kept a distance of about 100 meters behind him, too wary to get too close, yet unwilling to flee. The Rat King knew that if it ran away, Zhang Wei would likely escape as well. In that case, the elephants would only pursue it as their enemy, ignoring Zhang Wei. So, it decided to follow Zhang Wei, directing the rat swarm to distract the elephants, hoping to leverage Zhang Wei to eliminate the herd. At the very least, it could divert the elephants' wrath. Little did they know, Zhang Wei also had his own plans. However, at that moment, he was charging straight toward the herd without holding back. The floating artillery had already opened fire from a distance. Zhang Wei's presence instantly drew the attention of the elephants. Unlike the countless small creatures on the ground, Zhang Wei stood 12 meters tall in his mech, matching their height when fully upright. Of course, the mechanical elephants have robust limbs, and a single mechanical elephant weighs over 100 tons, which is 4 to 5 times heavier than Zhang Wei's mech. If there were no special circumstances, a herd of elephants could easily sweep aside Zhang Wei and the rat swarm without any difficulty. However, Zhang Wei is an unexpected variable. His mech's combat power is already close to 700. How much combat power can a single mechanical elephant have? It's likely stronger than that mechanical snake, but not by much. If we give them time to strengthen themselves by consuming enough metal or source crystals, their combat power will indeed rise rapidly. Nevertheless, to catch up to or surpass Zhang Wei, they would need at least 7 or 8 days. And gaining 100 points of combat power in a day is already a fast growth rate. But what level will Zhang Wei's combat power reach in 7 or 8 days? Humans, step aside. We don't want to kill you. We want to kill that rat. The lead elephant proclaimed, swinging its massive steel trunk to swat away a frozen projectile aimed at Zhang Wei. Who gave you permission to kill it? Zhang Wei retorted. Chapter 40. Dazzling Purple, Epic Source Crystal. The lead elephant was momentarily taken aback by Zhang Wei's question. We're just talking about killing a rat here. When did we need your approval as a human? Besides, are you a bit off your rocker? If I'm not mistaken, it was the rat swarm attacking you just now, right? If you really want allies, we should be on the same side. In contrast to the lead elephant's confusion, the Rat King felt a surge of emotion. Seeing Zhang Wei confront the elephant herd made the Rat King feel much more at ease. If Zhang Wei weren't genuinely helping him, he wouldn't be speaking to the elephants this way. Human, have you lost your mind? Leave now, and we won't stop you. The lead elephant said, surprisingly calm, as it refrained from attacking Zhang Wei immediately. Before Zhang Wei could respond, the Rat King grew displeased. How dare you try to sway my ally in front of me? You're being too brazen. With a huff, the Rat King commanded the rat swarm to charge at the elephants. It was a suicidal charge. The mechanical rats surged toward the elephant herd like a mechanical ocean. The elephant herd quickly reacted. With a total of 13 elephants, they formed a defensive line back-to-back under the lead elephant's command. Their long trunks, averaging over 5 meters in length, waved like windmills, ready to crush any mechanical rat that came into contact with them. How had the mechanical rats managed to kill a mechanical elephant before? They had attacked a lone mechanical elephant, exploiting its vulnerabilities due to their smaller size. Even with such underhanded tactics, it had cost them dearly to take down a single mechanical elephant. Now, the mechanical elephants in front of the mechanical rats were not isolated. They were a group, protecting their weak points effectively, leaving the mechanical rats with no openings to exploit. Human, aren't you going to make a move? The Rat King felt a pang in his heart as he watched his subjects being slaughtered by the elephant herd. Although there were many mechanical rats, they couldn't afford to die like this. And don't just stand there. Create an opportunity for me. Zhang Wei did not heed the Rat King's command. Instead, he began to direct the Rat King. Seeing this, the Rat King did not argue, knowing Zhang Wei was right. While Zhang Wei was strong, the elephants were swinging their trunks in a tight formation, making it futile for him to charge in. Fine. The Rat King was still capable. He opened his mouth, and 2 sharp teeth shot toward the direction of the elephant herd. Just then, Zhang Wei made his move. Zhang Wei activated his legendary skill, Super Strength Enhancement. His combat power doubled. Under the effect of the skill, Zhang Wei's power instantly surged to 1312 points. The doubled power translated to greater strength, faster speed, and more robust mechanical defense. However, the Rat King was taken aback. He felt that Zhang Wei's charge was misdirected. Instead of heading toward the elephant herd, Zhang Wei was charging straight at the Rat King. While the Rat King was still in shock, Zhang Wei had already crossed the 100 meters and stood before him. Just as the massive energy sword swung down like a giant door toward him, the Rat King snapped back to reality. It turns out that this person's goal has always been themselves. How naive to think that this person truly wanted to collaborate with them. But now, it's too late to say anything. If the Mouse King had maintained a distance of 600 meters from Zhang Wei, it would have had room to maneuver, at worst. It could send mechanical mice charging at Zhang Wei to create an opportunity to escape. But now, it was too close. Damn humans, you deceived me. The Mouse King screamed, its sharp teeth erupting from its mouth as if they were free, in the face of life or death. The Mouse King couldn't care less about the consequences of losing all its teeth. It would spew out as much as it could. The floating cannons opened fire, unleashing freezing rounds in all directions, targeting the mechanical mice trying to close in. Zhang Wei wielded the massive energy sword like a door, using it to block the incoming teeth. The teeth that were intercepted by the energy sword exploded simultaneously, while those that weren't managed to pierce Zhang Wei's armor. The force of the explosions causing him to momentarily falter. When the shockwave dissipated, Zhang Wei checked the status of his mech. The body sustained no damage, but the durability of the external defense armor dropped by 70 points. The power of the recent explosions had been fully absorbed by the defense armor. The Mouse King had thought that with such a relentless bombardment of its teeth, Zhang Wei would definitely suffer some damage, but the result exceeded its expectations. The explosions only caused Zhang Wei to pause for a moment, without even a hint of retreating. Just as the Mouse King considered turning to flee, Zhang Wei swung the energy sword. The Mouse King was indeed very agile on the ground, but after Zhang Wei's combat power doubled, he could easily keep pace with the Mouse King, leaving it with nowhere to hide. As the energy sword approached, the Mouse King felt the terrifying heat radiating from it. Before fear could take root in its heart, the energy sword had already severed one of the Mouse King's hind legs. With the loss of support from its hind leg, the Mouse King's body crashed to the ground, smashing into the metal debris below. Upon making contact with the metal wreckage, the Mouse King frantically flailed its front legs, quickly digging a hole. You want to escape? Zhang Wei knew all too well about a rat's digging abilities and showed no signs of letting up. With both hands gripping the energy sword, he crouched down, easily driving the sword into the ground and successfully severing one of the Mouse King's front legs. The Mouse King, in the midst of its frantic digging, let out a desperate scream. It thought it could tunnel its way to freedom. But it never expected Zhang Wei to be so fast enough to snuff out any hope of survival. Do you still think you can run in front of me? Zhang Wei twisted the sword and then thrust it upward at an angle, causing the Mouse King, now missing another front leg, to become entangled in the debris that had been flung into the air. The floating cannons adjusted their aim, and a freezing round successfully struck the Mouse King, which was still airborne and hadn't yet landed. A small portion of the Mouse King's body was encased in ice. However, it still refused to give up, screaming in madness as the mechanical mice rushed to protect their king with their bodies. Unfortunately, Zhang Wei offered no chance. His eyes gathered a purple glow, and in an instant, a bolt of purple lightning coalesced. Under the sweep of the death ray, all mechanical mice that made contact were cut down. Zhang Wei seized the moment and swiftly grabbed the Rat King, who had lost 3 of its legs. Let me go, and I can help you collect source crystals, the Rat King pleaded. In the face of life and death, dignity meant nothing. Unmoved by the Rat King's desperate plea, Zhang Wei felt a surge of power. This was the Rat King, likely to yield epic-level source crystals. At the early stage of the apocalypse, epic-level source crystals were far more valuable than ordinary ones. Thus, Zhang Wei's grip tightened, and the sound of metal being crushed echoed in the air as the Rat King's neck began to twist grotesquely. Simultaneously, the vibrant blue light in the Rat King's eyes slowly faded away. At that moment, the herd of elephants halted their advance, and the swarm of rats ceased their charge toward Zhang Wei. You can die now, he said, and with a sudden surge of strength, he twisted the Rat King's head, silencing it forever. Moments later, a dazzling purple light floated out from the Rat King's lifeless body. Chapter 41, Epic Level. Core of 100 battles. The moment the purple source crystal appeared, the swarm of mechanical rats erupted into chaos. The herd of mechanical elephants was equally frantic. For mechanical beings, an epic-level source crystal was an absolute boon. The mindless mechanical rats could not suppress their overwhelming desire for the epic source crystal. They charged recklessly towards Zhang Wei, looking for death. Zhang Wei scoffed coldly. After stowing the source crystal away, he swung his sword fiercely with both hands. The mechanical rats, which had lunged at him like starving wolves, were all cut down. The floating cannons activated rapid-fire mode, unleashing a flurry of freezing projectiles. The purple death laser extended for dozens of meters, instantly clearing a straight path. Zhang Wei's frenzied slaughter was like a bucket of cold water poured over the heads of the mechanical rats and elephants. especially when the mutated mechanical rats clearly sensed the killing intent radiating from Zhang Wei. The frenzied mutants panicked and fled. The herd of elephants also ceased their agitation, momentarily halting to see if there was a chance to snatch the epic source crystal. "Where do you think you're going?" Zhang Wei bellowed. The already fleeing mutated mechanical rats trembled in fear at his roar. At the same time, they commanded the ordinary mechanical rats to charge at Zhang Wei, buying themselves time to escape. However, the ordinary mechanical rats were no match for Zhang Wei. With over 1,000 points of combat power, he was not joking around. Zhang Wei wielded his energy sword, each step propelling him at least 8 or 9 meters forward, sending ordinary mechanical rats flying in all directions. Many of them were transformed into metallic wreckage before they even hit the ground. The mutated mechanical rats cursed their lack of additional legs when the shadow cast by Zhang Wei's mech enveloped them. They knew their time was short. They wanted to resist. But unfortunately, they lacked the power to do so. With a single stroke of his sword, the mutated mechanical rat was cleaved in two, and the high-grade source crystal became Zhang Wei's trophy. He did not pause. There were still many mutated mechanical rats to eliminate, and he aimed to kill as many of them as possible. As Zhang Wei rampaged through the swarm, the herd of elephants began to waver. Run! The 13 mechanical elephants were terrified. The combat power displayed by Zhang Wei was something they could not withstand. Seeing this, Zhang Wei immediately abandoned the pursuit of the mechanical rats. Although the mutated mechanical rats could also drop high-grade source crystals, the crystals they produced would undoubtedly be inferior to those dropped by the mechanical elephants. When it came time to make a choice, Zhang Wei naturally prioritized obtaining the higher quality source crystals. With a burst from his thrusters, Zhang Wei momentarily floated in the air before launching himself toward the herd of elephants. "You all run." The leader of the elephants was a responsible figure. It understood that if it did not stop Zhang Wei, none of them would escape. So, it directed the herd to flee while it charged back toward Zhang Wei. "You can't stop me," Zhang Wei assessed. If Zhang Wei had not used his enhanced psychic powers, the leader of the mechanical elephants would indeed have been able to hold him off for a moment. Although the mechanical elephant's combat power was just over 200, significantly less than Zhang Wei's 600, its sheer size posed a challenge. Even if he used his thermal giant sword to dismantle the mechanical elephant, it would take time. However, with his psychic power enhancement, Zhang Wei's combat strength exceeded 1,000, making him 4 to 5 times stronger than the mechanical elephant leader. As the metallic trunk swung towards him, Zhang Wei swung his sword without hesitation. The thermal giant sword collided fiercely with the elephant's trunk, sending sparks flying. However, the sparks only lasted for a moment before vanishing. The trunk, as one of the few offensive measures of the mechanical elephant, was undeniably tough. Yet, the thermal giant sword was clearly sharper. After a brief stalemate, the sword sliced through the trunk and continued its momentum, striking the mechanical elephant's neck. The force of the strike was somewhat diminished by the trunk, causing the thermal giant sword to get lodged in the mechanical elephant's neck. After a brief pause, before the mechanical elephant could react, a more powerful force surged from Zhang Wei's hands. "Break!" he shouted, and the thermal giant sword began to advance once more. In the clash of these two massive beings, it was clear that Zhang Wei had the upper hand. The mechanical elephant was pushed back repeatedly, but soon it had nowhere left to retreat. Its head was severed from its body, rolling to the ground as the massive body collapsed with a loud thud. Then, the blue light in the mechanical elephant leader's eyes quickly extinguished. In the next moment, a source crystal floated out from the gap in its neck. Zhang Wei was somewhat surprised. An almost epic-level source crystal. Although the mechanical elephant was a mutated creature, it was definitely not a king-level monster, as Zhang Wei hadn't seen it use any skills. However, it had dropped a source crystal that emitted a faint purple glow, which caught Zhang Wei off guard, as it indicated that the crystal was on the verge of evolving to epic level. Thoughtfully, Zhang Wei collected the source crystal and chose not to pursue the rest of the elephant herd. "Run. I'll give you 3 days, he muttered. If the herd only dropped high-level source crystals, Zhang Wei would have immediately chased after them. But since the source crystal within the mechanical elephant showed signs of evolving to epic level, he was in no rush to kill them. Let the bullets fly for a while. Isn't it better to harvest when they're almost ready? Zhang Wei thought he could clearly choose between a dozen high-level source crystals and a dozen epic-level ones. When the mutated mechanical rats saw Zhang Wei going after the elephant herd, they initially thought they were saved. However, to their surprise, after Zhang Wei killed just one mechanical elephant, he turned around and charged toward them again. "Is this how you play?" they thought. Hadn't they been free for even half a minute? The mutated mechanical rats went into a frenzy, desperately fleeing. Luckily, they were intelligent enough to scatter in different directions. In this situation, whoever got caught would simply be out of luck. 1 minute later, the enhancement effect of the psychic powers on the mechanical armor began to fade. Zhang Wei's speed suddenly dropped significantly. After a few more minutes, he noticed that there were no living mechanical mice in sight. Dozens of exotic ones had escaped, while over 20,000 regular mechanical mice had fled. Zhang Wei shook his head and sighed. He still lacked the necessary skills. With this thought in mind, he quickly contacted Zhang Tao. Zhang Tao, bring some people back to clean up the battlefield, he instructed. Zhang Tao, who was on his way back to the villa area, was momentarily taken aback when he received Zhang Wei's call. Big brother, what's going on? Zhang Tao instinctively asked. It's all taken care of. Just hurry back with your crew, Zhang Wei urged. The battlefield was quite large, and the mechanical mice Zhang Wei had slain were scattered everywhere. Some source crystals were buried beneath the metal debris, and these were his spoils of war that he couldn't afford to lose. Zhang Wei had no intention of cleaning up the battlefield himself, which is why he reached out to Zhang Tao. Okay, I'll be there right away, Zhang Tao replied cheerfully. He wasn't too curious about how Zhang Wei had dealt with the mechanical mice and elephants. In his eyes, as long as Zhang Wei was alive, that was all that mattered. After receiving this confirmation, Zhang Wei ended the call. He first gathered all the high-level source crystals, then eagerly opened the cargo hold space to take out the epic-level source crystal. Open. Ding. You have obtained an epic-level battle core. Oh wow. Zhang Wei couldn't help but exclaim. Chapter 42. Han Zhao's body has disappeared. What is this? A 3-slot core module. Zhang Wei felt like he was about to go insane. He had speculated that the Rat King would produce something valuable, but he never expected it to be this good. The battle core is a type of mech module. There are many types of core modules, varying greatly in size. Some worthless modules can take up as much as 10 slots, while the smallest ones only occupy 1. A 3-slot battle core is already an extremely premium module. At least in his previous life, Zhang Wei had never obtained one, nor had he even heard of it. The best module he got in his past life was the 5-slot Iron Wall core, which mainly enhanced the mech's defensive capabilities. The battle core is also known as core number 1, and its function is straightforward. It increases combat power. Besides the battle core and Iron Wall core, there are also detection cores, assault cores, super energy cores, gale cores, and others. Check it out. Battle core, epic, 3 slots combat power, 300 wow. After checking the attributes of the battle core, Zhang Wei was once again amazed. The attributes were straightforward, simple, and explosive. A small core module could increase combat power by 300 points, which was just incredible. However, he couldn't equip it yet. The mech's module space would only unlock after the second evolution. For now, Zhang Wei could only stare at the battle core in disbelief. While Zhang Wei was staring at the battle core, Lin Qianying appeared at an incredible speed. She looked at Zhang Wei in shock, seemingly unable to believe her eyes. Especially when she saw the massive mechanical elephant's corpse lying on the ground, she exclaimed, "Wow, did you kill all of these? You came just in time. My mech can evolve a second time. Keep an eye on things for me." Zhang Wei had no time to explain anything to Lin Qianying. He just wanted to equip the battle core as soon as possible. Okay. Lin Qianying also didn't waste any time. After collecting her surprise, she chose a relatively intact tall building and used her thrusters to jump to the rooftop, her expression serious and focused. Absorb source crystals. Zhang Wei began to absorb the energy within the source crystals. Ordinary source crystals quickly converted into experience for Zhang Wei's mech. Soon, his mech's level increased to level 30. There was no other option. With so many source crystals available, his mech's level rose to 30. And there were still thousands of ordinary source crystals left in his mech space. Evolve the mech. Familiar yet strange energy descended from above, and Zhang Wei's mech slowly floated into the air, mysterious energy continuously pouring into it. Zhang Wei's mech began to grow visibly taller, with its torso and limbs becoming more robust. This evolution took about 10 minutes as well. When the mysterious energy disappeared, Zhang Wei's mech suddenly landed. At this point, the mech, having undergone 2 evolutions, had reached a height of 15 meters. Ding. The second mech evolution is complete. Combat power, 50. Her module space unlocked. Current space, 10. All mechs gained 10 slots of module space after their second evolution, regardless of the type. 3 slots are actually enough. Equip the battle core. Zhang Wei eagerly gave the command. The battle core floated to the center of Zhang Wei's mecha. Then, a black box-like object ejected from the chest of the mecha, and the battle core was stored inside this black box. Ding. Equipped with battle core, combat power, 300. The moment Zhang Wei equipped the battle core, the mecha, which had just undergone evolution, changed once again. The external armor of the mecha continued to increase in density, strength, and speed, enhancing all aspects, even its weight increased. Opening the panel, mecha form, level 2 evolution, 15 meters, mecha level, 30 weight, 41 tons combat power, 1066 type, medium melee power, dual cycle nuclear engine equipment, thermal giant sword, epic. Alloy defense armor, exceptional. Sustained propulsion system, exceptional. Battle core, epic. Skills, superpower enhancement, legendary. Death laser. These attributes are quite impressive. Zhang Wei couldn't help but praise himself. After all, it was only the second day of the apocalypse. What was that thing you just integrated into the mecha? Lin Qinying asked curiously, having rushed over after seeing Zhang Wei's mecha finish evolving. It's a core module. What is that? Lin Qinying inquired. Zhang Wei explained without hesitation. It's a type of equipment. After the mecha undergoes secondary evolution, it will unlock module space, allowing the core module to be equipped then. Is it really powerful? Lin Qinying felt she had gained some valuable information and couldn't help but dig deeper. The module I just equipped can add 300 points to my combat power. What do you think? Is that impressive? Zhang Wei was in a great mood and teased Lin Qinying playfully. Lin Qinying gasped, how much? 300 points of combat power. Zhang Wei cooperatively raised his hand, extending 3 fingers. Lin Qinying leaned closer to Zhang Wei, tiptoeing and poking his chest with her finger. She had already seen what the battle core looked like, but she couldn't wrap her head around how such a small object could add so much combat power. It didn't seem reasonable at all. However, Zhang Wei knew it was quite reasonable. The core was a high-level technological marvel. Much like adding 16 gigabytes of RAM to a phone that already had basic memory, the phone's performance would naturally improve significantly. The core serves that same purpose for the mecha. The only problem is that premium cores are rare. Ordinary cores typically only add 8 or 10 points of combat power. How much combat power do you have now? Lin Qinying suddenly retracted her hand, staring at Zhang Wei inquiringly. Well, Zhang Wei hesitated, considering whether to tell the truth. It wasn't that he wanted to hide anything. There was no need to. He mainly feared it might discourage Lin Qinying. Just tell me the truth. Lin Qinying placed her hands on her hips, as if she could see through Zhang Wei's thoughts. With a resigned shrug, Zhang Wei replied, 1066 points of combat power. Wow, that is so much. Lin Qinying's voice became excited and slightly pitched. You heard it right, 1066 points. Lin Qinying instantly felt downcast. She knew there was a significant gap between her and Zhang Wei, but she never imagined it would be this fast. Lin Qinying's combat power was barely under 200 points. Don't be discouraged, you'll catch up. Zhang Wei tried to comfort her. Just be quiet, my head hurts. I need a moment of peace. Lin Qinying squatted down, pondering why the disparity between people could be so immense. Just as Lin Qinying was lost in her thoughts, Zhang Tao arrived with a group of people. Zhang Wei looked at Zhang Tao and his crew, a hint of confusion creeping into his mind. From what Zhang Wei knew about Zhang Tao, he would typically be loud and boisterous in such a big situation. At the very least, he would be barking orders at his subordinates to get to work. But now, Zhang Tao appeared unusually calm, or rather, somewhat sullen. Before Zhang Tao could approach, Zhang Wei took the initiative to ask, what happened? Zhang Tao looked up briefly before lowering his head again. He had taken so long to arrive with his crew because he was trying to figure out how to break the news to Zhang Wei. Spit it out, Zhang Wei urged, suppressing the urge to kick Zhang Tao. Big brother, it's not my fault. I don't even know what happened. It's just that Han Zhao's body is missing. Zhang Tao took a step back, waving his hands in front of Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei coldly replied, what do you mean missing? Chapter 43, Advanced Skills. Thunderstrike, you take this one. Zhang Wei's gaze put a lot of pressure on Zhang Tao. He decided to shift this pressure onto his underlings. The underling who was called out by Zhang Tao could only muster his courage and step forward. Boss, it's like this. We were trying to bury that woman as per your instructions, but there was an accident during the process. What kind of accident? Zhang Wei's tone softened a bit. He wasn't going to make things too difficult for these guys. Seeing that Zhang Wei's attitude wasn't so harsh, the underling relaxed a little and organized his words before continuing. I'm not sure about the specifics. We only sent one brother to handle it. But we waited a long time without seeing him return. At first, we thought he was slacking off, but the underling paused, fear creeping into his voice. When we went to look for him, we found that he was dead. His mech was pierced through the chest, and we don't know how it happened. Zhang Wei listened carefully. From the underling's description, he couldn't figure out what was going on. Moreover, there was something else that happened. The underling spoke again. There is also the steel serpent. Its corpse is missing. Did other mechanical creatures appear? Zhang Wei asked, puzzled. Mechs don't need metal remains. Only mechanical creatures would consume metal debris. Eating metal remains can boost a mechanical creature's power. No, it's not other mechanical creatures. All the other metal remains are accounted for. We gathered them together. Only the steel serpent's remains are missing. After a moment of thought, Zhang Wei replied, all right. Got it. Let us get to work and clean up the source crystals here. Yes, boss. A group of underlings began to act in an orderly manner. Seeing that Zhang Wei didn't seem angry, Zhang Tao cautiously approached him and estimated his height. Boss, has your mech evolved again? Zhang Wei replied with a slight hum, still lost in thought about Han Xiao. Could it be that Hansu took Han Zhao's body away? As for the steel serpent's corpse, Zhang Wei didn't care much. It was just some metal remains. Whether they were eaten or stolen didn't matter. Zhang Tao, feeling a bit excited, said, "Boss, what benefits did you gain from the second evolution? I advise you not to ask." Zhang Wei hadn't spoken yet when Lin Qianying jumped in first. Asking will just make you feel down, right? Although Lin Qianying thought Zhang Tao was quite carefree. It seemed even he couldn't handle such a blow. Why? Zhang Tao looked at Lin Qianying in confusion. Come on, I'll tell you. Lin Qianying pulled Zhang Tao aside, noticing that Zhang Wei was deep in thought. So, it was better for her to inform Zhang Tao about the second evolution. Additionally, Lin Qianying needed to contact her superior to report what had happened today. Zhang Wei didn't stop the two. He was indeed still lost in thought. A few minutes later, Zhang Wei gave up on trying to think further. Just listening to others recount the events, he couldn't figure anything out. He would have to wait until he returned and saw the mecha of his deceased brother to gather some clues. Then, Zhang Wei took out the source crystals again. In addition to the epic level source crystal, he also had many high-level source crystals and one that was very close to epic level. The high-level source crystals had a 1/3 chance of yielding equipment when activated by Zhang Wei. These high-level source crystals were obtained from, and their quality was unquestionable. However, none of the equipment that caught Zhang Wei's eye was there. He only swapped for a piece of exquisite level defensive armor. The defensive armor he was currently wearing had lost some durability after the previous battle. Now that he had an identical brand new armor, he was definitely going to switch it out. Whether he would get something good depended on luck. Zhang Wei activated the last source crystal, the one that was very close to epic level. Ding! He gained a high-level skill, Extreme Thunderstorm. Extreme Thunderstorm, a melee skill that condenses spherical energy from weapons. When triggered, it instantly unleashes high-energy particles that strike a single target within a 10-meter radius. A group attack skill. After reading the skill description, Zhang Wei felt a rush of excitement and immediately pushed aside thoughts about Han Xiao. While Death Laser could also be considered a group attack skill, its effectiveness paled in comparison to Extreme Thunderstorm. One was a linear attack, while the other was an area attack with a 10-meter radius. There was no comparison. Learning. Ding. Successfully learned Extreme Thunderstorm. Combat power increased to 20. It even boosted his combat power? That's great. Zhang Wei was very satisfied. Having this skill was already a big win. Bro, your combat power has exceeded 1,000? At that moment, Zhang Tao's exclamation rang out. The shout was powerful enough to catch Zhang Wei's attention, and the surrounding underlings also heard it. What's wrong? Zhang Wei retorted. I'm almost at 1,100, okay? Bro. Zhang Tao was on the verge of tears. Why was the gap getting bigger and bigger? There was no sign of it closing. Zhang Wei ignored Zhang Tao and took out the pile of equipment he had just acquired, saying, "You guys can divide these among yourselves." Most of the equipment was of fine quality, with 3 or 4 exquisite level items. Zhang Wei didn't care for these items, although his storage space was relatively large. Keeping so much equipment would take up room. Instead of storing them, it was better to hand them over to Zhang Tao. The underlings controlled mechas belonging to Zhang Tao. So even if they used this equipment, he wasn't worried about them running off. As for Zhang Tao, he wouldn't dare to try running away. Zhang Tao didn't have time to think about that. He was overjoyed to see Zhang Wei bring out a pile of equipment. As he started to pick through the items, Zhang Wei turned to Lin Qianying and said, "There are some things here you can use. Feel free to choose." Although Lin Qianying hadn't contributed much in today's battle, Zhang Wei was well aware of her willingness to help him. And he certainly wouldn't be stingy with her. Okay. Lin Qianying didn't hesitate or mention the source crystals. In Lin Qianying's view, everyone was already in this together. So bringing up the source crystal felt a bit like keeping things formal. After some careful selection, Zhang Tao had upgraded from a bird gun to a cannon. Although he couldn't change his weapon, he had managed to equip himself with armor, a cargo hold, and a thruster. Zhang Tao's combat power was now close to 200 points, while Lin Qianying's had surpassed 200 points, thanks to her superior weaponry. The other subordinates also received their share of equipment, and everyone was quite pleased. Although the combined combat power of all the subordinates was still lower than Zhang Wei's individual strength. At least their power had increased enough that they wouldn't feel so helpless against ordinary mechanical creatures. How's the cleanup going? Zhang Wei asked after the equipment distribution was complete. Almost done, big brother. What should we do with all this metal debris? There is too much of it to just leave lying around, Zhang Tao replied, his business instincts kicking in. It felt wasteful to just toss all that metal away, especially since there was so much of it scattered everywhere. Zhang Wei paused to think after hearing Zhang Tao's words. This was an issue he hadn't considered before. After all, in his previous life, he hadn't had the ability to take down so many mechanical creatures at once. Let us gather all the metal debris together, he finally suggested. What for? Zhang Tao asked, while Lin Qinying turned her gaze to Zhang Wei. Mechanical creatures could consume metal debris to enhance their power, and for them, these scraps were treasures. And then what? Zhang Tao was still trying to grasp Zhang Wei's idea. However, Lin Qinying understood immediately, without waiting for Zhang Wei to respond. She spoke up first. Are you planning to set a trap? Zhang Wei nodded at Lin Qinying. Conversing with smart people was always easier. Oh, I get it now. I'll get them to start right away, Zhang Tao exclaimed, slapping his forehead. It was like a huge pile of fatty meat left out in the open. Mechanical creatures wouldn't be able to resist coming to feast. Once they arrived, they would become part of that pile of metal debris. At that point, they wouldn't have to go searching for mechanical creatures. Those creatures would come to them. Zhang Tao then energetically directed his subordinates to clean up the metal debris. Clearing the debris wasn't too strenuous, especially since all the mechs were at least medium-sized. Except for Lin Qinying's. It would be a bit challenging for these subordinates to confront mechanical creatures directly, but cleaning up the metal was a piece of cake. In less than half an hour, the metal debris was piled into a massive mound, 10 meters high, with an unknown diameter. Looking at this gigantic heap, Zhang Tao felt a sense of accomplishment. However, before he could bask in his achievement, Zhang Wei called out to him, "Let us go back and check things out." Huh? We're not going to watch this? Zhang Tao was still hoping to stay and wait for something to show up. But he didn't expect Zhang Wei to ask him to head home. Nothing is going to come out today. Let us just go back and take a look. Zhang Wei reassured him. He was lying to Zhang Tao. After just taking down so many mechanical rats, no mechanical creature would dare to come around here to investigate. If they wanted to feast, they had to be alive first. According to Zhang Wei's estimation, even after today, it seems unlikely that any mechanical creatures will appear. Only when the fear within those mechanical mice dissipates will they show themselves. As for other mechanical beings, there are too few of them. And the cats and dogs are not within Zhang Wei's considerations. Alright, let's head back for now, but let's leave a few people here to keep watch. Just in case something comes along. Sounds good, you take care of it, Zhang Wei nodded at Zhang Tao. Following that, Zhang Tao eagerly went about organizing the personnel, implementing a 3-shift system to ensure no one slacks off. Once Zhang Tao finished the arrangements, they quickly made their way towards the villa area. Zhang Wei wanted to see what was really going on with Han Xiao. Had Han Xiao truly been taken away by Han Su? If Han Su knew that Zhang Wei suspected him, he would definitely protest his innocence. Chapter 44, Han Xiao's Resurrection. Transformation into a snake. Han Su had no idea about Han Xiao's situation. After stealing the mech, he immediately fled and didn't dare to linger. By now, he had already made it to the far western edge of Chuan City. If it weren't for his insufficient strength, he would have been ready to escape Chuan City entirely, putting as much distance as possible between himself and Zhang Wei. At this moment, in a sewer about 2 to 3 kilometers away from the villa area, a battered steel snake was enveloped in a hazy glow. This steel snake was voraciously consuming the remains of mechanical mice piled in front of it. The glow surrounding it was a sign of its body recovering. Zhang Wei, you want to die a good death. Just wait for my revenge. A voice filled with resentment echoed. If Zhang Wei could hear this bitter voice, he would certainly recognize it as Han Xiao's. Initially, Han Xiao thought she was doomed. The sensation of blood rapidly draining from her body was terrifying. Just as she lost consciousness and her breathing ceased, she felt an inexplicable pull towards something. Instinctively, she moved closer to the source of that attraction, and when she regained consciousness, she had transformed into a steel snake barely half a meter long, about the thickness of a small arm. Moreover, she found herself hidden within her original body. When she realized a mech was attempting to bury her body, she was filled with rage. Unable to contain herself, Han Xiao attacked the mech, following the instincts of the steel snake. She burst out from the blood hole in her original body's abdomen, instantly penetrating the mech's midsection. Such an injury would not have been fatal if inflicted elsewhere on the mech, but the abdomen was where the human cockpit was located. Han Xiao's attack not only breached the mech but also pierced through the operator inside. Thus, it was a one-hit kill. After killing the mech, Han Xiao regained some of her sanity but felt a bit panicked. Was she scared because it was her first time killing someone, or because she had turned into a snake? She didn't know. Fortunately, she sensed that something was still calling to her. This attraction calmed her inner turmoil. She didn't know what would happen next, but she followed the pull to investigate. To her surprise, the source of her attraction turned out to be the remains of Dehua. Without a second thought, Han Xiao approached the remnants of Dehua's body when no one was paying attention, and she burrowed into the remains. Miraculously, after entering Dehua's body, she fused with the remains. After the fusion, she transformed back into Dehua, even reattaching the severed head. Han Xiao didn't know how to describe her feelings at that moment. She only knew she couldn't stay there. If Zhang Wei could kill Dehua, he could also kill her, and she had no combat experience. So, Han Xiao fled, but not before retrieving her human body. As for how all of this happened, Han Xiao no longer cared. She only knew she was alive and had gained an incredibly powerful body. She was out for revenge. If Zhang Wei could see Han Xiao's transformation with his own eyes, he would undoubtedly understand it better than she did herself. The metal shard that penetrated Han Xiao's abdomen and caused a fatal injury must have come from De Hua. Perhaps it was due to Han Xiao's obsession. Or maybe it was De Hua's unwillingness to accept the situation. Or perhaps it was a combination of both, ultimately leading to the current outcome. Zhang Wei couldn't explain why this happened, nor could anyone else. It was much like the mystery of how the mechas arrived, who could truly say for certain. In the villa area, not far behind the villas in the woods, a mecha lay motionless on the ground. Big brother, look at this, there's a hole in its abdomen. Zhang Tao said, pointing at the opening in the mecha's torso. Zhang Wei had already noticed the hole, which was about the thickness of an arm. If it wasn't a fatal injury, it shouldn't have been lethal. I can't tell what made that, Zhang Wei muttered. It was indeed hard to determine. The mecha had no other injuries, just that one hole. What kind of mechanical creature could inflict such damage? Or was there a long-range mecha that launched a sneak attack? But did any long-range mechas possess such firepower? Long-range rifles or machine guns could inflict physical damage. But bullets with that kind of penetration would require a mecha with a combat power of at least 300. Lin Xianying only had a combat power of a little over 200, even with her own enhancements. The body. Zhang Tao reminded Zhang Wei. Just leave it be. We don't need to worry about it. Everyone should be cautious. When on patrol, we should at least have groups of 3, Zhang Wei instructed. Facing an enemy with such firepower, even pairs wouldn't be safe. Got it. Zhang Tao replied, feeling invigorated. He was thrilled to hear Zhang Wei use the phrase we, which indicated that Big Brother considered them part of his team. Being part of Zhang Wei's group was exciting for Zhang Tao, especially since Zhang Wei was so strong. Being around him provided a great sense of security. Additionally, Zhang Wei was a person with a cold exterior but a kind heart. In the face of danger, instead of treating Zhang Tao as expendable, he had prioritized Zhang Tao's safety. This deeply moved him. Before Zhang Tao could fully process his emotions, Lin Xianying spoke up. Zhang Wei, I need to discuss something with you. What is it? Zhang Wei asked, somewhat surprised by her demeanor. Lin Xianying appeared a bit hesitant. My superior wants you to visit our base. Don't worry, it's nothing else. They just want you to give some guidance to our people. She was concerned that Zhang Wei might misunderstand, so she explained carefully. Zhang Wei didn't respond immediately. It was inevitable that he would have to interact with the military eventually, and it would be beneficial to establish a good rapport through Lin Xianying. However, Zhang Wei was reluctant to engage with the military at this moment, primarily because it wasn't safe enough. While Lin Xianying likely didn't harbor any ill intentions, others might. With his luxurious equipment, who wouldn't be tempted? Therefore, without adequate strength, Zhang Wei was unwilling to make contact with the military. After 3 evolutions, when my main body has gained a certain level of strength and the mech has a shield, it won't be too late to make contact. You have to understand that the military's planes and artillery are still operational. Early-stage mechs are just toys in front of such heavy weaponry. Zhang Wei's current mech can't withstand a missile attack either. Moreover, if the military sends someone to pick me up, they'll definitely send a plane. Which means Zhang Wei would have to disassemble from the mech and head to the military district. That would be equivalent to signing his own death warrant. It's not feasible right now. I'll wait until after the 3rd evolution. There's no point in going now. Zhang Wei spoke seriously to Lin Xianying. Lin Xianying let out a slight sigh of relief upon hearing this. Her superior was quite adamant that Zhang Wei must visit the military district. But there was no specific timeline for when that should happen. This made things easier for Lin Xianying. Alright, that works. How many levels are needed for the 3rd evolution? 50 levels. That sounds fast. Lin Xianying knew that Zhang Wei's mech was currently at level 30. Isn't it quick to go from 30 to 50? Zhang Wei slowly shook his head. Not really. The higher the level, the slower the progression. Haven't you played any games? Leveling up a mech is akin to leveling up in a game. I previously activated a bunch of high-level source crystals, and more than half of them only contributed to mech experience. All that effort only raised my level by 1. Today was a rare opportunity to gather so many high-level source crystals. You can't expect to get that many every day. Even if I could gather that much every day, it would still take about 20 days to reach level 50. Ah, I see. Well, that's not a problem. Things have stabilized on our side. They primarily want to hear your thoughts about reclaiming the city, Lin Xianying casually mentioned, though she didn't disclose that this was only one of the reasons. My thoughts. Zhang Wei raised an eyebrow in confusion. Yes, you know more than most, Lin Xianying stated matter-of-factly. If you just want to hear my opinion, I can tell you right now, you don't need to make a special trip. Lin Xianying looked at Zhang Wei with surprise. Really? Of course. Zhang Wei had long figured out how to establish a safe zone. After all, those were successful cases from his previous life. Quick, tell me your thoughts. Lin Xianying urged. a bit anxious. Watching the suffering of the common people without being able to help was a tremendous torment for any soldier with a sense of duty. Abandon the existing city and rebuild the safe zone. You want to give up the current cities? Lin Qianying couldn't comprehend Zhang Wei's idea. The notion of abandoning cities was an incredibly difficult choice for someone with Chinese heritage, as frugality is deeply ingrained in their culture. Zhang Wei nodded at Lin Qianying. You've seen the destructive power of the mechanical creatures. Just a swarm of them can cause massive destruction. Do you think the current cities have the capability to resist them? Lin Qianying was left speechless. Therefore, using the metal wreckage of the mechanical creatures to construct a metal fortress after melting it down is the safest option. Lin Qianying was stunned. She didn't expect Zhang Wei's imagination to be so vast. A city entirely made of metal? That actually sounds pretty interesting. Chapter 45, West City. Liege Lin Qianying immediately reported this news to her superior. Whether this matter could be accepted was something her superior needed to study. But she certainly had to escalate the issue. Once Lin Qianying finished her report, everyone took a moment to rest. Though their bodies weren't tired, their spirits needed some rejuvenation. In the afternoon, Zhang Wei took Lin Qianying and Zhang Tao out of the villa area for a stroll. However, they returned with nearly nothing. The entire Chuan city was quiet and harmonious. No mechanical creatures dared to show their faces, and the mechanical birds kept their distance too. Humans certainly wouldn't dare to flaunt themselves either. This left Zhang Wei feeling helpless. Without any monsters to hunt, how could he improve himself? Lin Qianying clearly recognized the issue as well. Zhang Wei, if there aren't that many monsters around, where are we going to find a large amount of metal scraps? Besides, isn't it true that mechanical creatures will eventually be wiped out? Zhang Wei shook his head in response. It's impossible to completely eradicate them. Mechanical creatures can reproduce, and their reproduction rate is incredibly fast. Mechanical creatures can reproduce? I don't believe it. Although Lin Qianying was young, she was well aware of how animals procreate. Once they turned into mechanical beings, how could they possibly reproduce? Two steel monsters rubbing against each other could only create sparks, not offspring. They can indeed reproduce. For instance, take the mechanical mice. As long as a mechanical mouse accumulates enough combat power, it can expend a small amount of that power to give birth to small mechanical mice. And it doesn't even require the gestation period typical of living organisms. This is the primary reason mechanical creatures can't be exterminated. There's no alternative. In my past life, even 10 years into the apocalypse, mechanical creatures were still as numerous as ever, with no signs of extinction. Is it really like that? Lin Qianying was astonished. If that's the case, won't humanity be doomed forever? Guys, this isn't the time to be discussing that. We should focus on how to obtain source crystals, Zhang Tao said, somewhat dejected. Half of the afternoon had already passed, and they hadn't seen a single shadow of mechanical creatures. How are we supposed to play this game? Zhang Tao also wanted to evolve again and get an exceptional core module. Since the mechanical creatures were likely too scared to come out for a while, Zhang Wei suggested. Let us head back for now. Oh, and let us have our people keep an eye out for those initial source crystals. There should still be some that haven't been found. Zhang Tao understood what Zhang Wei meant by initial source crystals. They were the crystals that had fallen from the sky at the beginning of the apocalypse. He had actually been keeping an eye on them, as Zhang Wei's floating cannon was derived from one of those initial crystals. Having seen the power of the floating cannon, Zhang Tao also wanted to get one for himself. Brother, there are almost no initial source crystals left in the city. They've either been collected by others or consumed by mechanical creatures. If we want to find some, we'll need to go outside the city. Going outside isn't out of the question, Zhang Wei thought to himself. Now that he possessed nearly 100 points of combat power, there wouldn't be much danger venturing outside the city. Moreover, Zhang Tao was right. There would definitely be plenty of initial source crystals in areas away from the city. Aside from the initial source crystals, there were also numerous mechanical creatures. For example, mechanical creatures that have transformed from field mice and frogs appear in swarms. Although there are no large wild animals in Chuan City, there is a river. The mechanical creatures in the river far outnumber those on land. Given this situation, you can stay in Chuan City, and, with your current combat strength, you should be able to protect yourselves. I'll head outside the city. Hey, you're not taking me with you? Zhang Tao immediately protested, feeling discontent. He also wanted to explore outside. Staying in the city to hunt rats and cats seemed pointless. It's too dangerous outside for you guys. I'll go alone. Zhang Wei had already made up his mind and was going to change it easily. Fine. Zhang Tao reluctantly nodded. Lin Qianying spoke up with some concern. Just be careful. Will you be back tonight? Maybe. It depends on the situation, Zhang Wei replied casually. Zhang Tao looked at Zhang Wei with envy. It was impressive how quickly he was making progress with Lin Qianying, such a beautiful girl, in less than 2 days. Before the apocalypse, it would have taken him at least 3 to 5 days and a lot of money to win over someone like her. But Zhang Tao understood that such things couldn't be envied. If he were a woman, he would choose Zhang Wei too. Then, before the sun set, Zhang Wei left Chuan City. He didn't head towards Xinfeng Mountain, but in the opposite direction because the river was that way. However, on his journey, he didn't encounter any mechanical creatures. The mechanical beings outside the city were more alert than those inside, as the wilderness was filled with enemies. These mechanical creatures could devour each other to enhance their combat strength. Essentially, everyone was an enemy except for their own kind. And they would only unite when facing human mechs, as the mechs posed a greater threat to them. At the same time, as Zhang Wei was leaving Chuan City, Han Su was speaking in front of a 12-meter mech within a large gang to the west of the city. Chuan City is considered a second-tier city in the country, with a large area and a significant population, leading to a mix of various factions. Although it was only the second day of the apocalypse, numerous gangs had already formed, both large and small. The gang Han Su had joined was the largest in the western part of the city, bar none. The gang leader was known as Brother Lei. He had originally been a truck driver and managed several logistics companies, commanding a fleet of large trucks. These trucks, along with his crew of drivers, were significant assets for his dominance in the western part of the city. Brother Lei, I'm telling the truth. That Zhang Tao has a lot of good stuff. And he's quite arrogant, looking down on others. He only has a few mechs under his name and has confiscated others from his subordinates. If we go after him, he will definitely back down, Han Su urged Brother Lei. Relying on Han Su for revenge was not a short-term plan. Initially, he intended to bide his time and seek revenge on Zhang Wei once he had the strength. However, after joining Brother Lei's gang, he had new ideas. With 300 to 400 mechs under Brother Lei's command, Han Su thought that even if just one person kicked Zhang Wei, it could potentially take him down. Using someone else's hand to take revenge is still revenge, and Han Su is not picky at all. Zhang Tao, I know that guy. We've done quite a bit of work for him. He's definitely a proud character, but we're operating in the west side of the city, so there's really no need to provoke him, right? Brother Lei is also a well-known figure in Chuan City, with connections in both the underworld and legitimate circles, so he naturally knows Zhang Tao. If there's no necessity, Brother Lei would prefer not to stir up trouble with Zhang Tao. Although he has several hundred mechs under his command, most of them were forcibly recruited and lack cohesion. If a real fight breaks out, those mechs might not be of much use. Instead of wasting time looking for trouble with Zhang Tao, it would be better to find those hidden mech owners on the west side. According to Brother Lei's own estimates, there are at least 1,000 mech owners still to be found in that area. If we could also absorb other small gangs, gathering 2,000 to 3,000 mechs wouldn't be a problem at all. Chapter 46. What? You want to join me? Brother Lei, you don't know that Kid's mech. Giving it to him would be a waste. It's better to use it yourself. His mech, even before it evolved, was already 17 meters tall. Han Su knew what would attract Brother Lei. In this apocalypse, strength is the most important thing. The larger the initial mech, the stronger its combat power. Han Su could see that Brother Lei had ambitions. He wanted to dominate Chuan City and even a larger area, which required immense personal strength. Only then could he foster greater loyalty among his subordinates. If the leader isn't strong enough, why would anyone follow him? Moreover, he also had a great weapon, a scythe over 10 meters long, which I saw with my own eyes. Han Su stoked the fire in Brother Lei's heart. He didn't believe that Brother Lei wouldn't be tempted after hearing this. Really? Brother Lei was indeed intrigued. The main reason was that Zhang Tao didn't have as many subordinates. How could a few dozen mechs compare to his hundreds? At that point, they wouldn't even need to lift a finger. Just standing a large group of mechs in front of Zhang Tao's door would probably scare that punk into wetting his pants. Besides, Brother Lei had combat power too. His mech had completed its first evolution and reached level 15, and he had also mastered a skill obtained from an initial source crystal. Moreover, that area was a wealthy district that had suffered much damage. I got my mech from there, and there are many more mechs available. If those rich folks don't want to join us, we can just take their mechs. In the end, wouldn't all of that become Brother Lei's property? Honestly, Han Su's words were quite tempting. 17-meter mechs, weapons, and a plethora of mechs waiting to be harvested. All right, let us get it done. We'll gather people and take action tomorrow morning. Brother Lei immediately made the decision. Han Su initially wanted to persuade Brother Lei to take action tonight. But after thinking it over, he scrapped that idea. If he kept countering Brother Lei, it might make him uncomfortable, which wasn't Han Su's intention. Han Su didn't want to remain just a small fry either. He wanted to develop himself further. So, pleasing Brother Lei now could allow him to ask for some mechs later, right? As long as he had enough mechs on hand. Finding someone to operate them wouldn't be hard. At that point, wouldn't he be able to establish himself as a king? That night, Brother Lei slept soundly with two beautiful women in his arms, feeling that life in the apocalypse was much more comfortable than before. At least it was that way so far. The next morning, Brother Lei gathered all his subordinates. Almost 400 mechs of various sizes stood together, creating a spectacular sight. Brother Lei conducted a pre-battle rally for these 400 people, promising some benefits while also issuing threats. Of course, the main reason these people would listen was the intimidation. Who doesn't have family? Most of the people who own mechs have families. Anyone who disobeys will face retaliation from Brother Lei that could also harm their loved ones. As a result, nearly 400 of them dare not go against Brother Lei. The group of 400 mechs advanced majestically toward the villa district. Along the way, no one dared to jump out and block their path. Mechanical creatures saw them and quickly scurried away. Some small gangs were so frightened they trembled, fearing that Brother Lei was there to cause trouble for them. Fortunately, Brother Lei did not take action against them. After half an hour, Brother Lei and his crew entered the villa district. You have to admit, this villa district is something else. Honestly, we might as well just settle here. It wouldn't be bad to take over, right? Brother Lei immediately set his sights on the villa district. There was no comparison. His territory in the west of the city felt like a doghouse next to this place. Of course, it's fine. After all, Brother Lei calls the shots. Who would dare to say otherwise? Hansu was flattering Brother Lei. His flattery irritated some of the older members who had been with Brother Lei for a long time. Now, it seemed like Hansu was implying that the gang was only under his and Brother Lei's command, which annoyed the veterans. Hey, you're not too bad, Brother Lei said, patting Hansu approvingly. What are you doing? Get lost. A furious voice shouted. It was a bodyguard on patrol, accompanied by two others who remained silent but were already in a combat stance. Brother Lei was taken aback. With so many mechs moving together, who wouldn't he be trembling in fear? What was up with these three? Not only were they unafraid, but they also dared to block the way and spoke with such an attitude? Brother Lei, those three are under Zhang Tao, Hansu reminded him. They indeed looked impressive. All piloting medium-sized mechs. Brother Lei nodded in satisfaction. He was not pleased with the pilots but was very satisfied with the mechs themselves. They were all 10 meters tall and of the same model as his. Whereas Zhang Tao, Brother Lei maintained his composure, not wanting to stoop to pettiness by arguing with the subordinates of another boss. The three bodyguards were momentarily stunned by his words. What was going on? Why was there someone causing trouble every morning? If this continued daily, it would be quite exciting. Still, despite their confusion, they knew they had to report the situation. Soon, Zhang Tao received the news and quickly rushed to the scene. After his tussles with Zhang Wei, Zhang Tao had developed a good habit of not disassembling his mech, prioritizing safety. However, he was puzzled. He was sure he hadn't offended anyone yesterday and hadn't even seen anyone. Why were people coming to cause trouble? Regardless of his confusion, he knew he had to check it out. When Zhang Tao arrived, he saw Brother Lei's eyes sparkling. Hansu was right. Zhang Tao's mech was indeed quite imposing. After the first evolution, Zhang Tao's mech had reached a height of 20 meters, nearly double its original size. Such a magnificent and imposing mech should truly belong to his Brother Lei. You must be Zhang Tao? Lei's tone was quite arrogant. Zhang Tao didn't immediately lose his temper. Instead, he calmly asked, Who are you? I'm Lei, from the west side of the city. The one who runs logistics over there? Zhang Tao asked uncertainly. He did recall someone like that, a person whose family business was heavily tied to the logistics industry, and when capacity was low, they would indeed turn to Lei for help. Lei nodded at Zhang Tao and said, That's me. Are you here to seek my help? Zhang Tao asked, as if it were a matter of course. What? Seek your help? Chapter 47. I am your uncle. Brother Lei doubted whether his ears had turned to jelly. What kind of outrageous words was he hearing? Did he really think that nearly 400 of his subordinates would defect to someone with only 20 or 30 lackeys? Had he lost his mind? Originally, Zhang Tao had around 30 to 40 subordinates, but his numbers had dwindled significantly. However, this did not affect Zhang Tao's mindset. In his eyes, Brother Lei must have heard about what happened yesterday, how he managed to scatter a rat swarm capable of destroying the entire city in just one morning. What did that signify? It meant that he was incredibly strong, and it was only natural for people to come to him for support, right? As for Brother Lei and his little gang, those 300 or 400 mechas were nothing in front of the rat swarm. Zhang Tao wasn't concerned about how the news got out. There were still many people hiding in the cracks, and he couldn't stop someone from recording a video of him in the shadows. Had he lost his mind? Did he think this was still the world before the apocalypse? Brother Lei scoffed. If it were before the apocalypse, he would indeed be willing to stick around under Zhang Tao. But now, oh, you're not here to pledge loyalty? Zhang Tao replied with a slight surprise, his tone showing no sign of taking Brother Lei seriously. This only irritated Brother Lei further. It seemed that he needed to teach him a lesson to help him recognize reality. In an instant, Brother Lei swung his fist, landing a powerful blow straight at Zhang Tao's chest. Originally, the punch was supposed to hit Zhang Tao's head, but it fell short. Was this a skill? Zhang Tao was taken aback. It was clear that Brother Lei's punch didn't match the speed of his mecha. Boom. Zhang Tao took the punch solidly. Brother Lei's lackeys cheered from behind him. This was precisely what Brother Lei wanted to see. The effect of establishing his authority was excellent. Zhang Tao was pushed back 5 or 6 steps, and his armor durability dropped by 30 points. Without the defensive armor, that punch would have caused him some real damage. But it was limited to just a bit. Big brother, come in. Someone has learned a skill. Should we take him out? Can we get the skill drop? Zhang Tao didn't retaliate immediately, but instead contacted Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei was standing by the river, puzzled, and upon receiving Zhang Tao's call, he replied, "Sure." "Is there a problem?" No, I can handle it myself," Zhang Tao quickly responded. He didn't want to trouble Zhang Wei over something so trivial. Besides, he was interested in the skill that Brother Lei had. He didn't want Zhang Wei to return and take it from him. If he managed to grab the skill for himself, it would be hard for his brother to snatch it away, right? "Okay," Zhang Wei replied before looking back at the river. "What's going on? Why isn't there a single mechanical creature around? How about it? Now that you have your people." "It's not too late to join me," Brother Lei said, seeing Zhang Tao standing there in a daze after taking his punch. He thought Zhang Tao was scared. Haha. Zhang Tao burst into laughter. "Tao Ge, do you want me to call for backup?" One of Zhang Tao's bodyguard lackeys asked seriously. "No need." Zhang Tao waved his hand dismissively. "They're just a bunch of small-time losers. Why would I need to call for help? The main thing is, he can't beat Lin Qianying. If this Lei Gu has skills that Lin Qianying can also use, that would be a problem. Lei Gu isn't stupid." He clearly sensed that Zhang Tao's conversation with his lackeys was off. However, he suspects that Zhang Tao is just putting on a show to scare him. "Zhang Tao, do you think scaring me is going to make me back down? Who is trying to scare you? Don't flatter yourself." Zhang Tao spoke as he casually pulled out an energy scythe from the storage area. When Lei Gu saw the scythe, his eyes lit up. "This is the weapon Hansu mentioned. It really is impressive. Such a powerful weapon deserves to be in Lei Ji's hands. Hand over that weapon, and I might let you go." Zhang Tao was momentarily stunned. This sounded oddly familiar. Oh right, he had said something similar to his brother at the zoo. At that moment, Zhang Tao understood what Zhang Wei must have felt. "So, I was just a fool in my brother's eyes that day." Zhang Tao accurately assessed himself while also judging Lei Gu. "What did you say?" Lei Gu was confused, not understanding who Zhang Tao was insulting. "I said, you're just a fool." With that, Zhang Tao swung the scythe, creating a flash of purple light through the air. Suddenly, there was a change. Lei Gu didn't have time to dodge, as Zhang Tao's speed was far too quick for him. After all, the difference in combat power was glaring. How much fighting power could Lei Gu have without any equipment? Instinctively, Lei Gu raised his hand to block, but after the purple light flashed, one of his mech's arms detached and fell to the ground. The laughter abruptly stopped. The lackeys behind Lei Gu were frozen, as if paralyzed. They had never expected their seemingly invincible boss to be so weak. "Let us all take him down." Lei Gu still had loyal followers, particularly those who had been eating off his plate, including the ones who were allowed to control the mechs under Lei Gu's command. If something happened to Lei Gu, they would be out of luck too. More than 30 mechs charged at Zhang Tao, creating a formidable scene. "Sigh, I really am a fool." Zhang Tao cursed himself again. That day, he thought he could easily take down Zhang Wei just by relying on numbers. Now, it seemed he had been quite foolish. With that, Zhang Tao stopped being polite and swung the scythe while also using his feet. The mechs that found openings in his attacks were all kicked down to the ground. The sounds of intense metal clashes were urgent and dense. Hansu, in the crowd, was dumbfounded. He hadn't even faced Zhang Wei yet, and it was already one-sided against Zhang Tao. Hansu quickly calmed down. He knew he would die if he stayed here. So, he ran again. However, this time he didn't run away as quickly. He planned to use the chaos to sneak into Zhang Tao's villa. He needed to find Han Zhao's body. Hansu knew that this was his last chance. If he didn't take Han Zhao's body this time, he would have no opportunity to do so in the future. Soon, Hansu arrived near Zhang Tao's villa. To his frustration, Zhang Tao's lackeys were clustered together, making it impossible to find anyone alone to question. Time was running out, and Hansu was anxious. Just then, a cold voice rang out. "Who are you?" Lin Qianying stood atop one of the villa's rooftops, looking down at Hansu. She had already learned about the fight involving Zhang Tao, but since he hadn't called for her, she didn't bother to join in. "I'm your uncle," Hansu shouted back defiantly before turning to flee. He was well aware of Lin Qianying's prowess and didn't believe he could extract any useful information from her. In fact, the most likely outcome would be losing his life there. Thus, it was wise to run first, but he felt it necessary to vent his frustration verbally. Chapter 48. Thunderstrike. Lin Qianying was momentarily stunned. She didn't expect to be scolded. By the time she regained her composure, Hansu had already sprinted 100 meters away. Humph. After letting out a cold snort, Lin Qianying took aim and fired at Hansu. Although she was a righteous young lady, being unjustly berated made her angry too. The freezing projectile traveled much faster than Hansu, hitting him squarely in the back in the blink of an eye. The mech's back was heavily frozen, causing Hansu's mobility to drop by more than half. In fact, the fact that she hadn't taken Hansu's life with that shot was already Lin Qianying showing some mercy. Let's go catch him. Several bodyguards who witnessed the situation immediately wanted to pursue Hansu. They were more than willing to please Lin Qianying. No need, let him go. Lin Qianying waved her hand. Being scolded and shot at was already a considerable punishment. There was no need to go overboard. Understood. With Lin Qianying's word, no one dared to trouble Hansu again. In reality, if Lin Qianying had known Hansu's true identity, she definitely wouldn't have let him escape. Stumbling as he fled, Hansu's resentment towards Zhang Wei grew deeper with each step. It was one thing to be unable to defeat Zhang Wei, but how could he not even handle one of Zhang Wei's lackeys? If Zhang Wei were willing to take him under his wing, could he also become that powerful? Ultimately, just as Hansu was about to run out of the villa area, he dashed into the yard of a nearby house. Where's everyone? Come out. Hansu shouted angrily. The occupants of the villa dared not defy him, and a man slowly emerged from inside. This man also had a mech, and not just one. But he was unwilling to engage Hansu. It wasn't out of fear, but rather he was concerned about causing too much destruction and harming those important to him. Do you have any source crystals? Hand them over, Hansu demanded without any courtesy. His back injury needed source crystals for recovery, and he hardly had any left. Yes, here are some source crystals. Just leave. The man nodded in agreement, seeing the benefit of using source crystals to keep trouble at bay. All right. Hearing the man's affirmative response, Hansu took the 10 ordinary source crystals. Only 10? That's fine. I have a few questions for you, Hansu said after accepting the crystals. The man felt a twinge of displeasure, thinking that Hansu was being insincere. However, he did not resist. Go ahead, he replied. Do you know about the woman who was killed at Zhang Tao's house yesterday? Hansu inquired. I know, the man nodded. Such a significant incident was bound to be known if one made an effort to inquire. Where did they bury that woman? Hansu pressed. Bury? They didn't bury her, the man replied. What? Hansu erupted in anger. What do you mean they didn't bury her? Did that perverted dog Zhang Wei do something to her body? Hansu's fury surged. The woman was missing, and he had heard rumors that she had come back to life as a monster. The man spoke truthfully. In the villa district, this wasn't exactly a secret. Zhang Tao's bodyguards all knew about it. When they were on patrol, as long as you offered them some incentives, you could easily get information from them. It wasn't that Zhang Tao's bodyguards were disloyal. It was just that Zhang Tao had instructed them to keep it confidential. They talked about it just as a pastime. Alive? Are you serious? Hansu's anger dissipated instantly, replaced by surprise. Huge surprise. Yes, it was true. He had come back to life. And it was rumored that he had transformed into a steel snake. As for where it had gone, that wasn't clear. But apparently, the snake had left some traces behind when it departed. If you wanted to look for it, you could follow those traces. All right, thank you, Hansu said, expressing his gratitude. The man thought Hansu was about to leave, and a smile appeared on his face. But unexpectedly, Hansu suddenly attacked him, grabbing him with one hand. You. The man's pupils dilated as he stared at Hansu. Unfortunately, Hansu didn't give him a chance to speak. He tightened his grip and crushed the man to death. You won't be able to keep the secret of my visit, so you have to die. After saying that, Hansu searched the man's body, took the mech core he was carrying, and left immediately. What Hansu didn't know was that inside the villa, a little boy with red eyes was biting his arm and hiding behind the window. The man killed by Hansu was his father. He didn't dare to make a sound, fearing that Hansu would return and kill him as well. After about 10 minutes with no sign of Hansu, the boy finally dared to rush out of the house. Seeing his father reduced to a pile of flesh, the boy knelt on the ground and cried out in pain. Who are you talking about? Hansu. Are you sure that's his name? Zhang Tao, wielding a battle scythe, looked in surprise at the line of mechs kneeling before him. From a rough glance, there were over 100 mechs on their knees, and their leader, Brother Lei, had already become a ghost under Zhang Tao's command. Yes, it's Hansu. He is the one who suggested Brother Lei come to trouble you. Zhang Tao looked around. Where is he? He's not here. I just saw him run that way. One of the men quickly replied. He was trying to secure a chance to survive. Zhang Tao was known for his ruthlessness, which they had all witnessed firsthand. Brother Lei and his loyal little brothers had all been cut into pieces by Zhang Tao alone. Go, ask the brothers over there. Zhang Tao instructed one of his lackeys to check. However, Zhang Tao had no hope of finding Hansu. The guy had already sensed danger and run away. How could they possibly catch him? Stay kneeling. Don't even think about running. I need to think about how to deal with you all. After saying that, Zhang Tao left with his battle scythe, leaving 2 lackeys behind to keep watch. However, even then, no one dared to run. They all obediently knelt on the ground, afraid to move. Thunderstrike, a common skill. Boss, I got a skill, Thunderstrike. Should I save it for you? Zhang Tao tentatively asked Zhang Wei. Just use it yourself. Zhang Wei was still deep in thought, with no time to pay attention to Zhang Tao. Besides, the ordinary level Thunderstrike held no appeal for him at all. Thunderstrike merely consumed energy to inflict nearly double the damage at a faster speed. Moreover, it was a single target skill, which Zhang Wei had no interest in. Fine, I'll just use it myself then. Zhang Wei wasn't interested, but Zhang Tao wasn't picky at all. Having a skill was better than not having one, right? I'm busy, so don't bother me. Zhang Wei snapped at Zhang Tao before hanging up the communication. What? I was going to tell you about Han Su, but I guess I'll wait until you're back. After that, Zhang Tao spotted Lin Qianying and showed off the skill he had just acquired. He wasn't worried about Lin Qianying stealing it, since it was a melee skill and wouldn't be useful for range combat. After showing off, Zhang Tao got back to business. By the way, someone just mentioned that Han Su is on his way here. Have you seen him? Chapter 49. The grudge against the father, an irreconcilable hatred. When Lin Qianying heard the name Han Su, she immediately recalled the guy who had just insulted her. No wonder. In an instant, she understood why she had been scolded earlier. Did you see him? Zhang Tao asked anxiously, eager to catch Han Su, the troublemaker lurking in the shadows. I shot at him, but he won't die. He went that way. Lin Qianying pointed in the direction Han Su had fled. She had no hope of catching up to him, so she didn't even make an effort to move. After all, Han Su had already had a considerable head start. It would be a miracle if they managed to catch him now. But Zhang Tao was not one to give up easily. What if Han Su had gone to the most dangerous place, thinking it would be the safest? I'll go take a look. Zhang Tao said to Lin Qianying before dashing off. His frantic running drew a lot of attention. After all, every step he took sent vibrations through the ground. To Zhang Tao, this was just a way to scare off the snake in the grass. Unfortunately, he didn't scare any snakes, but instead heard a loud, sorrowful cry. At first, he didn't pay it much mind, but after running several laps around the villa area, the crying persisted. If it had been any other child, they would have been terrified and hidden away by now. What was wrong with this kid? Zhang Tao couldn't help but head toward the source of the sound. From a distance, he spotted a boy clutching a bloody mass. Killed. Zhang Tao realized instantly what had happened. If the boy had been killed by a mechanical creature, it would have eaten him. Only a human murder would leave the body behind. Hey, kid, stop crying. Isn't it annoying? Zhang Tao approached cautiously, wary of scaring the boy. Despite being a privileged brat, he still had some conscience. He had no qualms about intimidating adults. But he couldn't bring himself to bully a child. Get lost. You get lost. The boy shouted furiously at Zhang Tao. Exhausted from crying, he had found his courage. In that moment, he believed that anyone controlling a mech was evil. He didn't think he could survive after losing his father. So he thought it might be better to just die, which made him bold. Zhang Tao was taken aback by the boy's outburst. Hey, I didn't do anything to you, he retorted, pointing at himself. He thought the boy would recognize his mech. Unfortunately, reasoning with a child who had lost their mind was pointless. I told you to get away, the boy yelled hoarsely, even picking up a stone to throw at Zhang Tao. Unfortunately, his strength was too weak to reach him. Instead of feeling annoyed by the boy's actions, Zhang Tao felt a twinge of sympathy. Everyone has a childhood, after all. If he had lost his father at such a young age. Kid, do you want revenge? I can help you. Upon hearing Zhang Tao's words, the boy suddenly looked up with intensity. At that moment, Zhang Tao felt a spark in the child's eyes. Really? Can you truly help me? The child asked, his voice filled with anguish over the death of his father. A grudge that could not be forgiven. Surprisingly, the boy managed to hold back his tears. Sure, just tell me who killed your dad, and I'll help you get revenge. Zhang Tao promised, patting his chest confidently. I don't know who he is, the boy replied, his face contorting in distress. Zhang Tao understood, after all. Murderers don't usually announce their names beforehand. Tell me what you do know. What happened? All right, I'll tell you. The boy began recounting his story. Initially, Zhang Tao felt a bit lethargic, but as soon as he heard the boy mention that the killer mecha had inquired about Han Xiao, he immediately became excited. He knew who the murderer was, Han Su. Who else would be asking about where Han Xiao was buried? Once the boy shared everything he knew, Zhang Tao exclaimed, Good job. Kid, you've done well. I'll help you get your revenge. Do you have anyone else in your family? The boy slowly shook his head, his gaze filled with sorrow. All right then, given the state of the world, come with me to my house. I can provide you with food, Zhang Tao said generously, knowing he had more than enough to share. My dad, the boy started. Leave your dad here for now. I'll have someone help you bury him. Zhang Tao reassured him. Thank you. The boy, still polite, showed appreciation. When Zhang Tao brought him back to the villa, Lin Qianying immediately approached with curiosity. Who is this child? Found him. Let me tell you. Zhang Tao began to elaborate. Upon hearing about the boy's tragic circumstances, Lin Qianying's maternal instincts kicked in, and she tenderly comforted him, even as the mecha disassembled around them. Meanwhile, Zhang Tao began organizing a team to trace the Iron Serpent's path in search of Han Su. While Zhang Tao was bustling about, Zhang Wei was feeling increasingly frustrated by the silence on his end. Not a single mechanical creature in sight. With such a vast river, there had to be some mechanical life out there. Zhang Wei felt troubled. It had been over a day since leaving Chuan City, and he hadn't gathered any useful information. He might as well have searched the sewers back in Chuan City. Am I forgetting something? Zhang Wei pondered deeply. Originally, before the apocalypse, he had planned for this river to play a significant role, expecting to encounter a plethora of mechanical creatures that could yield abundant source crystals. But he had overlooked one critical detail. In his previous life, during the first 2 years, he had been just a lowly individual, barely scraping by. With no mecha of his own, he remembered some of the major events from the early days of the apocalypse. But he was unclear about smaller incidents or those he hadn't personally experienced. For instance, he couldn't recall the rat tide incident. Perhaps because it hadn't occurred in his last life. After all, his existence could trigger certain butterfly effects. In his previous life, the large creatures in the zoo had never left their confines, but this time, they had escaped due to Zhang Wei's presence. Keep looking. If there are no mechanical creatures in the river, it will be even harder to find them elsewhere. Zhang Wei continued along the riverbank. There was an advantage to following the bank. If he just kept walking, he would eventually come across a village. There would surely be poultry and livestock in the village. Although these mechanical creatures might not be as aggressive, they were still sizable enough to provide at least mid-level source crystals. After about half an hour of walking, Zhang Wei could faintly make out the silhouette of a village. This village appeared to be relatively affluent, with each household boasting 2-story buildings. But now, most of these structures had collapsed. It was clear that the village had been ravaged by mechanical creatures, with the apocalypse having arrived. It was rare to see any living people in rural areas, something Zhang Wei had already anticipated, so it didn't come as a surprise. There were certainly no humans left. But mechanical creatures would definitely be present. Chapter 50. Harvesting the crab swarm. Zhang Wei excitedly rushed towards the village. As he got closer, he realized that this place could no longer be called a village. It was merely a wasteland. The joy he initially felt had vanished. Walking over the ruins, he still hadn't noticed any signs of mechanical creatures. It's impossible. Even if those things devoured all the people here, they couldn't have all fled somewhere else. Could they? The discoveries in this village completely shattered Zhang Wei's understanding. Mechanical creatures typically do not stray far from places that provide them with a sense of security, unless something overwhelming has occurred. What on earth happened in this village? Just as Zhang Wei pondered these questions, a metallic clanking sound suddenly echoed from a distance behind him. Before he could turn around, the floating cannon opened fire. On the riverbank, about 600 to 700 meters away, countless heads emerged, but what was even more striking were the large metallic crab claws. Crabs? Zhang Wei instantly understood the situation as he turned to observe. Now it all made sense. It turned out they were farming river crabs here. I knew it. Zhang Wei felt relieved. Before the apocalypse, river crabs were a source of food for humans, but after the world fell apart, they had become a dominant force, turning into a disaster. Each mechanical crab could grow to between 1 and 1.5 meters, and their claws could reach up to 2 meters. The key point was their sheer numbers. Although they couldn't match the swarms of rats, any sizable farm would have thousands, if not tens of thousands, of crabs. What would happen if all these creatures transformed into mechanical beings? The villagers and the mechanical creatures must have all been devoured by these crabs. And the absence of mechanical beings in the river was undoubtedly their doing. Zhang Wei didn't act immediately, but the giant crabs showed no mercy. They waved their massive claws and surged from the riverbank, charging straight towards him. The floating cannon began firing continuously, each shot taking the life of a crab. With Zhang Wei's combat power exceeding 1,000, the cannon's attack power was significantly boosted, making it easy for him to take down one crab with each shot. Meanwhile, due to the freezing rounds, the ground quickly turned icy from the bodies of the frozen crabs. The crabs that followed behind were greatly slowed down by the slippery surface. At this moment, Zhang Wei took out the thermal energy greatsword. Time to try out a new skill. A swarm of crabs was the perfect target for experimentation. Thunderous lightning. The tip of the thermal energy greatsword suddenly began to gather energy. After a second of accumulation, a fire-red orb with a diameter of about half a meter formed. Go. Zhang Wei swung his sword at the crab swarm from a distance. The orb shot towards the crabs like a cannonball. When the orb struck one of the crabs, Both the orb and the crab paused for a brief moment. The next instant, the orb shattered, transforming into countless energy fragments that flew like bullets. The area within a 10-meter radius was completely enveloped by these shards of light. Even the sky shone brightly for a moment, as if it were still daytime. However, the scattered light disappeared almost instantly, like sparks that vanish in a split second after metal collides. Yet, when the light faded, all the crabs within a 10-meter radius fell to the ground, instantly clearing a large space. The crab corpses were riddled with holes, not a single part of their bodies, including their large pincers, remained intact. Impressive power. Zhang Wei nodded in satisfaction. The extreme thunderstorm was indeed much stronger than the death laser in terms of area of effect attacks. The energy consumption was also acceptable. Zhang Wei glanced at his panel and noted that using extreme thunderstorm consumed only 5% of his mech's power, which was negligible for him. He could recover energy using regular source crystals while fighting, balancing out the consumption and recovery. The crabs, however, were not in as good a mood as Zhang Wei. His actions had angered them. They were not mice and wouldn't be easily scared off. Seeing the increasingly frenzied swarm of crabs charging at him, Zhang Wei felt quite pleased. The ordinary crabs dropped intermediate source crystals, which were a far better reward than hunting mice. In the next moment, Zhang Wei charged into the crab swarm wielding his gigantic sword. He charged through them like a bull in a china shop. The crab's pincers couldn't harm him at all. With his giant sword, his two massive feet, and the floating turrets hovering above his shoulders, he had plenty of offensive options. The crabs were ruthlessly harvested, and the skills he unleashed from time to time could significantly reduce their numbers. The massive casualties finally made the crabs realize something was wrong. Soon, their anger was replaced by fear. All living beings experience fear, including Zhang Wei. If he encountered a being with a combat power over 10,000 at that moment, he would also feel fear. After one crab screeched a strange sound, the swarm began to scatter. Zhang Wei, who had barely killed 2,000 crabs, certainly wouldn't let them escape so easily, but after chasing them for a while, he paused. First, he needed to collect the source crystals. While he had been collecting source crystals during the slaughter, he hadn't been able to gather those dropped by the crabs killed with his skills in the heat of the moment. He needed to chase the crabs into the river, and he wouldn't be able to return anytime soon. So it was better to collect the crystals first and then pursue them. As for whether the crabs would run far away, Zhang Wei wasn't worried at all. The river wasn't that wide, and with so many crabs, even if they wanted to migrate, it would take time. In less than 5 minutes, Zhang Wei had cleared the battlefield. He then followed the traces left by the crabs as they retreated. When he reached the riverbank, he stopped. It wasn't that he was afraid to enter the river, nor was it that he couldn't. His mech didn't need to breathe or fear water. Entering the water would only limit his mobility to some extent. Moreover, the deepest part of the river was only about 5 meters, which couldn't possibly submerge him. But here was the problem. How could a river that was only 5 meters deep have not a single crab in sight? Could it be that they shrank when they entered the water? That seemed impossible. In an instant, Zhang Wei overturned his own assumptions. He had only heard that mechanical organisms grew larger as they evolved, never that they could shrink. Let's go in and take a look. Zhang Wei jumped into the river, and the water only reached above the knees of his mech. Moreover, the water level was rapidly decreasing. This was because the thermal energy giant sword he was holding was not very friendly to the river, causing a large amount of water to evaporate. At the same time, Zhang Wei's power was depleting quickly, as the heat from the giant sword required energy from the mech to be maintained. Realizing this, Zhang Wei had no choice but to put away the thermal energy giant sword. It would be foolish to confront this nearly endless river with just the power of his mech. Huh? What was that? Zhang Wei suddenly exclaimed after retracting the sword. He had just caught a glimpse of a crab, but in the blink of an eye, it vanished without a trace. Chapter 51. Wait, what is that? Death laser. A purple glow gathered in Zhang Wei's eyes as lightning sliced through the water's surface. However, Zhang Wei's primary goal was to cut open the spot where the crab had just appeared. He needed to see what was going on there. As the lightning swept across the area, the riverbed's gravel and mud muddied the otherwise clear water. Once the silt settled, a serene hole, roughly 5 meters in diameter and straight up and down, appeared before Zhang Wei. It was only about 7 or 8 meters deep. Muttering to himself as he peered down, Zhang Wei stepped into the hole. Sure enough, there was a hidden passage. Testing it with his foot, he discovered the passage connected to other areas and extended downwards at an angle, about 3 or 4 meters high. Given Zhang Wei's current height, he certainly couldn't fit in, but that was no problem for him. He could just blast his way through. The heat energy giant sword, which Zhang Wei had previously wielded, reappeared in his hand. With a swing of the sword, the passage began to collapse. Zhang Wei forged ahead, clearing the way as he carved the passage open into an outdoor area. However, Due to the downward slope, it wasn't long before his entire mech was submerged in the river. How deep could this thing be? Zhang Wei wondered. This river wasn't particularly large, so it shouldn't have such terrain. He was skeptical that the crabs had created this tunnel after mechanization, especially since it was only the third day of the apocalypse. As he ventured deeper underwater, he felt the current starting to affect his movements, but the impact was minimal. Fortunately, the crab's hiding place wasn't too deep. When Zhang Wei reached about 20 meters underwater, the environment opened up before him. It was a vast underground space, about the size of 3 or 4 football fields. However, even with such ample space, Zhang Wei couldn't enter because the height was only about 5 or 6 meters. Looking at the underground space filled with crabs, he squatted down in front of the forcibly created hole. He stowed the heat energy giant sword again. It consumed too much power. This was a good spot. Zhang Wei decided he wouldn't leave and had no intention of destroying this underground space. Based on his observation, this was the only entrance and exit to the underground area. The crabs could only leave through where he was. So, Zhang Wei planned to wait here for them. As for why he wouldn't destroy the space, it was naturally because of the source crystals. If Zhang Wei simply wanted to kill the crabs, he could easily collapse the structure of the underground space. Once it collapsed, none of the crabs inside would survive. However, doing so would also bury the source crystals along with them. Although Zhang Wei's mech was powerful and strong, collecting source crystals from the ruins would be quite laborious and time-consuming. Moreover, there are not just large crabs here, but also small ones. These little guys have already started breeding in just 3 days. How much metal have they consumed? Zhang Wei's eyes lit up as he looked at the small crabs, which were only about 20 centimeters long. These little crabs also contain source crystals, although they are likely quite weak. But that doesn't matter. As long as Zhang Wei guards the exit, he can use the metal remnants from the dead crabs to feed these small ones. With plenty of metal scraps available, the growth rate of the little crabs will be astonishing. Once these little creatures grow up, they will become a new wave of resources. Unfortunately, there aren't enough metal scraps. Otherwise, he could set up a breeding farm right here. Zhang Wei felt a bit regretful. If he could really establish such a farm, he would achieve a level of freedom with intermediate source crystals. Just as Zhang Wei was lost in thought, the large crabs became furious. How could they not be angry when someone was blocking their door? Under the leadership of one particularly large crab, they collectively revolted. However, the entrance was only so big. Even though Zhang Wei had forcibly expanded it by nearly double, it could accommodate at most 3 or 4 large crabs attacking him at the same time. Faced with the large crabs waving their pincers, Zhang Wei couldn't help but smirk. He swung his arms continuously, each punch landing squarely on the crabs' heads. The crab population began to dwindle again. However, the rate of reduction wasn't fast. Under the river's surface, Zhang Wei didn't use the thermal giant sword, and firing the floating cannon was futile, as it only froze the water. Thus, he had to rely solely on his hands and feet. The efficiency was a bit slow, and Zhang Wei felt somewhat dissatisfied with how quickly he was taking down the large crabs. When he turned around, he saw the corpses of the large crabs he had left behind. He casually grabbed one, and, with a firm grip, he tore off its 2 pincers. After a bit of modification, the pincers transformed into a one-eyed dragon. Zhang Wei kept the larger pincer and modified it into a spear-like weapon. In the next moment, he turned to attack. With a thrust, the large crab that had been viciously slashing at his back fell on the spot. Not bad. The modified pincer was technically a weapon and didn't provide any combat power boost, but its sharp tip made it quite handy for Zhang Wei. It seemed he needed to keep a regular weapon on him from now on. He reminded himself that while the thermal giant sword was indeed very useful, in such a constrained environment, its power consumption was too high. Therefore, having a regular weapon as a backup was quite necessary. As time passed, the pile of crab corpses behind Zhang Wei grew larger, gradually forming a small mountain. Yet, despite this, the frenzied large crabs showed no sign of stopping their attack. They were clearly in a fight to the death. It wasn't that the crabs didn't feel fear, but they had no retreat. As for why they didn't use their large pincers to carve out a new escape route, it was simply because the situation wouldn't allow it. Opening a passage to the river surface requires breaking through nearly 20 meters of solid rock, and the underground space has become increasingly unstable. Shattering the rock layer could easily lead to a collapse. Their only chance now is to drive back Zhang Wei, escaping as much as possible, and at the very least, create a gap for their offspring to flee. However, while the idea sounds good, the outcome is destined to be tragic. Zhang Wei stands at the only exit, completely unmoving. Nothing but the bodies of crabs will be allowed to leave this opening. Gradually, the number of large crabs has dwindled. As their population decreases, their frenzy begins to fade. Zhang Wei inspects the cargo hold and finds a promising haul, over 4,000 mid-level source crystals. If he can raise these little ones, they might just be able to evolve for the 3rd time. Zhang Wei feels an exhilarating surge of excitement. In just a few days, the mech has reached the third evolution stage. He can't help but wonder, who else can achieve this? However, just as Zhang Wei is secretly thrilled, the remaining large crabs start to stir restlessly. A wild streak of deep blue light bursts forth from the ground, breaking through the rock. An alien species? No. What is that? Zhang Wei suddenly stands up, nearly losing control and rushing into the underground space. Chapter 52. The Legendary Source Crystal. Buried alive, the azure gaze belonged to a strange crab, measuring 5 meters in length, with claws that extended 7 or 8 meters. However, what excited Zhang Wei was the colorful glow radiating from beneath it. That was a source crystal emitting a brilliant array of colors. What did the rainbow colors represent? Legend. Zhang Wei was thrilled. He never expected to encounter something legendary so soon again. Regardless of what this source crystal might yield, it would significantly enhance Zhang Wei's abilities. As for why the strange crab hadn't consumed this legendary source crystal, that was beyond Zhang Wei's comprehension. Just as Zhang Wei was caught up in his excitement, the strange crab swung its massive claw and charged at him, leaving the source crystal behind. This strange crab was nearly twice as fast as an ordinary crab and had about double the strength, but unfortunately, it was still no match for Zhang Wei. When the claw came crashing down, Zhang Wei thrust his spear forward. The spear collided with the claw, causing the strange crab to stagger back 5 or 6 meters. Indeed, it was merely a retreat. The crab's claws were too long for Zhang Wei to effectively strike its body with his spear. Moreover, since both were using claws as weapons, Zhang Wei didn't have the upper hand in that regard. However, he remained calm, knowing that he held an absolute advantage in strength. Even if they continued this way, it wouldn't take long for him to overpower the strange crab. However, Zhang Wei quickly dismissed this strategy when he noticed an ordinary crab preparing to devour the legendary source crystal. If that ordinary crab succeeded, Zhang Wei felt he might go insane. In the next moment, he hurled his spear. It transformed into a javelin. With a precise throw, the javelin pinned the daring crab to the ground, preventing it from getting close to the legendary source crystal. At this point, Zhang Wei could no longer concern himself with energy consumption. He retrieved a thermal giant sword from the cargo hold, disregarding whether the underground space might collapse. As soon as he took out the giant sword, he unleashed a devastating strike. A glowing orb formed at the tip of the sword, and then shot toward the location of the legendary source crystal. The orb exploded, instantly clearing a 10-meter radius. Afterward, Zhang Wei swung his sword, striking the strange crab and forcing it back while leaving a 20-centimeter gash on one of its claws. With the strange crab temporarily repelled, Zhang Wei pressed forward, determined to eliminate any ordinary crab that dared approach the legendary source crystal with his devastating strikes. The already unstable underground space was pushed to the brink of collapse by Zhang Wei's furious assault. As the underground space threatened to cave in, Zhang Wei could no longer afford to be concerned about anything else. He crouched down and crawled closer to the source crystal, using his hands and feet. He could afford to lose anything, but he absolutely could not lose that legendary source crystal. Being buried underground was not an option. What if he couldn't find it again? At that moment, all thoughts of raising or nurturing anything were cast aside. His sole focus was on that legendary source crystal. Zhang Wei's actions gave the strange crab a glimmer of hope for victory. In the cramped underground space, Zhang Wei found himself unable to mount any effective resistance. When the monstrous crab's massive pincers clamped down on him, the creature sensed that the balance of victory was tipping in its favor. Its strength was indeed formidable. The force exerted by the crab's pincers was enough to damage the armor on Zhang Wei's shoulder and even hinder his advance. Without hesitation, Zhang Wei activated his psychic power enhancement. His combat strength doubled, and an immense power erupted within him. Coupled with the thrust from his propulsion system, Zhang Wei's body surged forward in an instant. The unprepared monstrous crab was sent flying, one of its pincers permanently lodged in Zhang Wei's armor. He paid no mind to these details. He was now just moments away from the legendary source crystal. Suddenly, the monstrous crab let out a shrill cry. The remaining smaller crabs obeyed its call, abandoning their assault on Zhang Wei and scurrying toward the exit, including the tiny ones. So that was your goal? Zhang Wei realized in an instant. Just a single monstrous crab, and it had evolved such a high level of intelligence? He couldn't help but marvel at this. Yet he felt no sense of being toyed with. If this was being played with, Zhang Wei would welcome it every day. Just one legendary source crystal daily would suffice. He wasn't greedy at all. As the crabs fled in a panic, Zhang Wei successfully leaped onto the legendary source crystal. Just as he was about to pocket the crystal and exit the underground space, the monstrous crab became furious. Although there were still a few small crabs that hadn't escaped, the monstrous crab was beyond caring at this point. It began to wildly destroy the structural integrity of the underground space with its remaining claw. How ruthless. I wasn't even planning to bury you, and yet you want to trap me? Zhang Wei realized the crab's intentions. He merely scoffed at it, feeling no anger. The collapse of the underground space would be catastrophic for the crabs, but for Zhang Wei, it was merely a minor inconvenience. He estimated that he could easily climb out with a bit of effort. After all, he had already secured the legendary source crystal. What did it matter if he had to exert himself a little? Boom. The underground space began to collapse. Large stones came crashing down. Zhang Wei glanced toward the direction of the exit, then instinctively cradled his head with both arms and lay flat on the ground. Countless stones rained down on him, but they were only 4 or 5 meters high, and with the cushioning of the water, the damage was negligible. The only downside was that the increasing number of falling stones felt a bit heavy. Once the vibrations above subsided, Zhang Wei knew it was time to dig himself out. He tried to move, finding that his arms and legs were functional, albeit with some effort. Thankfully, he had enough source crystals in his cargo hold. Otherwise, he might have really been buried here. With a sigh of relief, he activated his mech to start absorbing the source crystals to restore its power. As the propulsion regained momentum, the thrusters erupted with flames, causing the position of the debris around Zhang Wei to shift. With the debris moving, a new pressure formed above. And just as Zhang Wei had managed to get back on his feet, he was once again pinned down to the ground. This was quite uncomfortable. The 20-meter layer of rocks was indeed difficult to bear. Suddenly, he remembered the floating cannons. Fire! Zhang Wei commanded. He activated the floating cannons. And as soon as the freeze projectile was launched, it collided with the debris. However, the freeze projectile achieved the effect Zhang Wei needed, causing the debris and river water to start freezing. Chapter 53, Legendary Detection Core. Above, the rubble was frozen over. Zhang Wei didn't struggle with the stones pressing down on him. He just needed to ensure that the rocks above wouldn't collapse any further. Once the ice and rubble reached the hardness he required, Zhang Wei began to dig underneath him. This part was relatively simple. Zhang Wei's mech hand was like the claw of an excavator. If he had enough strength, digging a hole was a piece of cake. After 10 minutes of effort, Zhang Wei successfully escaped. Sure enough, they had all run away. Climbing out of the river, Zhang Wei sighed, realizing that not a single shadow of a crab was in sight. However, he felt no disappointment. Ignoring his image, he sat down on the riverbank and took out a dazzlingly radiant rainbow source crystal. What would it yield? His heart raced, and his hands trembled. In that moment, Zhang Wei hesitated to activate the crystal. Hopefully, it would produce something good. Activate. Ding. Congratulations, you have obtained a legendary detection core. A legendary core? Wow. Zhang Wei exclaimed in astonishment. Detection core, legendary combat power 50, 2 slots, fine detection range of 1 kilometer, rough detection range of 10 kilometers. Equip. Once the detection core was installed in his mech, the visuals in Zhang Wei's eyes changed. A detection icon appeared within his line of sight, very noticeable. Yet it didn't obstruct his view. When Zhang Wei shifted his gaze to the detection icon, he could conduct either fine or rough detection based on his intention. Fine detection. In the next moment, all the conditions within a 1 kilometer radius around Zhang Wei were imprinted in his mind, clearer than images transmitted by high-precision satellites. He could even view scenes inside buildings, underwater, and up to 10 meters underground, as if a nano camera was flying around, monitoring everything according to his will. Rough detection. The detection range expanded to 10 kilometers, and the visual shifted to what high-precision satellites could provide. The intricate feeling vanished, and deeper levels of detail could not be detected. Akin to a person looking down from a great height, able to see the detailed conditions of open areas. Found it. Zhang Wei quickly stood up. He hadn't spotted the fleeing crabs during fine detection, but during rough detection, he saw them. Initially, Zhang Wei thought he was out of luck with those crabs. But fate had been forcefully renewed by the legendary detection core. Since he had found them, there was no reason to hesitate. Chase. Zhang Wei was only about 4 to 5 kilometers away from the crabs. At his speed, he caught up with the migrating crab swarm in under 2 minutes. By this time, there weren't many large crabs left in the group. Most were small ones. However, Zhang Wei was picky. From a distance, he unleashed a powerful lightning strike, and his floating cannons locked onto an exotic crab, firing continuously. The crab swarm was thrown into chaos, as they hadn't anticipated that Zhang Wei could catch up to them. The mutated crab targeted by the floating cannon was filled with both anger and fear. And it was indeed closing in. It seemed that the backup plan it had prepared in advance was effective. However, at this moment, it still wanted to escape. Unfortunately, it was locked onto by the floating cannon and had no chance of running away. The cold gradually spread through its entire body, and before long, it lost its ability to move. The mutated crab was completely frozen. If the mutated crab was in such a dire situation, the other crabs were no better off. The large crabs were individually called out by Zhang Wei, and only a small portion of them managed to escape. Most of the fleeing crabs were the smaller ones. In less than 5 minutes, the battle was over. Zhang Wei didn't pursue the escaping crabs, allowing them a 3-kilometer head start. Zhang Wei approached the frozen mutated crab. The giant sword of heat moved closer, quickly melting the ice. Once most of the ice was melted away, the mutated crab regained some mobility. Knowing it could understand him, Zhang Wei asked, "Why didn't you just swallow that legendary source crystal?" This was the only reason Zhang Wei spared the mutated crab's life. He couldn't understand why it didn't directly consume the legendary source crystal. If it had, it would probably already be a king-level crab by now. What made it resist the temptation of advancing to king level? Humph. The mutated crab clearly didn't want to communicate with Zhang Wei. It chose to ignore his question. "If you don't speak, I'll wipe out your entire species. Those escaping crabs will all have to die." "Impossible. You won't find them." The mutated crab replied confidently. It thought that while the large crabs couldn't escape, those little ones could easily hide in any crevice to survive. "Where would you look for them? Don't believe me? Then take a look at this." Zhang Wei decided to share the detection footage. This feature was available only after equipping the detection core, and it could be shared not only with other mechs but also with any mechanical beings. The mutated crab was momentarily speechless. No wonder this guy could find them so quickly. In the face of such a method, any form of concealment was useless. "Will you talk or not?" Zhang Wei pressed, not wanting to give the mutated crab too much time to think. "Fine, I'll tell you. I'm doing it for my species." The mutated crab eventually compromised. "For your species?" Zhang Wei asked. "Yes, the legendary source crystal continuously releases energy, which can accelerate the evolution of my kind. Once our population reaches a certain scale, I can consume the source crystal later," the mutated crab explained simply. Zhang Wei understood immediately. In simple terms, the mutated crab's ambition was too great. It was not satisfied with the current number of its kind and wanted to use the energy from the legendary source crystal to nurture more subordinates. With enough subordinates, it could dominate a larger territory and acquire more resources. If this positive cycle continued, this mutated crab might truly become a local overlord. Unfortunately, it was now being crushed in its cradle by Zhang Wei. So that's how it is. No wonder the rat swarm didn't reach the breeding stage when the Mouse King was born. Your crab swarm has already started reproducing, all because of the legendary source crystal. Does the epic source crystal have this ability? Zhang Wei truly didn't know about this. He hadn't heard of it in his previous life either. "I don't know." The strange crab replied honestly. It had never obtained an epic source crystal, so how could it know if it had any effect? "All right. Do you have any last words?" Zhang Wei showed a degree of respect for the strange crab, as it had helped him find clarity. "No, I've told you my secret. So you must not hunt my kind." "Sure." Zhang Wei nodded in agreement without hesitation. There were only a few small crabs left. It wouldn't matter much whether he killed them or not, as he no longer had any interest in ordinary source crystals. "Just kill me," the strange crab said bluntly to Zhang Wei. This genuinely surprised Zhang Wei. Strange creatures had awakened intelligence. Intelligent beings were usually afraid of death. Yet this crab was actively seeking its own demise. What was going on? When things seem off, there is usually something amiss. However, Zhang Wei didn't have the time to investigate what trick the strange crab was playing. With a swift strike, he severed the crab's head. "Wait, what about the source crystal?" Zhang Wei looked at the fallen body of the strange crab, filled with confusion. Chapter 54, Leaving the City. Pursuing the two Hans, this was the first time Zhang Wei encountered such a situation, not just in this life but also in his previous one. Is it really just a reincarnation? It shouldn't cause such a big change, right? Zhang Wei fell into deep self-doubt. After mechanical creatures died, there were no source crystals left? Isn't that nonsense? Without a source crystal, it's like a car without an engine, lacking any power. How could a mechanical creature move? Forget it, if there aren't any. Then there aren't. What could Zhang Wei do? Then his frustration on the corpse? Even if he whipped the corpse 100 times, it wouldn't magically produce a source crystal. Time to head back. Zhang Wei sheathed his energy sword and turned to run toward Chuan City. He already had enough source crystals and was ready for his third mech evolution, although there weren't any large mechanical creatures around where he was. This was the city, and without anyone watching, Zhang Wei certainly wouldn't feel at ease. The safest option for evolving his mech was to return to the city. Not long after Zhang Wei left, a small crab cautiously approached the corpse of the variant crab. It exerted all its strength to retrieve the variant crab's head, and once it managed to align the head with the body, it crawled inside the corpse. After 10 seconds, the variant crab's dim eyes suddenly emitted a brilliant blue light. The variant crab had come back to life. It turned out that it had inserted its own source crystal into the small crab's body. The crystal it had before belonged to that small crab. The reason Zhang Wei didn't obtain a source crystal after defeating it was that the variant crab had already completely drained the energy from that ordinary source crystal. Now that its own source crystal had returned to its body, it naturally revived. This act was only possible due to the wisdom granted by the legendary source crystal. Otherwise, who would have thought that this variant crab would be so fearless of death? Chuan City, I will take my revenge on you. The variant crab thought as it glanced in the direction Zhang Wei had left, then quickly gathered the small crab and continued to flee. As for how to get revenge on Zhang Wei, the variant crab already had a plan in mind. Zhang Wei, of course, had no idea that the variant crab could come back to life. He hurried back to Chuan City. By the time he entered the city, it was already getting dark. At Zhang Tao's villa, "Big brother, you're back," Zhang Tao shouted as soon as he spotted Zhang Wei from a distance. "Big brother, come quick and see the new skill I just got." With that, Zhang Tao unleashed a thunder strike on Zhang Wei. Seeing this, Zhang Wei responded with a swift kick. Before Zhang Tao's fist could even touch him, he was sent flying by Zhang Wei's kick. The thunder strike merely doubled Zhang Tao's strength and speed. However, even with his power and speed boosted, he still couldn't team-match Zhang Wei. Dealing with Zhang Tao was child's play for him. Well, Zhang Tao, who had been kicked away, rolled on the ground for several meters, creating quite a commotion. "Big brother, you are way too strong," Zhang Tao exclaimed, almost in tears. Getting kicked away was one thing. He didn't feel much pain, and his mech had sustained any damage. But the durability of the defensive armor had dropped by 50 points due to that kick. Was this even human? It's just a simple kick, right? A few more kicks, and the armor would be wrecked. Wouldn't it? What happened? Zhang Wei was too lazy to engage in small talk with Zhang Tao. He hadn't asked what had happened before, but now that he was back, he naturally wanted to inquire. Well, here's the thing. Without caring about the armor's durability, Zhang Tao immediately started boasting, eager to share his glorious achievement of single-handedly battling against 400 mechs. He definitely wanted to show off. Zhang Wei, however, wasn't he interested in Zhang Tao's heroic display. He was more concerned about Han Su showing up again. These two guys really were relentless, never giving up. Since they were so eager, there was no need for them to experience life in this post-apocalyptic world any longer. With that, Zhang Wei actually turned to leave. "Hey, big brother, where are you going?" Zhang Tao was dumbfounded. He hadn't finished speaking yet. And Zhang Wei was already walking away. Didn't they already find traces of their departure? "I'll go find them." "Big brother, don't be silly. They've escaped from Chuan City. It's such a vast area outside. Where are you going to look?" Zhang Tao had tried searching, but after leaving Chuan City, the traces had mostly vanished, making it impossible to find them. "I can find them," Zhang Wei said confidently. Before acquiring the detection core, Zhang Wei wouldn't have been able to locate them either. But now, with the detection core, if he could keep Han Xiao and Han Su alive through tonight, it would be enough for him. "How are you going to find them?" "Big brother, I'll go with you." Zhang Tao was puzzled. But now wasn't the time to dwell on that. Keeping up was the most important thing. "You stay and watch the house. I'll follow him." Lin Qianying suddenly chimed in. Zhang Tao felt disheartened. Why was it that someone always took over his responsibilities? Zhang Wei glanced at Lin Qianying and didn't refuse. Her speed was much faster than Zhang Tao's, so it wouldn't be a problem to have her along. Moreover, Zhang Wei figured that Lin Qianying must have something to say, rather than just wanting to tag along. "Let us go," Zhang Wei called out. And Lin Qianying followed closely behind. Before long, Lin Qianying led Zhang Wei out of Chuan City. During the day, she had followed the traces they found to take a look, so she naturally knew the way. However, once they left the confines of Chuan City, it was Zhang Wei's turn to shine. The clues that others couldn't find, he could detect with precision. But Zhang Wei didn't start searching immediately. He looked at Lin Qianying. "Go ahead, what is on your mind? You really can't hide anything from you. My superior wants to make a deal with you." Lin Qianying said to Zhang Wei. "What kind of deal?" "They want to purchase the metal scraps, the huge pile we have in the north of the city." Zhang Wei looked at Lin Qianying in surprise. Have they accepted the idea of building metal cities? He had thought it would take some time for certain old-timers to come around to this idea, without giving the mechanical beings a proper lesson. They wouldn't have been so agreeable. They've accepted it. Why wouldn't they? Lin Qianying replied as if it were the most natural thing in the world. "All right. We can hand it over to them. Aren't you going to ask them what they're using to buy?" It's absurd for someone selling goods not to know the price of what they're selling. Equipment exchange is out of the question. It's all about the source crystals. With so many military personnel and a bunch of mechs, they don't even know how much equipment they need themselves, so trading equipment is definitely not feasible. Therefore, it has to be about the source crystals. As for how many source crystals to give, Zhang Wei doesn't really care. What matters to him is building a good relationship with the military. That's also the main reason he keeps Lin Qianying around. Looks are secondary. Sometimes, being too clever can backfire. Initially, they weren't willing to offer many source crystals, but after my efforts, they agreed to buy that pile of metal scraps for 1,000 medium-grade source crystals. Not bad, right? Chapter 55, Can we talk properly now? 1,000 mid-grade source crystals? Zhang Wei was quite surprised. At this stage, offering 1,000 mid-grade source crystals was already a significant sum. Did she really think everyone was as wealthy as Zhang Wei? Yes. Lin Qianying proudly lifted her head. This was all a result of her hard work. All right, impressive. Zhang Wei nodded in satisfaction at Lin Qianying. By the way, I'm not responsible for transportation, so they'll have to figure out how to move them themselves. Zhang Wei reminded Lin Qianying. Don't worry, everything is prepared on that side. After a slight nod, Zhang Wei said flatly, then that's fine. Is there anything else? Nothing else? You don't seem excited at all. That's 1,000 mid-grade source crystals. Lin Qianying was puzzled. If she received those 1,000 mid-grade source crystals, how many levels would her mech upgrade to? It's just 1,000. What is there to be excited about? Let us go. I've found their traces. Zhang Wei replied nonchalantly. This was Zhang Wei trying to show off. It was simply the truth. Inside the cargo hold were 5,000 to 6,000 mid-grade source crystals. How could Zhang Wei possibly be excited about just 1,000? You found them? Where? Lin Qianying didn't dwell much on the mid-grade source crystals. She was curious about how Zhang Wei had found the traces. By now, the sky had completely darkened. Although it didn't significantly affect the mech's vision, finding traces left by Han Xiao or Han Su on the chaotic ground was extremely difficult. At least Lin Qianying was sure she couldn't do it. I'll share my vision with you. What a shared vision. Lin Qianying turned into a curious child. The next moment, she exclaimed, Whoa. Thankfully, Lin Qianying managed to restrain herself. She almost let out a classic curse. What is this? The detection core. Zhang Wei explained briefly. You got another core? Yeah, let us go. Zhang Wei didn't elaborate further. If he were to tell Lin Qianying that his detection core was legendary level, she would probably go silent on the spot. Alright, what could Lin Qianying say? She could only follow in Zhang Wei's footsteps. Outside the city, the ground was covered in various traces, and the roads were mostly destroyed. Zhang Wei hadn't found traces left by Han Su, but he had captured the traces left by Han Xiao. After all, Han Xiao had transformed into a steel serpent, a large creature that would definitely leave noticeable marks on the ground while moving. Following the traces, Zhang Wei and Lin Qianying soon arrived at a small town located 50 kilometers outside of Chuan City. The town was filled with smoke and remnants of flames that hadn't fully extinguished. Is she here? Lin Qianying could see the visuals provided by the detection core, but she couldn't distinguish the traces left by Han Xiao. Zhang Wei nodded in response. She indeed entered this small town, but I'm not sure if she has already left. Zhang Wei felt a bit uneasy. Although the town wasn't large, the internal situation was complicated, and the traces left by Han Xiao might easily disappear. Let us go in and take a look. Zhang Wei took the lead, with Lin Qianying closely following. As the two of them entered the town, they immediately attracted the attention of several mechanical creatures and mechs. It was unavoidable. While Lin Qianying's mech wasn't particularly eye-catching, Zhang Wei's was hard to miss, towering over the streets and standing a bit taller than a typical three-story building, far too conspicuous. Zhang Wei paid no mind to those lurking in the shadows. His purpose was clear, to find Han Xiao and kill her. Lin Qianying, on the other hand, was like a child with a new toy, constantly shifting her perspective to observe the hidden figures around them. With this core, no one could ambush them. After playing around for a while, Lin Qianying remarked, a hint of envy in her voice. She didn't have a core of her own, while others had two. Zhang Wei didn't comment. In reality, ambushes were still a possibility. Once long-range mechs became powerful enough, attacking from a kilometer away would be a piece of cake, right? Mechanical creatures would also become stronger through continuous evolution and could master some long-range attack skills. However, now wasn't the time to explain such things to Lin Qianying, as someone had blocked their path. Where did you come from? I've never seen you before. A group of 5 mechs appeared before Zhang Wei. All 5 were 10-meter-tall close combat mechs, quite intimidating. However, Zhang Wei could tell that these mechs hadn't even undergone their first evolution, posing no real threat. Chuan City. Zhang Wei replied. Chuan City? That's far. Just the two of you? The questioner looked surprised. Yes. Zhang Wei nodded. We have a question for you. Have you seen a large steel snake? Lin Qianying interjected. A woman? The questioner smirked. We haven't seen any steel snakes. But we'd like to know if you're a beauty. If you are, I wouldn't mind. Haha. The tone of the questioner shifted instantly. The 5 mechs stepped forward, creating an atmosphere of intimidation. Do you want to take the lead, or should I? Zhang Wei turned to Lin Qianying. After a brief pause, Lin Qianying replied, I'll handle it. All right, just don't kill them. Zhang Wei cautioned Lin Qianying. He really didn't feel motivated to deal with such minor thugs. The exchange between Zhang Wei and Lin Qianying left the 5 opponents feeling dissatisfied. What were these two discussing? The earlier inquiry was just to ascertain how many people Zhang Wei and his companion had. Upon learning they were only two, the group revealed their fangs. And Lin Qianying's presence only accelerated that process. Now, instead of thinking of an escape, these two were considering how to fight back. Since you don't want to cooperate, we'll have to take action ourselves, brothers. Boom. Close-range fire erupted as a freeze grenade exploded on the questioner's mech. Before the others could react, Lin Qianying had already bestowed each of them with a freeze grenade. It's not that Lin Qianying is stingy or unwilling to give a few more shots. Rather, she fears that if she does, these people might freeze to death. The world fell silent as 5 mechs, which hadn't even undergone their first evolution and had combat power of only a few dozen points, were all frozen in place. Can we talk now? Zhang Wei spoke up. Sure, go ahead, the leader replied. The mech at the forefront was frozen and unable to move, but it had lost its ability to speak. His response was quite sincere. Given the situation, they must have encountered a tough opponent. Did you see a steel snake? The person answering hesitated. Seeing this, Zhang Wei wasted no time and threw a punch. With Zhang Wei's current strength, attacking someone like this was like a dimensional strike. After one punch, he smashed the mech's head into its torso. Chapter 56. Today, I'm going to kill you. Zhang Wei's actions left the other 4 completely stunned. Was that way too brutal? Although they considered themselves fierce, compared to this person, they felt like exemplars of gentleness. Can you speak? Zhang Wei turned to another person. Yes. Big brother, I can speak. I know who you're talking about. She's our current leader. Facing the impending doom, the person targeted by Zhang Wei dared not lie. Admitting the truth might lead to being eaten by the leader later, but if he didn't speak up now, he would die on the spot. What choice was there? Oh, Zhang Wei seemed somewhat surprised. Tell me about your situation. Big brother, we're currently the strongest team in town, and the only one, thanks to our wise leader. The man was banking on Zhang Wei having a connection with his leader, which prompted him to flatter her. Zhang Wei interrupted. Say something useful. All right, I'll tell you. We have over 300 mechas, which should be all the mechas in town. All of them? Zhang Wei glanced around the small town. While it wasn't large, the number of mechas couldn't possibly be that low, even if more than half had been killed by mechanical beasts in the initial stages. Yes, those who were disobedient have all been dealt with by the leader. The man cautiously spoke, fear creeping into his voice. You want to capture us to give to your leader? Yes, yes. That's the task our leader assigned us. The man nodded repeatedly. In truth, he hadn't revealed everything. While the men would be sent to the leader to be devoured, the women would be forced to disband from their mechas, and the mechas would still be delivered to the leader. As for the women, well, those who understood knew what that meant. Where is she? At the center of the town, where the fire is. Let us go. Zhang Wei called out to Lin Qianying. Lin Qianying silently followed Zhang Wei, her mind racing. She was genuinely shocked to discover that Han Xiao was such a person. If it were merely materialistic tendencies or a preference for strong men, it might sound morally questionable, labeling her as a green tea, but it was still somewhat understandable since there were many like that. But what Han Xiao was doing now was something else entirely. She had gathered a group of people to capture others who disobeyed, intending to kill them. This was outright murder. Han Xiao's actions were continuously shaking Lin Qianying's sense of justice. Bang! The sound of the floating cannon firing snapped Lin Qianying back to reality. What's this? Lin Qianying turned around to see the 4 frozen figures, all dead under the floating cannon's freezing rounds. Zhang Wei's floating cannon was no joke. It was one shot. One kill. Did you think they were good people? Did you think they asked if you were pretty for a reason? Zhang Wei interjected before Lin Qianying could finish her thought. Lin Qianying was left speechless by Zhang Wei's question. Look, this is the apocalypse now. I'm not a saint, but taking out some trash is perfectly fine. Zhang Wei looked ahead and sighed. After that, the two fell silent. And it didn't take long before they reached the center of the town. The buildings here were relatively tall, around 6 stories, obscuring Zhang Wei's figure. However, Zhang Wei had no intention of hiding. He had already locked on a Han Xiao. Once within a kilometer detection range, nothing could escape Zhang Wei's notice. I didn't expect you to evolve again in such a short time, Zhang Wei said as he appeared before Han Xiao, who was leaning against a large torch. Han Xiao, who had her eyes closed, suddenly opened them wide. Zhang Wei. Han Xiao could hardly believe her eyes. She couldn't understand how Zhang Wei had found this place. Where's Han Su? Zhang Wei glanced around. There were over 200 mechs scattered nearby, and he couldn't tell which one was Han Su. How do you know I'm Han Xiao? Han Xiao countered, not answering Zhang Wei's question. At the same time, she slightly straightened up, ready to attack at any moment. I found Han Su. I'm going to capture him. Lin Qianying suddenly spoke up. Zhang Wei had been sharing detection data with Lin Qianying, and since she had seen Han Su before, she could easily recognize him. Good. Don't let him get away, Zhang Wei reminded Lin Qianying. For someone like Han Su, who constantly jumped around looking for trouble, not taking him down would be doing him a disservice. Got it. Lin Xinying replied and immediately sprang into action. What are you all standing around for? Attack together, Han Su shouted, realizing the situation was dire, urging the other mechs to join in the assault on Zhang Wei and Lin Xinying. Although Han Su had only recently arrived, everyone knew he was the younger brother of their leader, so he still held considerable influence. All kinds of mechs opened fire, with rifles, machine guns, freezing rounds, and high-temperature rounds launching first, though their accuracy left much to be desired. Zhang Wei's floating artillery also opened fire. He wasn't afraid of long-range mechs at all, he could take one down in a second. As for the melee fighters charging in, they were even easier to deal with. Zhang Wei drew his energy greatsword and unleashed a devastating strike. The 10-meter radius was cleared in an instant. Such a powerful attack immediately brought the charging mechs back to their senses. Zhang Wei, why? Han Xiao still hadn't attacked. She was still staring at Zhang Wei. Why? What do you mean why? Zhang Wei wasn't in a hurry to make a move. He was focused on something intriguing about 7 or 8 meters underground. Why are you doing this to me? I really like you. We could have been a great pair, Han Xiao questioned. A great pair? Are you joking? Zhang Wei snapped back with a cold laugh. Do you really need me to remind you of who you are? What sort of business do you have with Han Su that I should mention? Han Xiao was momentarily speechless. She hadn't expected that foolish Han Su would spill everything to Zhang Wei. The matters between them were known only to the two of them. Since she hadn't told Zhang Wei, it must have been Han Su who did. You had your chance, but unfortunately, you didn't cherish it. Since you don't want to enjoy this apocalyptic life, I can only send you to your end. Don't worry, this time, you absolutely have no chance of surviving. Zhang Wei was filled with rage. If Han Xiao hadn't tried to pursue a romantic connection, he might have remained calm. Unfortunately, Han Xiao still wanted to play the emotional card, a game that Zhang Wei had experienced far too many times in his past life. It reminded him of the day he was sent away by Han Su. Zhang Wei took a deep breath. So it's time to die. His eyes locked onto Han Xiao, filled with lethal intent, as he charged straight for her. Damn it, today I'm going to end you. Seeing that her emotional tactics had failed, Han Xiao immediately shifted back to her true, furious self. Chapter 57. Cut into 10 or 8 pieces. Let us see if you can still come back to life. Heh, now that feels right. Zhang Wei sneered. Then, the death laser collided with the lightning shot from Han Xiao's mouth. To his surprise, Han Xiao had inherited the skills mastered by De Hua. I didn't expect your combat power to be close to 500, did I? Zhang Wei observed the death laser and lightning neutralizing each other, feeling somewhat astonished. This alone showed that Han Xiao's combat power was indeed considerable. Eating you will only make my power stronger. Han Xiao lunged at Zhang Wei. Her body had grown to about 15 meters long, and she believed that as long as she could get close to Zhang Wei and wrap around him with her body, she could crush him in one swift move. How many people have been doomed by this? I was wrong before. Someone as psychologically twisted as you doesn't deserve to live. Zhang Wei sighed. Previously, he had only thought about punishing Han Xiao, wanting her to survive in this apocalyptic world, experiencing the pain it brings. However, Zhang Wei had forgotten what kind of person Han Xiao was. When she lacked power, she would show her gentleness to everyone, but once she gained strength, she would unleash her inner darkness, just like now. This already scarred world can't accommodate so many dark-hearted individuals. If all of humanity perished, what meaning would Zhang Wei's survival hold? Fortunately, it's not too late. Zhang Wei sighed as he swung his giant sword. Han Xiao believed she was much stronger than De Hua and was quite confident in her own defense. Therefore, she did not retreat in the face of the descending giant sword. Instead, her figure surged forward with a sudden increase in speed. The faster she moved, the stronger the impact would be. She aimed to use her head to deflect Zhang Wei's giant sword and then wrap around him. It was indeed a clever idea, effectively utilizing her advantages. Unfortunately, all of this depended on her being able to withstand the attack of the thermal giant sword and leaving Zhang Wei open. The thermal giant sword clashed with her snake head. With a single, decisive strike, sparks flew, and Han Xiao was sent flying by Zhang Wei's sword. A gruesome gash appeared on her head, with the steel at the wound continuously melting. Han Xiao could hardly believe this was real. She couldn't understand why Zhang Wei possessed such immense power. He was just standing there swinging his sword, without any speed to boost his strength. Yet even so, she was still no match for him. The injury on her head almost reached her brain's core, if she were hit in a critical area. Thinking this, Han Xiao quickly retreated, all the while spitting out snake-like tongues and using her skills against Zhang Wei. I told you, I won't let you escape today. Zhang Wei recognized Han Xiao's intentions. Running away when you can't win is the right choice. It's the survival instinct in this apocalyptic world. However, if running won't work, then death is the only option left. Zhang Wei's speed far surpassed Han Xiao's, with the help of his thrusters. He closed the distance between them in just a few steps. Seeing this, Han Xiao crashed into a nearby building. She intended to use the buildings as a barrier against Zhang Wei's relentless pursuit. Being a snake, she only needed to break through one wall to slip past. But Zhang Wei was towering at 15 meters. If he wanted to chase her down, he would have to demolish the buildings with brute force. Alternatively, he could take a longer route, though that would definitely slow him down significantly. One must admit that Han Xiao was somewhat clever. Even if he used his thermal giant sword to violently break through the structures, it would still hinder his speed. However, Han Xiao forgot about Zhang Wei's skills and his floating cannons. Just moments ago, the floating cannons were fully engaged with Han Xiao's minions. But upon witnessing Zhang Wei's overwhelming power, the surviving ones were completely paralyzed with fear, not daring to make a move. Thus, the floating cannons were left idle. A freezing projectile was launched at Han Xiao. Simultaneously, Zhang Wei swung his sword from a distance, unleashing a devastating lightning strike. Han Xiao had mastered only one skill and, while fleeing, couldn't frequently turn back to cast it. When both attacks arrived simultaneously, she could only choose to use her lightning to counter one of them. Han Xiao opted for the freezing projectile. While the freezing projectile might not inflict much damage, it could slow her down. The lightning and the freezing projectile collided and canceled each other out, while the lightning orb surged past them, heading straight for Han Xiao. She whipped her tail to block it. When the orb collided with her tail, it shattered, sending countless shards of light crashing into her body. The first to bear the brunt was Han Xiao's tail, which was violently broken apart by the exploding light. However, this gave her a moment to escape the range of the shards. Just as she managed to get out of the danger zone and catch her breath, she witnessed a sight that filled her with terror. Zhang Wei leaped high into the air, then landed with a foot on the building he had just smashed through. In the next instant, the thrusters erupted with fierce flames, and as he exerted force with his legs, the thrusters propelled him forward, making him descend upon Han Xiao like a meteor. At that moment, Zhang Wei displayed a speed nearly 3 times his original pace. The cost? Just the building he had kicked down and a 10% depletion of his engine power from the high-intensity thruster used for a short period. That was all. But for Han Xiao, the price to pay was her life. What would happen if Zhang Wei caught up to her? Zhang Wei, don't kill me. Han Xiao couldn't even find the time to cast a skill at Zhang Wei in midair. All she could do was pray that her plea for mercy would be effective. Zhang Wei, however, remained unmoved. In the air, he raised his giant sword above his head, preparing to strike. While he didn't know how to perform a descending palm technique, he certainly knew how to execute a falling sword technique. This time, Han Xiao's resolve crumbled. One swift strike severed her snake head in two. There was no dismemberment this time. The thermal giant sword struck true at her forehead, cleaving her entire head in half. With a thunderous crash, the ground sank over 20 centimeters under Zhang Wei's weight. After landing, Zhang Wei did not sheath his sword. Instead, he swung the massive blade down towards Han Xiao's body. I'll chop you into 10 or 8 pieces. Let's see if you can come back to life. Just as Zhang Wei was relentlessly attacking Han Xiao's corpse, the strange pangolin, which Zhang Wei had detected about 7 to 8 meters underground, immediately began to burrow deeper. It was terrifying. The battle above was too brutal, and the pangolin felt it needed to hide in a safer, deeper place. Moments ago, it had been relishing the vibrations of the fight above, hoping that Zhang Wei would cause Han Xiao as much trouble as possible, especially since Han Xiao was competing with it for food. But now, the pangolin just hoped that Zhang Wei would finish off Han Xiao quickly and leave without lingering here. Chapter 58. You've been promoted to king level? Huh, a source crystal dropped? Zhang Wei didn't pay much attention to the movements of the pangolin. He only needed to know which direction it was running. What surprised Zhang Wei was that after he chopped Han Xiao into 10 pieces, a source crystal actually floated out from the corpse, and it was an epic level source crystal. However, Zhang Wei didn't delve deeper into it. The emergence of a source crystal was a good thing. He then put the source crystal away and began examining Han Xiao's remains. Zhang Wei had already stated that he would definitely kill Han Xiao today, leaving her no chance to resurrect, and he naturally had to follow through on that promise. Her body was gone, completely merged into the interior of the steel serpent. What kind of principle was at play here? Zhang Wei pondered. Initially, he thought Han Xiao's transformation should be similar to how humans control mechs, just changing the mech into a biomechanical body. But reality was clearly not as Zhang Wei imagined. Han Xiao's body no longer existed. Still feeling a bit uneasy, Zhang Wei muttered to himself, then picked up the severed head of the snake. Taking away the head, let us see how you survive. He then looked around at the mechs standing dumbly in place. How should these guys be dealt with? They had to be eliminated. These individuals had followed Han Xiao and committed numerous wrongdoings, and if left alive, they would continue to endanger others. However, the mechs they controlled were innocent. You all, disengage, Zhang Wei commanded. Many resisted this order. In this world, only mechs provided them with a sense of security. Without the protection of their mechs, What would they do? Disengage. There was no room for negotiation. Refusing to comply meant death, so they had no choice but to obey. Hand over the mech cores, Zhang Wei continued. Soon, a group of people reluctantly handed their mech cores over to Zhang Wei. After receiving the mech cores, Zhang Wei's floating cannons opened fire. He had no intention of letting these guys go. As for distinguishing whether there were any good people among them, Zhang Wei didn't have the leisure for that. Since they had chosen the wrong side, they had to pay the price. After firing a dozen shots, the ground was left littered with ice sculptures. Over 100 people. Devoid of life. Zhang Wei then took a large stride forward, knowing there were still some mechs lurking in the shadows. These individuals were also Han Zhao's subordinates but had just not gathered here earlier. Zhang Wei wouldn't let them go either. A little over 10 minutes later, the entire town was devoid of any mechs, except for Zhang Wei. Chased out so far, Zhang Wei used a rough scan to check on Lin Qianying's situation. At this moment, she had chased Han Su over 5 kilometers. Zhang Wei found it hard to understand, with Lin Qianying's abilities. Killing Han Su should have been a piece of cake, so there was no need to pursue him so far. However, Zhang Wei didn't investigate further. After all, Lin Qianying wouldn't be in any danger. Then, Zhang Wei took out the epic-level source crystal provided by Han Xiao. Activate. Ding. Acquired Purple Star. Purple Star can be used to enhance equipment levels 7 to 9, improving the quality of the equipment. It guarantees a 100 upgrade to epic level, with a small chance of upgrading epic equipment to legendary level. It's actually Purple Star. Zhang Wei felt it was a bit too hot to handle. Why? Because it gave him the chance to own legendary equipment. If he used Purple Star to enhance the quality of the energy greatsword, there was a possibility he could obtain a legendary version of it. Epic and legendary are fundamentally different concepts. However, that small chance forced Zhang Wei to remain calm. No, it's not worth it. Even if it could be upgraded to legendary quality, it still wouldn't be a good deal. The energy greatsword S base level is too low. Even if it were upgraded to legendary quality, it would eventually be replaced when he finds a better weapon. In the early stages of the apocalypse, using epic-level weapons is already more than sufficient. Keeping it wouldn't makes sense. He should enhance the engine's quality instead. After pondering for a moment, Zhang Wei made his decision. Good items only showcase their value when used. What's the point in saving it? The engine is the source of power, and for a mech, the stronger the power, the better. Although the engine inside Zhang Wei's mech was already quite good, he himself was a heavy consumer of power. Floating cannons, energy greatsword, thrusters, skills, these all require energy to operate. After making his decision, Zhang Wei immediately took the engine out from the mech's abdomen. Then, he pressed the purple star into the engine to enhance its quality. Ding. Engine quality upgraded to epic level, combat power 100. The exact increase in combat power was that important to Zhang Wei. He wanted to know how much the engine's power had improved. About 3 times, that's pretty good. After reintegrating the engine back into the mech, Zhang Wei immediately felt the boost in power. After the 3rd evolution, he would be able to see the data directly. He just needed to deal with the enemies down here and then head back. Zhang Wei thought to himself. After the 3rd evolution, the mech's attributes would be displayed in a data format, clearly showing all the abilities. Just as Zhang Wei was deep in thought, Lin Qianying returned. Why did you chase so far? Zhang Wei asked, puzzled. I needed to retrieve some items from him, so it took a bit of effort, Lin Qianying casually explained. Not going into too much detail, Zhang Wei didn't press for more information. Han Xiao is already dead. We'll head back in a bit. There are a few other things to take care of. Lin Qianying looked at the frozen statues scattered around and felt puzzled. What else is there to do? Haven't we already taken care of most of the targets? It should be a good thing. After saying this, Zhang Wei plunged the energy greatsword forcefully into the ground. The energy greatsword was over 10 meters long, and with Zhang Wei's arm length, this strike nearly severed the vital point of the pangolin. The pangolin thought it was safe, buried over 10 meters underground, only to be discovered. As soon as the pangolin sensed the energy, it instinctively turned to run. If it was found at over 10 meters deep, how much deeper could it go? Since you can dig, I don't believe you can escape. If you keep running, you'll end up in a world of hurt. Zhang Wei's cold voice echoed in the pangolin's ears. Upon hearing Zhang Wei's words, the pangolin immediately realized that Zhang Wei wasn't just randomly swinging around and almost hitting him. He actually knew exactly where he was. At that moment, the pangolin was torn between the urge to run or to stay put, as 2 conflicting thoughts raced through his mind. Still not coming out? Zhang Wei struck again, driving the energy sword deeper into the ground for another 3 or 4 meters. This time, the pangolin could see the energy sword up close, the blade almost touching his face. I'm coming out, big guy, don't swing that thing. The pangolin shouted, then began to dig upward with reckless abandon. In just about 10 seconds, he covered a distance of over 10 meters and burst through to the surface. Zhang Wei was genuinely astonished by the speed of his digging. Are you about to advance to the king level? Chapter 59. I just have a small request. Zhang Wei looked at the 6-meter-long pangolin in front of him, filled with astonishment. He had initially thought that pangolins were just formidable creatures, comparable in combat strength to the steel snake that Han Xiao had transformed into. However, to his surprise, he discovered that the pangolin was on the verge of evolving to the king level. As for how he could tell, it was purely based on experience. The pangolin's tail had evolved into a spiked mace-like object. Not all king-level mechanical beings can evolve additional features on their original bodies, but if they do, they're undoubtedly at the king level. For instance, the king-level mechanical rat, which, aside from being larger, had not evolved anything else. Big brother, can you tell? The pangolin dared not act recklessly. Even if it had advanced to the king level, it didn't consider itself a match for Zhang Wei. How many mechanical beings have you consumed? Or rather, how many people? Zhang Wei's voice turned icy cold. Big brother, you've misunderstood. I haven't eaten any people. I swear. The pangolin quickly spoke up, not wanting Zhang Wei to misinterpret its intentions. If someone were to start a crusade against it, it would be doomed. Not eaten any people? Zhang Wei expressed his disbelief. Mechanical beings could indeed evolve by consuming metal, but the speed of evolution wouldn't be that fast, as their digestion rate was limited. It was only when they consumed both humans and their mechs that mechanical beings would evolve rapidly. Humans acted as catalysts for their evolution. Really, big brother, I'm not lying. I've only been eating ants to evolve to this point. Ants? Do you really think I'm that naive? Zhang Wei silently drew his energy sword, ready to strike down the pangolin. In the early days of the apocalypse, insect-like creatures wouldn't evolve into mechanical beings. That only happened in the 3rd year of the apocalypse. At that time, insect-like mechanical beings would become the top enemy of all living creatures. Honestly, there's a source crystal underground that I discovered. That source crystal can turn ants into mechanical beings. I've only been eating ants to evolve. The pangolin had initially intended to keep the discovery of the source crystal a secret, but now, it seemed it couldn't hide it any longer. If it continued to conceal the truth, it would be killed. As for resisting or escaping, the pangolin hadn't even considered it. A source crystal? Ants turning mechanical? Take me to see it. Zhang Wei didn't believe a single word of the pangolin's claims unless he saw it with his own eyes. Okay, I'll help big brother dig a tunnel. The pangolin immediately agreed without hesitation. Then, it got to work, digging with remarkable efficiency. Watching the pangolin create the tunnel, Zhang Wei couldn't help but marvel. Indeed, professional tasks should be left to the professionals. If he had the pangolin's skills, he wouldn't have been trapped in the underwater cave for so long. He could have escaped in no time. Sure enough, it didn't take long before the pangolin had dug out a massive cavern large enough for Zhang Wei to enter. The excavated soil piled up on the surface, forming a small hill. It's unfortunate for those who have turned into ice sculptures. Before the ice even melts, they've already been buried. As Zhang Wei continued forward, the passageway stretched about 50 meters long, and he descended another 20 meters underground. Lin Xianying was left outside the cave. In situations like this, where one could be buried alive, Zhang Wei had the means to escape, but Lin Xianying did not. Zhang Wei was wary that the pangolin might have some tricks up its sleeve. Big brother, look at this. The pangolin pointed proudly at a colorful source crystal. Another legendary grade 1. Zhang Wei felt dizzy. When did legendary source crystals become so common? He had encountered 2 in a single day. In his past life, even getting an epic grade 1 had required a fierce struggle. How do ants turn into mechanical creatures? Zhang Wei asked after he had calmed down a bit. Right here. These little things can transform into mechanical creatures in half an hour, the pangolin said, staring at a hole it had specifically dug not far from the legendary source crystal. Zhang Wei focused on the pit. Indeed, the ants inside, over a meter deep, showed signs of mechanization, with each ant reaching about 20 centimeters in length. If they were fully mechanized, they could grow to around 30 centimeters. The key was the sheer number. The ants were piled on top of each other, nearly filling the pit. How did you discover this method? Zhang Wei was genuinely curious. If this breeding model had been developed by humans, he wouldn't have been surprised. But the fact that it was created by a pangolin made it remarkable. While the intelligence of alien mechanical creatures wasn't low, this kind of breeding model would typically take years for them to conceive. It wasn't my idea. A few days ago, I felt something drawing me in. So I dug around and found the mechanized ants when I got here. Then, well, I don't need to explain the rest. I ate the ants and didn't touch the source crystal. The continuously mechanizing ants became the nourishment for my evolution. It's only been a few days. But if I give the pangolin more time, it could definitely evolve into a giant beast, just like that crab. He could say that each legendary grade source crystal could mold a king-level mechanical creature, and if used well, it could even nurture a giant beast. Wait, you're saying this source crystal can attract you? Zhang Wei suddenly caught the key point in the pangolin's words. Yeah, the pangolin nodded at Zhang Wei. A treasure-hunting mouse? Zhang Wei exclaimed. Isn't that just a treasure-hunting mouse with the ability to find treasures? If I take this little guy into the wild, combined with a detection core, what good stuff could possibly escape my grasp? Can a legendary-grade source crystal really attract you? The purple ones can too. I've eaten quite a few of them. The pangolin honestly replied without any ulterior motives. Why don't you stick with me from now on? What do you say? Zhang Wei proposed. No matter what it took. He was determined to bring this pangolin along. You should know that the initial source crystals don't just arrive once. They fall from the sky every 3 months without fail. Zhang Wei can only vaguely remember some famous individuals who acquired powerful source crystals in certain locations, but most of the epic and legendary source crystals, even if obtained by someone, are rarely publicized. However, if he had this pangolin by his side, when the initial source crystals descended, all he would need to do is take it out for a stroll, and he would surely come back with a bountiful harvest. There would be no need to strain his brain, recalling those hazy memories from his past life. The pangolin seemed intrigued. With someone like this around, it wouldn't have to worry about encountering danger. The sense of security was overwhelming. However, the pangolin also understood that Zhang Wei needed something from it. So it couldn't just come off as too cheap, right? It began to contemplate the conditions that Zhang Wei might find acceptable. You're not interested? Zhang Wei retorted. No. It's just that I have a small request, the pangolin replied, not daring to be too arrogant, which was part of its inherently timid nature. Otherwise, how could it be nearly on the verge of ascending to a king-level existence, and yet hesitate to confront Han Xiao head-on? Chapter 60, Bombing Chuan City. What are the demands? Zhang Wei felt a surge of excitement, but he maintained a calm demeanor. He couldn't let the pangolin see through him, lest it take advantage of the situation. Still, such a valuable treasure, what's wrong with making a few requests? He could tolerate 1, 3, or even 5. Can I have this source crystal? I need it for cultivating food. Is that all right? The pangolin appeared somewhat humble. Its words clearly indicated to Zhang Wei that even if he disagreed, it wouldn't be a problem. The pangolin would still compromise. However, Zhang Wei pondered this issue deeply. Logically, he should definitely take the source crystal. A legendary-grade source crystal is guaranteed to yield something great. The enhancements to super combat power and a legendary-grade detection core, how much assistance would these provide Zhang Wei? Yet, considering the pangolin's abilities, Zhang Wei hesitated. In fact, giving the source crystal to the pangolin could help win its loyalty. After all, it could create even greater value in the future. All right, I agree to your request. Really? Thank you, big brother. You're so kind. The pangolin was overwhelmed with gratitude. It perhaps hadn't even considered that, if not for Zhang Wei's sudden intervention, this source crystal would have originally belonged to it. From now on, your name will be Xiaobao. Zhang Wei decided to name the pangolin. The word bao, meaning treasure, was certainly fitting, especially since he hoped the pangolin would help him find treasures. Initially, Zhang Wei thought about calling it Dabao, Big Treasure. But upon reflection, that name felt a bit off, so Xiaobao, Little Treasure, was a better choice. Okay, big brother. The pangolin didn't care much about names. It was more concerned about its source crystal and the promising life ahead. Should we take these things with us, or would you rather eat them now? Zhang Wei pointed at the half-mechanized ants in the pit and asked Xiaobao. Sure. Xiaobao was not picky at all. It opened its big mouth and enjoyed its last meal in its old nest. When Zhang Wei re-emerged with Xiaobao above ground, he found Lin Qianying pacing anxiously. What's wrong? Zhang Wei asked, noticing that there were no apparent dangers in the area. Why was Lin Qianying acting this way? There has been an incident. Lin Qianying replied. Zhang Wei was no stranger to such statements. If nothing went wrong, that would be the real problem. What happened? The higher-ups want to bomb Chuan City. What? This time, it was Zhang Wei who was taken aback. What was going on? The military actually planned to bomb Chuan City? A king-level mechanical bird has appeared over Chuan City, with a wingspan of over 20 meters. It has led thousands of mechanical birds circling above. And many people have already died. This wasn't happening when we left. It just occurred. Lin Qianying nodded in response to Zhang Wei's question. The military attempted to drive them away, but the birds show no intention of leaving. The military plans to evacuate everyone from the city, and once all personnel are withdrawn, they will take action. Zhang Wei didn't ask how the military intended to act. Their capabilities were unfathomable, and their missiles and bombs were incredibly powerful. It's a good thing the military has such deterrent power, otherwise, this country would quickly fall into chaos. Wouldn't that mean we have no home? This is something that never happened in the last life, and its sudden emergence has left Zhang Wei somewhat at a loss. For Zhang Wei, Chuan City is not only home but also a safe zone. Without this safe zone, even the evolved mechas would be restless. It's okay. The military has already begun arranging personnel to construct Steel City. The initial construction won't be very large, but it should be sufficient for now. General Lin Qinying informed Zhang Wei of the military's decision. All right, Zhang Wei replied. What else could he say? This was something he couldn't prevent. Lin Qinying felt a bit disappointed. Originally, she thought Zhang Wei would have a way to deal with that king-level mechanical bird. If they could eliminate that threat, there would be no need to bomb Chuan City. It can only be said that Lin Qinying overestimated Zhang Wei. If it were a king-level mechanical creature on the ground, Zhang Wei would certainly have a way to deal with it and would even be eager to do so. Each king-level mechanical creature represents a high-quality source crystal. But when it comes to a king-level mechanical bird, Zhang Wei truly had no solution. It could fly and soar to heights of thousands of meters. Currently, Zhang Wei's only means of attack was the floating cannon, which wouldn't be enough to take down a king-level mechanical creature. At least, with Zhang Wei's current combat power. He couldn't handle it. If Zhang Wei had over 10,000 combat power, a single shot could reduce that king-level mechanical bird to pieces. Let's go back first. Does Zhang Tao know about this yet? Zhang Wei led the way towards Chuan City. Lin Qinying followed beside him and said, I've already informed him. He's preparing for it. And soon the military's decision will be communicated to the remaining survivors in Chuan City. As for how many will be able to leave safely, Lin Qinying didn't want to elaborate, because this time, many lives would inevitably be lost. During a large-scale human migration, the lurking mechanical creatures would surely attack. Currently, there aren't many people capable of self-defense, and the military lacks the ability to protect them. So, it's best to do what we can. Zhang Wei comforted Lin Qinying. For Zhang Wei, this might not be entirely a bad thing. As humans gather, those lurking in the shadows might not be able to resist emerging. When they hunt humans, Zhang Wei could also hunt them. By the way, this is Xiaobao. He'll be hanging out with us from now on. Zhang Wei introduced Xiaobao to Lin Qinying. Have you taken him as a pet? Zhang Wei's words brought Lin Qinying back to reality a bit. Sort of, Zhang Wei nodded. Such verbal agreements could only be considered as such. As for signing a formal contract, that was impossible. That service simply didn't exist. Hello, big sister. I'm Xiaobao. Xiaobao behaved sweetly, knowing that this was his brother's companion and that he shouldn't cause trouble. Hello, Xiaobao. I'm Lin Qinying. Lin Qinying also introduced herself. However, after introducing herself, she contacted Zhang Wei through the mecha. Does he have any special abilities? Lin Qinying was curious. It's clear that Xiaobao is a high-level mechanical being. Based on Zhang Wei's previous performances, such a mechanical creature wouldn't last more than 2 episodes in his hands. How did he manage to tame Xiaobao this time? It has significant capabilities, like treasure hunting, and is very useful. Zhang Wei didn't elaborate much, just gave a brief introduction. By the way, when will the military transport the metal wreckage from the city? The convoy has already set off and should arrive tonight. It will probably take about 2 days to clear everything out. So that means there's only about 2 days left. Yes, I'll go back and evolve the mech first. Evolve again? Lin Qinying suddenly stopped and fixed her gaze on Zhang Wei. Chapter 61. The third evolution has begun. The third evolution. Didn't you say that the speed of the third evolution wouldn't be that fast? Lin Qinying felt like she was about to lose her mind. The news she received tonight was more shocking than the last, each one harder for her to accept. If she remembered correctly, Zhang Wei mentioned that the third evolution would be relatively slow just the day before yesterday, right? Is 2 days really considered slow? Zhang Wei felt a bit awkward. He truly believed that the speed of his third evolution wouldn't be so fast, especially since the source crystals available in the city were limited. However, after taking a stroll outside the city, he ended up with several thousand medium-grade source crystals, which was indeed enough for evolution. Before returning to Chuan City, he had acquired some source crystals. Zhang Wei briefly explained that it wouldn't be so easy to upgrade the mech to level 50. How many source crystals? Several thousand medium-grade ones, perhaps. Lin Qinying was speechless. He managed to bring back several thousand medium-grade source crystals in less than 2 days? Was it 1,000 or 9,000? Clearly, it was enough to upgrade the mech to level 50, so it must be quite a few thousand. Lin Qinying was already considering whether she should also go out for a stroll. They could discuss the details later. Zhang Wei decided he needed to give Lin Qinying and Zhang Tao a proper education on this. He couldn't let them think that mechanical creatures were easy to deal with. If it were anyone else who encountered a swarm of crabs, they would have died several times over by now. All right, the journey continued in silence. They encountered no dangers or treasures, and Xiaobao remained quiet throughout, showing no signs of abnormal behavior. However, as they approached Chuan City, Xiaobao began to exhibit signs of nervousness. Big brother, up ahead, there is something. After Xiaobao's alert, Zhang Wei switched from fine detection to rough detection. Sure enough, about 5 to 6 kilometers away in the air, a flock of mechanical birds was continuously circling, occasionally diving down from the sky. Zhang Wei glanced at Xiaobao, surprised that this little guy could sense danger from such a distance. What a pleasant surprise. It's fine. They won't dare to come down. Let us go, Zhang Wei reassured Xiaobao. If any of those birds dared to fly down and cause trouble, Zhang Wei would make sure they knew who they couldn't mess with. The villa area was brightly lit. Zhang Tao was directing his underlings as they busily worked. When he felt a slight tremor in the ground and turned around, the first thing he saw was Xiaobao, which looked like a small hill. Big brother, there's a monster, Zhang Tao shouted, raising his battle scythe as he charged toward Zhang Wei, clearly intending to chop Xiaobao down. Xiaobao was startled by Zhang Tao's fierce demeanor and instinctively hid behind Zhang Wei. Don't make a fuss. It's newly acquired, Zhang Wei reminded Zhang Tao. With his scythe raised in the air, Zhang Tao looked surprised. Newly acquired? Zhang Wei nodded at Zhang Tao. Yeah, its name is Xiaobao. It's not very brave. So don't bully it. I'm worried that if you provoke it, it might take you out with a single swipe of its tail, Zhang Wei said. Not very pleased. Zhang Tao's actions were no longer brave but reckless. He didn't even consider the capabilities of his opponent before charging in. Zhang Wei was puzzled, wondering how Zhang Tao managed to reach the rank of one of the 10 battle gods in his past life. Was he really that formidable? Zhang Tao quickly put away his battle scythe, fully aware that if his older brother claimed he could take him down with a single strike, there wouldn't be a need for a second. Little Bao was about to ascend to the king level. Did he think otherwise? Upon hearing this, Zhang Tao immediately understood. I get it, big brother. To Zhang Tao, it seemed like Zhang Wei was waiting for Little Bao to level up. The moment Little Bao ascended to king level would be when Zhang Wei would take him down. I need to evolve the mecha. Keep an eye on the situation in the sky. Zhang Wei glanced up. In the villa area within the city, the large bird in the sky was only about 2 kilometers away from him. If Zhang Wei evolved the mecha, it would surely attract the bird's attention. Zhang Tao, hearing this, grew anxious. Big brother, it's dangerous. That bird is tough to deal with. It not only kills humans but also hunts mechanical creatures. Remember that herd of elephants? Yeah, what about them? Zhang Wei recalled the elephants. They were the mechanical creatures he had raised. That bird has already killed 2 elephants. Zhang Tao's information was indeed sharp. He was aware of events that had just unfolded. Hearing this made Zhang Wei even less pleased. Have they disturbed that pile of metal wreckage? Not before, but I don't know now. I've already called everyone back. Let us go over there. Zhang Wei called out before turning to leave. Little Bao and Lin Xianying followed closely behind him. Zhang Tao was taken aback, wondering if he had made the severity of the situation clear enough. Big brother, are you coming or not? Zhang Wei cut him off. Let us go. Zhang Tao gritted his teeth and followed. In the northern part of the city, when Little Bao saw the heaps of metal wreckage, his eyes sparkled with a brilliant blue light, like 2 oversized bulbs. Food, it's all food, Little Bao said with a hint of pleading in his voice. He felt that if he could consume the metal wreckage, he would surely be able to ascend to king level. That's not possible. It's already been sold. Zhang Wei shook his head at Little Bao. We must be honest. We cannot go back on our word. However, eating a little wooden tea hurt, right? As he said this, he glanced at Lin Xianying. I only mentioned there was a large pile of metal wreckage. No one knows exactly how much there is. Lin Xianying interjected. Go ahead, but eat less. Zhang Wei patted Little Bao on the head. Okay. Little Bao dashed out eagerly. Zhang Tao looked at Little Bao with sympathy. The poor kid was still too naive. Didn't he realize that the more he ate, the quicker he would meet his end? I'll evolve the mecha now and see if I can lure that bird down. If I can attract it, maybe we won't have to relocate. Zhang Tao and Lin Xianying both turned to look at Zhang Wei and nodded in agreement. For Zhang Tao, not having to move would certainly be ideal. When it came to the military's territory, he definitely wouldn't feel as at ease as he did now. Lin Xianying was more concerned about the lives of the people in Chuan City. The source crystals in Zhang Wei's cargo hold began to be rapidly consumed, and the energy released by the source crystals continuously flowed into Zhang Wei's mech. As the energy from the source crystals integrated, the level of the mech began to rise. In just a few minutes, after consuming over 5,000 medium-grade source crystals, Zhang Wei's mech level increased to level 50. From level 31 to level 50. His combat power surged by 95 points, bringing his current combat power to a total of 1235 points. The evolution began. The third evolution of Zhang Wei's mech commenced. As Zhang Wei's mech floated in the air, a mysterious energy descended from the sky, transforming Zhang Wei into a brilliant beacon. The largest in the northern part of the city. Naturally, such a conspicuous sight instantly caught the attention of the large bird in the sky. Chapter 62. Good job, little treasure. I will never let you down. Humans and mechs, such audacity. The king-level mechanical bird fixed its gaze on Zhang Wei, clearly dissatisfied with his performance. Did he think he could evolve a mech right under its nose and treat it like air? Kill him. The king-level mechanical bird issued the command. The mechanical birds that had been circling in the sky immediately dove toward Zhang Wei. Thousands of these mechanical birds launched an attack simultaneously, and they were all large, with wingspans of about 10 meters. The sight of such a charge was indeed intimidating. Even at night, it felt like they were blocking out the sun. Big brother, they're coming, Zhang Tao shouted. The scale of the charge made him feel like he could die at any moment. However, he didn't run. Instead, he readied his battle scythe for combat. Lin Qianying had already opened fire, although she was a bit far away and might not hit anything. Having the right attitude was essential. Zhang Wei also noticed the scene in the sky and felt somewhat dissatisfied. He wanted to lure down that king-level mechanical bird. The ordinary mechanical birds were irrelevant. Clearly, Zhang Wei's plan was failing. Just as he was about to cancel the evolution, Little Treasure, gnawing on a piece of metal debris, burst out. Who dares to touch my boss? Little Treasure roared, throwing the metal debris it had wrapped in its tail into the air. Little Treasure's aim might not be precise, but with enough force, even a glancing blow from the thrown debris could lead to a crash. After all, Little Treasure was extremely close to being a king-level mechanical creature. Zhang Wei was surprised. He didn't expect Little Treasure to be so brave. He already knew that Zhang Tao and Lin Qianying would act to protect him. They had faced dangers together before. But what kind of creature was Little Treasure? It couldn't be said to be timid, but it wasn't particularly strong either. The fact that Little Treasure could charge out recklessly in such a dangerous situation moved Zhang Wei deeply. However, Zhang Wei was unaware of Little Treasure's true thoughts. Otherwise, he would have scolded himself for being too early in his admiration. Why was Little Treasure so fearless? It was because its source crystal was stored in Zhang Wei's cargo hold. Little Treasure's body had no space to carry items. Although the source crystal was small enough to be held in its claws, what would happen if it flaunted a legendary level source crystal in public? Thus, Little Treasure had chosen to store the source crystal in Zhang Wei's cargo hold. Little Treasure's reasoning was simple. If Zhang Wei were to be killed by these foolish birds, wouldn't its source crystal be lost too? This was the crucial reason behind Little Treasure's bravery. However, Little Treasure alone was clearly not enough. The mechanical birds charged at an incredible speed and in great numbers. Little Treasure couldn't block them all by itself. Moreover, Zhang Wei was suspended in midair. If he were on the ground, as long as the king-level mechanical bird stayed still, Little Treasure would be able to protect him completely. Forget it. Let us wait and see. Zhang Wei prepared to continue his evolution. Interrupting the evolution process will cause significant damage to Zhang Wei's mech. Although he can use the energy from source crystals to recover, it's better to save them when possible. The attacks from a small number of mechanical birds don't really concern Zhang Wei. However, if that king-level mechanical bird were to join the fray, it would be a different story. Taking down that king-level mechanical bird would at least yield an epic source crystal, with such a guaranteed reward. Using a few mid-grade source crystals to repair the mech's damage would be worth it. As the fierce battle erupted, Xiaobao hopped around on the ground, using its claws, the mace on its tail, and its tongue as offensive tools. Any mechanical bird targeted by Xiaobao simply didn't stand a chance. Lin Qianying was also holding her own. If she could land a few consecutive shots on the same mechanical bird, she could bring it down as well. Zhang Tao, on the other hand, could only watch helplessly. There was nothing he could do. As a melee mech, he lacked ranged attack options. Standing on the ground, he couldn't keep up with the speed of the mechanical birds unless he used his skill, Thunderstrike. But Zhang Tao wasn't Zhang Wei. He didn't have an abundance of source crystals to restore his power, so he could only position himself as close as possible to Zhang Wei, ready to use his body to shield him if any stragglers got through. Even so, some managed to slip past the layers of defense and pounced onto Zhang Wei. Facing these stragglers, Zhang Wei didn't care at all. He let them attack, knowing that they wouldn't even scratch his armor durability. A few minutes later, in the sky, the king mechanical bird was visibly displeased. It was dissatisfied with the performance of its minions. A whole flock had swooped in without achieving any results. And on top of that, they had lost so many of their own. A screech erupted from the king mechanical bird's beak. Then, a purple energy beam shot out like a laser from its mouth, aimed directly at Xiaobao. Xiaobao sensed danger the moment it heard the screech. As it landed, it quickly dodged. The purple laser narrowly missed and struck the ground, leaving a hole about 10 centimeters in diameter, the depth unknown. The king mechanical bird continued to screech. Hovering a distance above the ground, it was understandable that its attack had been evaded this time. The king mechanical bird lowered its altitude to just 500 meters and shifted its attack focus from Xiaobao to Zhang Wei. As the purple laser hurtled toward Zhang Wei, Zhang Tao felt a wave of hesitation wash over him. With his large frame, he could block the ordinary mechanical birds without much trouble, but stopping this laser was a different matter. He decided to go for it, thinking, what the hell? Zhang Tao jumped up on the spot, calculating the angle. He planned to use a less critical part of his mech to intercept the laser. He figured as long as the laser didn't hit the mech's abdomen, he would be fine. If other parts of the mech were damaged, Zhang Tao could simply disassemble it. But if the abdomen were pierced, he would die inside the mech. As for whether the mech would be destroyed, Zhang Tao didn't care at all. He had plenty of mech cores, in worst-case scenario. He could just switch to a new one. Moreover, considering how brave he was, could our big brother really mistreat himself in the future? Zhang Tao had some pretty optimistic thoughts, but not long after he jumped, Xiao Bao blocked him with even greater speed. Xiao Bao's body almost curled up into a ball, spinning rapidly as he leaped into the air. A purple laser descended, and violent sparks erupted from Xiao Bao's surface. His defense was still quite impressive. After all, he had been equipped with armor even before the apocalypse, and after becoming mechanized, his defenses were even stronger, along with his enhanced strength. The only downside was his slower speed and lack of mastered skills. Watching Xiao Bao withstand a laser attack, Zhang Tao felt a wave of relief. Xiao Bao's actions not only saved Zhang Wei but also saved him, Zhang Tao. Xiao Bao, well done. I promise I won't treat you poorly. In the future, if Big Brother ever tries to harm you, I will definitely stand in your way and reason with him. And if reasoning fails. Chapter 63, Big Brother. Can you fly? If we can't talk it out, then we just won't talk at all, right? What else can we do? Little Bao didn't have the time to listen to what Zhang Tao was saying. It was fully focused on countering the laser attacks. The reason for its body spinning was that it couldn't withstand the laser's assault at just one point. Even the toughest armor can be pierced, and rotating its body allowed it to avoid the laser continuously targeting the same spot. As the blinding light of the laser faded, the mechanical bird, filled with rage, thought, "You're asking for trouble." In reality, the mechanical bird didn't want to engage with these large mechanical creatures. Although it could secure more food, fighting posed its own dangers. It had nearly been caught by those elephants before. In the sky, it was in its territory, free to move as it pleased. But if it were caught and pressed to the ground by an elephant, what would it become? This was why it was reluctant to approach the ground. Even though it was seething with anger, it stayed about 500 meters up. Stupid bird, get lost. Little Bao landed and stood upright, roaring at the mechanical bird above. Humph. The mechanical bird wouldn't take such insults lightly. It descended 200 meters, closing the distance to unleash even more powerful skills. It was eager to see how many of its attacks Little Bao could withstand. Zhang Wei observed everything closely. He had clearly heard Zhang Tao's mumblings just now. Zhang Wei understood that Zhang Tao was too timid to confront him directly about Little Bao. So he resorted to this method to remind him that Little Bao had saved him and to think twice before harming it. As for Zhang Tao's cautious thoughts, Zhang Wei could only remark that his line of thinking was rather broad. Almost there, it will be over soon. The evolution process of Zhang Wei's mech had reached its final stage. Logically, this evolution should take longer. But Zhang Wei opted to use energy crystals to accelerate the process. Another laser struck down. With no other defenses, Little Bao had to rely on its old tactics. Surprisingly, as the distance closed, the power of the purple laser increased. Scorch marks began to appear on Little Bao's armor, dark streaks marring its surface. Little Bao, you go down. Let me take the hit this time, Zhang Tao said immediately upon seeing the state of Little Bao's armor. If Little Bao's armor were pierced, it would be fatal. Zhang Tao was different. As long as he was careful, he felt he had plenty of lives to spare. You can't stop it. Little Bao completely ignored Zhang Tao's words. Zhang Tao's mech looked imposing, but its defensive capabilities were actually quite average, far inferior to Little Bao's armor. Little Bao didn't genuinely care about Zhang Tao's life. It was mainly worried that if the laser pierced Zhang Tao's mech, it would harm its big brother. As for itself, it knew its own limits and was confident it could take 2 more hits. Are you crazy? Don't throw your life away. Zhang Tao found himself moved by the situation. He had never seen such a loyal and selfless pangolin before. With such character, how many people had it surpassed? Sparks flew once again. Lin Qianying abandoned her attack on the other mechanical birds and aimed her gun at the King-class mechanical bird. The King-class mechanical bird, busy unleashing its skill, was unable to move quickly and could only take the freeze projectile head-on. Lin Qianying thought her freeze projectile would cause some trouble for the King-class bird, but unfortunately, the power gap was too great. The freeze projectile hit the King-class bird without leaving even a shard of ice. Naturally, the King-class bird didn't care about such a negligible attack. And seeing that it was about to finish off Xiao Bao, it had no intention of changing its target. After Xiao Bao once again blocked the purple laser attack, it finally couldn't hold on any longer. It was merely close to being King-class, not truly at that level. At this moment, Xiao Bao's armor was battered, with some areas even sparking with electricity, indicating those sections had been burned through. However, despite this, Xiao Bao refused to give up and was determined to keep blocking. It understood clearly that in its current state, even if it ran away, where could it go? That foolish bird had definitely set its sights on it. Without the help of source crystals, it would take a long time for it to advance to king class, and that foolish bird wouldn't give it a chance to evolve. Now, Xiao Bao could only choose to trust Zhang Wei, believing that Zhang Wei would find a solution. Its job was to buy time for Zhang Wei. Facing the incoming purple laser, Xiao Bao leaped again, this time carefully adjusting its angle to avoid letting the nearly collapsing armor take any more hits. Just then, Zhang Wei's hand suddenly landed on Xiao Bao. The rapidly spinning Xiao Bao felt a tremendous force act upon it, bringing its body to a sudden halt, making it unable to move. What kind of power is this? Take a break, you've worked hard. Zhang Wei pressed Xiao Bao down to the ground, turning his back to the king-class mechanical bird. Big brother, behind you. Xiao Bao shouted anxiously. But Zhang Wei didn't take the attack from behind seriously at all. The floating cannons automatically opened fire, and several freeze projectiles were launched almost simultaneously from their barrels. The freeze projectiles and lasers canceled each other out in midair. Ding! The mech's third evolution was successful. Battle power 200, core module space 10. Opening the panel. Mech form, level 3 evolution, 20 meters, mech level, 50 weight, 51 tons battle power, 1455 strength, 14. 5 tons speed, 14 ms type, medium close combat power source, dual cycle nuclear engine, epic, equipment, thermal giant sword, epic, alloy defense armor, excellent, sustained propulsion engine, excellent. Battle core, epic, detection core, legendary, skills, super energy power enhancement, legendary, death laser, extreme thunder strike. Zhang Wei nodded in satisfaction. Although the third evolution didn't seem to offer much of an improvement, he understood the significance of this evolution. After the third evolution, the main body would gain nourishment from the mech, meaning not only would its physical attributes be enhanced, but it was also said to affect lifespan. You arrogant little thing. After taking a quick glance at the mech status, Zhang Wei suddenly turned to look at the king mechanical bird in the sky. Under Zhang Wei's intense gaze, the king mechanical bird felt like just an ordinary mechanical bird, while Zhang Wei stood as the true king. Superpower combat enhancement. In the next moment, Zhang Wei leaped into the air, his thrusters synchronizing with his movements, and the powerful propulsion even pushed Xiao Bao backward. Such an overwhelming output generated incredible force. Zhang Wei shot forward, heading straight for the king mechanical bird in the sky. Zhang Tao was completely dumbfounded. Bro, can he fly now? In Zhang Tao's eyes, this was no different from flying. Have you ever seen someone jump 200 or 300 meters? Well, Zhang Tao certainly hadn't. Lin Qianying watched in amazement and murmured to herself, this guy has gotten even stronger. Chapter 64, Can I borrow a military fighter jet? Zhang Wei soared into the sky with a furious leap, startling the king mechanical bird, whose wings flapped chaotically. In that instant, its flying posture became unstable, and it not only struggled to maintain its altitude but also began to descend. As the massive energy sword drew closer, the king mechanical bird quickly adjusted its flight posture to stabilize itself and started to climb higher. I don't believe you can catch up to me. The king mechanical bird growled angrily. In response, a freezing projectile shot out from the floating cannon. With the enhancement of his superpower, Zhang Wei's combat power had reached 2,910 points, just a hair's breadth away from breaking the 3,000 mark. This level of power was sufficient to overpower the king mechanical bird. Although Zhang Wei couldn't see the exact combat power of the king mechanical bird, he estimated it to be only around 400 to 500 points. A combat power of 2,910 against 400 to 500. Wasn't that a complete rout? Therefore, the freezing projectile posed a lethal threat to the king mechanical bird. The king mechanical bird clearly understood this logic, realizing that Zhang Wei could leap over 200 meters from the ground. It knew he was not an opponent it could handle. When it sensed the freezing projectile approaching, it immediately fired a purple laser in response. The laser and the freezing projectile collided, canceling each other out. At that moment, Zhang Wei had jumped to a distance where he could attack the king mechanical bird. He swung the massive energy sword in his hand, and a blazing gust of wind cut through the air, leaving a brilliant red trail. The king mechanical bird dared not withstand the blow with its body. Instead, it extended one of its legs to block the attack. But the massive energy sword was indifferent to such attempts. Whatever stood in its way would be cut down, with the force of a heat wave. The energy sword sliced through the king mechanical bird's leg like it was tofu, the motion smooth and without any sparks flying. It was also a fault of the king mechanical bird's slender leg, otherwise, it could have at least offered some resistance. However, thanks to that sword strike, the king mechanical bird's body finally began to ascend rapidly. At that moment, it had no thought of lingering. Its only obsession was to fly higher and faster. After that strike, Zhang Wei's upward momentum faded. Even with the thrusters continuously firing flames, it was of no use. What a pity. Zhang Wei sighed as he watched the king mechanical bird fly higher and higher. There was nothing more he could do. Achieving a jump of over 200 meters was already a considerable feat. Expecting to leap thousands of meters in one go was utterly unrealistic at this stage. Even with 10,000 combat power, it would be impossible unless he had access to a more powerful thruster. But I won't let you escape so easily. Death Ray. Zhang Wei's eyes glimmered with purple light as a bolt of lightning, resembling the laser emitted by the king mechanical bird, shot forth from his eyes. Damn human. I won't let you off the hook, the king mechanical bird spat as it fired its laser. You think you can just run away while still pursuing me? Just wait. Two beams of purple light collided in the air. However, this time they did not cancel each other out. Zhang Wei's death ray was clearly much more powerful. The laser emitted by the king mechanical bird was assimilated by the death ray in no time, and then it shot straight towards the king mechanical bird. Seeing this, the king mechanical bird flapped its wings furiously, ascending even faster. In the end, the death ray was unable to catch up with the king mechanical bird. Zhang Wei's body began to plummet rapidly. Given his current weight, he was falling at an incredible speed. In the blink of an eye, he had already dropped to the ground. A cloud of dust and a massive roar erupted at the spot where he landed. Big brother. Zhang Tao rushed forward. Falling from such a height, how did he not crash? Zhang Tao was already preparing to inherit Zhang Wei's fortune. Unfortunately, Zhang Wei disappointed him. In the nearly 2-meter-deep crater created by his fall, Zhang Wei slowly stood up. At the moment of impact, his thrusters had erupted violently, reducing the force of the fall, while his bent legs helped cushion the impact. So, Zhang Wei was perfectly fine. What a pity, I couldn't kill it, Zhang Wei said, shrugging. That was pretty impressive. Zhang Tao admitted, revealing his true feelings. At that moment, Lin Qinying approached and nodded at Zhang Wei. I know you did your best. Even though we didn't manage to kill it, it probably won't dare to stay here for long. At least the people in Chuan City are safe now. Lin Qinying felt quite good. In her view, fewer people would die now. Big brother, I need to replenish. Xiaobao had not come over. Instead, it was getting closer to the pile of metal wreckage. Go ahead and eat, Zhang Wei said to Xiaobao, having observed its behavior. If he were to skimp on Xiaobao's rations, Zhang Wei felt he would be inhumane. All right. Xiaobao immediately rushed towards the metal wreckage, showing no signs of injury at all. This little guy is full of energy. Xiaobao can really take a beating, Zhang Tao said enviously. Today, he didn't know what was wrong with him. He felt that Xiaobao actually looked quite dashing. Human, I won't leave. I will keep an eye on you. If you don't let me have it easy, I won't let you have it easy either. The king mechanical bird's flying height had climbed to 700 or 800 meters, and its voice echoed down to the ground. Not only remaining strong, but even growing louder. Not only Zhang Wei could hear the king mechanical bird, but most areas of Chuan City could hear it clearly as well. At that moment, countless people's fears were being amplified. It's getting arrogant again? Zhang Tao stared at the sky in surprise. Logically, a loser should have the awareness of a loser and leave with their tail between their legs. Why was this thing so arrogant? Because it can fly, can you? Zhang Wei retorted, looking at Zhang Tao. Oh, no. No matter what you do, I'll keep an eye on you and cause you trouble. I want to see who will end up suffering more. The vengeful mechanical bird was clearly sending a message. If you want to let me be. I want to let you be either. Zhang Wei glanced up but didn't respond. Zhang Tao, on the other hand, was getting anxious. What should we do, big brother? It was hard not to be worried. If they had that thing hovering overhead while trying to do anything, they might as well give up. For instance, when Zhang Wei went hunting, that foolish bird would only need to make a slight sound for all the prey to scatter. Without hunting, there would be no source crystals. And without source crystals, how could one grow stronger? Does the military have fighter jets? Zhang Wei didn't answer Zhang Tao and instead looked at Lin Qinying. She nodded at him. Yes, do you have a plan? Uh-huh. I might need to borrow a military fighter jet. Is that possible? If it's you borrowing it. There's definitely no problem, Lin Qinying assured him confidently. After all, the military was actively trying to win Zhang Wei over. This was the perfect opportunity. Chapter 65 Sister. As long as you know, that's enough. All right, let's just do what we have to do in Chuan City. After all, we'll have to evacuate sooner or later. Tomorrow, I'll accompany you to the military district. Really? Lin Qinying was surprised. She knew that Zhang Wei was generally resistant to going to the military district. If it was just about borrowing a plane, it wouldn't be that complicated. Lin Qinying could easily handle it by contacting her superiors. There was no need for Zhang Wei to go personally. Yeah, I want to offer some suggestions regarding Steel City. Zhang Wei explained his thoughts. Although the military agreed with Zhang Wei's idea of building Steel City, they certainly didn't have a detailed plan for the specifics. As someone who had returned from the future, Zhang Wei was well aware of the challenges Steel City would face. He understood thoroughly how to build it without taking unnecessary detours. Okay, I'll notify them right away. How are we getting there? Lin Qinying seemed a bit excited. Have a helicopter come pick us up, Zhang Wei suggested, glancing at the king-class mechanical bird still circling in the sky. All right. If anyone else had made such a request, Lin Qianying would have definitely refused. Having a king-class mechanical bird in the sky and then calling for a helicopter would be like asking for trouble. But since it was Zhang Wei making the request, it was fine. Plus, Lin Qianying was eager to see what Zhang Wei really looked like. Big brother, can I go too? Zhang Tao asked quietly. It wasn't that he was particularly looking forward to the military. Rather, he was afraid that once Zhang Wei left, he might end up as food for that bird in the sky. You stay home. Xiao Bao will keep you company. That thing in the sky is hurt. And it won't he dare come down with Xiao Bao around. All right, I'll let them know to prepare everything for tomorrow, ready to move at any time. Zhang Tao nodded in acceptance of Zhang Wei's order. Xiao Bao, on the other hand, didn't he care at all, as long as there was food. It was fine being anywhere. The night passed without incident. Zhang Wei did not remove his mech suit, as it was continuously nourishing his body. This nourishment wasn't instantaneous. It was about flooding Zhang Wei's body with energy all at once. However, after a little more than half a night of nourishment, the current strengthening of Zhang Wei's body by the mech had finished. As expected, the human body could gain about 1/10 of the mech's combat power. Now, I have a combat power of 145 even without my mech, Zhang Wei remarked, glancing at Zhang Tao. If Zhang Tao knew that Zhang Wei's physical combat power could match his mech in an arm wrestling match, he wondered what Zhang Tao would think. Zhang Wei. The helicopter is on its way and should arrive soon. Do we need to prepare anything? Not really, right? We definitely can't go in this form. The helicopter won't be able to lift us. Lin Qianying's meaning was already clear at this point. Hearing this, Zhang Tao also joined in. Equally curious since he had never seen Zhang Wei's true form either. It would be a lie to say he wasn't intrigued. All right, morning and night. I need to take a look. The reason I wasn't allowed to see it before was that there were dangers associated with the mecha disassembly. Now that Zhang Wei's body has reached a combat power of 145, he can protect himself. Even if danger arises, he has the ability to merge with the mecha. Disassemble. When Zhang Wei chose to disassemble, the towering mecha, standing 20 meters tall, quickly shrank. In just a few seconds, the massive figure vanished from sight. In its place stood Zhang Wei, now towering at 1.8 meters. Originally a bit frail, he now appeared somewhat more robust. And his bare upper body showcased muscles that were no exaggeration. My goodness! Zhang Tao, disregarding his image, crouched down on the ground, his eyes fixed on Zhang Wei. He had to crouch to see this little guy, as his height made it difficult to catch a glimpse. After staring for a while, Zhang Tao couldn't help but exclaim. So cool. It wasn't flattery, he genuinely thought it was impressive. Not only were Zhang Wei's features handsome, but the well-defined muscles would appeal not just to women, but to Zhang Tao as well. Disassemble. After Zhang Wei disassembled from the mecha, Lin Qianying also followed suit. Once disassembled, Lin Qianying quickly walked up to Zhang Wei. So, he really is a younger brother. I didn't expect him to be this handsome. Lin Qianying circled around Zhang Wei, her eyes filled with admiration. She liked this kind of true man filled with masculinity. She had no interest in the effeminate types at all. Zhang Wei, however, paid no mind to such trivialities. He hung the mecha core around his neck. Through the core, Zhang Wei could check the detailed status of the mecha, a feature that only appeared after the third evolution. He could check the mecha's condition, repair it, and maintain it. In the core state, the speed of repair and maintenance would be even faster. This would essentially become a daily task for anyone who owned a mecha in the future, since battles inevitably lead to collisions, even if many wouldn't cause damage. What about those scratches? Accumulating scratches could eventually become the last straw that breaks the mecha's back. Additionally, the mecha's equipment also needs maintenance, with the most basic requirement being the restoration of the external armor's durability. Moreover, repairing the mecha in core form doesn't consume much energy, making it affordable for everyone. So why not? Hey, little brother Zhang Wei, what are you thinking about? After circling Zhang Wei twice, Lin Qianying noticed he hadn't even looked at her. Unable to resist, she poked his chest muscles twice with her fingers. Wow, it's real. Sis, you don't need to say it out loud. Just knowing is enough. Zhang Wei replied with an annoyed glance at Lin Qianying. Lin Qianying was indeed 3 years older than Zhang Wei. But hearing him call her sister left her feeling a bit displeased. How should you address me? You should call me older sister, got it? Okay, older sister. Could you help me find a piece of clothing? Bro, why not wear my clothes? I have some at home, Zhang Tao chimed in after snapping out of his envy. Sure. Zhang Wei is not picky at all when it comes to clothes. As long as it fits, he'll wear it. Hey, why are you shirtless? After Zhang Tao arranged for someone to find some clothes, he turned to Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei glanced at Lin Qianying, then smiled without saying a word. Zhang Tao was puzzled. Isn't this a question for us guys to ask? Why is he looking at Lin Qianying and even smiling? Zhang Wei didn't explain. He was never one to back down easily. The third evolution required mech energy to be infused into his body, primarily concentrated in the upper half, which naturally caused his upper garments to vanish under the energy's wash. It could be said that anyone undergoing the third evolution would experience this effect, including Lin Qianying. Based on Zhang Wei's estimation, Lin Qianying would definitely evolve faster than Zhang Tao. By then, he wouldn't even need to poke at his pecs. Just watching would be a form of revenge enough. Chapter 66. Arrival at the military base. What are you staring at? Lin Qianying felt a bit flustered under Zhang Wei's gaze. There was something about his look that felt a bit sinister. Nothing. You both need to evolve quickly. Zhang Wei reminded them. By now, Zhang Tao and Lin Qianying had become part of Zhang Wei's group, and he didn't want them to be too weak. Got it. We're working hard. By the way, we need to bring someone along this time, Lin Qianying said, pouting slightly. Who? Zhang Wei asked, puzzled. Besides Zhang Tao. Who else could they possibly bring? That kid. Lin Qianying pointed to a little boy standing not far away. It was the same child that Zhang Tao had rescued. Big brother, I brought this kid back. That bastard Hansu killed his father, Zhang Tao reminded Zhang Wei. You want to take him with us? Zhang Wei looked at Lin Qianying confused. Yeah, I've already helped him get his father's mech back. This place isn't suitable for raising a child. So I want to take him home, Lin Qianying explained her reasoning. Zhang Wei nodded slowly. All right. It was true. This place was not fit for a child. Thank you. Brothers and sister, I will do my best. The little boy mustered his courage to speak, looking very serious. Just do your best, Zhang Wei replied, his tone neutral. Lin Qianying was clearly dissatisfied with Zhang Wei's response. The little boy had witnessed Zhang Wei's bravery the day before, and now he viewed Zhang Wei as an idol. If Zhang Wei could offer a little encouragement, it would surely be a key motivating factor for the boy's growth. Zhang Wei understood what Lin Qianying was getting at, but he really didn't want to do it. Encourage him to take risks and become fodder for monsters? There were many people in this world suffering like that little boy. And if they all needed Zhang Wei's encouragement, he would be worn out in no time. Just then, the roar of a helicopter grew louder as it approached. The helicopter is here. Let us go, Lin Qianying said to Zhang Wei. Okay. Lin Qianying then hurriedly took the little boy and walked towards the helicopter. Before leaving, Zhang Wei assigned Zhang Tao a task. Keep an eye on the elephant herd. He wasn't too concerned about the rat swarm in Chuan City. Ordinary source crystals didn't attract him, but the elephant herd was definitely important. After all, it was about several epic source crystals. Zhang Tao readily agreed, signaling for Zhang Wei to rest assured. Only then did Zhang Wei board the helicopter. As the helicopter took off, the pilot seemed a bit anxious, as there was a king-level mechanical bird circling above, accompanied by hundreds of ordinary mechanical birds. Don't worry, let us go. They won't dare to come down. Zhang Wei reassured the pilot. All right. What else could the pilot say? He could only comply with Zhang Wei's words. The higher-ups had already instructed that whatever Zhang Wei requested, they should do their best to accommodate. Hello, Zhang Wei. My name is Shangguan Lin. Shangguan Lin extended his right hand to Zhang Wei. Shangguan Lin is a man who appears to be around 30, looking sharp and capable, with a slightly rugged appearance and a mature masculine charm. Hello, Brother Shangguan. Zhang Wei said politely as he shook hands with him. Thank you for taking care of my sister these past few days. After retracting his hand, Shangguan Lin smiled and replied, no problem. Zhang Wei, not particularly eager to engage in conversation, kept his responses brief. Fortunately, as the plane took off, the noise was loud enough that Zhang Wei didn't have to deal with Shangguan Lin anymore. Once the plane was airborne, the mechanical bird could no longer sit still. What is it trying to do? Does it not take itself seriously? Just swaggering around on a snail-paced plane? Doesn't it fear a strong retaliation? Zhang Wei leaned out to look at the mechanical bird in the sky. Hearing Zhang Wei's threat, the mechanical bird felt uneasy. Who is he talking to? However, upon seeing Zhang Wei's serious expression and glancing at its still developing legs, the mechanical bird decided to hold back. If it used its skills to attack the helicopter from a distance, it could certainly cause a lot of trouble for the aircraft. But it wouldn't be able to kill Zhang Wei. If Zhang Wei decided to retaliate, the mechanical bird fell silent. However, it was determined not to let Zhang Wei off the hook. It intended to follow him and create chaos no matter what Zhang Wei planned to do. Shangguan Lin looked astonished. He never expected that a casual threat from Zhang Wei could scare the large bird into inaction. It was quite remarkable. He glanced at Lin Qianying with a puzzled expression, but Lin merely nodded at him without offering any explanation. Soon, the helicopter flew smoothly towards the military base without encountering any obstacles, with the mechanical bird accompanying them like a guardian. If the pilot had notified the base in advance, some rockets might have already been launched as they approached. After an hour, Zhang Wei arrived at the military base, where the highest-ranking officer was already waiting. Zhang Wei felt a bit proud and excited to receive such a distinguished reception. Of course, he wouldn't show this pride outwardly. Hello, "Officer, I'm Zhang Wei," he said, extending his hand to the middle-aged man approaching him. Good, good. A very nice young man. We're all family here. No need to be so formal. Just call me Uncle Zhang, the officer replied with a warm smile, grasping Zhang Wei's hand in a friendly manner. All right, Uncle Zhang. Zhang Wei said with a sincere smile. He was more than willing to build a connection with someone like him. If he ever faced a situation he couldn't handle, he could reach out to Uncle Zhang for fire support. Not only now, but even 10 years later, Zhang Wei would never underestimate the power of the military. If they decided to unleash a nuclear bomb on you without a second thought, what could you possibly do to stop it? Come on, Xiao Zhang. Let us celebrate your arrival, Uncle Zhang said, clearly pleased with Zhang Wei's demeanor, humble and not arrogant, which he appreciated greatly. All right, then I'll trouble you, Uncle Zhang. Haha, let us go, Xiao Ying can come along too. Director Zhang chuckled as he greeted Lin Qianying. With Lin Qianying around, if there were any disagreements in their discussions, it would provide a good buffer. Yes, Director. Lin Qianying didn't dare to act too casually and saluted very formally. After that, their group ventured deeper into the base. The cafeteria was a bit basic, but don't mind it, Xiao Zhang. Director Zhang took a seat at the round table, accompanied only by Lin Qianying, Shangguan Lin, and a young man who seemed to be a secretary. Uncle Zhang, having these conditions is already quite good. Ah, you're right. In this day and age. By the way, why don't you share your thoughts on Steel City? Chapter 67. Sometimes being too good-looking is a sin. Chief Zhang was also a person of urgency. Before the meal even arrived, he began to inquire about Zhang Wei's thoughts. Zhang Wei, of course, was not one to hold back. Uncle Zhang, it's like this. Building a steel city doesn't mean that if the city is made entirely of steel, we can relax. We also need to guard against the birds in the sky and the rats underground, among other things. As you know, they now feast on steel. If we don't take precautions, the city we build will just become their buffet. Upon hearing Zhang Wei's words, Chief Zhang immediately clapped his hands in approval. Good, good. Little Zhang, what you said is exactly our concern. We haven't come up with a solution yet, and as for me, I've already lost quite a bit of hair in these past few days worrying about it. Since you've brought it up, do you have any solutions in mind? With a smile, Zhang Wei nodded. Uncle Zhang, I do have some ideas for you to try. Quick, tell me. Chief Zhang seemed a bit anxious. The military had already collected a lot of metal debris, and quickly melting and recasting this metal was not a problem. However, if we didn't address the issue that Zhang Wei just mentioned, building the city would be useless. Uncle, here's what I think. For the sky, we can temporarily set up a high-voltage power grid. Mechanical creatures are also afraid of electricity. Later, when conditions allow, we can upgrade it to an electromagnetic net. For the underground and walls, we can add a layer of coating on the surface. As for dealing with the mechanical birds in the sky, the military had long had various countermeasures. Even without using the method Zhang Wei suggested, they could employ anti-aircraft weapons against them. What truly posed a challenge were the walls and the underground. What kind of coating? Chief Zhang asked. It's the same kind of exterior wall coating we used before. Zhang Wei replied, startling everyone present, including Lin Qianying. They all looked at him in disbelief, thinking he was joking. A layer of exterior wall coating can prevent mechanical creatures from devouring us? I discovered this by chance. The exterior wall coating we used originally contains substances that mechanical creatures dislike, similar to how most people can't stand the taste of canned herring. As long as the exterior wall coating is thick enough, most mechanical creatures won't attack the city, and they might even avoid our city because of it. However, to prevent any unexpected incidents, I suggest building a sensing point every square meter underground. If there's an issue with any of these points, we can detect it immediately. Although I'm not sure how difficult that would be to implement. Zhang Wei said he was unsure, but in reality, he was very clear in his mind. The plan he proposed was essentially the first mature model of a steel city from his previous life. All the steel cities before this had fallen. A heap of steel, left unguarded, was simply irresistible to mechanical creatures. Building an unprotected steel city, even with weapons lined up on the walls, could not withstand the relentless onslaught of mechanical beings. When did you discover that the coating could prevent mechanical creatures? Lin Qianying gently nudged Zhang Wei beside her. What's the secret? Zhang Wei whispered back. The others fell into deep thought, clearly shaken by Zhang Wei's words. After a while, Director Zhang finally looked up at Zhang Wei and said, Xiao Zhang, let Xiaoying keep you company for dinner. Uncle Zhang needs to go try out the method you mentioned. Uncle Zhang, feel free to go ahead. You don't need to stay with me, Zhang Wei replied as he stood up. All right then. With that, Director Zhang immediately left, and yes, he was running out, with his secretary chasing after him. How many things are you still hiding from me? Once the director was gone, Lin Qianying reverted to her usual self and stared at Zhang Wei, questioning him with annoyance. I just thought of it suddenly. Zhang Wei defended himself slightly. I don't believe you. Haha, Whether you believe it or not, haven't you all gone days without a proper meal? Thanks to you guys, I can finally have some decent food today. Shangguan Lin laughed as he walked over, followed by several soldiers, each carrying dishes. We're doing all right, Lin Xianying replied. At Zhang Tao's home, they couldn't say they feasted every day, but they certainly had their fill of meat at every meal. Well, I won't hold back then. Let's dig in, Shangguan Lin called out. During the meal, Shangguan Lin seemed quite satisfied with his food, while Lin Xianying barely ate much, and Zhang Wei ate even less. With his body enhanced by mecha, Zhang Wei didn't need to eat much. If he truly felt hungry, he could merge with the mecha to replenish his energy. Without such abilities, this apocalypse would be even more terrifying, and cannibalism would likely become a frequent occurrence. The officers are still busy researching and don't have time for us right now. How about you all take a look at the camp outside the base? Quite a number of people have gathered here, and they've formed several camps on their own. It's quite lively, Shangguan Lin suggested. Lin Xianying looked at Zhang Wei, waiting for him to decide whether to go. Let's go take a look, Zhang Wei nodded. There's strength in numbers, and who knows, they might find something good. Since no one was paying him any attention anyway, he wouldn't be able to find anyone to borrow a fighter jet. All right, wait for me, I'll go change clothes. Lin Xianying said, and without waiting for Zhang Wei's approval, she dashed off. My sister, don't be fooled by her serious demeanor in military uniform. She is quite lively and cute in casual clothes, Shangguan Lin said with a knowing look at Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei was a bit confused. What are you saying this for? You young people should communicate more. Anyway, wait here for her. I have things to attend to, so I want to keep you company. Shangguan Lin said, and then he also left. Zhang Wei stood there in a daze. What just happened? Is Shangguan Lin really Lin Xianying's brother? Cousin? About 10 minutes later, Lin Xianying rushed back in a flurry. Hey, where's brother Shangguan? He said he had something to do and left. All right, forget about him. Let us go. Lin Xianying said, reaching out to pull Zhang Wei along. Why are you so excited? Zhang Wei asked as Lin Xianying casually took hold of her arm without any resistance. What's wrong with enjoying the lively atmosphere of the world? Lin Xianying replied. By the way, is brother Shangguan really your brother? Not by blood. But my dad and his dad were comrades in arms, so I've known him since I was a child. Lin Xianying explained briefly, then pulled Zhang Wei along without giving her a chance to ask more questions. As they walked through the base, the soldiers couldn't help but steal glances at Lin Xianying. After all, as Shangguan Lin had said, Lin Xianying, with her shoulder-length hair, did indeed look more attractive and was full of life and charm. Zhang Wei felt a bit of pressure walking beside her. A beauty can be a disaster, she thought. Sometimes, being too good-looking can be a burden. Chapter 68, The Lone Shark. Fortunately, Zhang Wei believed he could withstand any pressure. Besides, he and Lin Xianying had only known each other for a few days. While they had developed a bond that could be considered deep, they were still just friends. Zhang Wei shook his head, thinking, what am I even considering? Haven't I had enough of women's troubles? Being friends is just fine. Lin Xianying, on the other hand, didn't share Zhang Wei's many thoughts. Noticing the expression on his face, she curiously asked, what's wrong? Nothing much. The camp is just ahead. I didn't expect it to be so lively, he replied. Yeah, I saw it from the plane. Let's hurry, Lin Xianying said. Zhang Wei had the luxury of looking around during the flight. Although the mechanical bird had refrained from acting on Zhang Wei's warning, he couldn't let his guard down. He was always on the lookout for any sudden moves from the mechanical bird, ready to merge with his mech at a moment's notice. Inside the temporary camp, it was bustling with activity. It was clear that life near the military base felt quite safe. Most of these people had come here on their own, as the military hadn't yet sent rescue teams to help those from farther away. It wasn't that they were unwilling, they simply lacked the capacity. Zhang Wei, look at these people. They seem to be doing okay, Lin Xianying remarked, satisfied with the living conditions of those in the camp. Although most were living in tents, they didn't appear to show any signs of fear. That's good. Zhang Wei replied with a soft hum. At this early stage of the apocalypse, just a few days in, resources weren't yet scarce. As long as supplies were available, humanity wouldn't revert to its base instincts so quickly. Hey there, beautiful, handsome. Need anything? Come check out our stall. We have everything. A vendor called out to Zhang Wei and Lin Xianying from a makeshift market street filled with merchants. The street was packed with people, selling just about everything, from daily necessities to mech-related items. Undoubtedly, in this era, anything related to mechs was in high demand. The stalls that were crowded to the brim were all selling mech-related goods. Among these, the most sought-after items were source crystals. Ordinary source crystals had already been priced by the vendors. Money was useless. The only thing that could be traded for source crystals was food. 3 pounds of food could be exchanged for 1 ordinary source crystal, while meat could be traded for just 1 pound. Meat would become increasingly scarce, and in the future, people might have to turn vegetarian. After all, even rodents had been mechanized, let alone pigs, ducks, and sheep. It could be said that meat was something that would diminish with every piece consumed. If it were to reappear in the future, it could only mean human flesh. Thinking of this made Zhang Wei frown slightly, as he recalled a notorious organization known for dealing in human meat. Zhang Wei wasn't particularly selfless or altruistic, but he did hold on to basic moral principles. Naturally, he felt a deep disdain for such morally corrupt organizations. Perhaps Zhang Wei's worried expression caught someone's attention, as a man suddenly pushed through the crowd and approached him. "Hey, buddy, are you worried about mechs?" The man, wearing glasses and a well-fitted outfit, had a knowing smile on his face, as if he could see right through everything. Zhang Wei looked up. Now it was the man's turn to be taken aback. "This kid, why does he look so familiar?" "Ah, it's you. The money you owe me, aren't you going to pay it back?" The glasses-wearing man suddenly exclaimed. "Aren't you the one who mortgaged your house for a loan before the apocalypse?" Zhang Wei had left quite an impression on the man. After all, not many people could borrow money with such confidence. Although Zhang Wei had changed significantly in both appearance and physique, the man assumed it was just his memory failing him. "Pay back the money? Why should I?" Zhang Wei retorted, having recognized the glasses man as well. "You took out a loan from me, so of course you need to pay it back. Why are you acting so righteous about being in debt?" The man replied, his voice rising enough to attract the attention of several onlookers. With the rules of society in disarray, the glasses man had no choice but to use this method to pressure Zhang Wei. "You don't need to give me much. Just a bit of food would be fine. After all, you've already mortgaged your house to me. Just give me the house back," Zhang Wei said, remaining much calmer than the glasses man. The glasses man was about to curse. "The house? What good is the house? We don't even know if your house is still standing. Besides, what good would it do to get the house back? Who would dare buy it and move in? I don't want the house back. You should understand what a mortgage loan means, right?" Zhang Wei was in a good mood and didn't mind chatting a bit longer with the glasses man. "All right, fine. I guess I'm just unlucky. But running into me again means your luck is pretty good." The glasses man quickly changed his strategy, realizing he wouldn't be able to recover the loan. "What luck?" Zhang Wei already had a good idea of what the glasses man was up to, but he asked anyway. "Ahem, you probably don't have your own mech, right? I'm in the mech rental business now. Of course, if you want to buy one, I can sell you that too," the glasses man said, sounding rather proud. To be fair, these shady characters do have a bit of brains. They don't dare to confront mechanical beasts directly, but they can still earn a decent income through rent. It's not like they live lavishly, but they definitely make more than enough to get by and have some left over, Zhang Wei thought. "How does the rental work?" Zhang Wei asked, genuinely interested. "Since we're acquaintances, you can give me 30 ordinary source crystals as a deposit, and I can rent you a 4-meter-tall light mech. It's designed for long-range combat. Safe and reliable. And don't complain about the price. The rental period is 7 days, and the fee is only 15 ordinary source crystals. After 7 days, when you return the mech, I'll refund you the 15 source crystals. So, as long as your earnings in those 7 days exceed 15 source crystals, the rest is yours to keep. It's not that expensive. Let me take a look at the mech." "That's not possible. You need to pay a deposit first. And I can't give you the core of the mech. I'll only grant you permission to use it." The man in glasses clearly wasn't naive. He knew quite a bit about mechs. "Forget it. I have some source crystals, but your mech is too weak, only 4 meters tall. What kind of combat capability does that have?" Zhang Wei said, preparing to leave. As soon as the man in glasses heard Zhang Wei mention the source crystals, he couldn't let him go so easily. "Wait a moment, brother. What I just showed you was the worst mech. I have some better options. Why don't we go over there and discuss it in detail?" Zhang Wei glanced around and then nodded to the man in glasses. "All right, let's go." Chapter 69, Trade. Epic source crystals in a relatively luxurious tent area within the temporary camp, when the bespectacled man arrived with Zhang Wei and Lin Mo. A group of intimidating-looking individuals immediately turned their attention towards them. "Nothing to worry about, just business," the bespectacled man greeted them. Upon hearing this, the group shifted their gaze away and continued chatting and laughing amongst themselves. Seeing this, Zhang Wei couldn't help but nod. These people had some sense. If they were anywhere else, seeing a woman as beautiful as Lin Mo would have likely drawn them in like moths to a flame. Even if they didn't act out physically, they would certainly try to take advantage of the situation verbally. In truth, Zhang Wei had overestimated their quality. The reason they were behaving so civilly was due to the military establishing rules here. Even Zhang Wei didn't dare to act recklessly in front of the military. So these guys wouldn't dare to be unruly, even if they had 8 more guts to do so. "Brother, sister-in-law, this is my place. Let's go in and talk." The bespectacled man gestured for them to enter a tent. "Okay," Zhang Wei replied nonchalantly as he entered the tent, with Lin Mo closely following behind him. The bespectacled man was the last to enter, and then he smiled and said, Little brother, you really have a good eye. At the time you took out a loan, I thought you. Haha, I didn't expect your sister-in-law to be so beautiful. Zhang Wei remained silent, and Lin Xianying didn't explain anything either. The atmosphere became slightly awkward. Please, sit down. Don't be shy. The conditions here aren't great, but I hope you don't mind. The bespectacled man urged Zhang Wei to take a seat. The space inside the tent was not small. It had all the necessary amenities. And the living conditions were quite decent. In reality, the bespectacled man was showing off. Not many in the camp had living conditions as good as his. Let us get down to business, Zhang Wei said to the bespectacled man. Sure, I can see you're a straightforward guy. So, how many source crystals do you have? As long as you have enough source crystals, I can get you anything good. The bespectacled man confidently patted his chest. Do you have legendary source crystals? Zhang Wei asked, following the bespectacled man's lead. Isn't that just showing off? Who doesn't know how to do that? Besides, Zhang Wei wasn't merely trying to show off. He genuinely wanted to acquire legendary source crystals. The bespectacled man's mind went blank. What are legendary source crystals? He had never even heard of them, let alone seen one. None? Then epic ones will do, Zhang Wei said, lowering his expectations upon seeing the man's reaction. Little brother, are you here to mess with me? The bespectacled man's expression soured. In business, honesty is paramount. To open with legendary or epic, who do you think you're dealing with? I don't have legendary source crystals, but I do have epic ones. Can you afford them? The bespectacled man was now a bit angry. He had been trying to negotiate nicely, and this guy was giving him such an attitude. He wanted to see how Zhang Wei would embarrass himself. Do you really have them? How much? Zhang Wei asked excitedly. The bespectacled man's eyes widened. You really want to buy? Name a price. The bespectacled man hesitated. He watched Zhang Wei, observing whether Zhang Wei was still toying with him. 100 medium-grade source crystals, as long as you can produce them. I'll get you an epic-grade source crystal. Oh, sounds good, Zhang Wei replied. With that, he pulled a mech core from around his neck. Under Zhang Wei's control. The core emitted a soft glow, and when the light faded, 100 medium-grade source crystals appeared on the ground. The bespectacled man was immediately dumbfounded at the sight. This is too few. The main issue was that there had never been a precedent for such a valuable transaction, and no one knew its exact worth. To the bespectacled man, 100 medium-grade source crystals was already quite a lot. One medium-grade source crystal could be exchanged for 100 ordinary source crystals. Just think of how much food they could buy with 10,000 ordinary source crystals. But to Zhang Wei, this was incredibly cheap. To get an epic-grade source crystal for just 100 medium-grade source crystals, he had never seen such a fair merchant before. The bespectacled man pondered how to raise the price. What? You don't have an epic-grade source crystal? Are you trying to trick me? Zhang Wei's eyes glinted coldly. The bespectacled man shivered at Zhang Wei's gaze and quickly waved his hands, saying, No, how could I trick you? I'll go get it right now. But I'll need to take some medium-grade source crystals with me. Go ahead, I'll wait here for you. Zhang Wei wasn't worried at all that the bespectacled man might run off with the source crystals. All right, the bespectacled man didn't take too many. He only grabbed 10 medium-grade source crystals before leaving the tent. As he stepped out, he waved at someone and whispered a few words. Then, he turned and hurried away. About 10 minutes later, the bespectacled man returned with a pleased expression. Before entering the tent, he was approached by the same person he had just spoken to, who handed him a few bottles of water. Haha, brother, I got it for you. The bespectacled man laughed as he walked into the tent, carrying a cloth bag that concealed its glow. Zhang Wei nodded secretly, realizing that this epic-grade source crystal was likely obtained by the bespectacled man in exchange for 10 medium-grade source crystals. The middleman had made a profit of 90 medium-grade source crystals. However, Zhang Wei wasn't upset at all. The man had the channels, and he didn't. This information gap was worth the price. Let me see. Here. The bespectacled man handed the cloth bag to Zhang Wei. Opening the bag, sure enough, a purple source crystal lay quietly at the bottom. A flash of surprise crossed Zhang Wei's eyes, and Lin Xianying leaned in to take a look. There really is one? Lin Xianying couldn't help but exclaim. Epic-grade source crystals were precious items. If 100 medium-grade source crystals could be exchanged for one, she wanted to trade for some too. Is that all? Is there any more? Zhang Wei asked the bespectacled man. There are definitely more, but at this price. The bespectacled man twisted open a bottle of water and took a big gulp. How much? 150 medium-grade source crystals. Brother, please don't think it's too expensive. Those who possess source crystals keep them hidden. Without special channels, you can't find them at all. If you had something like this, you wouldn't go around flaunting it, right? The bespectacled man spoke wisely. Indeed. Those lacking strength would be cautious about hiding such valuable source crystals. Innocent men often suffer for their treasures. All right, 150 each. I'll take as many as you have. Good. It's settled then. This will be my profit from this deal, and I need to stash it away. By the way, brother, sister-in-law, you must be thirsty. So drink some water. Clean water like this is hard to come by these days. The bespectacled man chuckled as he stored the source crystals into the mecha core and handed over 2 bottles of water. Given the situation, it seemed that if the deal fell through, he probably wouldn't have bothered to offer the water at all. He was acting a bit stingy. Zhang Wei took the 2 bottles of water but didn't drink immediately. Instead, he looked at the bespectacled man with a smile in his eyes. Chapter 70. One Step. 3 lives. The bespectacled man felt a bit uneasy under Zhang Wei's gaze. Did he notice? That's impossible. He had never failed before when doing this. This guy couldn't have figured it out. Hey, what's wrong? Is the water not to your taste? How about I get you a couple of drinks? No. This mineral water is just fine, Zhang Wei replied, handing a bottle to Lin Xianying. Lin Xianying frowned slightly. She hadn't paid attention to these small details before. The main reason was that the bespectacled man's acting was very convincing. He had taken a sip of water before Zhang Wei and Lin Xianying, which would subconsciously make people think the water was safe to drink. However, after seeing Zhang Wei's attitude, Lin Xianying realized there might be something wrong with the water. But if she suspected something was off, why was he still giving it to her? Go on, drink up, Zhang Wei said, twisting the cap off his bottle and taking a big gulp. Lin Xianying had no intention of drinking at first, but when she saw the look in Zhang Wei's eyes, she thought, well, I am a bit thirsty. So she took a sip as well. Zhang Wei knew there was something wrong but still drank, which definitely meant he had some plan in mind, and Lin Xianying would naturally go along with it. However, what Lin Xianying didn't know was that Zhang Wei truly needed her cooperation. The bespectacled man had slipped a drug into the water that could knock someone out. Zhang Wei had heard it himself. With his enhanced physical abilities, his hearing had improved, and the whispers of the bespectacled man to his subordinates were as clear as if they were right next to him. Given Zhang Wei's physique, he wouldn't be knocked out. But if he was going to act, he had to play along. When should he pretend to be out? That depended on Lin Xianying. He just needed to go down with her. Seeing that both of them had finished their water, the bespectacled man became even more enthusiastic. He rambled on for about 5 minutes when suddenly Lin Xianying's body swayed. That water is definitely suspicious. Lin Xianying held her forehead, trying hard to keep her eyes open to see clearly. However, her vision was getting blurrier by the second. Zhang Wei was quick to support Lin Xianying, and then he began his performance, slurring some incoherent insults at the bespectacled man before collapsing with Lin Xianying, positioning himself protectively over her. Zhang Wei wasn't out, but Lin Xianying was genuinely dazed. Of course, Zhang Wei would let anything happen to her. Being on top of Lin Xianying was solely to protect her. Definitely not to take advantage of the situation. Come on in, the fat pig is out cold. The bespectacled man called out loudly. Haha, big brother. This isn't a fat pig. It's a pretty girl. Is she fun? One person laughed as he entered the tent. You're always thinking about that stuff. If something goes wrong, those soldiers won't let us off. We'll take their mechs and throw them far away. Do whatever you want before you toss them, the bespectacled man instructed. Hey, let's agree on this. I'll go first, okay? No objections? The first person to enter said with a strange laugh. The others following behind didn't seem to fight for it, responding with chuckles. No way, I have objections, Zhang Wei suddenly spoke up. It's not that Zhang Wei couldn't continue. He could still cooperate well. However, those people would surely lay their hands on Lin Xianying later. And that Zhang Wei couldn't tolerate. Who? You. The bespectacled man looked terrified at Zhang Wei, who was lying at an angle on the ground. The playful glint in Zhang Wei's eyes sent the bespectacled man into a panic. What they were doing was unspeakable. If the military found out, their best outcome would be getting kicked out of the camp. You coward, trying to scare me. The first person to enter had a fierce look in his eyes and immediately lunged at Zhang Wei. If they wanted to keep this matter hidden, they would have to resort to murder to silence him. What they were doing couldn't stand up to scrutiny. As long as Zhang Wei went out and started talking, they were finished. So, they figured, why not just kill Zhang Wei here and deal with the body? As for why Zhang Wei hadn't been drugged, was that really the priority right now? Zhang Wei quickly got up and, just before the man lunged at him, he kicked him squarely in the chest. Bang! The man was sent flying, not only crashing into him but also knocking 2 others out of the tent. The luxurious tent was left with a huge hole. The bespectacled man was completely dumbfounded. Was this the kind of power a person could possess? How far did that kick send him? 10 meters? 20? Or even farther? The man who had been kicked was already dead, his chest a bloody mess, almost having a hole kicked through it. And the 2 others who had been knocked into were also lifeless. 1 kick, 3 lives. Murder and robbery. I told you this scoundrel wouldn't do anything good. And sure enough, it was true. Zhang Wei retracted his leg, satisfied with his first real fight. You. The bespectacled man raised his hand, trembling slightly as he pointed at Zhang Wei. You've killed someone. The three remaining men shouted loudly. They had killed before, but never so brutally. Shout all you want. But don't run. Got it? Zhang Wei's icy voice reached the ears of the bespectacled man and his companions, instantly deflating anyone thinking of making a run for it. You dare to kill? The soldiers won't allow that. You'll be executed. The bespectacled man suddenly snapped at Zhang Wei. Really? Huh? Zhang Wei scoffed, not taking the bespectacled man's threat seriously at all. The bespectacled man was at a loss for words. Soon, the situation was discovered not because of the men's shouts, but because of the three men Zhang Wei had kicked to death. They flew so far that they crashed into several tents. The tent owners, who had initially been cursing, were filled with fury when they saw the dead bodies. A death in the camp was a big deal. The moment the bodies were discovered, someone had already gone to the base to find soldiers. In less than 10 minutes, a squad of 20 armed soldiers stormed into the camp. Who did this? The team leader's piercing gaze scanned the area. A crowd of hundreds gathered around. But no one dared to meet his gaze. Comrade, over here. 3 people came out and smashed our tent. No one ran away, right? The captain's expression was stern. This is a serious matter and must be dealt with seriously. In chaotic times, strict measures must be enforced if we don't curb incidents like this. Managing the camp will become impossible. No one escaped. We surrounded them, so they're definitely still here. All right, we'll handle the rest. Everyone, step back to avoid any accidental injuries. The crowd began to retreat. They weren't fools. At this moment, they feared that the assailants might become desperate and merge with their mechs, which could cause significant destruction. Was that a possibility? If Zhang Wei weren't here, the chances of such an incident happening would be nearly 100. Who would willingly choose to die? If they could resist, they would certainly try. However, inside the tent, the situation was that the bespectacled men had already attempted to fight back. The outcome was rather grim for them. All their mech cores had been confiscated by Zhang Wei, and each of them had sustained some injuries, to varying degrees. Chapter 71. 6 Epic Source Crystals. Those inside. Will you come out on your own, or should we come in? After dispersing the crowd of onlookers, the captain shouted angrily at the tent. Before he could shout a second time, several burly men limped out of the tent, their hands on their heads. You finally made it. That guy killed someone. One of them, a bespectacled man, immediately began to complain as soon as he stepped outside. Seeing the group of soldiers felt like reuniting with long-lost family for him. And he couldn't hold back the tears that welled up in his eyes. It was just too terrifying. The captain frowned, skeptical of the bespectacled man's claims. Although judging people by first impressions wasn't a good habit, these men gave him an overwhelmingly bad vibe. If anyone were to commit murder, he would have believed these guys were more likely to be the culprits. However, they did appear to have suffered greatly. Did I tell you to lower your hands? Zhang Wei's voice came from inside the tent. Instinctively, the bespectacled man raised his hands back to his head. Moments later, Zhang Wei emerged from the tent, cradling Lin Xianying in his arms. Upon seeing Zhang Wei holding Lin Xianying, the captain's pupils constricted. It's him. Zhang Wei was quite well known at the base. They had been warned not to provoke him, and all patrolling soldiers had seen his photograph. Zhang Wei had intended to explain the situation to avoid conflict with the soldiers. But before he could say anything, the captain spoke first. Brother Zhang Wei? Yes, it's me, Zhang Wei replied, a bit surprised as he nodded. All right, cuff these guys. The captain ordered immediately upon receiving Zhang Wei's confirmation. A squad of soldiers quickly moved in, leaving the bespectacled man and his companions even more confused. What are you doing? He asked the one who killed someone, not us. This is unfair, the bespectacled man shouted. If the camp lost its basic sense of fairness and justice, even soldiers with weapons wouldn't be able to maintain order. Shut up, the captain snapped at the bespectacled man. Then, speaking softly to Zhang Wei, he asked, Brother Zhang Wei, what happened here? They drugged us, knocked out Lin Xianying, and tried to rob us. Zhang Wei briefly recounted the events, though his explanation was concise. Anyone with eyes could understand what had transpired. No, he is framing me. They did this on purpose. They're after the resources we have. The bespectacled man protested desperately. I said be quiet. Don't you understand? Do you know who she is? The captain pointed at Lin Xianying, who was being held in Zhang Wei's arms. The bespectacled man shook his head in confusion. Wasn't she just this kid's girlfriend? She is a member of our special forces team. You say she is setting you up, and you expect me to believe that? The captain challenged. The bespectacled man's eyes flickered with panic. He hadn't anticipated that Lin Xianying had such a status. However, it was impossible for him to just accept his fate, even if what you said was true. They were still framing me. You're quite the dishonest fellow, aren't you? Zhang Wei gently placed Lin Xianying on the ground. Upon seeing this, the bespectacled man was immediately filled with fear and crouched down. Sir, look, he's about to commit another crime. Me? Frame you and steal your stuff? Do I even qualify? Zhang Wei immediately took out all the source crystals from his mech space. A pile of shining source crystals appeared, and among them, there were very few ordinary ones. Almost all were medium grade. Seeing so many source crystals suddenly, the onlookers' eyes went wide. When had they ever seen so many source crystals? At that moment, no one believed the bespectacled man anymore. If they were in his shoes and saw that many source crystals, they would probably feel greedy too. Moreover, the bespectacled man and his gang were not good people. Most people in the camp knew them well. The bespectacled man was utterly speechless. How could he argue against this? Zhang Wei, brother, this, even the team leader is at a loss for words. There are indeed a lot of source crystals here. There must be at least 1,000, right? In fact, this was only a fraction of what Zhang Wei could produce since he had upgraded his mech. Otherwise, he could have taken out 5 or 6,000 medium-grade source crystals. Let us make a deal. I need epic-grade source crystals. 1 epic-grade source crystal can be exchanged for 100 medium-grade ones. I'll wait here for just 1 hour. Zhang Wei genuinely didn't know who in the camp had epic-grade source crystals, but he could openly trade. Although epic-grade source crystals were much more valuable, they were practically useless in the hands of ordinary people. There was no way to exchange them for useful resources, and hoarding them would do no good. Otherwise, why would the bespectacled man think he could exchange 10 medium-grade source crystals for 1 epic grade? I'll trade. As soon as Zhang Wei finished speaking, someone immediately stepped forward. The camp had a considerable population, made up of survivors gathered from all directions. Each survivor was fortunate, and it was quite normal for them to find some high-quality initial source crystals. It wouldn't be fair for Zhang Wei to hoard all the good stuff for himself. There were still plenty of lucky ones around. Great. Zhang Wei smiled. He wasn't afraid of people coming to trade. He was afraid that no one would dare to. Sure enough, once the first person came forward, a second followed. Within the hour, Zhang Wei had exchanged for 5 epic-grade source crystals. When he saw that no one else was coming to trade, Zhang Wei gathered up the source crystals on the ground. My name is Zhang Wei. From now on, anyone who has epic-grade source crystals or higher can come find me to exchange. Just look for me at the base. The crowd silently noted down Zhang Wei's name. They didn't know if the price he offered was reasonable, but at least they could really obtain source crystals. That was enough for them. Zhang Wei, brother. Let us head back. The team leader waited until Zhang Wei finished before speaking up. Okay, those who exchanged for source crystals, please help protect them. Don't worry. We already noted down the names of those who just traded. If anything happens to them in the near future, we will investigate thoroughly. The captain was quite impressive. When he spoke, he looked around at the people, exuding a strong sense of intimidation. This made those with ill intentions retract their thoughts. Thank you, Zhang Wei said as he walked back to Lin Xinying's side. The glasses-wearing man had used quite a potent drug. Nearly an hour had passed, and Lin Xinying showed no signs of waking up. After checking on her, Zhang Wei had no choice but to awkwardly lift Lin Xinying in his arms again. Let us head back. All right, keep them subdued while we take care of the bodies over there. After that, Zhang Wei and the others returned to the base. Feeling a bit anxious, they had collected a total of 6 epic source crystals. He wondered what good items they might unlock this time. Chapter 72. Are you Zhang Wei from Chuan City? Upon returning to the base, the team leader personally escorted Zhang Wei to the tent belonging to Lin Xinying. Zhang Wei, is our littling okay? The captain asked. Zhang Wei immediately replied, don't worry, it's just some sleeping medicine. She'll be fine after a short nap. That's good to hear. I'll leave her in your care then. I have other matters to attend to. If you need anything, just call for me. I'll leave you with 2 guards. All right, thanks. Zhang Wei didn't hesitate. It was definitely better to have the soldiers assist him with anything he needed inside the base rather than handling it all on his own. After saluting Zhang Wei, the captain turned and left. Zhang Wei scratched the back of his head, wondering if it was really necessary for him to be saluted. However, he didn't dwell on it for long and carried Lin Xinying into the tent. To Zhang Wei's surprise, Lin Xinying had her own private room, but it lacked the cozy feel typical of a young girl's room. It was just like an ordinary military tent. He gently placed Lin Xinying on the bed and let her sleep. The tent was empty, making it the perfect opportunity to activate the source crystal. Activating the source crystal. Ding. You have obtained an epic level disintegration freeze gun. Disintegration freeze gun. Epic. Combat power. 200 has a certain disintegration effect, enhancing freeze damage. Ding. You have obtained a hydrogen power engine. Epic. Hydrogen power engine. Epic. Combat power. 100 normal power. 2000 overdrawn power. 1000. Zhang Wei felt elated. He hadn't expected to receive such a high-level engine. Although both were epic level, the hydrogen power engine was far superior to the dual-cycle engine he was currently equipped with. The normal power indicates the maximum storage capacity of the engine's energy. All actions, weapons, and skills of the mech rely on this normal power. What made the hydrogen power engine powerful was that when the normal power was insufficient for greater kinetic energy, the overdrawn power would kick in. Of course, using overdrawn power would cause some damage to the engine, but in critical moments, it could be extremely beneficial. Continuing the activation. Ding. You have obtained Purple Star X1. Ding. You have obtained Floating Cannon Upgrade Stone X1. Ding. You have obtained the Skill 100 Fury Sweep. Epic. Ding. You have obtained the Super Energy Solar Sword. Epic. 100 Fury Sweep. Epic, a long-range active skill that unleashes a sweeping attack on enemies in a fan-shaped area. Super Energy Solar Sword. Epic. Combat power. 400 has a higher temperature than the Thermal Giant Sword. This is an upgraded two-handed physical giant sword. Initial source crystals are indeed all good items. Zhang Wei couldn't help but exclaim. 6 epic level source crystals, and not a single one was useless. The Purple Star and skill equipment speak for themselves, and the Floating Cannon Upgrade Stone was also a significant asset for Zhang Wei. Just like the mech, floating cannons could evolve as well. The first evolution of a floating cannon requires 1 upgrade stone, the second requires 2, and so on. Similar to mechs, once evolved. Floating cannons would see a tremendous increase in power. Zhang Wei initially wanted to hold back a bit, but now he simply couldn't. He retrieved everything back into the mecha core, then stepped out of the tent without even glancing at the unconscious Lin Xianying. Completely unaware that this was a prime opportunity for a little advantage. Brothers, where around here can I use a mecha? A soldier guarding the tent immediately responded. If you need, I can take you there. All right, thanks. Lin Xianying will take a while to wake up. So I'll need you to keep an eye on her for me, Zhang Wei said to the soldier who hadn't spoken yet. It's my duty, the soldier replied. Zhang Wei nodded, and under the soldier's guidance, he headed southwest of the base. Even before they arrived, Zhang Wei spotted mechas moving in the distance. When they reached the location, after a brief exchange with the soldier, he was led into the military mecha camp. Inside the camp, the ground had been reinforced countless times. Various light, medium, and heavy mechas could run across it without leaving any noticeable traces. Not bad, Zhang Wei commented after taking a look around. Most military mechas had already undergone their first evolution, with a few even having completed their second. However, there were none that had reached the third evolution. This is a place where mechas can be used, but you can't deliberately cause any damage here. Got it. Combine. Zhang Wei took out the mecha core and initiated the fusion. A 20-meter-tall mecha, with a bulkier build and limbs, appeared within the camp. Just from its appearance, it was clear that Zhang Wei's mecha posed a greater threat. Equipping the Super Energy Solar Sword, the sword appeared in Zhang Wei's hand, increasing his combat power by 100 points. Equipping the Hydrogen Power Engine. After equipping the Hydrogen Power Engine, Zhang Wei's mecha gained more power, and his combat strength increased accordingly. Finally, Zhang Wei took out the Floating Cannon Evolution Stone. Using the Floating Cannon Evolution Stone, the stone in Zhang Wei's hand dissipated into light points. These light points gathered on the floating cannon on Zhang Wei's shoulder, continuously infusing into it, causing the cannon's size to slowly increase. After about 5 minutes, the floating cannon completed its evolution. Exceptional level Frozen Floating Cannon. Stage 1, Combat Power 300, Firing Speed, 0. 8, Maximum Firing Speed, 0. Once. Right. I also have a Purple Star. The floating cannon can also be equipped, and using the Purple Star can enhance its quality. Enhancing floating cannon quality. The Purple Star shattered. Purple light enveloped the floating cannon. Using a Purple Star on an exceptional level equipment guarantees a 100 upgrade to epic quality. Ding. Floating cannon quality upgraded. Epic level Frozen Floating Cannon. Stage 1, Combat Power 500, Firing Speed, 0. 8, Maximum Firing Speed, 0. Once. The floating cannon's quality upgrade from exceptional to epic raised its combat power by an additional 200 points, but there was no increase in firing speed or maximum speed. Zhang Wei was very pleased. To increase his combat power by such a significant amount was already quite extraordinary. He opened his panel to take a look. After just a glance, he couldn't help but marvel in his heart. It had become even more impressive, not to mention anything else. The sheer increase in combat power was enough to leave Zhang Wei in awe. With a single operation, his combat power rose by 450 points. At that moment, Zhang Wei's combat power had reached 1955 points. What a beautiful mech. Bro, how come I've never seen you before? Before Zhang Wei could fully appreciate his attributes, an 18-meter-tall mech appeared right in front of him. A 17-meter mech was already quite remarkable, and this was a medium-sized mech after its second evolution. It was also similar to Zhang Wei's appearance during his own second evolution, although there were still significant differences in their looks. My name is Zhang Wei, not a soldier. Oh, you're the Zhang Wei from Chuan City? Upon hearing Zhang Wei's introduction, the mech standing before him clearly looked quite surprised. Chapter 73. You have a fiery spirit. Go unleash it elsewhere. Ah, by the way, my name is Zojun. If you have time, how about we spar a bit? Zojun introduced himself. Clearly excited to meet the legendary Zhang Wei in person. Zhang Wei didn't refuse, nor did he agree. Instead, he felt a bit puzzled. Is this really okay? Zojun's attitude was quite friendly, but with his small frame, could he really hold his own in a spar? What is wrong with that? We want to be using weapons, so it should be fine. Zojun was clearly eager not to miss the chance to spar with Zhang Wei. Originally, Zhang Wei was well known, but thanks to Lin Qianying passing various information to the military, Zhang Wei's name had become widely recognized across the base in recent days. Soldiers yearned for and admire strength. Being able to spar with Zhang Wei and measure their own abilities against a stronger opponent could serve as motivation for them to improve. Therefore, when Zojun saw Zhang Wei, he certainly wasn't going to let this opportunity slip by easily. Alright then. With Zojun being so enthusiastic, Zhang Wei felt it would be impolite to continually refuse. Moreover, Zhang Wei understood the mindset of these soldiers, even though the other soldiers seemed busy with their own tasks. They were essentially observing the situation over here. Zhang Wei would definitely have opportunities to collaborate with the military in the future, and he didn't want any of them to oppose him later on. It was better to earn their respect now. Okay, let us do this here. I know my combat strength definitely doesn't match yours, so let us keep it light. How about that? Zojun said excitedly, taking up an offensive stance. To be honest, there is a clear difference between a professional and an amateur, just from Zojun's stance. It was evident that he had considerable combat strength and could definitely perform above average with a mech. In contrast, an amateur might only be able to exert 50 out of 100 points of combat power, which would already be impressive. For example, take Zhang Tao. Zhang Wei didn't adopt any particular stance. He hadn't trained systematically, but after 10 years of survival in the apocalypse, he had developed his own rhythm in combat. While he couldn't guarantee he could fully unleash the mech's combat power, he wouldn't be far off. Alright, I'm ready. Let us go. Zhang Wei called out to Zojun, who was in position. Zojun wasted no time, stopping heavily on the ground before charging at Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei's combat strength far exceeded Zojun's, and the speed a mech could achieve was simply beyond what Zojun could compare to Zhang Wei. Zojun's punches appeared alarmingly slow, and were very straightforward in intention. In just a split second, several counter-strategies flashed through Zhang Wei's mind. Zhang Wei chose the least humiliating method. He reached out, grabbing Zojun's fist with even greater speed. In terms of close combat skills, Zhang Wei knew he was a match for Zojun. However, he could easily kick Zojun away, attack from behind, or even deliver a slap. But Zhang Wei opted to engage in a contest of strength with Zojun. This way, Zojun wouldn't lose too embarrassingly. And the other soldiers would respect him as well. The comparison of strength was something soldiers loved to challenge each other on. And it was a powerful way to demonstrate one's strength or weakness. Zhang Wei wanted to grab Zojun's fist, and Zojun had no chance to dodge. Zojun only felt a flash in front of his eyes, and then his fist was completely under Zhang Wei's control. He tried to pull back his fist, but it wouldn't budge. He attempted to forcibly push Zhang Wei away, but it was impossible. Zhang Wei's grip was like a vice, firmly holding his fist. In the next moment, Zojun was determined and aimed a kick at Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei, however, reacted faster, mercilessly planting his foot on Zojun's shin. If an expert had seen this, they would have definitely exclaimed Jeet Kune Do. But Zhang Wei knew himself. He had no idea about Jeet Kune Do. He was just faster and could accurately intercept Zojun's attack. But perhaps that was the essence of Jeet Kune Do? The attack was intercepted. Yet Zojun still refused to admit defeat. After retracting his leg, he leaned in towards Zhang Wei, and when he grabbed Zhang Wei's arm with his other hand, he attempted a shoulder throw, trying to toss Zhang Wei away. Zhang Wei acted as if he hadn't noticed, allowing Zojun to exert his strength. Here we go. Zojun shouted confidently about his shoulder throw. However, the situation became a bit awkward. Despite Zojun's efforts, he couldn't budge Zhang Wei at all, who remained firmly in place. Zhang Wei initially wanted to show off his strength, but Zojun's repeated attempts made the scene quite embarrassing. It felt more like two mech struggling, and if it were two people doing such actions, it might lead to misunderstandings. To avoid any misinterpretation, Zhang Wei kicked Zojun at the back of his knee. The force was overwhelming, and Zojun couldn't withstand Zhang Wei's attack. He was forced to kneel on one knee, while Zhang Wei locked his neck with one hand and firmly grabbed one of Zojun's arms with the other. You lost. I admit defeat. Zojun was not the type to be a sore loser. Since he was caught by Zhang Wei, he might as well admit defeat cheerfully. Upon hearing Zojun's admission, Zhang Wei immediately released him. Although Zojun was subdued, Zhang Wei had been careful, and Zojun had not sustained any injuries. He quickly got up, turned to face Zhang Wei, and said, "How come you're so strong? You weren't using your full strength just now, right? That's impressive. It was clear that Zhou Jun was surprisingly excited about his loss. Zhang Wei chuckled. Not bad. If you keep improving, you could have that kind of strength too. Huh. But what is the big deal about just having strength? Real combat is about more than just that. A discordant voice suddenly interrupted. Zhang Wei looked over at the crowd of onlookers. The comment had come from one of them. Zhang Wei, that guy is Su Kai, Zhou Jun reminded him. Zhang Wei was puzzled. He had thought that by demonstrating his strength, the soldiers would admire him, just like Zhou Jun, but he hadn't expected someone to mock him. What was going on? This was a bit different from what he had planned. I don't know him, Zhang Wei quietly said to Zhou Jun. But he knows you. He has been pursuing Lin Xianying for a long time, and their families have a good relationship. He might have been provoked by Lin Xianying recently, which explains his attitude towards you. I see. Zhang Wei quickly pieced everything together. I'm just friends with Lin Xianying. If you have issues, take them elsewhere. Zhang Wei spoke directly to Su Kai without any intention of being discreet about the others. Who has issues? Su Kai felt his face flush at Zhang Wei's words, as if it made him look like he was deliberately making things difficult for Zhang Wei for Lin Xianying's sake. Chapter 74 Su Kai. How dare you ambush me from behind? If you're not feeling it, just shut up. Boom. The floating cannon fired. Zhang Wei was in a forgiving mood. No matter what the reason was, since Su Kai had the audacity to provoke him, Zhang Wei was determined to teach him a lesson. Never mess with Zhang Wei. A freezing bomb detonated on the ground in front of Su Kai. Instantly, the ground was covered in a layer of frost, and the temperature in the vicinity dropped by 2 to 3 degrees. You're a ranged fighter, right? In terms of skill, you're no match for me, understand? At this point, Su Kai was left speechless, while the others looked at Zhang Wei with even more admiration. Clearly, Zhang Wei was a melee fighter, yet he possessed such powerful ranged attacks. That thing he was carrying on his shoulder must be the floating cannon, right? How could it be so powerful? Su Kai, what are you doing? A cold voice interrupted. Lin Xianying had arrived. Zhang Wei sighed inwardly, realizing this was going to complicate things. If Lin Xianying hadn't shown up, the matter would have ended here. Su Kai wouldn't dare to provoke him. But Zhang Wei understood how men could be. Lin Xianying's presence would only add fuel to the fire. Even though Su Kai knew he wasn't a match for Zhang Wei, he wouldn't back down at this moment. Sure enough, as soon as Lin Xianying spoke, Su Kai lost his composure. To him, Lin Xianying was defending Zhang Wei. How could he tolerate his crush supporting another man, especially at their young and passionate age? This is a matter between men. We're just sparring. What is it to you? Humph. Zhang Wei, don't mind him. Let us go. Lin Xianying, in her mech form, reached out and tugged at Zhang Wei's hand, signaling him to follow her. Is your body all right? Zhang Wei was still concerned about Lin Xianying's health. Yeah, I'm fine, Lin Xianying replied, giving Zhang Wei a nod. Well? She could only look up at Zhang Wei's stomach, given the height difference between their mechs. Once Lin Xianying's mech underwent its third evolution, this difference would be resolved. Based on Zhang Wei's estimation, after the third evolution, Lin Xianying's mech would be around 14 to 15 meters tall. Su Kai was fuming. Was this a display of affection in front of him? Zhang Wei, I want to duel with you. Su Kai was no longer concerned about how powerful Zhang Wei was. He desperately wanted to prove himself in front of Lin Xianying. Lin Xianying turned to scold Su Kai, but Zhang Wei stopped her. He really didn't want to engage in such a childish game of competing for a girl. It was too immature. But some people just couldn't resist acting that way. Did Su Kai really think that if he beat up Lin Xianying's crush, she would look at him differently? If anything, she would probably dislike him even more. As someone who had been through this before, Zhang Wei had a clear perspective. Su Kai, just calm down. Lin Xianying shot a furious glare at Su Kai. Their relationship was quite good, but after everyone became adults, Su Kai's pursuit of Lin Xianying caused a rift between them. Lin Xianying saw Su Kai as just a friend, but he had different feelings. Are you still defending him? Su Kai pointed at Zhang Wei. Lin Xianying was about to lose her mind. Defending him? I'm clearly defending you. She snapped back. You know Zhang Wei's identity. If you're going to go crazy, do it somewhere else. We have things to deal with. Let's go. Wait. Su Kai seemed to have lost a bit of his sanity. He actually pulled out a long-range weapon. Seeing this, Lin Xianying felt like giving Su Kai a few hard slaps. Was there a more reckless way to seek death? I'll handle this. You stay put. Lin Xianying ignored Su Kai, focusing first on calming Zhang Wei. She knew how terrifying Zhang Wei could be when he got serious. I know you two are friends. Here, take these 2 items. You can switch to the weapons directly, but don't use the skills, and don't let that thing notice. Zhang Wei glanced up at the sky, where the mechanical bird was still circling. At this moment, Lin Xianying couldn't care less about being angry with that fool Su Kai. The items were obtained from those epic source crystals. Zhang Wei handed over the disintegration freezing gun and the 100 strike skill to Lin Xianying. She didn't hesitate to accept them, immediately equipping the disintegration freezing gun and learning the skill. Lin Qianying didn't think there was anything wrong with taking what Zhang Wei offered, especially since she had contributed to the items while unconscious. She had her share of the credit too. However, to Su Kai, it felt different. The things he had given to Lin Qianying were never accepted by her. Why was it so easy for her to accept Zhang Wei's gifts? Could it be that they had? Just the thought of it made Su Kai's anger explode. Zhang Wei, you. I told you not to go crazy. If you really want to lose it, I'll go with you. Lin Qianying glared at the increasingly unhinged Su Kai. How long had he waited for her to say that? I'll go with you, such a sweet promise. Unfortunately, hearing it now felt a bit painful. Especially with Lin Qianying pointing that icy blue gun at him. Are you really going to fight me for him? I'm not doing it for him. I'm doing it for you, you fool. Lin Qianying was done being polite. If she didn't make things clear to Su Kai, this situation wouldn't end well. Come on, don't you want to fight? Let me tell you, my combat power is way lower than his. If you can't even beat me. The rest of her words were left unsaid, but everyone understood her meaning. Su Kai couldn't accept it. To him, Lin Qianying was just protecting Zhang Wei. Here. It's up to you. Zhang Wei gently patted Lin Qianying on the shoulder. After all, she was the source of the trouble. It was fine to let her handle it. However, the intimate gesture between Zhang Wei and Lin Qianying only further frayed Su Kai's nerves. He fired the rifle in his hands, targeting Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei didn't even turn his head and continued walking out of the camp. Be careful, Zhou Jun warned. The penetration power of a rifle is quite strong. And although Su Kai is a bit of a jealous type, he still has some skills. If Zhang Wei were to get hurt, it would be a big problem for everyone. However, just as Zhou Jun was speaking, the floating cannon had already opened fire. While the penetration power of a rifle bullet is impressive, it pales in comparison to the explosive power of the floating cannon's shells. Ice flowers blossomed in the air as the rifle bullets were neutralized. At that moment, Su Kai's anger was replaced by panic. It wasn't because the floating cannon had intercepted his attack, but rather because of his own impulsive actions. Su Kai, how could you sneak attack from behind? Lin Qianying glared at Su Kai. The other soldiers also began to voice their accusations against him. Chapter 75. He is Japanese, and he has accomplices. I didn't mean to. I swear. Su Kai hurriedly defended himself. If he admitted to such behavior, he might end up with no friends at all. If Zhang Wei were an enemy, any means used against him would be justified, but Zhang Wei was not an enemy. Such underhanded tactics were truly despicable. Su Kai, what are you doing? A stern voice rang out. It wasn't the voice of a mech, but a human voice. The newcomer had a square face, thick eyebrows, and a serious expression. And he was looking at Su Kai with disapproval. Captain, I was wrong. At a time like this, getting into a brawl over personal matters? You really disappoint me. Apologize. Su Kai lowered his head, then without hesitation said, Zhang Wei, I'm sorry. I was in the wrong. You can hit me if it makes you feel better. His apology seemed sincere enough. However, I only apologize for shooting at you from behind. I will not give up on Lin Qianying. Su Kai's response was somewhat stubborn. Even under the captain's reprimand, he did not retract his feelings for Lin Qianying. Forget it, Zhang Wei said flatly. Brother Zhang Wei, I'm his captain. I truly apologize. It's all right. Everyone makes mistakes. Zhang Wei genuinely did not want to hold it against Su Kai. Otherwise, things would have escalated much further. And Su Kai would have been left regretting it in the northwest. By the way, the commander asked me to call you over. Okay, thanks. Let us go? Zhang Wei called out to Lin Qianying. Lin Qianying followed behind Zhang Wei, not even glancing at Su Kai. Zhang Wei, I'm sorry. If it weren't for me, he wouldn't have acted like that. Once they left the mech camp, Lin Qianying spoke to Zhang Wei apologetically. It's not your fault. Don't worry. Zhang Wei reassured her and then disengaged from the mech. He could feel his own strength had increased once again. Lin Qianying also disengaged from her mech. It was against the rules of the base to merge with a mech casually. Just as Lin Qianying was about to say something, a soldier rushed up to Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei, someone is looking for you at the base entrance. They want to exchange source crystals with you. Oh, let us go have a look. Zhang Wei was a bit surprised. Why hadn't this person come to exchange crystals while they were in the camp? All right. Lin Qianying nodded at Zhang Wei. Exchanging source crystals wouldn't take long, and they could find Commander Zhang afterward. At the base entrance, a person looked somewhat anxious as he scanned the area. When he saw Zhang Wei approach, he immediately waved his hand excitedly. Zhang Wei, over here. I want to exchange source crystals with you. Zhang Wei frowned slightly. Something was off about this person. Earlier, when they were in the camp, he hadn't sought Zhang Wei out for an exchange, but now he was here. This indicated that the person was cautious and didn't want anyone to know about their transaction. That part was understandable. But why was he now so loud and conspicuous? Aren't you afraid of others finding out? There are many people watching at the entrance of the base. Something feels off. Be careful, Zhang Wei warned Lin Qianying. Lin Qianying couldn't understand why Zhang Wei thought something was wrong, but she trusted his judgment and became more vigilant. Do you have any source crystals? Zhang Wei asked the person waving to him after stepping out of the base. Come here, but be careful. The newcomer cautiously approached Zhang Wei. However, when he got close, he suddenly took out a mech core and merged with it. A mech over 6 meters tall appeared. Everyone was startled by this sudden turn of events, and the guards at the entrance of the base instantly aimed their guns at the mech. What do you want? One of the guards questioned. Die, Zhang Wei. The mech lunged at Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei grabbed Lin Xianying by the collar and immediately threw her to a safe distance. Everyone, get down, Zhang Wei shouted. Then, the mech landed on Zhang Wei. It was a lightweight long-range mech, not very powerful, but it was equipped with a special high-temperature gun. The mech stomped Zhang Wei down. Then, without hesitation, it opened fire. Bullets whizzed through the air, and the soldiers didn't heed Zhang Wei's warning to take cover. They all unleashed their firepower at the mech. Sparks flew, and the lightweight mech's armor was not easily penetrated by ordinary bullets. Zhang Wei held the mech's foot with one hand. With his strength, he could easily crush the mech, handling it with just one hand. However, Zhang Wei didn't stay put waiting for the flames to descend. As the mech's gun spewed fire, he grasped the mech's foot and began to exert force. The mech wobbled unsteadily, causing its aim to falter. Then, Zhang Wei kicked the other leg of the mech with force. The already unstable mech fell to the ground instantly. At that moment, a freezing projectile flew in from a distance and struck the fallen mech right in the face. Why aren't you merging with the mech? Lin Xianying's anxious voice came through. Let me show you what I can do now, Zhang Wei replied nonchalantly. At this point, the onlookers gasped in their hearts. What just happened? Zhang Wei was actually able to withstand the mech's attack with his physical strength. No, it wasn't just withstanding. He was beating the mech down. This was beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Why? How are you so powerful? This is impossible. The mech, now lying on the ground and having lost most of its combat capability, roared. Its upper body was almost completely frozen, making it impossible to move. Who are you? I can assure you, I don't know you, Zhang Wei said, puzzled. Why did this stranger want to kill him? Han Su and Han Xiao were already dead. Zhang Wei couldn't think of anyone else he might have enmity with. If he had to stretch it, Su Kai could count as one. However, even though Zhang Wei hadn't interacted with Su Kai for long, he could tell that Su Kai was a person who would take responsibility for his actions. Hiring someone to kill was probably not something he would do. Moreover, Su Kai didn't have the time for this. You see, he had just come out of the mecha camp with Lin Xianying. Huh, did you think it was over? Far from it. You all should just die. The mecha roared loudly. Zhang Wei frowned. This roar didn't feel like a display of impotent rage. It seemed more like a signal being sent out. This is bad. Suddenly, Zhang Wei recalled something. Quickly, evacuate the crowd from the camp. There are bombs inside, and he is Japanese. He must have accomplices. Zhang Wei remembered an incident from his past life that occurred in Chuanqing, and in an instant, he confirmed this person's identity, a Japanese spy. At the beginning of the apocalypse, Japanese spies had caused numerous riots in Chuanqing, killing many and creating significant trouble for the military. Back then, Zhang Wei had been hiding in the dark corners of the city, so he hadn't experienced it firsthand, and his memories were not very vivid. But now, it all came rushing back to him. Chapter 76. The reversed ice blue waterfall. What? Quick, evacuate the crowd. The soldiers immediately sprang into action, each face filled with urgency. And not a single person doubted Zhang Wei's words. Merge. Zhang Wei chose to merge. At this moment, he couldn't concern himself with the rules of the base. His body could easily compete with ordinary mechs, but who knew what kind of bombs these crazed little Japanese would create? Furthermore, it was clear that they were coming for him. Their objective was unmistakable, to eliminate anyone of value. Clearly, Zhang Wei was considered a valuable target in their eyes. Zhang Wei understood why the little Japanese were acting this way. Their homeland was surrounded by the sea. It wouldn't be long before marine mechanical creatures landed. And at that point, their territory would be utterly doomed. They needed to find land where they could survive, and this place, which they had once invaded, was naturally their first choice. The spies they had long ago embedded in this land had become their first knife, aiming to eliminate any threats to them as quickly as possible. Originally, the military base was the target of these little Japanese. But Zhang Wei's sudden appearance disrupted their plans. In their view, eliminating Zhang Wei was more significant than causing trouble for the military. Moreover, by killing Zhang Wei, they could also create significant problems for the military. Because of all this, the current scene unfolded. Everyone, leave the camp. Stay calm, quickly, Zhang Wei shouted angrily. His mech stood 20 meters tall, and his voice echoed far and wide. With his warning, chaos erupted within the camp as people began to run in all directions. But their destination was largely the same. They all wanted to seek refuge in the military base. Zhang Wei activated his detailed scanning. He needed to identify every person approaching the base. Sure enough, he quickly found what he was looking for. You few, stop right there. Zhang Wei suddenly swung his sword. The super energy sun sword plunged into the ground, blocking a few people who were rushing toward the base. The heat wave from the sword pushed them back, and they struggled to look up at Zhang Wei. What do you want from us? Arrest them, Zhang Wei ordered. The ground soldiers complied, and some immediately rushed toward the group. Don't even think about detonating the bombs on you. Trust me, the bombs won't explode, but you will die. You. The group was left speechless by Zhang Wei's intimidation. The bombs on them were concealed and couldn't be seen from the outside. How did Zhang Wei discover them? For Great Japan, die. One person completely ignored the warning and pulled out a remote, about to press the detonation button. Unfortunately for him, Zhang Wei had been watching closely. As soon as the person made any move, the floating cannons opened fire. One person's reckless decision dragged down his companions. The freezing bomb had a cold radiation range of about 3 meters, and the positioning of these individuals hadn't exceeded that distance. When the freezing bomb shattered the leading target, the cold rapidly spread, and in the blink of an eye, the nearby individuals turned into ice sculptures. Zhang Wei felt a bit dissatisfied. He never intended to kill anyone. If he really wanted to, he could have just ordered his soldiers to open fire instead of capturing people. It wasn't that Zhang Wei was merciful. He needed to extract information from these individuals. The Japanese had definitely placed more than just a few operatives here. In his past life, Japan had truly established a foothold in Chuan City, building 5 steel fortresses. The military didn't want to waste their limited mushroom bombs on these small Japanese forces, so they tacitly allowed them to set up their bases. Fortunately, after the Japanese established their fortresses, they kept a low profile and didn't cause any trouble until Zhang Wei's death. However, that didn't mean Zhang Wei accepted their presence. In the early stages of their invasion, they had killed many people and committed numerous atrocities. Zhang Wei had overlooked this before, but now that it had crossed his mind, he certainly wouldn't allow the Japanese to occupy this land again. Whether it was national grievances or personal feelings, Zhang Wei simply wouldn't permit it. How many of them are left? Lin Xianying rushed in front of Zhang Wei, anxious. How would I know? Just keep this person alive. Zhang Wei replied to Lin Xianying before quickly moving away, having spotted another suspicious figure. Be careful, Lin Xianying called after him, as Zhang Wei dashed out. The mechanical bird known as the King sensed it was its time to act. The military base was in chaos, with everyone on guard against the elusive small Japanese forces. No one was watching it, and with Zhang Wei gone, it was the perfect opportunity to eliminate Lin Xianying. The King's mechanical bird wouldn't dare attack Zhang Wei now, having been frightened before. But taking out Lin Xianying posed no challenge. It quietly descended, and the base's anti-air weapons remained silent. When it got about 200 meters off the ground, it suddenly launched an attack on Lin Xianying. However, Lin Xianying had been waiting for the King's mechanical bird. Zhang Wei had long shared the detection core with her, allowing her to monitor the bird's movements. As the purple laser shot towards Lin Xianying, she fired back without hesitation. The freezing projectile from her cold gun was significantly larger and faster than usual. Most importantly, its power had greatly increased, and it also possessed a disassembly effect, making it even more effective against energy-based attacks. Before the freezing projectile could collide with the purple laser, the laser began to disintegrate. The King's mechanical bird couldn't believe it. It screeched, commanding the remaining few subordinates to charge at the crowd below while it took the opportunity to ascend. 100 strikes in the sky. Lin Xianying activated her newly acquired skill. The muzzle of her cold gun erupted with a massive number of freezing projectiles. Although these projectiles were about half the size of the usual ones, their quantity was overwhelming. The power within Lin Xianying's mech was rapidly depleting, but in exchange, the freezing projectiles spread out in a fan shape, covering a vast expanse of sky where the King's mechanical bird was located. A frozen blue projectile shot up into the sky, resembling an inverted icy waterfall, striking all the mechanical birds within its path with intense force. In an instant, several mechanical birds plummeted from the sky. The King mechanical bird was no exception. Its abilities could deflect some of the frozen projectiles, but it couldn't completely shield itself from them. With her enhanced combat power, Lin Xianying was already able to pose a significant threat to the King mechanical bird. However, what the King mechanical bird didn't realize was that its true trouble was just beginning. Zhang Wei had locked onto it and was already charging up from the ground towards the sky. Chapter 77. Let's see how many mice will come out when the King mechanical bird sensed Zhang Wei's approaching figure. It was already too late. With a new set of gear, Zhang Wei's mech power had become even more formidable. Moreover, to ensure a one-hit kill, he had activated his super energy combat enhancement, bringing his combat power to nearly 4,000 points. This power was almost 10 times that of the King mechanical bird. Even with its advantage of flight, it was futile. The floating cannon fired first, unleashing a barrage of ice blooms that slowed the King mechanical bird down. Then, wielding the super energy sun sword, Zhang Wei charged in for the kill. The king mechanical bird couldn't withstand even the heat energy greatsword, let alone the super energy sun sword. With a single strike, the king mechanical bird fell. Zhang Wei's body plummeted alongside the corpse of the king mechanical bird. His nearly invincible form was witnessed by everyone present, leaving many in a state of shock. In particular, the mechs that had rushed out from the mech camp had a clearer view and perspective. They had thought Zhang Wei was strong, but they never expected him to be this powerful. Zhou Jun gazed at the scene unfolding in the sky, murmuring to himself. Su Kai, on the other hand, appeared somewhat dazed. Had he really just been shouting at someone like that? No wonder Lin Qianying chose him. If he were a woman, he might have made the same choice. Zhang Wei's brutal slaying of the king mechanical bird had intimidated everyone. When he landed, causing the ground to tremble, it snapped everyone back to reality. An epic source crystal, not bad, Zhang Wei remarked as he retrieved the source crystal from the king mechanical bird's corpse. Source crystals extracted from mechanical creatures were certainly not as good as the initial source crystals, but Zhang Wei was still pleased to have obtained an epic one. Forget about those birds. Let us find the others, Zhang Wei reminded, as the chaos was far from over. The true source of the disorder lay with those hidden little pests. Without the command of the king mechanical bird, the mechanical birds would soon vanish. Got it. Having witnessed Zhang Wei's overwhelming display of power, the soldiers were all too willing to follow his lead. Ordinary people dared not voice any dissent. The crowd dispersed, and those entering the base were subjected to strict checks, monitored by the mechs from the camp. They were not allowed to wander, they had to stay in designated areas. And everyone cooperated, with no signs of discord. However, despite the military's swift actions, if something was destined to happen, it would still occur. Boom. A small mushroom cloud rose into the sky as one of the camps, located a distance away from the military base, was blown up. Zhang Wei remained still. And the soldiers did not panic, but the mech camp dispatched 10 mechs to respond. At that moment, everyone was focused on their respective duties. Their target was not those camps. Killing ordinary people was not their objective. Their real target had to be the military's base. Did they know where the military's ammunition depot was located? Zhang Wei used the mech communication system to contact Lin Qianying. I know where it is, right inside the base. But the ammunition depot is a high-security area. Do we have a chance? Lin Qianying initially thought that the ammunition depot would be absolutely secure. In this apocalypse, how could the military suppress everything? It all comes down to ammunition. Without sufficient supplies, who would fear them? Nowadays, it's nearly impossible to produce ammunition. Each round used means one less in stock, so ammunition must be heavily protected. Don't underestimate them. Wherever they are, I will go. Zhang Wei didn't dare to underestimate the Japanese. In a previous life, they managed to establish 5 iron fortresses here, which already speaks volumes about their capabilities. Firstly, they had to travel from the Japanese islands to here, and we can only imagine how many sea beasts they encountered along the way. Secondly, they had to face the pressure from China to build these fortresses. What compromises the Japanese made and what price they paid to establish these 5 cities. Zhang Wei was unaware. However, he knew that since they were able to build these fortresses, they must have the capability. They shouldn't be taken lightly. All right. I'll mark the location for you. Lin Qianying didn't waste any words. She trusted Zhang Wei and immediately marked the location of the ammunition depot on the reconnaissance map. Once Zhang Wei received the location, he quickly set off. Fortunately, it wasn't far, and he arrived at the ammunition depot in no time. Zhang Wei, what are you doing here? Is that you? Zhang Wei was surprised to find Su Kai stationed at the ammunition depot. It's me. I'm responsible for guarding the ammunition depot. Su Kai replied. Accompanying Su Kai were 30 mechas, making for a strong defense. Zhang Wei used the reconnaissance corps to scan the area around the ammunition depot. Afterward, he addressed Su Kai. You all need to listen to me now. Su Kai initially wanted to refuse. Why should they listen to Zhang Wei? But before he could voice his objection, the captain of the mecha battalion appeared, controlling a mecha. It was a heavy mecha that had undergone secondary evolution, and its size was already comparable to Zhang Wei's current form. From now on, everyone will listen to Zhang Wei. Brother Zhang Wei, it's all yours, the captain said. All right, leave it to me, Zhang Wei nodded in response. Without further ado, the captain took his team and rushed out of the base. The area outside the base needed the mecha battalion's defense. Everyone, look at the map. I've marked the precise locations for you. I have only one requirement, defend the points I've marked. You don't need to handle anything else. Even if something unexpected happens elsewhere, you do not need to intervene. Do you understand? Zhang Wei's tone was stern. This was no joking matter. He had to ensure that Su Kai and the others could perfectly execute his orders, as the situation beneath the ammunition depot was extremely chaotic. Understood. With the captain's command, Su Kai and the others naturally didn't dare to voice any objections. Then, something remarkable happened. Zhang Wei shared part of the reconnaissance corps' functions with Su Kai and the others. Zhang Wei isn't being stingy about fully sharing with them. The main reason is that every additional mech he shares with consumes more of his mech's power. If he were to share all core functions with over 30 mechs, he wouldn't need to do anything at all, he could just stand there and command. Fortunately, by only sharing a portion of the functions, the power consumption isn't as significant. This is the area you need to guard, keeping a close watch on the situation 10 meters underground. If anyone shows up, eliminate them. Understood? Yes. Let us get to work. After Zhang Wei gave the order, the 30-plus mechs quickly dispersed. From a distance, it might seem like there aren't many mechs guarding the ammunition depot, but in reality, they are now more tightly secured than ever. Let us see how many intruders come out. Zhang Wei employed precise detection to investigate thoroughly. Chapter 78. Let's go to Tokyo in 2 months. Below the ammunition depot, there are drainage pipes, emergency conduits, and ventilation ducts. These are all potential entry points for breaching the depot. If Zhang Wei is a spy for the Little Japan, he would definitely choose to infiltrate the ammunition depot through these routes. As long as a bomb is detonated inside the depot, even if it's not particularly powerful, it would be enough to devastate the entire facility. Without ammunition, the military would lose its capability to provide fire support. When the Little Japan forces arrive, the two sides would be left to fight with mechas. If the civilians in Chuan City suffer significant casualties, the Little Japan would believe that the military there would eventually compromise and concede a territory for their survival. Thus, sabotaging the military's arsenal is the most critical task assigned to these spies. There's no doubt about it. Although Zhang Wei has a deep-seated disdain for the Little Japan, he must admit that they have strategic talent on their side. The apocalypse has only recently begun, yet they have already started planning for the future, even anticipating the fall of their homeland, Japan. Without such foresight, they wouldn't have been able to act against the military in Chuan City so quickly. By the way, inform Uncle Zhang to alert the nearby military bases close to Little Japan's territory to be cautious of espionage activities, especially to protect the ammunition depot and to be especially vigilant about underground passages. Zhang Wei contacted Lin Qianying. He didn't know how to reach Commander Zhang, but he was sure Lin Qianying could. Okay, I'll notify the commander right away. Lin Qianying responded, understanding the urgency of the situation. They had already suffered sabotage from the Little Japan, and it was likely that other locations would be next. With proper precautions, they could minimize the damage. Damn it. Little Japan, do they really think I'm made of mud? He cursed as he informed the missile base to be ready to fire at any moment. In the base's high-level conference room, Commander Zhang was fuming. This group of senior officers had been very pleased with their discovery earlier that day. Who would have thought that just minutes after their elation, the Little Japan would stir up trouble? It's the end of the world. No one cares about petty politics now. Even before the Little Japan made their move, some radical generals were already itching to take action against them. Now that they had openly provoked them, the situation escalated. Commander, should we consider the international implications? The atmosphere is already tense globally. If we fire first, forget about that. They initiated a terrorist attack on our territory. Immediately warn the Little Japan. Every 5 minutes, issue a warning. If, after 3 warnings, those Little Japan spies don't step forward, we'll open fire. Every general harbors a dream of revenge. If they could unleash a mushroom cloud over Little Japan under their command, they could proudly tell their ancestors in the afterlife, we avenged the blood debts. Yes. The commanders replied as orders were promptly executed. Thanks to Zhang Wei. He's a good kid. If there were more young men like him in our country, the apocalypse wouldn't seem so terrifying. Inform Zhang Wei to go ahead and do his job. If anything happens, I'll take care of it. Commander Zhang spoke again, giving the order. Yes. Soon. Commander Zhang's command reached Zhang Wei, relayed by Lin Qianying. Are we really going to bomb? Zhang Wei was quite surprised. He never expected his Uncle Zhang to be so resolute. He had only asked him to be cautious, but it turned out he was taking it very seriously. After 3 warnings, if they still didn't listen, then it would be time to open fire. Zhang Wei had no doubt about the military's capabilities. If they said they were going to bomb, they would definitely hit their target, and it would be the kind of strike that Little Japan couldn't defend against. Zhang Wei had some doubts. If it weren't for the current international situation being on the brink of collapse, they might have bombed Little Japan right when the apocalypse started. Of course, if they actually did it, who would have the time to joke around with them? Lin Qianying was also firmly in favor of bombing Little Japan. No. Every soldier would likely support this decision wholeheartedly. It was just that they hadn't had the opportunity. If they did, they would probably rush to Tokyo to seek revenge. All right, if we're going to bomb, then so be it. What can we do? Zhang Wei said nonchalantly. There had been some formidable figures on the Little Japan side, and if they could eliminate them now, that would be great. There was an indelible hatred between our country and Little Japan. If we could wipe them out in advance, it would be a relief. saving Zhang Wei from having to take matters into his own hands later. For Zhang Wei, there were many people who deserved to die, and Little Japan was currently at the top of that list. Moreover, if they could leave not a single person on the island, that would be a tremendous benefit for Zhang Wei. When the next source crystal descended, he could stroll around Little Japan's island. By then, the entire island's source crystals would belong to him. At that moment, Zhang Wei was actually looking forward to Little Japan not cooperating, wanting them to stand their ground. Unfortunately, he underestimated Little Japan. After the first warning, missile silos opened, not just one, but multiple military bases activated simultaneously. After the second warning, before any action could be taken by the military, Little Japan had already backed down. Little Japan certainly had the capability to monitor the military's movements, so they surrendered very quickly. Not only did the spies from Little Japan and Chuan City come out to surrender, but others from different bases did too. Zhang Wei watched as more than a dozen people crawled out from the underground passage, feeling quite displeased. Why couldn't these guys have at least one or two stubborn ones who would rather die than let the munitions depot be bombed? With just over 2 months left, he set a small goal for himself. He had to set foot on the island of Japan in 2 months. While in Chuan City, Zhang Wei had to hold himself back by his conscience and morals when doing certain things. But if he stepped onto Japan's island, what would he have to worry about? Nothing at all. By then, he would plunder everything, kill everyone, and burn it all down. The entire island's resources can sustain itself. It must be really comfortable. Hey, what are you thinking about? I've been standing in front of you for a while now, and you're ignoring me. Lin Xianying stood in front of Zhang Wei, waving her hand repeatedly. Zhang Wei snapped back to reality and looked down at Lin Xianying. I just thought of something. In 2 months, let's go to Tokyo. Huh? Lin Xianying was taken aback, not expecting Zhang Wei to suddenly say that. Isn't that a bit too sudden? Besides, if you're feeling uncomfortable because of Japanese spies, can't we just send some spies over there too? Do you really need to go yourself? Going in person has its advantages. You'll see when the time comes. But we need to figure out a way to bring Xiaobao along. That could be a bit tricky. Zhang Wei was already contemplating how to get Xiaobao there as well. With Xiaobao around, it would be much easier to find the initial source crystal. Chapter 79. A group of clear-eyed youngsters. Lin Xianying couldn't quite understand Zhang Wei's thought process, but she figured that if Zhang Wei really planned to go, she would likely tag along. For some reason, Lin Xianying found herself feeling a hint of anticipation about Zhang Wei's plan to cause some chaos on the Japanese island. As for whether Zhang Wei was going to Japan to save lives, Lin Xianying would bet her life that she wouldn't believe it. When it came to post-disaster reconstruction, Zhang Wei didn't need to worry. He wouldn't be of much help anyway. However, when Zhang Wei met with Director Zhang again, he learned from him that over 1,000 people had died due to the recent small-scale uprising instigated by Japanese spies. It was hard to imagine that such a small uprising could result in so many casualties. If Zhang Wei hadn't been there, how many more lives would have been lost due to the spies' rampant destruction? By the way, let us not dwell on that. Little Japan won't last long. Let us talk about you instead. I heard you have something to discuss with me, so don't be shy, Director Zhang said, transforming back into the amiable uncle in front of Zhang Wei. It's already taken care of. I initially planned to borrow a fighter jet to take out that bird, but it's already done, Zhang Wei replied honestly. I see. You really are something, doing it for the country and the people, Director Zhang said, clearly pleased. When someone seeks help, their main concern is usually how to eliminate the threat, which naturally aims to protect more people. Zhang Wei felt a bit guilty hearing this. Who was doing it for the country and the people? If I were to say that I did it for the source crystal inside that bird, I wonder what Uncle Zhang would think. Nevertheless, Zhang Wei had no intention of clarifying that misunderstanding. Uncle Zhang, even though that bird is dead, we need to establish the Steel City sooner rather than later, because we don't know how many more of those birds are out there, and in the future, there will be more and more king-level mechanical creatures. Right? What I wanted to talk to you about is exactly that. Your ideas are solid. We've already conducted tests, and construction on the Steel City is about to start. We'll need your help to gather more metal scraps. Director Zhang nodded at Zhang Wei. He wouldn't be vague about matters concerning the lives of the people. I'll be heading back to Chuan City today. All right, I want to keep you. The source crystals you asked for are ready. Just don't forget to take them when you leave. Uncle Zhang, you can keep those source crystals. I mentioned I wanted to exchange for epic-level source crystals. If someone comes to trade, I'll need your help with that, Zhang Wei said. He couldn't stay at the base forever, nor could he give up the opportunity to exchange for epic-level source crystals. Currently, the epic-level source crystals available to ordinary people were mostly initial source crystals, which were valuable items. It would be unrealistic to think he could trade 100 mid-grade source crystals for an epic-level one later on. So, if he could exchange for more now, he would. That is a minor thing. Thank you, Uncle Zhang. If we're talking about thanks, it's us old folks who should be thanking you. Your contribution this time has been significant. The higher-ups are discussing what kind of reward to give you. I'll let you know when the rest news. Okay. Zhang Wei didn't refuse with false modesty. Building a good relationship with the military has always been one of Zhang Wei's strategic goals. Uncle Zhang. There shouldn't be anything else here, so I'll prepare to head back now. All right, aside from that girl Qianing. Let me send a few more people to assist you, suggested Commander Zhang. His intention wasn't to monitor Zhang Wei, but genuinely to offer help. Although Zhang Wei's combat abilities were evident, having an extra hand could often mean the difference between life and death. Commander Zhang didn't want to see Zhang Wei fail midway. Currently, Zhang Wei's presence was like a stabilizing force, giving ordinary people hope and providing the soldiers in the base with a clear objective. If Zhang Wei were to fall one day, it would surely shatter the confidence of countless individuals trying to survive in this apocalypse. Uncle Zhang, there's no need. I still have plenty of people over in Chuan City, Zhang Wei replied, not entirely truthful. His combat power far exceeded that of an ordinary person. Even the strongest mechas in the base would be no match for him. Bringing in other mechas would only become a burden and wouldn't provide any real assistance. All right, you have your own ideas. But if anything happens, make sure to contact me immediately. You can't afford to get into trouble. If it comes to it, your Uncle Zhang will help you with mushroom bombs, Commander Zhang assured him with a firm guarantee. Don't worry, Uncle Zhang. If something happens, I won't hesitate to ask for help, Zhang Wei smiled. This journey had been fruitful, while the gains from the source crystals were minor. The assurance provided by Commander Zhang was the most significant reward. In this apocalypse, who dared to claim invincibility? With the guarantee of mushroom bombs, Zhang Wei could act more boldly and freely. All right, go back to your tasks. Commander Zhang waved him off. Got it. Zhang Wei left, taking Lin Qianing away from the military base. This time, he chose not to take a helicopter but to walk back to Chuan City with Lin Qianing. After all, it wasn't too far, and if they encountered any mechanical creatures along the way, it could lead to some gains and help the military clear the path for transporting metal debris back and forth. The night passed quietly, with minimal gains. The mechanical creatures in Chuan City had become very quiet at night, mainly because of the formidable Zhang Wei. Many of the mechanical beings had already moved away from the area with their families. How long had it been? How many powerful mechanical creatures had perished at Zhang Wei's hands? He had already taken down 2 king-level creatures, and they were no ordinary ones. Rodent King, Bird King, none were easy to handle. Living in the vicinity of such a ruthless individual, who could sleep soundly, why wouldn't they run? Meanwhile, as Zhang Wei was lost in his thoughts, his adversary was equally preoccupied with him. That damned Chinese must die. In the command center of the little Japanese forces, a group of men sporting small mustaches glared with fury. It's all because of him. He ruined our plans. We've paid too high a price. We must find a way to kill him. But how? We have already handed over everyone we have on the surface. Those who are deeply hidden cannot be touched right now. We can't completely destroy our plan just for one person. He must be eliminated. A group of people, each chiming in, shared a collective sentiment, filled with anger. Let's use missiles. Suddenly, the person sitting at the head of the table, who had been silent, spoke up. Your Excellency, are you serious? What would be the reaction from Huagua if we used missiles? Someone couldn't help but retort. Who said we have to launch the missiles from our own territory? At that moment, the group's expressions gradually became clearer. Chapter 80. The Super Energy Solar Sword, Epic. Zhang Wei was unaware that Xiao Yitzi was plotting against him. Otherwise, he would have been looking for various ways to sneak away. In the villa area of Chuan City, Zhang Tao had already packed all his belongings and was ready to evacuate at any moment. When Zhang Wei and Lin Qianing returned, Zhang Tao was a bit surprised. Big brother, where's that bird? Zhang Tao looked puzzled at the sky. Wasn't it following you? It died. Zhang Tao was shocked. You killed it? How long have you been gone? And you already managed to get that bird killed. Yeah, by the way, big brother, did you find anything good? Zhang Tao rubbed his hands and leaned closer to Zhang Wei. He knew very well the bird's capabilities. It could definitely yield something valuable. What if big brother had something he didn't need anymore? Here. Zhang Wei took the thermal energy giant sword from the cargo hold and handed it to Zhang Tao. Wow, this is great. Zhang Tao had long coveted Zhang Wei's thermal energy giant sword, and to obtain it so quickly exceeded his expectations. What about Xiaobao? Overeaten and asleep, probably evolving. Zhang Tao replied while fiddling with the thermal energy giant sword, his eyes glued to it, not even looking at Zhang Wei. Now equipped with the thermal energy giant sword, Zhang Tao finally understood why Zhang Wei wasn't affected by the heat emitted by it. The heat from the sword wouldn't harm the mecha itself. What was the principle behind this? Was it evolving? This time, it was Zhang Wei's turn to be surprised, without consuming any high-level source crystals or experiencing any special incidents. Xiaobao could evolve to the king level just by eating metal scraps. Its potential was somewhat terrifying, right? Big brother. The herd of elephants you told me to keep an eye on is on the move. I sent some people to harass them. What should we do now? Zhang Tao was eager to take action. With the thermal energy giant sword equipped, his combat power had significantly increased, and he felt emboldened to confront the herd. Let us go take a look. Zhang Wei, not bothering to check on Xiao Bao, knew they couldn't let the herd escape. They were walking sources of epic-level crystals. All right. Zhang Tao led the way, with Zhang Wei and Lin Xianying following closely behind. To the north of Chuan City, beyond the ruins, the herd of elephants was moving away. While around them, 7 or 8 long-range mechas were continuously firing at the herd. Big brother. Upon Zhang Wei's arrival, the mechas greeted him. At the same time, the herd noticed Zhang Wei's presence and became tense. Leave it to me, Zhang Wei said, drawing the super energy solar sword. Lin Xianying also took out her decompression freezing gun. Seeing both Zhang Wei and Lin Xianying switching to more powerful weapons, Zhang Tao suddenly felt that the thermal energy giant sword in his hands was not quite as appealing anymore. In the next moment, without any further ado, Zhang Wei charged towards the herd. The herd was thrown into chaos. Before Zhang Wei could get close, they began to scatter in all directions. Some of the larger elephants even collided with each other and fell to the ground. What had previously been somewhat difficult for Zhang Wei to handle now appeared as sheep to the slaughter in front of him. Zhang Tao initially thought he would have the opportunity to take action, but now he could only watch from the sidelines. While Lin Xianying was still able to fire a few shots to stop the escaping elephants. In less than 10 minutes, the herd was dealt with by Zhang Wei, who didn't even need to use any skills. His super energy sun sword sliced through the elephants like cutting through vegetables. 8 high-level source crystals and 5 epic-level source crystals were obtained, which was a bit less than Zhang Wei had expected. If these elephants hadn't run away and had been given some more time, they could have dropped epic-level source crystals. Unfortunately, Zhang Wei sighed inwardly at the missed opportunity. Big brother, hurry up and see what good stuff we can get. Zhang Tao, who had never seen so many epic-level source crystals, was very eager. Have the bodies transported back. The military personnel are already on their way, Zhang Wei instructed. All right, Zhang Tao nodded. But his eyes were still fixed on the source crystals in Zhang Wei's hands. Zhang Wei put away the high-level source crystals, as he no longer valued them and preferred to keep them for quick energy replenishment in times of crisis. Activate. The 5 epic-level source crystals were simultaneously activated, creating a dazzling spectacle. Not only was Zhang Tao intently focused, but everyone else was also watching the situation unfold. 1 red star, 2 purple stars. 1 piece of epic-level external armor, and 1 epic-level cargo hold. How can a red star still come out? Zhang Wei felt frustrated. Getting a red star from an epic-level source crystal was quite annoying. Unfortunately, there was no place to complain, so he had to accept it. Big brother. Quickly check out this armor. The external armor looked quite impressive, and Zhang Tao's eyes sparkled with excitement. Static pressure nuclear fusion armor, epic, combat power, 150 durability. 500. The armor comes with a static pressure function that can reduce various energy attack powers. Zhang Wei was quite satisfied with this armor. It had a T-shaped design that protected the shoulders while effectively safeguarding the mech's abdomen, extending down to the groin. Equip the armor. Zhang Wei replaced his exceptional grade armor with the static pressure nuclear fusion armor. The external armor adjusted to match the color of the mech's body, appearing much more imposing than the exceptional grade armor from the outside. Zhang Tao was envious. However, before Zhang Tao could express his admiration, Zhang Wei handed the epic-level cargo hold to him. Zhang Tao was in disbelief. Big brother, is this really for me? Yes, Zhang Wei nodded at Zhang Tao. The main reason was that he already had an epic-level cargo hold, which he had no use for. Zhang Tao, on the other hand, had a large enterprise with many subordinates, and his mech fleet would only grow. Zhang Wei planned to pass on all the mechs he obtained from the glasses-wearing guy to Zhang Tao. He couldn't store all the junk he would acquire in the future by himself. Thus, giving the cargo hold to Zhang Tao made sense, allowing him to act as a mobile warehouse, which was a great deal. Zhang Tao didn't have many thoughts about it. If his big brother gave it to him, then he would take it. The size of the cargo hold didn't matter. What was important was that it provided an additional 50 points of combat power. Zhang Wei had already grown indifferent to the 50 points of combat power, but for Zhang Tao, it was quite valuable. As Zhang Tao fiddled with his cargo hold, Zhang Wei took out the red star, the enhanced hyper energy sun sword. There's no need to elaborate on how important weapon enhancements are for combat power. Although the hyper energy sun sword is still a low-tier weapon, using the red star for enhancement isn't considered a waste. Ding. Enhancement successful. Hyper energy sun sword, epic, 1 combat power 500. It boasts a higher temperature than the thermal giant sword and is an upgraded 2-handed melee sword version of it. The combat power increased by 100 points, which is decent. Zhang Wei nodded in satisfaction. After that, he stored the purple star away. Items like the red star can be obtained from high-grade source crystals, so he wouldn't feel bad about using it to enhance the hyper-energy sun sword. However, the purple star has too many potential uses to waste. Let's go back, Zhang Wei ordered, and then the group set off toward Chuan City. Just as Zhang Wei and his team were returning to Chuan City, Xiao Yitzi had already contacted Third Brother. Chapter 81. Big Brother. There's something up there. No one knows what conditions Little Yitzi promised Third Brother, but the outcome is clear. Third Brother agreed to Little Yitzi's request. Third Brother pledged to help Little Yitzi eliminate Zhang Wei. Within the upper echelons of Little Yitzi's group, there were some doubts about this arrangement. They weren't questioning Third Brother's sincerity, but rather his capabilities. After all, everyone was well aware of the state of the missiles in Third Brother's family. In response to the skepticism from Little Yitzi's side, Third Brother had his own means of reassurance. They brought in support from the United States to back them up. While they might not be able to hit their targets accurately, with the technological support from the U.S., what was there to worry about? Furthermore, this news had received approval from the American side, which truly put Little Yitzi's mind at ease. This matter needed to be addressed sooner rather than later. The consensus among Little Yitzi's leaders was that the quicker they acted, the better. Third Brother was also quite straightforward, indicating that there would be some action within a day or two. Meanwhile, Zhang Wei was completely unaware that missiles were ready to drop on him at any moment. He was busy directing his subordinates and military personnel in transporting metal debris in the northern part of Chuan City. This area had become a dumping ground for the opposing side's metal remnants. Apart from the rats and elephants Zhang Wei had taken down, there were also mechanical creatures killed by others, as well as metal scraps they had collected, all piled up in the north of the city. The military's transport capacity was quite limited, but they were adept at mobilizing the power of the masses. Within Chuan City, those hiding in the shadows had little faith in Zhang Wei and his crew, but they did trust the military. Thus, when military personnel arrived, many of those in hiding willingly came out, and those equipped with mechas became crucial for transport. Zhang Wei, are you coming back with us? Asked Zhou Tao, who was in charge of transporting the metal debris. I'll stay for now. I've got a few things to take care of. Let my people go back with you first. Zhang Wei replied after a moment of thought. Little Bao was still evolving, and Zhang Wei needed to wait until Little Bao finished before he could leave. All right. Then I'll head back first. Zhou Tao nodded in response. Zhang Wei didn't insist on keeping him. Their relationship wasn't at that level yet. And the transport team needed protection, making their convoy quite lengthy and putting a lot of pressure on Zhou Tao and the others. Why don't you go back with them? Zhang Wei suggested to Lin Qianying, who was by his side. Although her expression was hidden, it was clear she was very concerned about the transport of the metal debris, as she had been intently watching the convoy. Okay, I'll go back with them. Once Little Bao is done evolving, you can come over, Lin Qianying said after weighing her options. She understood Zhang Wei's abilities, and she knew that being with him wouldn't add much value. On the contrary, the transport team needed someone of her caliber. After all, with such a long convoy, it was inevitable that some mechanical creatures would attack along the way. Sounds good. Zhang Wei nodded at Lin Qianying. Meanwhile, Zhang Tao firmly stayed by Zhang Wei's side, showing no intention of leaving. After a night of silence, most of the metal wreckage in the northern part of the city had been cleared away. Zhang Wei and Zhang Tao, who had been keeping watch all night, returned to the villa area. Little Bao was sound asleep in the villa, unaware of when it would complete its evolution. The villa area was already quite deserted. No, it should be said that the entire Chuan City felt desolate. Regardless of their abilities, anyone who could move had basically left the city with the military. Back in the villa, Zhang Tao was feeling restless. Since obtaining the thermal giant sword, he hadn't had the chance to actually engage with any mechanical creatures, and his hands were itching for action. Zhang Wei noticed Zhang Tao's anxiousness and said, "Why don't you take some people out to hunt monsters? I'll keep an eye on Little Bao." "All right, big brother," Zhang Tao exclaimed, nearly jumping up with excitement. He had been trying to figure out how to suggest this. And sure enough, his brother understood him well. As Zhang Tao left with the group, Zhang Wei sat down not far from Little Bao. Pondering his life and the path ahead, where to go next to gather source crystals was a pressing question. By afternoon, Little Bao woke up. An aura unique to king-level mechanical creatures emanated from it. As it opened its eyes, Little Bao couldn't help but let out a roar, announcing its ascension. However, it was abruptly interrupted halfway through by a slap from Zhang Wei. "What are you shouting for?" Little Bao, with its arms spread wide for a roar, immediately curled up after the slap. But when it realized it was Zhang Wei who had given it a smack, it unfurled again. "Big brother, when did you come back? I've leveled up to king level. Pretty impressive, right?" Impressive," Zhang Wei replied somewhat dismissively. "Is king level really that great? I'd say it's just average. For now, I can only say that Little Bao has great potential, but its combat power is still lacking. No matter what kind of mechanical creature it is, Enhancing combat power requires time and resources. The strength of king-level creatures lies in their intelligence and combat power ceiling. Ordinary mechanical creatures have different ceilings based on individual differences. For instance, the combat power of an ordinary mechanical mouse might peak at around 200, while that of an ordinary mechanical elephant can reach thousands or even tens of thousands. From Zhang Wei's observation, even after evolving to king level, Little Bao's combat power ceiling would probably only be around 10,000 points. Now that you've completed your evolution, we should get going. There aren't any mechanical creatures left in Chuan City. By the way, do you still want to catch ants? Zhang Wei was thinking about the legendary source crystal that Little Bao had stored with him. This legendary source crystal was an initial source crystal, likely to yield something good. Upon hearing Zhang Wei's words, Little Bao immediately understood his intentions and was not willing to agree. Big brother, we definitely need to catch them. If you give me the legendary source crystal, I can store it. Where would you put it? Zhang Wei asked, sizing up Little Bao. Its body had indeed grown larger after evolving to king level, but he couldn't see anywhere it could store the source crystal. In response, Little Bao extended its tail towards Zhang Wei. To Zhang Wei's surprise, the meteor hammer at the tip of its tail suddenly cracked open in the middle. Zhang Wei was momentarily stunned by this sight. Could it be that this creature intentionally evolved to create such a space? Looking at the size of the interior of the meteor hammer, it seems specifically designed for storing source crystals. Well then, what can Zhang Wei say? He was counting on Xiao Bao to help him out in the future, and now that it has a place to store source crystals, he can't just deny it. Can he? Reluctantly, Zhang Wei placed the legendary source crystal inside the meteor hammer. As the hammer closed, Xiao Bao was overjoyed. With the legendary source crystal stored this way, it could continuously provide energy to its body. This means its combat power could increase even faster. Just as Xiao Bao was happily wagging its tail in excitement, suddenly, it stood up straight and looked towards the sky. Big brother, there's something up there. Chapter 82, Tactical Nuclear Missile. Zhang Wei looked up at the sky. Was there something else? Could it be another bird? However, he didn't see any mechanical bird, and even after activating fine detection, there were no findings. Confused, Zhang Wei turned to Xiao Bao. Brother, there really is something, and it's very dangerous, Xiao Bao said with a serious tone. How far away? Zhang Wei knew Xiao Bao wouldn't joke about something like this. He trusted Xiao Bao's instincts. Very far, but it's moving quickly. We need to run. Very far. And yet moving quickly? Zhang Wei felt a bad premonition rising within him. At this point, contacting anyone was pointless. He immediately activated rough detection, which had a range of 10 kilometers. Yet, he still couldn't detect the thing Xiao Bao mentioned. Just as Zhang Wei was about to ask Xiao Bao for more information, suddenly, something intruded into Zhang Wei's detection range. Damn it! Xiao Bao, don't follow me, get away. With that, Zhang Wei turned and ran, activating his superpower combat enhancement. Pushing his thrusters to the limit, he shot forward like an arrow, charging ahead with ferocity. Xiao Bao was completely bewildered, watching as Zhang Wei vanished from sight. It's really a missile, traveling at 2 Mach. I've got about 10 seconds. Zhang Wei quickly calculated in his mind. He had roughly estimated the missile's speed, and the detection core had confirmed that the missile's target was him. That's why he was running. However, as he ran, Zhang Wei instinctively grabbed a stone over a meter in diameter. The whistling sound of the missile reached his ears, and looking up at the sky, he could already see the exhaust flames shooting from the missile's tail. That's fast. 2 Mach speed. Could it be anything but fast? The missile was rapidly closing in on Zhang Wei, continuously adjusting its attack trajectory as he ran. Zhang Wei had anticipated this situation. The missile was chasing him, and he was calculating his next move in his mind. Time felt like it was stretching on. Finally, the missile was only a few hundred meters away. If Zhang Wei dared to stop, it would hit him in less than a second. In the next moment, Zhang Wei threw the stone with all his might, activating his floating cannon for rapid fire, unleashing several freezing rounds simultaneously. The stone he threw collided with the tip of the incoming missile, creating a massive explosion. Oh crap! Zhang Wei cursed under his breath, and his body was thrown into the air by the shockwave. Although he had caused the missile to explode prematurely by throwing the stone, the center of the explosion was still just over 100 meters away from him. If this were a conventional missile, that distance would be safe. Moreover, Zhang Wei had taken other countermeasures, as the freezing energy from the rounds would further reduce the explosion's power. Unfortunately, Zhang Wei underestimated the determination of certain individuals to kill him. This missile was actually a tactical nuclear missile, although it was a small one. Zhang Wei felt that using it against him was like using a cannon to kill a mosquito. This was Zhang Wei's last thought before losing consciousness. In the face of tactical nuclear weapons, Zhang Wei's current mech combat capability was simply inadequate. If it had been a conventional missile, he would have been prepared and not worried at all. However, with a tactical nuclear missile, even preparation would be in vain. The shockwave from the explosion began to damage the mech rapidly. Fortunately, Zhang Wei had equipped an epic-grade armor, which significantly reduced the blast's power and protected the core of the mech's abdomen. Otherwise, that missile could have taken Zhang Wei away for good. "Big brother!" a desperate voice called out. Xiao Bao rushed through the flames toward Zhang Wei. One had to admit, Xiao Bao's defensive capabilities were remarkable. Even after the first wave of the explosion, which had diminished in power by more than half, it managed to emerge from the fiery aftermath unscathed. This was already quite impressive, especially since nuclear radiation had little effect on Xiao Bao. Xiao Bao reached Zhang Wei's side at lightning speed. Without a second thought, it wrapped its body around Zhang Wei's upper half, shielding him from the residual force of the explosion. In times of crisis, true hearts are revealed. Seeing Zhang Wei in such a miserable state, Xiao Bao harbored no ulterior motives. It only wanted to protect him and had no thoughts of taking advantage of the situation to finish him off. If it were to kill Zhang Wei now, wouldn't it regain its freedom? Meanwhile, Zhang Tao, who was roaming around Chuan City, also noticed the missile explosion. What just blew up? What a huge commotion. Let us go check it out. He called out to his subordinates. A group of mechs quickly sped toward the source of the explosion. As Zhang Tao and his crew took action, the mechanical creatures that hadn't yet left Chuan City also stirred. Especially the mechanical birds that could fly and were incredibly fast. For these mechanical beings, this was an irresistible feast. A king-level creature and a powerful human. Whoever managed to devour one of them would likely evolve to king level instantly. Such temptation was impossible for any mechanical creature to resist. Even just taking a few bites would be worthwhile. Nearby, mechanical beings quickly gathered toward the explosion site. Fortunately, the power of the missile's detonation hadn't dissipated quickly. The intense heat kept the mechanical creatures at bay. Xiao Bao felt anxious. Although it excelled in defense, there was too much it could do to protect Zhang Wei in this situation. "Big brother, please wake up," Xiao Bao repeatedly called out, hoping Zhang Wei would regain consciousness. As long as Zhang Wei could wake up and defend himself even a little, Xiao Bao had the ability to drive away all the mechanical creatures that were closing in, including those birds in the sky. Unfortunately, there was no sign that Zhang Wei would wake up anytime soon. Not only had his mech sustained severe damage, but his own body had also suffered significant injuries, making it impossible for him to regain consciousness in the short term. The shockwave from the explosion would eventually fade. When the residual force had mostly dissipated, the eager mechanical creatures surged forward. A variety of mechanical beings, mice, wolves, cats, dogs, and more, all pounced toward Xiao Bao and Zhang Wei. Most of these mechanical creatures have glowing red eyes, while only a few emit a brilliant blue light. These rare anomalies are currently observing from the outskirts and have not taken any rash actions. Roar. Xiao Bao lets out an angry roar, swinging its tail vigorously. Any mechanical creature that gets hit by Xiao Bao's tail is doomed. There are no exceptions. However, there are simply too many of them charging forward. While their numbers may not reach the level of a rat tide, they are close enough. Even Xiao Bao, the newly crowned king, is struggling to hold them off, as some of the mechanical creatures have already pounced on it or Zhang Wei. Chapter 83. The bomb is coming. Where did all these mechanical creatures come from? Zhang Tao was in a panic as he rushed over. It had taken them a tremendous effort just to find mechanical creatures in the urban area. Who would have thought that so many would gather at the explosion site? Although the mechanical creatures here were relatively weak, their sheer numbers were overwhelming. Tao Ge, should we retreat? One of Zhang Tao's underlings suggested hesitantly. It wasn't that they were scared, but the number of mechanical creatures was simply too much. Retreat? No way. There must be something valuable up ahead. Can't you see they're ignoring us and charging forward? Zhang Tao was clever, although he wasn't sure what lay ahead. He could tell from the mechanical creature's aggressive behavior that there had to be something good. Let us find a higher vantage point and take a look, Zhang Tao decided, leading his men towards a nearby tall building. From a distance, they couldn't see Zhang Wei and Xiao Bao, who were surrounded. Zhang Wei lay on the ground, only about 3 or 4 meters high, and with Xiao Bao on top of him, they were barely 10 meters off the ground. They were completely obscured by the dense mass of mechanical creatures. However, once Zhang Tao and his crew reached the top of the building, he finally saw what was happening. Damn it, big brother. Zhang Tao's anger flared as he realized the situation. Without a second thought, he jumped down from the building and charged towards the center of the encirclement. Those with combat power over 100, follow me. Those under 100, stay back. Zhang Tao commanded as he rushed forward. Mechs with combat power under 100 would be torn apart by the mechanical creatures in no time and were of little use. Those with over 100 could still hold their ground. Some questioned Zhang Tao's orders, and others hesitated. Charging into such a horde of monsters was indeed a trial for them. Nonetheless, a few brave souls followed Zhang Tao without hesitation. He didn't dwell on the retreating ones, but he made a mental note of them. Armed with a massive energy sword, Zhang Tao was formidable, and his advance was smooth. mainly because the mechanical creatures seemed to be focused solely on Zhang Wei and Xiao Bao in the center of the encirclement. Xiao Bao, I'm coming to save you. Don't panic, Zhang Tao shouted, swinging his energy sword to slash through the mechanical creatures surrounding him. Hearing his voice, Xiao Bao looked in his direction. Hurry, big brother, it's not looking good. Xiao Bao's tone was urgent. Upon hearing this, Zhang Tao quickened his pace. At that moment, he had no intention of abandoning Zhang Wei. I'm coming. With Zhang Tao leading, 8 mechs burst into the encirclement, engaging in fierce combat with the mechanical creatures attacking Zhang Wei. With Zhang Tao's help, Xiao Bao felt a significant relief from the pressure. What happened, Xiao Bao? How did it come to this? Zhang Tao asked, all the while slashing at the mechanical creatures and checking on Zhang Wei's condition. To be honest, it was dire. The areas protected by external armor remained relatively intact, but everywhere without such armor was riddled with cracks. Zhang Wei's robust mech legs were covered in various dents, with some wounds even causing penetrating damage. His legs looked like a sieve. Big brother has been blown up. Zhang Tao was momentarily stunned by the news. Blown up? With that intense explosion, their big brother was caught in it? Who did this? Well, that's not important. What matters now is how to rescue Zhang Wei. Actually, that's not the main concern either. The most crucial thing right now is how to survive. A tiger can hardly withstand a pack of wolves. If it were Zhang Wei, he wouldn't fear these mechanical creatures, but Zhang Tao is not Zhang Wei. His combat abilities were limited. The 8 of them had rushed in and barely managed to expand their defensive perimeter, which was now continuously shrinking. At this point, escaping on their own was a luxury. Hoping to carry the unconscious Zhang Wei out was even more of a dream. Forget it. First, protect big brother. Xiao Bao, you need to find a way to wake him up. Okay, I'll figure something out. Zhang Tao was fighting desperately, and their mechs were accumulating more and more scars. At this rate, it was clear they couldn't hold out much longer. Xiao Bao was anxious, constantly calling out to Zhang Wei, hoping he would wake up. It didn't even matter if Zhang Wei couldn't fight due to his serious injuries. All Xiao Bao needed was for him to be able to walk. And then Xiao Bao could find a way to break through with him. Unfortunately, there was no sign that Zhang Wei was waking up, and the energy crystals in his cargo hold were rapidly depleting. The first to be consumed were the ordinary energy crystals. This was a self-protection function of the mech. When severely damaged, it would automatically consume energy to recover. Naturally, a lack of power would lead to the depletion of the cargo space and supplies. However, since there was no manual control, the energy crystals were consumed starting from the lowest grade, ordinary ones. These ordinary energy crystals had limited energy, so the recovery speed was quite sluggish. Fortunately, there weren't many ordinary energy crystals in Zhang Wei's cargo hold. When the mid-level energy crystals began to be consumed, Zhang Wei's mech started to emit a faint glow. The repair speed increased. However, even with this accelerated repair speed, it was useless. Zhang Tao and the others' protective circle had already shrunk to its limits. Some of them were on the verge of collapsing. Damn it, am I going to die young here? Zhang Tao thought to himself, feeling a bit regretful at that moment. They had charged in too impulsively without assessing the enemy's strength. Charging in like this was essentially courting death, wasn't it? I'll help you hold the line. Those who can't hang on, recover quickly. Xiao Bao stepped up at a critical moment. It knew that if it didn't help, Zhang Tao and the others would be done for, and it wouldn't survive either. When Xiao Bao charged in to help, despite its own injuries, the defensive line stabilized immediately. The king-level Xiao Bao was still very powerful, swinging its meteor hammer and clearing a large area. When will Big Brother wake up? Zhang Tao asked anxiously. I don't know. The elder brother is recovering, but we don't know when he will wake up. Xiao Bao responded. Let's try our best to hold on. What else can Zhang Tao say, besides enduring and holding on? There's nothing more he can do. Just then, a discordant rumble echoed through the sky. It wasn't the sound made by mechanical birds flying overhead. This sound. Was that of fighter jets? Oh no, bombs are coming. As Zhang Tao turned to look in the direction of the sound, he saw 2 missiles being released from the aircraft. Hit the deck. Seeing the missiles heading straight for him, Zhang Tao didn't think twice. He shouted a warning and immediately dropped to the ground. If those missiles hit, he figured he would be reduced to nothing but a pile of ashes. Chapter 84. The Big Brother has awoken. Originally, Zhang Tao thought the missiles were aimed at him and his group, likely sent by some military personnel who saw Zhang Wei as a threat and wanted to eliminate him, considering Zhang Tao and his companions as mere collateral damage. However, when he noticed that the 2 incoming missiles did not explode near him but rather detonated amidst the swarm of monsters, Zhang Tao felt puzzled. Did they miss their target? At that moment, fighter jets soared overhead, and as they passed, over 20 massive figures descended from the sky. Someone had chosen to merge with their mechs while airborne, resulting in the current spectacle. After dropping these colossal machines, the aircraft sped away, having completed its mission and now needing to evade being shot down by mechanical birds. The 20 or so mechs crashed to the ground with a thunderous roar. "Brothers over there, protect Zhang Wei. We're here to help," shouted Zhou Jun. Their landing wasn't perfectly aligned with the center of the encirclement, but it wasn't too far from Zhang Wei's position. Upon hearing this, Zhang Tao immediately felt invigorated. "Brothers, protect the big brother." He was the first to rise, quickly shedding the mechanical creatures clinging to him, then brandishing his weapon and unleashing skills without restraint. The other mechs also got up, realizing they were not just protecting Zhang Wei, but themselves as well. If they didn't fight for their lives, they would meet their end. Fortunately, with help nearby, it wasn't overly difficult. It didn't take long before Zhou Jun and his team forcefully cut through the horde, clearing a path. All these mechs came from the mech battalion, each boasting combat power around 200. With the addition of these reinforcements, the defensive perimeter was quickly secured. "Jun, if you had come any later, I would have been a goner." Zhang Tao recognized Zhou Jun. They had met during the metal debris handover. "We're here now." "Don't worry," Zhou Jun replied, furiously slashing at the mechanical creatures. The ranged units from the mech battalion proved invaluable at this moment, specifically targeting mechanical dogs and cats to ensure these stronger attackers couldn't get close. As for the mechanical mice, they were left to Zhou Jun and his melee fighters to handle. Even if some got through, the mechanical mice wouldn't pose much threat to their mechs. After a grueling battle lasting over 20 minutes, the relentless defense from Zhou Jun and his team forced the hybrid mechanical creatures to abandon their assault. Under the leadership of the hybrid creatures, most of the mechanical beasts retreated, leaving only the mechanical mice charging forward recklessly. The situation was dire. The hybrids among the mechanical mice had nearly all been eliminated, and without their command, the ordinary mechanical mice were driven solely by instinct, attempting to consume the mechs before them. The outcome was inevitable. Mechanical mice with average combat power of only 20 or 30 stood no chance against the 200 combat power of the mechs. In the end, all that remained was a battlefield littered with metal debris. And now, there was more work to be done. After driving away the last of the mechanical creatures, Zhou Jun half-jokingly remarked, "These metal scraps are great materials for steel making. Why did you blow up my brother?" Zhang Tao stormed up to Zhou Jun, furious and confused. He couldn't understand the situation. First, his brother was severely injured and left unconscious by an explosion, and now there were people sent to rescue him. What did this mean? In Zhang Tao's mind, only the military had access to bombs, so it had to be the military that targeted Zhang Wei. Upon hearing this, Xiao Bao stared at Zhou Jun and his group warily. "It wasn't us. The missile was launched from the other side," Zhou Jun clarified. "Where?" Zhang Tao asked, puzzled, feeling as if he hadn't quite grasped what was said. "From the other side, they used tactical nuclear missiles. Missiles weren't enough. They also used nuclear missiles?" Zhang Tao was taken aback. "Wait, we didn't provoke them. Why would they blow up my brother?" Zhang Tao considered himself a small-time boss, far from international affairs. So why would he be targeted with a mushroom bomb? Although tactical nuclear missiles were the weakest type of nuclear bomb, it still seemed excessive. As for Zhang Wei, he didn't seem to be at that level either. Could it be that his own brother had offended some influential figure's daughter? Stop guessing. It's probably the doing of that little brat. We'll get to the bottom of this. How is Zhang Wei doing now? Zhou Jun interrupted Zhang Tao's train of thought, clearly more concerned about Zhang Wei's condition. When the military commander learned about the tactical nuclear missile strike on Chuan City, he immediately dispatched Zhou Jun and his team for rescue, which is why they arrived so quickly. As for how to retaliate, that was still under discussion. "Damn that little brat. My brother seems to be okay. He is not dead." Zhang Tao glanced at Zhang Wei, who appeared to be in good condition, with his mech rapidly recovering. However, the high-grade source crystals in Zhang Wei's cargo hold had taken a hit. The mid-grade crystals were exhausted, and the remaining high-grade ones hadn't escaped unscathed. The upside was that the high-grade crystals contained ample energy, leading to a fast recovery for Zhang Wei's mech. As long as he is fine. "We will definitely give Zhang Wei a proper explanation for this incident," Zhou Jun said seriously. "It's not the military's style to just take a hit without retaliation." "Who did the bombing?" At that moment, Zhang Wei's voice came through. "Brother, you're awake? How are you? Are you okay?" Zhang Tao rushed to Zhang Wei's side, worry etched on his face. Xiao Bao also looked at Zhang Wei with concern. If there weren't so many outsiders around, it would have even considered offering its legendary source crystal to help Zhang Wei recover. "I'm fine. Have you figured out what happened?" Zhang Wei held back his anger. Anyone who had been hit by a nuclear explosion would feel furious. "Not yet, but I suspect it's that little brat's doing." Zhou Jun shared his guess. Zhang Wei had uncovered a spy from that little brat's camp before the explosion, so it was only natural to deduce that this incident was connected to him. "Got it." Zhang Wei nodded silently, choosing not to elaborate further. "Sorry to trouble you." "Thank you," Zhang Wei said to Zhou Jun, expressing his gratitude. "No trouble at all. It's your brothers who fought hard to protect you. Without them, you probably wouldn't have made it when we arrived. Zhou Jun replied playfully, waving his hand. Hey, protecting my big brother is the least I can do, Zhang Tao chuckled. See? You don't even have to take credit for it yourself. Others will do it for you, Zhou Jun remarked. Zhang Wei understood the situation well. Just looking at the state of Zhang Tao and the others made it clear. Not to mention Xiao Bao. Zhang Wei didn't say anything out loud, but he made a mental note of it. By the way, can you walk? If you can. We should head to the base first. It's safer there. Chapter 85. I'm going to Japan. If you can leave, then go ahead. Zhang Wei wasn't being pretentious. At his current state, if he took another hit from a mushroom bomb, he would definitely not make it out alive. Soon after, the group set off towards the military base, with Zhou Jun and his team providing security, so there was no need to worry about safety. When they arrived at the military base, Lin Xinying rushed up to Zhang Wei immediately. How are you? Are you okay? I'm fine, Zhang Wei replied. I just got back to the base not long ago, and I heard that you... Lin Xinying's expression was anxious. She felt guilty for not being able to save Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei patted her shoulder and reassured her, it's okay. Seeing Zhang Wei smile, Lin Xinying felt a little more at ease. By the way, the commander wants to see you. Let's go. Zhang Wei followed Lin Xinying as they left. While Zhang Tao began to clean up his subordinates, those cowardly individuals who were afraid of death had to be eliminated. Even if given control of a mecha with combat power over 1,000, such people would still be useless. Though those being dismissed were dissatisfied. They didn't dare to speak out and could only leave the camp in disgrace. After clearing out the useless personnel, Zhang Tao started recruiting new subordinates. Mechas could only be considered valuable if used properly. Every mecha had its inherent worth. In the conference hall, apart from Commander Zhang, there were 7 or 8 other individuals present. When Commander Zhang saw Zhang Wei, he quickly walked over to him. How are you? How bad are your injuries? Commander. I'm fine. Really? Good. It's impressive that you came out of that explosion relatively unscathed. Commander Zhang looked at Zhang Wei with relief. Zhang Wei was his prized asset. The suggestions he had made had already been adopted by the government, and military bases across the country were implementing them. If these plans could be put into action, how many lives could be saved? Now, with the rewards from above still not issued, and Zhang Wei nearly dead, how could Commander Zhang feel at ease? Sit down. There are some things I need to discuss with you. Yes. Zhang Wei took his seat. Commander Zhang first introduced Zhang Wei to the people present, all of whom were prominent figures within the base. After a simple greeting, the attitude of these individuals towards Zhang Wei mirrored that of Commander Zhang. They were all very fond of him. Then Commander Zhang began to talk about the recent events. We investigated thoroughly. The incident was instigated by Japan, and A3 took action, while the United States is the mastermind behind it all. Those damn people. The world has already turned into this, and they still think of new ways to suppress us. Regarding this incident, we have already drafted a retaliation plan. Now we're just waiting for approval from above. Rest assured, Zhang Wei, we will avenge you. If they don't agree, I'll take matters into my own hands. Commander Zhang was visibly angry. His fury was evident. Commander, I want to handle this myself. Handle it yourself? How will you do that? Although you were the target of the attack, they were really aiming at our country. Your injury is our responsibility. Director Zhang took the blame upon himself. Although it was a special time, and there were certainly significant oversights in air defense, he believed that allowing enemy missiles to land on his own territory was his fault. Uncle Zhang, I still want to take revenge myself. Zhang Wei changed his address. Child, you're already hurt. How can you take revenge? Besides, who are you going to take revenge on? They're all. Director Zhang felt a bit helpless, as the distance to the 3 hostile parties was just too far. I want to go to Japan. What? Director Zhang stared wide-eyed at Zhang Wei. At this time, go to Japan? They can come here to cause destruction, so I can naturally go there. But it's very unsafe, and how will you get there? Right now, there are no ships that can sail on the ocean. The ocean's mechanical creatures are constantly monitored by the country. If the chaos on land is at a level of 1, then the chaos at sea is at a level of 10. They are not even on the same scale. I can go by myself. I have another piece of news to tell Uncle Zhang. Do you still remember the day the source crystals fell from the sky? Director Zhang nodded slowly. He certainly remembered that, as they still hadn't figured out where those source crystals had come from. Since that day, a batch of initial source crystals has fallen from the sky every 3 months, and these initial source crystals can yield many high-value items that need to be collected diligently. Is that so? They fall every 3 months? Director Zhang found it hard to believe. The key was that he didn't know how Zhang Wei had obtained this information. Yes, I want to go to Japan, not just for revenge. I also want to seize their initial source crystals. But how will you get to Japan? Sending you by plane would be very risky. Although the news Zhang Wei provided shocked Director Zhang, he still didn't forget to stop Zhang Wei. It seemed crazy to him to send Zhang Wei alone to Japan for just a handful of source crystals. What Director Zhang didn't realize was that Zhang Wei was after much more than just a few source crystals. Uncle Zhang, I can go by myself. I have a pet that can swim and will take me there. The dangers in the ocean are beyond your imagination. Uncle Zhang. My pet is a king-level creature. It won't be in any danger as long as it stays on the surface. King level? Director Zhang knew what a king-level creature was. It was precisely because he understood that he found it hard to believe Zhang Wei could tame a king-level mechanical creature as a pet. Can mechanical creatures really be kept as pets? That's good news. Zhang Wei slowly shook his head. They can, but there's no contractual guarantee. I see. But can you ensure it won't have a change of heart? If it turns against you once you enter the sea? Uncle Zhang, don't worry. If it hadn't saved my life this time, I would probably already be dead. Sigh, all right. Since you've already made up your mind, I can't really dissuade you. I only have one request of you. Uncle Zhang, what is it? Come back alive. Zhang Wei smiled widely and said, Uncle Zhang, don't worry. I will definitely come back alive. All right. Do you want someone to accompany you? No need. I'll go by myself. Zhang Wei understood who Uncle Zhang was referring to. If possible, he would be more than happy to bring Lin Xianying and Zhang Tao along. However, the reality didn't allow it. Zhang Tao and Lin Xianying simply didn't have the capability to cross the ocean. Are you really sure about this? Uncle Zhang still felt reluctant, wondering if it was right to let such a promising talent take such a risk. I've made up my mind. Once the mech is nearly repaired, I'll set off. But I would appreciate it if Uncle Zhang could help me prepare some source crystals. Regular ones or mid-level ones would be fine. Chapter 86, Zhang Wei. Come back alive, all right. Don't worry. I'll have someone help you prepare right away, Zhang Wei assured. Okay, Uncle Zhang, you two take your time talking. I'll head out first, he said. Go ahead. Zhang Shouzhang waved him off. As Zhang Wei left, he chose not to express any opinions about the revenge matter. He understood that his views were inconsequential. This was a national issue, and it wasn't his place to worry about it. He could only focus on doing his own part. When Zhang Wei told Zhang Tao and Lin Xianying about his desire to go to Japan, both of them immediately protested in unison. No way, big brother. You can't go alone, Zhang Tao said, a hint of urgency in his voice. You can't just let Zhang Wei go to Japan by himself. You need to take me with you. I'm familiar with the area and often go there to bring glory to the country, Zhang Tao added, winking at Zhang Wei. Lin Xianying shot Zhang Tao a disapproving look. It's too dangerous for you to go alone. It's not as dangerous as you think, Zhang Wei replied to Lin Xianying. As for Zhang Tao, he didn't even want to engage with him. Zhang Wei also wanted to bring glory to the country. But his previous economic situation hadn't allowed for it. He felt like kicking Zhang Tao, the privileged one. When you were bringing glory to the country, why didn't you think of bringing me along? Now that I want to make a name for myself, you're just looking to mooch off me? Is it really that easy? How can it not be dangerous? You'll be going alone, without any support, Lin Xianying insisted. I have help. Xiao Bao will be going with me, and really, there's no significant danger. Think about it. What's the situation over there now? They're probably too busy dealing with their own chaos. Who has the energy to target me? Even if their officials find out, would they blow up their own citizens? Big brother, they can be pretty twisted. They can do anything, Zhang Tao chimed in. Shut up. Zhang Wei snapped at Zhang Tao. He knew Zhang Tao wouldn't have anything good to say, and discussing such twisted matters in front of Lin Xianying was completely inappropriate. If there were anything to say, it should be in private. I've made up my mind. Once I gather enough source crystals, I'll leave. You two focus on developing here. When the next batch of initial source crystals arrives, make sure to gather as many as possible, especially the legendary multicolored source crystals, Zhang Wei reminded them. Got it. Big brother. Don't worry, our team will keep growing stronger, Zhang Tao reassured him, patting his chest. Lin Xianying remained worried about Zhang Wei. The thought of him going to a foreign land alone felt extremely risky. Unfortunately, she couldn't control Zhang Wei, since he had made his decision. All she could do was let it be. All right, go ahead. We'll be waiting for you to come back, Lin Xianying nodded at Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei let out a sigh of relief. He didn't quite understand why it mattered to him. His trip to Japan had nothing to do with Lin Xianying. And he didn't need her approval. But hearing her agree, well, he decided not to dwell on it further. After reassuring Zhang Tao and Lin Xianying, he still needed to step outside the camp to inform Xiao Bao. The situation with Xiao Bao was easily resolved. Zhang Wei only needed one move to get Xiao Bao to willingly agree to help him. Endless food. In Chuan City, most of the metal scraps are handed over to the military for constructing steel cities. However, things are different in Japan. Zhang Wei didn't care how the people there reacted. Every piece of metal scrap was food for Xiao Bao. Upon hearing this good news, Xiao Bao had no reason to refuse. As for carrying Zhang Wei across the ocean, what is the big deal? Pangolins can swim, after all. Zhang Wei himself wasn't afraid of the water either. Even if he encountered danger, he could handle it with ease. Nowadays, as long as Zhang Wei didn't run into the enormous creatures lurking in the depths of the ocean. The small marine mechanical creatures that appeared on the surface were merely there to deliver source crystals to him. Everything was ready, he just needed the source crystals. He waited for 2 days. During this time, Zhang Wei had restored his mech to its optimal state. Though he regretted that the epic armor he had just acquired was now unusable, its durability had dropped to 0, and the energy from the source crystals couldn't repair it. One day, Commander Zhang personally came to see Zhang Wei. Kid, the source crystals are ready for you. You must be extra careful. If anything happens, prioritize your safety, understand? The commander's words were filled with concern and reluctance. Don't worry, Uncle Zhang. I'll be fine. If anything happens, I can contact you at any time. You just need to provide artillery support when the time comes. Zhang Wei said with a smile. Right, don't feel burdened. If you encounter something you can't handle, just let Uncle Zhang know. I'll take the heat for you. The commander perked up at this. Bombarding Japan Island. Just thinking about it felt exhilarating. As for whether they could actually hit Japan Island, was that even a concern? Not to mention missiles. Even rockets could reach Japan Island. Thank you, Uncle Zhang. Don't mention it. Just check if the source crystals I prepared for you are enough. Commander Zhang led Zhang Wei to a storage room. Inside, piles of intermediate source crystals were stacked. Roughly around 3,000. Uncle, this is way too much. Zhang Wei was astonished. Although the military was large and well-resourced, they consumed a lot daily. To be able to allocate this many source crystals was beyond Zhang Wei's expectations. It's not too much. We're struggling here. This is all we have in intermediate source crystals. The commander implied that if they could gather more, he would likely provide Zhang Wei with even more. Zhang Wei felt genuinely touched. Although this concern was tied to mutual interests, care stemming from such interests is still care. Some people wouldn't care about your well-being even if you offered them benefits. Thank you, Uncle Zhang. I'll put this away. When are you planning to leave? Do you want me to send a plane to take you to the coast? No need. I can make my own way. Xiao Bao will be with me. Zhang Wei replied while collecting the source crystals. The commander had seen Xiao Bao before and was very pleased that Zhang Wei had such a pet. That's true. With it around, our plane won't be able to carry it. Take care, Uncle Zhang. I'm heading out now. Make sure to keep in touch with us, all right? Okay. I won't notify Lin Xianying. Can you let her know for me, Uncle Zhang? Sure. Zhang Wei disliked the emotional weight of goodbyes, so he decided not to say anything. After all, when combined with the mech, they could communicate in real time without any phone charges, which was very convenient. Then, Zhang Wei left the base and headed straight for the camp. Little Bao was not far from the camp. When Zhang Wei found Little Bao, Lin Xianying caught up with him. Zhang Wei, come back alive. Lin Xianying hadn't combined with her mech, and she was a bit out of breath from running. Her eyes slightly red. Chapter 87. The giant whale. Zhang Wei left, taking only Xiao Bao with him. 3 days later, they arrived at the seaside. Along the way, Zhang Wei didn't collect many source crystals, not because there were no mechanical creatures in the wild, but because he didn't intentionally seek out trouble with them. Only those foolish enough to obstruct his path would meet their end at his hands. Big brother, is what you said true? Are there really a lot of things to eat over there? Can we eat whatever we want? Xiao Bao still found it hard to believe. Zhang Wei's words seemed a bit exaggerated. Of course, he replied. Can mechas eat too? Absolutely. Zhang Wei nodded confidently. Then let's go right now. Xiao Bao was eager to go. Zhang Wei glanced at the calm ocean surface, knowing that beneath it lay a world that was anything but peaceful. In the next moment, Xiao Bao jumped into the water, with Zhang Wei following closely behind. Xiao Bao was an excellent swimmer and moved quickly through the water. Zhang Wei didn't need to exert himself. He simply held onto Xiao Bao with one hand and let him guide the way. At first, there was no danger. However, after they had been submerged for an hour, trouble approached. Big brother, there's a large group of small creatures ahead. We can't go around them. Xiao Bao's perception was extremely sharp, far exceeding Zhang Wei's detection range. In Zhang Wei's scans, there were no notable mechanical creatures within a kilometer radius. However, his fine detection could only skin down to 100 meters below the surface. Anything deeper was beyond reach. If there were indeed creatures lurking in the deep, they would rely on Xiao Bao's keen senses. We can't go around? Then we'll charge through, Zhang Wei instructed. Xiao Bao was excited, as the small creatures ahead represented delicious food for him. Zhang Wei couldn't help but think how much of a foodie Xiao Bao was as he watched him surge ahead with increased speed. Before long, Zhang Wei also sensed the group of sea monsters that Xiao Bao had mentioned. He didn't know what these creatures looked like before, only that they were tiny mechanical beings, about 20 centimeters long. In the vast ocean, these miniature mechanical creatures could only serve as food. Should we leave some source crystals? Xiao Bao asked. No need. Zhang Wei shook his head. Although these tiny mechanical beings contained source crystals, their energy was too weak, just ordinary source crystals with no value in collecting. Alright. Xiao Bao dove right into the swarm of mechanical creatures, opening his mouth wide and devouring them without hesitation, not even bothering to chew. Zhang Wei followed him into the fray, the sound of clinking and clattering echoing off his body as the mechanical creatures collided against him. These little guys didn't seem to be wandering aimlessly, they appeared to be fleeing for their lives. Zhang Wei closely monitored their movements. They showed no inclination to attack either him or Xiao Bao, all of them desperately trying to escape. Little Bao, pay attention. There must be something chasing them. Got it. Big brother. Little Bao responded, but didn't raise any alarms. Zhang Wei activated his basic perception, but turned it off shortly after. This basic perception could only provide a glimpse of what was happening on the surface of the sea, and could only detect a depth of 2 meters below. 2 meters wasn't very useful at all, as it couldn't reveal any underwater dangers. After about 5 or 6 minutes, Little Bao suddenly became alert and stopped eating. Big brother, there's a pretty big creature coming up ahead, and there are quite a few of them. Can we go around it? Yes. Let us go around. Zhang Wei assumed that the large creatures Little Bao had detected were hunting the smaller ones, and he was reluctant to engage with aquatic mechanical beings in their territory. After all, this was their domain. Zhang Wei's combat effectiveness would be significantly reduced in the ocean. For instance, his floating artillery and freeze bombs wouldn't be effective at sea, and as for the super energy solar sword, while it could still be used, he couldn't even imagine how quickly its power would diminish underwater. Therefore, battles should be avoided when possible. If they couldn't be avoided, they would fight when necessary. A few minutes later, Zhang Wei detected the large creatures that Little Bao had mentioned. They were a group of mechanical fish about 3 meters long, arranged in a semicircle, hunting the smaller creatures. Little Bao was still trying to find a route around them, but it was frustrating because it had already changed directions several times without success. Zhang Wei had a clearer understanding of the situation and told Little Bao, just charge straight through. Alright. It wasn't that Little Bao couldn't get around them. It was that the mechanical fish would adjust their positions according to Little Bao's movements. Those 3-meter-long mechanical fish were too intimidated to approach Little Bao and Zhang Wei. In the ocean, the strength of mechanical beings was often judged by their size, at least for now, unless they possessed special abilities. Otherwise, smaller mechanical beings stood no chance against larger ones. What size is Little Bao? What size is Zhang Wei? In the eyes of the mechanical fish, they appeared as 2 massive creatures, and they would naturally want to avoid them. Thus, according to Zhang Wei's detection, he and Little Bao became the ones driving off the mechanical fish, acting like a protective umbrella for the smaller creatures. Sure enough, as Little Bao charged forward, the mechanical fish blocking their path retreated, and a gap was torn in the perfect encirclement. Little Bao, when encountering creatures of this size, just charged straight through. Zhang Wei reminded him. After this experience, Zhang Wei realized that the strategy he had set with Little Bao was a bit too cautious. Although they weren't in their own territory, they shouldn't forget their status as powers. Given their identity, there was no need to yield to these smaller mechanical beings. All right, big brother, Little Bao happily replied. The subsequent journey proved to be much smoother, with fewer detours, and whenever they encountered mechanical beings, they simply charged right through. However, after diving for 6 hours, Zhang Wei encountered something that filled him with fear, a whale. It was an enormous mechanical whale, over 100 meters long. So massive that even Zhang Wei struggled to find the words to describe it. This was a creature he had never seen in his previous life. As Zhang Wei spotted this behemoth, the creature also noticed him. In theory, mechanical whales shouldn't surface, their size makes it impractical. However, due to their previous habits, they often appeared at the surface, which was how Zhang Wei came to see it. Chapter 88. People are acting. Heaven is watching. Hurry, turn around and run. Zhang Wei's tone was urgent. He didn't know why Xiao Bao hadn't sensed the giant creature, but now was not the time to dwell on that. Xiao Bao looked puzzled. Big brother, what's wrong? There's a huge creature ahead. Run, Zhang Wei urged. Upon hearing this, Xiao Bao poked his head above the water to take a look. What he saw nearly gave him a heart attack. In Xiao Bao's perception, the whale ahead looked like just a small island. Who would have thought it was such a massive mechanical creature? Xiao Bao quickly turned to escape. Human? A voice suddenly echoed. Zhang Wei was momentarily stunned. When he turned to look, he saw 2 enormous blue eyes, each as tall as several stories. These were truly mesmerizing eyes. Don't run. The voice called out again. Run. Zhang Wei quickly urged Xiao Bao. Don't run? Are you kidding? Xiao Bao had no time to argue. It was already pushing its limits to escape. At that moment, a jet of water shot out from the whale's back. It was an incredibly high-pressure water cannon that reached Zhang Wei in an instant, even from a kilometer away. People and horses were thrown into chaos. Zhang Wei was knocked around by the water jet, and Xiao Bao fared no better. They both were sent over 20 meters underwater. Fortunately, While the force of the water was strong, it didn't cause any substantial harm to either Zhang Wei or Xiao Bao. Don't run, I won't eat you. The whale's voice came again. Zhang Wei was puzzled. Won't eat? Is that for real? Xiao Bao, be ready to run at any moment. But let's see what it wants first. Zhang Wei had already begun preparing to call for backup, but it seemed the whale truly bore no malice. The water jet was merely a means to block their escape. Okay, Xiao Bao replied, and they both surfaced. Come over here, I won't harm you, the whale said. Indeed, remaining still on the surface. Let us go take a look, Zhang Wei instructed. Xiao Bao cautiously swam towards the whale. Where do you come from? As Zhang Wei and Xiao Bao approached within a few hundred meters, the whale inquired. Xiao Bao halted in his tracks. Huagua, do you know it? Zhang Wei asked uncertainly. Although the whale was certainly an extraordinary being, he wasn't sure if it would recognize Huagua. Huagua, I know it. Zhang Wei felt a sense of wonder. He could detect a hint of joy in the whale's tone. I was saved by fishermen from your Huagua. Ah, was that before you became mechanical? Did you possess wisdom even then? Of course. How else would I end up in the ocean? The whale sounded somewhat proud. Indeed, whales are known for their high intelligence, and many have been very friendly towards humans. Zhang Wei was surprised that even after becoming a mechanical creature, the whale had retained this admirable trait. I want to go to Japan. What are you going there for? At that moment, the whale's tone was distinctly unfriendly. Zhang Wei picked up on the whale's demeanor. Although the whale had gained intelligence, it was not adept at concealing its preferences. This was quite beneficial. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. If such a giant could assist in the ocean, kill them. Zhang Wei spoke candidly. Why? The whale asked, intrigued. Because they want to kill me. So I seek revenge. I can help you. The whale felt a sense of empathy at that moment. It had initially stopped Zhang Wei out of curiosity about why he was in the ocean, merely wanting to satisfy its own inquisitiveness. But now it was different. Do you have a grudge against the Japanese too? Yes, they wanted to hunt me down, but it was your people from Huagua who saved me. I can help you. The whale emphasized again. I also wish for revenge, but I lack the ability to come ashore. I can take you there. And I can also assist you in the ocean. If you are in danger and need to enter the sea, I can ensure your safety. The whale began to stress its importance. Clearly, the harm caused by the Japanese was still fresh in its memory, and Zhang Wei could understand that. The Japanese kill thousands, even tens of thousands of whales every year, not for the meat, but to obtain valuable materials from their bodies. Even with worldwide condemnation, the Japanese have not ceased their cruel actions. It's a source of outrage for both humans and gods alike. So, let me help you. The whale was very proactive. Seeing the whale's actions, Zhang Wei could almost guess how Japan had met its downfall in a past life. People act, and heaven observes. It's not that retribution doesn't come. It's just that the time hasn't arrived. The Japanese, having hunted whales for years, would face dire consequences if surrounded by hundreds of such colossal creatures. Currently, the whale couldn't come ashore, but what about in the future? Even if the whales could never come ashore, wouldn't it be difficult for them to recruit some smaller allies who could? Take this whale Zhang Wei encountered, for example. Its goal was to take Zhang Wei to the island to kill the Japanese. If Zhang Wei encountered something he couldn't handle, he could always retreat to the ocean, where the whale would protect him. In this scenario, if Japan didn't fall, then who would? Warren, what are you thinking? I really can help you. The whale grew anxious as Zhang Wei remained silent. I promise you, my name is Zhang Wei. You can call me that. From now on, we are partners. Great. The whale exclaimed joyfully, spraying a column of water that shot high into the sky. Reaching heights of 500 or 600 meters, and with a diameter of over 3 meters, Zhang Wei was momentarily stunned by the sight. Come quickly onto my back. I'll take you there right now, the excited whale urged Zhang Wei. It was evident that it was even more anxious than Zhang Wei. Xiao Bao, come here. Zhang Wei called to Xiao Bao. Xiao Bao hesitated a bit, feeling scared because he wasn't sure if he could fit into the whale's tooth gap. He couldn't empathize with the whale's deep-seated hatred towards Japan. Come on, let's go. Zhang Wei nudged Xiao Bao. With legs as thick as yours, what are you hesitating for? With us here, we can pretty much navigate this ocean with ease, you know? Roar. Xiao Bao swam towards the whale with Zhang Wei. The whale was very cooperative, allowing Xiao Bao and Zhang Wei to climb onto its body without fear of any damage they might cause. Once Zhang Wei reached the whale's back, he realized how small his perspective had been. He had underestimated the whale's size. The part of the whale visible above the surface was indeed around 100 meters long, but beneath the water, it was even longer. After careful measurement, Zhang Wei discovered the truth. This whale was actually 300 to 400 meters long. Chapter 89. Kneel down and surrender. What does 300 to 400 meters really mean? It's about the size of an aircraft carrier. And standing on the back of a whale, Zhang Wei felt like just a tiny speck. Fortunately, the whale swam smoothly through the water without any bumps. This whale was quite chatty. Perhaps it hadn't talked to humans much before, as it hadn't stopped chattering the entire journey. Zhang Wei affectionately named the whale Fishy Sister. Yes, this big whale was female. Zhang Wei, once you reach the island, be very careful. The Japanese are very cunning, and you're my friend, so please don't die. Fishy Sister earnestly warned Zhang Wei as they approached the Japanese island. Having a human friend, especially one who gave her a name, was something Fishy Sister cherished deeply. Don't worry, we agreed that if we encounter any danger, we'll come find you, Zhang Wei reassured her. And the whistle I gave you, make sure to keep it safe. I've already put it away, Fishy Sister replied, handing Zhang Wei a whistle. It was a special item. It didn't have any real power or produce a loud sound. But the sound it made had a unique allure for Fishy Sister, one that could be heard from hundreds of kilometers away. They agreed that as soon as Fishy Sister heard the whistle, she would come to Zhang Wei's aid near Japan's coastal waters. In a country without nuclear capabilities, Fishy Sister felt no threat. Even if missiles exploded nearby, she wouldn't sustain serious injuries. Well then, you take care. Fishy Sister couldn't help but remind Zhang Wei once more. All right, we're off, little treasure, Zhang Wei called out to little treasure. At this moment, they could already see the Japanese island from Fishy Sister's back. Meanwhile, the high-ranking officials on the island were restless. What was this massive whale approaching the coast planning to do? If it charged at the island, what kind of damage would it cause? The Japanese were quite foresight. They understood how precarious their position was. Defending against oceanic mechanical creatures was their top priority, without exception. Fortunately, Fishy Sister didn't swim too close to the island. Her large size made it easy for her to run aground in shallow waters. Her decision to stay away from the coast provided some reassurance to the Japanese officials. But they remained vigilant, keeping their eyes firmly on Fishy Sister. As for Little Treasure and Zhang Wei, who had slipped off Fishy Sister's back, they were overlooked. Zhang Wei and Little Treasure didn't boldly approach the island on the surface. Instead, Little Treasure took Zhang Wei underwater, diving to about 10 meters deep. With no intention of surfacing even as they neared Japan, Little Treasure was good at digging, and burrowing directly into the island would save them a lot of trouble. According to Zhang Wei's reconnaissance, there was a defensive point every kilometer near Japan's coastal waters. These points had comprehensive firepower and sufficient personnel. If they attempted to land on the beach, they would undoubtedly attract significant attention. The tunneling process went smoothly, and Zhang Wei didn't need to assist. Little Treasure was perfectly capable on his own. They dug a tunnel that extended a full 2 kilometers, bypassing the defensive points before breaking through to the surface. Xiao Bao. Remember this place, and cover it well. It might come in handy for us later, Zhang Wei reminded Xiao Bao, while also marking the location on his core map. All right, big brother, where to next? Let's go where there are more people. Zhang Wei had no idea where he had landed, as he hadn't traveled here on his own, but had been brought by Yume. However, the specific location didn't really matter. Would it make a difference where they killed and looted? From a distance, Zhang Wei spotted a city in ruins. And there were bound to be people and mechanical creatures among the debris. Let's start from here, he said, leading Xiao Bao on their journey. Their destination was a place roughly the size of an ordinary county in China, where nearly all the buildings were in ruins. Yet, the city still had a certain vibrancy. Even before entering, Zhang Wei could already sense the fluctuations of battle. The fact that he could detect this energy wave despite the fine scanning meant that the combat was at least a kilometer away from him. Switching to a rough scan, Zhang Wei got a general idea of the situation. Several mechs were engaged in a fierce fight with each other. After so many days, these mechs should have collected some valuable loot by now. Zhang Wei muttered to himself as he headed toward the battlefield. When they were about 500 meters from the battlefield, Zhang Wei instructed Xiao Bao to wait in place. Xiao Bao complied without question. Zhang Wei then charged into the fray alone. Damn it, Inoue, why are you doing this? Roared one of the mechs under siege. Zhang Wei understood their conversation. The mechs automatically translated their language into his native tongue. Likewise, if Zhang Wei spoke, his words would be translated for the other mechs as well. Matsushita. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for getting involved with it. If you hand it over to me, I can spare your life. Zhang Wei focused his gaze and saw it was just an exceptional grade single-handed sword, of little value. However, for these small fries, that sword was quite significant. Stop dreaming. Since you all want to die, I'll send you off to the afterlife, Matsushita bellowed. Wait. One person suddenly spoke, turning to look in Zhang Wei's direction. There was no way around it. Despite crouching, Zhang Wei's massive frame was still too large for the crumbling ruins to completely conceal him. Compared to Zhang Wei's towering mech, which stood at 20 meters, these smaller mechs looked rather pitiful. The ones they controlled were all around 10 meters tall. It was clear they had undergone secondary evolution, but failing to reach 10 meters meant they had poor foundations. This was to be expected, in this area, smaller. Low displacement vehicles were popular, and those little ones transformed into mechs typically stood only about 5 or 6 meters tall. Who are you? Matsushita and Inoue both asked, visibly tense. No matter how they squabbled among themselves, that was their business. Now, with such a giant suddenly appearing, if this giant were to snatch away their weapons, it would be a loss of resources for them. Kneel and surrender. Since they had been discovered, Zhang Wei decided to cut the small talk and gave a direct command. You scoundrel, how dare you be so rude? Inoue was clearly much more aggressive than Matsushita. As soon as Zhang Wei issued his order, Inoue erupted in curses. You piece of trash, Zhang Wei replied coldly. Even colder than Zhang Wei's words was the freezing projectile fired from the floating cannon. One shot, and it hit home. Inoue's entire mech was encased in ice. Your Excellency, we were wrong. Please forgive us. Matsushita pleaded as he knelt down, followed by the others who had been with Inoue. Chapter 90. Are there any people from Huawei here? Zhang Wei was not surprised at all by the behavior of these individuals. That's just how it is with small-minded people. They bully the weak and fear the strong. They will show you just how evil human nature can be when they prey on those weaker than themselves. But when faced with someone stronger, they will demonstrate the most proper etiquette. Ask you questions, answer well, and you may live. Answer unsatisfactorily, and you die. Your Excellency, please feel free to ask. We will definitely not disappoint you, Matsushita said respectfully, with no one else dissenting. All right, how many living people are there in this city? Your Excellency, we've long since realized you are not one of us, as there are no powerful individuals like you here. We estimate there are about 2,000 people left, and we are willing to obey all your commands. Matsushita had mastered the art of flattery, not only praising Zhang Wei but also expressing loyalty. What kind of mechanical beings do you have? Your Excellency, here we mainly have monsters from the ocean. But our safety is assured as our warriors from the Empire are protecting us. Wait, don't believe him. He is from Huawei, not one of us. A sudden shout rang out. Huh? Matsushita was taken aback. The mecha could automatically translate languages, so Matsushita didn't realize Zhang Wei was speaking Huawei's language. However, those not controlling the mecha could hear what it was saying. The shout just now came from someone hiding in the ruins. You're from Huawei? Matsushita's tone suddenly shifted. Yes, and what of it? Zhang Wei replied coldly. Respectful sir, I am willing to be your subordinate. Let me take care of that trash right now. With that, Matsushita stood up and charged directly toward the person who had shouted. Zhang Wei watched with a cold gaze, making no move. He was confident that Matsushita wouldn't escape. Even if he tried, Zhang Wei could easily catch and kill him. For now, Zhang Wei just wanted to see how far Matsushita could go. The battle blades swept through the air. A head flew off, and the face filled with rage froze midair. After slaying a fellow countryman, Matsushita returned to Zhang Wei as if nothing had happened, kneeling firmly before him. At this moment, Matsushita was filled with hatred for the man who had shouted. Even if you figured it out, couldn't you have whispered it? Shouting it in front of him, what do you want us to do? I can't even understand the equipment he has on. One shot from him could take down Inoue. Are you blind? For someone daring enough to plot against him. Matsushita showed no mercy, killing swiftly and smoothly. As for his display of loyalty to Zhang Wei, that was merely for show. Well done. You people should have a camp. Right? Zhang Wei nodded in satisfaction. Regarding Matsushita's apparent obedience, Zhang Wei didn't take it seriously at all, and certainly didn't believe it. Yes, my lord. Our people are all gathered together for easier management. You're the one in charge? Don't laugh at me, sir. I have no qualifications to be a manager. The person in charge of us is Inoue Saburo, Matsushita said with a hint of self-deprecation. Oh? Are you related to that guy? Zhang Wei asked, pointing at the frozen Inoue. Matsushita quickly shook his head. No, sir. They just share the same surname. Is Inoue Saburo really that impressive? He's indeed stronger than his subordinates, but he's far from your match, sir. You are the strongest here, and all resources will belong to you, Matsushita said, displaying an unusual level of submission. At this moment, he would likely agree to anything Zhang Wei asked, even if it meant licking his heels, and would do so with a smile. Take me to your camp. No tricks, or you'll end up like him. Zhang Wei lifted his foot and stomped down on the frozen Inoue. The sound of cracking echoed clearly in Matsushita and the others' ears. Under their gaze, Inoue's mech shattered completely, and Zhang Wei casually collected the exposed cargo hold inside, ignoring everything else. He didn't even glance at the other items, as they were all of decent quality but were damaged by the freezing shot, making repairs a waste of source crystals. However, there was nothing wrong with the cargo hold's contents. Zhang Wei took a quick look and stored the high-quality cargo hold away. Matsushita and the others were left speechless. They had never seen such a swift execution. In their mech battles, it was always a back-and-forth affair, and even the victor would emerge with injuries. But looking at the current situation, it was terrifyingly efficient. However, if they could really follow this person, it wouldn't be bad at all. At least they could thrive in their small town, having access to women and resources, and perhaps even stepping on Inoue Saburo in the process. Matsushida's heart began to heat up. As for following a Chinese person, did that really matter? As long as the person was strong enough, they could still become Matsushida's boss. Sir, this is a battle knife I recently acquired, and I would like to present it to you, Matsushida said respectfully, offering the knife with both hands. Zhang Wei glanced at Matsushida and reluctantly accepted the battle knife. It was of exceptional quality, decent enough to keep or give away. Seeing Zhang Wei accept the knife, Matsushida felt a surge of joy. It indicated that Zhang Wei had accepted him, right? Lead the way. Yes, sir. Matsushida jumped to his feet, and the others obediently followed behind him. Just moments ago, they were Inoue's accomplices, and now they had quickly turned into Matsushida's subordinates. The transition was that fast and straightforward. By the way, are there any Chinese people here? Zhang Wei suddenly asked as they walked along. Matsushida's heart skipped a beat. This was a question he was reluctant to face. But since Zhang Wei had already asked, he didn't dare lie, knowing that anyone could provide the answer. If he dared to deceive Zhang Wei, he had no idea what consequences he would face. My lord, there are no more Chinese people here, Matsushida spoke cautiously. But please don't be upset. They weren't all killed. Many have been relocated, but only Inoue Saburo and his group know where they were taken. Matsushida spoke quickly, fearing that if he took too long, Zhang Wei would end his life. Understood. Let's go, Zhang Wei replied, his emotions remaining steady. In this era, living in an enemy country, he had already anticipated the fate that awaited the Chinese people here. Chapter 91. The life of Little Japan is truly worthless inside the city. In a makeshift camp surrounded by a wall of jagged stones, approximately 3,000 square meters in size, there are over 2,000 survivors. Most people are crammed into a small space, often with 3 individuals sharing a tent that occupies just 3 square meters. After all, the available living space is limited. And those in charge of managing the camp certainly have better living conditions. Fortunately, the survivors do not complain, as they have long grown accustomed to such living conditions. After all, they can still make do with a tiny room of 7 square meters, so a 1 square meter per person living space is not something they find unacceptable. When Zhang Wei arrived at the camp with Song, his presence drew nearly everyone's attention. They had never seen such a massive mech before. Damn it. Have they finally remembered us? Are they here to rescue us? Are we about to be relocated to a larger camp? Thank God. Thank you, sir. Many people cried out, while others frowned. One of the frowning individuals was Ishikawa Saburo. Upon entering the camp, disarm. Ishikawa Saburo warned. Everyone entering the camp was required to disengage from their mechs. There was simply no room for mechs to move in such a confined space. Unfortunately, Zhang Wei paid no heed to Ishikawa Saburo's warning. Hey, didn't you hear what I said? As Zhang Wei was about to force his way into the camp, Ishikawa Saburo immediately took action. Merge. Ishikawa Saburo combined with his mech and charged at Zhang Wei. As he barreled through, countless people were injured by his reckless sprint. And some were even directly kicked to death. Outside the camp, the mechs on guard rushed over as well. The crowd was bewildered, not understanding why Ishikawa Saburo was clashing with Zhang Wei. They scattered like headless flies in a desperate attempt to avoid harm. As the crowd dispersed, those within the camp who possessed mechs no longer held back and began merging with their machines as well. There are quite a few mechs here. It looks like over 200, Zhang Wei estimated. Yes, sir, Song replied, standing beside Zhang Wei and bowing slightly, without even glancing at the charging Ishikawa Saburo. Song, what are you doing? Ishikawa Saburo questioned, spotting Song, hoping for a reasonable explanation. However, Song had no desire to respond. To him, Ishikawa Saburo was already as good as dead. You talk too much, Zhang Wei interjected. Who are you? What do you want here? Ishikawa Saburo was no fool. He was only putting on a tough front to assert his dominance over the camp. If it came down to a confrontation with Zhang Wei, he lacked the courage to follow through, especially since he had never seen such a massive mech before. From now on, this camp is under my control. Do you have any objections? Zhang Wei asked casually. On what grounds? Ishikawa Saburo, accustomed to his self-proclaimed authority, refused to allow anyone to challenge his position. Simply because I am stronger than you. With that, Zhang Wei fired a freezing round directly at Ishikawa Saburo. Inoue Saburo had some skills and wanted to evade. But it was futile. Even with his thruster smoking, he was too close to Zhang Wei, only a few dozen meters away. The speed of the freezing projectile was too fast, and the angle of attack too tricky. Inoue never expected that the object floating above Zhang Wei's shoulder could launch an attack. Thus, Inoue's fate was sealed. A direct hit. The gap in combat power between Inoue Saburo and Zhang Wei was too vast. His mech had no defense against the freezing projectile. In the blink of an eye, most of his mech was already frozen, covered in ice crystals. This scene instantly left the other mechs that had surrounded them frozen in shock. Their leader had been taken out in a single shot, What were they supposed to do now? Everyone, come here. Zhang Wei called out. Baka, didn't you hear the order from your superior? Get moving. Matsushita shouted angrily. Now it was his turn to play his part as a fake soldier. Hearing Matsushita's reprimand, the other mechs finally complied and rushed to stand in front of Zhang Wei, their heads bowed, not daring to look at his face. Of course, even if they wanted to, they couldn't see much. The height difference was obvious. Standing in front of Zhang Wei, they could only see his chin even if they looked up. Hand over all your source crystals. If anyone tries to hide any, they and the 10 people around them will die together, Zhang Wei stated. At this, everyone was dumbfounded, including Matsushita. Inoue Saburo had exploited them, but never with such ruthlessness. Sir, these are my source crystals, Matsushita said, knowing how to handle the situation. Although he was shocked, he understood what needed to be done. As someone eager to be Zhang Wei's top lackey, he would fully cooperate with whatever orders Zhang Wei issued. Are you all not moving fast enough? Whoever dares to hide anything will find that it's not just their life at stake. Keep an eye on each other. If one of you gets killed because of another, it's your own fault, Matsushita said to his compatriots, no longer wearing a friendly demeanor. Zhang Wei shook his head slightly, finally understanding why fake soldiers and traitors were so despised. These scoundrels were even more detestable than the invaders. However, Matsushita was indeed quite effective at exploiting his comrades. Without Zhang Wei needing to say a word, he had already taken the initiative to gather the source crystals, continuously threatening and warning others. The results were very good. While most of the source crystals hoarded by these individuals were ordinary, there were some medium-quality ones among them. As for higher-quality crystals, there were none, or perhaps there were, but they had been hidden away. Very good, well done. Zhang Wei praised Matsushita as he collected the source crystals he had brought. It is an honor to serve you, sir, Matsushita replied. Now, go check their mech spaces and cargo holds. If anyone is found hiding anything, kill them along with the 10 people around them, Zhang Wei ordered. He felt no sympathy towards these individuals. They had already been given a chance to survive. If they were unwilling to cherish it, there was nothing Zhang Wei could do. Yes, sir. Matsushita has tasted the thrill of being above others, and although the threat comes from his own kind, the feeling is undeniably exhilarating. Ignoring the feelings of those around him, he swaggered up to the edge of the mech and commanded, open the mech storage and cargo bay for inspection. Yes. The mech showed no signs of guilt, allowing Matsushita to conduct his inspection freely. However, among the 200 mechs, some were not so at ease. While Matsushita was busy checking other mechs, one suddenly turned and fled. The 10 people around him chased after it, and Zhang Wei ordered, kill it. If you can't bring it back, you all die. Without missing a beat, at least 20 mechs surged forward to chase the escaping one. Zhang Wei simply watched coldly, indifferent to the chaos. Among these mechs, some genuinely pursued the fugitive, while others turned into new escapees. Navi. Zhang Wei scoffed, then unleashed his floating cannons. Those who truly went after the fugitive were spared from his attack, but the new escapees had no chance of getting away. One shot for each, and there was no need for more. As Zhang Wei wreaked havoc, at least 7 or 8 mechs were frozen solid by his assault, and the remaining ones became more compliant. This is how the Japanese are. As long as you are stronger than them, they will be more submissive than any other creature. In the end, the initial fugitive did not escape. He was killed, and 5 or 6 mechs completely dismembered him. The cargo bay within his mech remained intact and was delivered to Zhang Wei. Curiously, he opened the cargo bay, expecting something valuable. However, he was left dumbfounded. Instead of finding something worthwhile, there was only a high-grade source crystal inside. To risk one's life for a single high-grade source crystal? The life of a little Japanese man truly isn't worth much. Chapter 92. Excellent service and unmatched skills. Zhang Wei sighed as he observed the situation. While Matsushita had already searched through all the cargo holds of the mechs. Fortunately, there were no hidden individuals. You all stay put. No movement without orders. Zhang Wei commanded again. Come with me, he called to Matsushita. Yes, my lord, Matsushita replied eagerly, following closely behind Zhang Wei as they gradually moved away from the camp. The mechs in the camp dared not move, even as Zhang Wei and Matsushita walked further away. No one knew if there were other subordinates of Zhang Wei hidden nearby. Outside the camp, Zhang Wei found Xiaobao, who had been keeping a distance of 2 to 3 kilometers behind him. Upon seeing Xiaobao, Matsushita's legs trembled with fear. My lord, what is this? Don't be afraid. It's my pet, Zhang Wei said, patting Xiaobao on the head. Matsushita was at a loss for words. A pet? Is he serious? Call them out. I have tasks for you to assign, Zhang Wei instructed. Yes, my lord, please give your orders. Divide the remaining mechs into 10 teams. I want at least 2 of your people in each team to monitor them. Yes, my lord, I will complete the task. Go. Tell them each must submit 20 ordinary source crystals daily. Those who fail will have their families killed. For those without families, break their hands and feet. If anyone dares to run, have your people deal with them. Can you manage that? My lord, there is no problem, but for those who follow me, their task can be halved. If they can't complete it today, they can make it up later. Understood. Get to work. This starts tomorrow. You have only one day to recruit your subordinates. Oh, and have the mech wreckage sent here. Yes. Matsushita dared not utter a single word of dissent. Nor did he want to. According to Zhang Wei's directives, he would have 20 subordinates. This was a significant advantage. Excited, Matsushita hurried back to the camp. Once Matsushita delivered Zhang Wei's orders, the operators of the mechs were left in silent fury, cursing Matsushita's ancestors in their hearts. Of course, some were also cursing Zhang Wei. But would Zhang Wei care? This command wasn't about Zhang Wei's greed for the meager source crystals they could collect. His goal was to surround and conquer. The military strategies passed down from ancestors must be applied wisely. With so many people in the camp, even if the ordinary folks without mechs couldn't contact the outside world, there were definitely mechs capable of doing so. If some powerful factions learned that a Chinese person was in control of this camp, would they let him off the hook? They would surely send people to eliminate him. Thus, Zhang Wei wouldn't need to exhaust himself searching for Japanese. He could simply stay here, taking down one after another. And when he ran out of targets, he could just move to the next camp. Before long, Matsushita arranged for the mech wreckage to be delivered. As the delicious food was placed in front of him, Xiaobao couldn't contain his excitement and began to stomp his feet. Go ahead and eat. No one is going to snatch it from you, Zhang Wei said. Xiaobao eagerly responded, let's eat. And he dug in right in front of the people who had brought the mech remains. The crunchiness and meaty flavor were delightful. The 4 mechs that delivered the remains had already started to sway nervously. It was quite intimidating. After a few minutes, Zhang Wei seemed to come to his senses and said, you all can go back now. Yes, sir, they replied. The 4 mechs wished they had been born with more legs, as they sprinted away as fast as they could, as if fearing they would be the next to be eaten if they slowed down. Bro, the mechs here are pretty tasty, Xiaobao remarked. If you think they're good, eat as much as you want. In a few days, there might be so many of them that you won't be able to eat anymore, Zhang Wei replied. Not possible. I can eat as much as there is, Xiaobao insisted, feeling underestimated. Zhang Wei just smiled and said nothing. That evening, Matsushita stepped out of the camp and found Zhang Wei, followed by 2 young girls he had carefully selected to serve him. Sir, it's time to rest. Do you need these 2 girls? Matsushita asked, uncertain about Zhang Wei's character. Although he had chosen the girls, it was more of a tentative inquiry. Keep them here. Arrange for patrols tonight. Anyone who tries to escape will be killed. Understood, Matsushita replied, satisfied as he left the 2 girls with Zhang Wei and returned to the camp. Zhang Wei didn't even enter the camp, which inflated Matsushita's sense of satisfaction. With Zhang Wei absent, he was the boss of the camp, free to do as he pleased. Dismantle, Zhang Wei commanded as he separated from the mech. They had already entered Japanese territory. Why pretend to be a saint? When the 2 girls saw Zhang Wei, they were surprised, not expecting him to be so young. Come here, Zhang Wei beckoned. The girls weren't too shocked, as they already knew Zhang Wei was Chinese and could understand simple Chinese phrases. Cautiously, they approached him. Zhang Wei frowned. Go back and wash up before coming back. The girls looked decent, but Zhang Wei couldn't tolerate the smell on them. It made sense. The living conditions for ordinary people were cramped. And with all kinds of waste around, it was no wonder they had an odor. Yes, the 2 girls replied and returned to the camp. When Matsushita heard Zhang Wei's orders from the girls, he felt like giving himself a few slaps. Immediately wash up, quickly, inside and out. Someone, prepare water for them. Water was an essential resource, but right now, getting the 2 girls cleaned up was the priority, with the help of several women. It didn't take long for the 2 girls to be thoroughly cleaned, and they even changed into new clothes. When they reappeared before Zhang Wei, he nodded in satisfaction. Come here. Yes, they responded. Kneel down and use your mouths, Zhang Wei ordered. The 2 girls showed no hesitation and eagerly began to serve him. Zhang Wei let out a comfortable hum. If we're talking about cleanliness, he definitely had a bit of a germaphobe streak. When it came to actually taking action, he felt a slight resistance. After all, he wanted his first time to be with the woman he loved. However, he had no qualms about receiving oral service from others. While he was being serviced, he intentionally exposed the mech core hanging around his neck and acted as if he was completely unguarded. The 2 women were no pushovers either. Not only was their service attitude excellent, but their skills were also top-notch, with a variety of techniques that never ceased. During their service, they naturally noticed the mech core that Zhang Wei had intentionally displayed, and they silently took note of it. On the surface, they smiled sweetly, but inwardly they were cursing. It was impossible for these 2 Japanese women to genuinely serve someone from the Huagua China. Though they appeared delicate and timid, given the chance, they would undoubtedly betray Zhang Wei. He had essentially delivered that opportunity right to them, and he was curious to see when they would make their move. Evidently, Zhang Wei overestimated their courage. 20 minutes later, he surrendered. In truth, he had wanted to last a bit longer. He figured that with his current physique, he could easily hold out for half an hour. He wanted to make sure the two women didn't just walk away without a bit of strain. Unfortunately, he overestimated his own strength and underestimated the two women. Despite their young age of 17 or 18, their skills and endurance were nothing to scoff at. They were clearly well-trained. Go back and have Matsushita arrange a decent place for you, Zhang Wei said as he pulled up his pants, showing a sense of responsibility by ensuring the two women had a good living environment. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. The two girls expressed their gratitude. They wanted to use honorifics like Zhang San, but unfortunately, they didn't know his full name. Zhang Wei waved his hand, signaling that they could leave. The two women bowed and retreated, but as they turned away, a flicker of coldness briefly flashed in their eyes. Chapter 93. Hey, what are you doing? How's it going? Inside the camp, in a relatively spacious tent, Matsushita quietly asked the two returning girls about their situation. Matsushita, he doesn't suspect us at all. If you could give us weapons, we might have a chance to kill him, one girl said, her eyes dark with determination. The other girl nodded in agreement. Yes. When we were serving him, he seemed to enjoy it. It's disgusting. Just the thought of serving that pig from Huagua makes me feel sick. You need to do your best to please him and make him feel relaxed. You've seen his abilities. We must be absolutely confident before we make a move against him. Matsushita's expression was serious. He knew Zhang Wei's capabilities well. If they couldn't take him down in one go, it would be their lives on the line. The reason for this was simple. Matsushita didn't want to have a metaphorical guillotine hanging over his head. Who would want to rely on someone else's mood for their life? As long as Zhang Wei wasn't in a good mood, Matsushita could be in danger. Don't worry, Matsushita. We'll do our best, the girls replied. All right, then tonight. Let me relax a bit too. I've been so tense all day, Matsushita said, beginning to undress. The two girls cooperated fully. Serving someone was just serving someone. As long as they weren't serving Zhang Wei and the person they were serving could protect them, they didn't mind. In this world, nothing was more important than satisfying one's hunger. While Matsushita was unwinding, Zhang Wei was silently mocking them in his mind. After the two girls left, Zhang Wei had already merged with his mech and activated his detection system. He clearly heard Matsushita's conversation with the girls. These guys are thinking of ways to deal with me, but they don't take you seriously at all. Zhang Wei patted Little Bao on the head. Big brother. Should I go eat him? Little Bao asked innocently. Zhang Wei kicked Little Bao lightly. Haven't you eaten enough already? I'm only 8/10 full. I could still eat 2 more. Or 1 is fine too. Don't rush. There will be times when you can't eat, Zhang Wei said, shaking his head in disbelief. Little Bao was only thinking about food and completely missed the point of Zhang Wei's words. They look down on you, Little Bao. Don't you feel even a bit angry about that? The night passed without incident. The next day, Matsushita was already running to Zhang Wei to pay his respects. Zhang Wei had to admit that the Japanese were great actors. If he hadn't detected Matsushita's conversation with the two girls, he wouldn't have suspected him at all. Because Matsushita's behavior was just too humble. In response to Matsushita's greeting, Zhang Wei didn't show much enthusiasm, nor was he cold. He simply instructed Matsushita to get to work. Matsushita happily accepted the order, but made an effort to glance at the floating cannon on Zhang Wei's shoulder as he left. At present, Zhang Wei hadn't shown any other abilities, only utilizing the floating cannon. This gave Matsushita a slight illusion that Zhang Wei was relying on the floating cannon to survive. If he could obtain the floating cannon, would he also become as powerful as Zhang Wei? With these thoughts weighing heavily on his mind, Matsushita left. Zhang Wei remained still, activating his rough detection system to monitor any movements within a 10-kilometer radius. Although he had already uncovered Matsushita's schemes the day before, he still needed to be wary of others. After all, if someone contacted the outside world through a mech, Zhang Wei would not be able to detect it. He needed to prevent any surprises that might come his way. Fortunately, his concerns turned out to be somewhat excessive. The day passed peacefully. As night fell, Matsushita joyfully approached Zhang Wei, holding a standard cargo container filled with source crystals collected that day. My lord, we have gathered the source crystals today. Everyone worked hard and managed to collect enough, he reported. Very good. Put it down, Zhang Wei replied. Yes, my lord. Do we still need those 2 maids to serve you today? Oh, maids? That sounds good. Have them change into their outfits and come see me. Understood. Matsushita congratulated himself for his cleverness and bowed before leaving. Before long, the 2 girls from yesterday approached, dressed in rather revealing maid outfits. If their intentions weren't so dark, they would indeed be quite pleasing to the eye. As Zhang Wei disengaged from his mech, he immediately issued a command as the 2 girls came closer. Come here. Today. Zhang Wei wasn't in the mood to show pity. There was no need for courtesy when dealing with 2 women who were ready to take his life at any moment. The two girls obediently approached him, heads bowed, too afraid to meet his gaze, fearing that he might see the murderous intent hidden in their eyes. Zhang Wei sensed their hostility but chose not to expose it. However, he made sure to prolong the encounter today, lasting a full 40 minutes. Once the two girls were exhausted and left, Zhang Wei sighed and said, "They probably won't last more than a few days. I hope you can surprise me tomorrow." He didn't want to drag out the game with these two women. The sooner he took action, the sooner he could put pressure on the people in the camp, compelling them to call in reinforcements as he desired. The next day, the two girls presented a new look, donning sailor outfits. However, it was clear that they were now prepared to act, each carrying a handgun at their waists. This was the smallest and most lethal weapon Matsushita could find. Against a mech, these handguns were hardly toys, but at close range, they could certainly be deadly. The girls were nervous, as they were about to commit murder themselves. Yet, when they caught sight of Zhang Wei's slight smile, their anxiety was instantly calmed. The humiliation they endured at Zhang Wei's hands the previous day solidified their resolve to kill him. Fortunately, Zhang Wei seemed oblivious, and everything was unfolding as they had planned. After a few minutes, the assistant girl felt that the moment had come. She quietly reached her hand behind her. She was terrified that any noise would attract Zhang Wei's attention, and she was also afraid of being noticed by the little Bao nearby. So, her movements were very subtle and cautious. Finally, she got hold of the gun and gradually brought it in front of her. Zhang Wei showed no signs of awareness. His eyes closed and breathing heavy. The eyes of the two girls sparkled with excitement. They could already see the hope of victory. At last, the muzzle of the gun in the girl's hand was aimed directly at Zhang Wei's head, just inches away. As soon as she pulled the trigger, Zhang Wei would meet his end. "Hey, what are you doing?"